There are only two kinds of people on Earth. The first type is the average person who thinks that there's something special. The second is an actual special individual who knows what they're special at. He knows that he's the latter type of person, and he's lived like that his entire life. Looking up at the sky, he thinks, at least, that's what I thought. A winged figure hovers in the sky. However, he cries out in frustration. Lying in bed, he thinks, fuck, this game's annoying. Another loss. I'm spending too much time on this. Damn, I have to find something else to do. A voice calls out, hey Siwoo Young Siwoo, wake up and go take the trash out, you dash. Annoyed, he replies, I'm a little busy right now, alright? Looking at his phone, he thinks, busy you say? I should really respect the words of an unemployed gamer in this household when he says he's busy. He brings quite a lot of value when the only thing he does is add a warm body to our expenses. It would certainly be a lot easier if we removed that warm body with the trash because he didn't follow anything his own mother said, right? He tries to calm his mother down, assuring her that he'll take out the trash, but jokes that he wouldn't even fit inside their trash bags. Hearing this, his mother suggests they test that theory, implying she could make him fit in a few seconds, causing him to quickly agree to take out the trash. As he heads outside, fireworks suddenly erupt in the sky. That thing came a decade ago, and nobody knew where it came from or what its purpose was, though it seemingly dropped out of nowhere. People started calling it the Sky Castle, and needless to say, everything about it was shrouded in deep mystery. Scientists couldn't explain the how and who of what it was, and out of fear, humanity desperately tried to establish contact with the inhabitants of the castle, but everything failed. Every aircraft bounced off some sort of force field, and stereoscopic images showed nothing of value, leading to the conclusion that it was, by all means, alien. After a while, stations finally broke the news to the world, and every scientist in the world clamored to try to crack the mysterious identity of the floating castle, but everything failed, and humanity, as a whole, gave up, hoping nothing would come out. But that hope was short-lived, as the Sky Castles for some reason began selecting humans. Those selected were officially named players. Even given wings, distinguishing them from the rest of the crowd, with their wings, they could easily fly back and forth from Earth to the Sky Castles. Eventually, though, the doors of the Sky Castles opened for the rest of humanity, and it was quickly discovered that these Sky Castles held massive amounts of treasure that even made billionaires jealous. It was impossible for humanity to access these treasures, though, as it was far too dangerous for those without powers. Only the players could actually have a breathing chance of defeating the Sky Castles, a concept that Siwoo finds cool, but he wonders why the hell he hasn't been selected yet. 10 years have passed since the Sky Castles appeared, and still nothing. Something's definitely wrong, he thinks. It doesn't make sense that he's been waiting so long to become a player. But the real question is, patience, that's all he needs. He'll get wings eventually, he's sure of it. How long will it take? He wonders, as a co-worker mutters about needing to make some money as well. Let's just focus on work for the time being, he tells himself. It's not like he can starve himself while waiting to become a player anyway. Hearing the clang of a discarded energy drink can, he overhears a conversation. The fuck? Wait, they actually said that Maroon Bull can make you a player? One man replies, yeah, haven't you seen the commercials? They give you wings. As the can rolls away, another man questions if it sounds too dangerous. Taking a swig of his own drink, he thinks, well, that's refreshing. Looking up at the sky, he wishes he could just punt himself into the skies like that can. The hell is that? Catching a glimpse of white feathers, he exclaims, a girl? Wait, that's a player. A female player. She's falling, and it's happening fast. She doesn't even look conscious. Judging by her trajectory, she's headed straight for the Cryo building. Hearing the commotion, a staff member shouts that the area is off limits. The impact is imminent, and the sound echoes through the building. Spotting her descent, he realizes he's got a shot at catching her. Closing the distance, he races to intercept her fall. He's almost there, reaching out with everything he's got. It all started when he was born, ridiculously strong. Even though he never trained, he had outrageous strength. As someone exclaims, Siwoo? As a kid, he had trouble controlling his power. His parents, fed up with his clumsiness, made him learn how to control himself by registering him for Taekwondo classes. But after a year, he was kicked out of the dojo. The instructor thinks to himself that he's sorry, but it seems he's not competent enough to teach him. The instructor explains that to train him, he always ends up getting hurt. He doesn't have any weapons that can handle his strength, so he's afraid he'll have to leave. Someone asks what he thinks of judo, but there's no one that can train him. This was the unique strength he was born with, and when he saw that player falling out of the sky, he felt like destiny was calling to him. Looking back at it, he did have his own special physical ability, but for some reason he had always dreamt of becoming a player. He thinks to himself that maybe this will be the moment his dreams come true. He thinks to himself that he's not a player, so if he somehow messes this up, that girl might die. However, he's not just an ordinary person. He thinks to himself that he's special. Someone exclaims, what the hell? And to clench your teeth, he's never seen someone survive after falling from the sky like that. The ground beneath them shatters. Caught completely off guard, Siwoo manages to grab Arin before they fall into the abyss. Even after landing, the pressure doesn't let up, threatening to crush him. Debris continues to rain down, adding to the already perilous situation. Clearly terrified, Arin screams as the ground gives way beneath them. Realizing they've landed, Arin asks if he's going to put her down. Thanking him for the rescue, Arin admits she thought she was going to die. Looking around, she asks if Siwoo knows where they are, but he's just as clueless. It looks like they've been buried alive. Deciding to take action, Siwoo suggests they look for a way out of here. Suddenly, a system notification appears, announcing the discovery of a new extra world, the Ant Cave. The system declares that a low-tier player has met the required conditions, and that the White Wing Cemetery has been cleared, allowing the low-tier player to be reborn. Now that things have calmed down a bit, Arin offers to introduce herself. He introduces himself as Young Siwoo, a 26-year-old ordinary person who's still jobless. But Arin seems to take offense to that, exclaiming that there's no way an ordinary human could survive after that huge crash, adding that it would be difficult for even a player to survive. Flexing his arm, Siwoo remarks that he's quite strong, wondering if it's possible to have superhuman strength even if you're not a player, concluding that it's all up to fate, so maybe one day he'll be a player. But she doesn't seem to buy it, stating that can't be right. Arin explains that some people are born players from birth, with a very strong foundation and knowledge, adding that for them, the ability to fly through the sky is not at all unusual, as the mana from the sky has always been. Gesturing upwards, Siwoo asks if she means that mana is from all those novels and games, wondering if it's handled by the all-powerful god above. She explains that abilities that players receive are also affected by the element, but that's a secret, as he states that there's no way that stuff actually exists. Arin reveals that she has a special detection ability, telling Siwoo that he doesn't have a single drop of mana inside his body, but she's sure that he's pretty strong even without mana. He can't believe that mana actually exists, but he thinks the strangest thing is how he's strong even without having mana in his body. Arin finds it weird. She questions how he can be ordinary, yet have superhuman abilities capable of surviving that crash, adding that he even passed the low-tier player challenge. But of course, he doesn't know what a low-tier player even is. But if there's one thing that she's sure about, it seems they've arrived in a completely different world, where even the sky looks different. The extra world, the Ant Cave, has opened. A voice from above had declared the discovery of this extra world, and it clearly wants him to enter the Ant Cave. That same voice had called him a low-tier player, though he knows he's not a player. Now in the middle of something mysterious, he knows that if he ever gets into a sticky situation, the only thing he can depend on is his innate strength. With a sigh, Arin says, I guess it's my turn. She states, I am part of the Korean Player Guild, Rising Tornado, and a level 219 healer. My name's Su Arin. Smiling gently, she adds, this year I'll be turning 22 years old. Please, call me Arin. He is surprised by her level, thinking, level 219? That's beyond my imagination. Is she some sort of big shot? Arin continues, her expression turning somber. The boss battle was a fatal strike to the guild, and much was lost. But you, Mr. Young Siwoo, just saved my life without even the slightest hesitation. She admits, but even though you caught me out of the sky, I don't think I can return to being a player. Siwoo is taken aback, as he thinks, come to think of it, that voice mentions something about rebirth. Arin closes her eyes, because I think they might be dead. I'm in a weak state after that crash. Yes. However, since she wanted to explain how abilities are obtained, Arin details that meeting specific conditions is the only way to receive them, outlining the different player types. Finding it hard to believe she's been given another chance, Arin expresses her gratitude. Siwoo waves off her thanks, but she insists, declaring that she owes him her life and will never forget his kindness. Turning to face forward, Arin simply states, indeed. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a man is furious that someone younger than him was on the front lines as a player. He grumbles about her patience and how everything she built crumbled before her eyes, yet she's still positive. Smiling brightly, Siwoo tells Arin that he looks forward to working with her. Ready to begin, Arin says, let's do this. They proceed into the dungeon. Preparing to explain the inner workings, Arin poses the question, what is a dungeon? After a brief explanation, Arin confirms that what she's saying definitely applies to this specific dungeon, asking if he understands. Clenching his fists, Siwoo appears determined. Ahead of them, the dark entrance to the dungeon looms. Looking up at the cavernous entrance, Arin notes that there appear to be about 5 enemies waiting to ambush them, adding that there must be rules in place preventing them from attacking right away. Tilting his head, Siwoo asks if she has some form of night vision, as he can barely see a thing, questioning how she knows there are enemies at the entrance. A small frown creases her face as Arin wonders if he's just an insanely gifted human, noting that he seems physically stronger than her, musing that perhaps it's fate that they've encountered each other, deciding it's her duty to support him. Waving her hand dismissively, Arin says never mind, complimenting Siwoo on adapting so quickly to these conditions, as he responds that it's nothing much. Confirming that they are indeed allowed to fight, Arin explains that this dungeon is a place where player tests are held, and this one is a lower level test, so it shouldn't be too difficult, adding that a lot of players stop by places like this before tackling the sky castles, as it's a good place to gauge one's power and ability. She admits that it's good that she left out the fact that player candidates can't actually die in the testing dungeons, deciding that he should focus on giving 100% of his effort. Turning to face him, Arin explains that since he's already at a level where he can recognize the exact locations of where monsters are, She thinks he's strong enough to handle lower-level monsters with ease. She warns him to bear in mind that the monsters are really ugly, and even if he's a skilled player, the chances of him physically freezing up just because of their appearance is still pretty high. Adjusting the wraps on his hands, Siwoo acknowledges that those things are pretty but ugly, as Arin mentions that she's in a really weak state right now and can only heal him in extreme situations, so he should be careful, adding that they also don't know how big this dungeon is, so he should pace himself, as the last thing they want is for him to be tired during a fight. Grinning, Siwoo asks if she's saying that he needs to kick their ass, as she responds that it doesn't sound too bad. As they prepare to enter the dungeon, Arin says she'll tell him more once they see how his first fight goes, as Siwoo excitedly declares that they should give these old legs a spin and go. Ready to face whatever comes next, Siwoo takes a fighting stance. A guttural growl echoes through the chamber, as a hulking werewolf declares that Siwoo looks delicious. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Arin calls out to Siwoo, a note of alarm in her voice, as she realizes something isn't right. The air crackles with tension, as Siwoo finds himself surrounded by level 50 werewolves, an anomaly in a test dungeon. Her voice laced with urgency, Arin shouts a warning, urging him to run, knowing they can't win. But before she can finish her thought, Arin is struck by an unseen force. Squinting, Arin braces herself. Without hesitation, Siwoo delivers a powerful punch to one of the werewolves. A smirk plays on his lips as he prepares for the next attack, while Arin looks on in disbelief. With a swift motion, Siwoo kicks another werewolf, sending it flying. The battle intensifies as Siwoo continues to fight the relentless werewolves. Finally, Siwoo defeats one of the werewolves, leaving the others stunned. Arin covers her face, embarrassed, while a defeated monster lies below. Flicking his wrist, Siwoo asks her to repeat what she said before, as he didn't hear her clearly. Waiting for this part, Siwoo learns that most, if not all, monsters drop loot after being defeated. Responding to his question, Arin explains that the same rules apply to him, and that there are two types of items he can get. The first, she says, is money. Showing a stack of bills, Arin identifies it as the American dollar, prompting Siwoo to ask for clarification. She explains that while people range from having wings to Herculean strength, it's still weird when monsters drop American dollars. Regardless, it's still quite valuable, Arin says, adding that higher-level monsters actually drop pure gold instead of cash, as it's more expensive. Remembering that money makes the world go round, Siwoo wonders if there's a place that doesn't accept US currency, like France or even Korea. With a sigh, Arin says they've talked enough about money, and that it's pretty self-explanatory, so she wants to move on to the gems. She explains that in a lot of ways, the gems are worthless, but once you clear the dungeon, they become infinitely more valuable and can be used at an altar to be redeemed for prizes. Thinking of it as earning in-game items after beating a level, Arin says that from battle armor to swords, you can win virtually anything from the prizes. Continuing their discussion about the dungeon's rewards, Arin remarks that it's like reading a guidebook, but one that talks back. She wonders when she learned to use metaphors so well. Elsewhere, a sinister-looking man muses about the nature of these dungeons, thinking they don't seem designed to help players get stronger, sounding more like a trap. A winged woman seems to have noticed something, as she is surprised. Back with Siwoo, Arin agrees that the dungeons are a trap. It's clear that young Siwoo is quite special. Considering her entire life depends on him right now, Arin would go so far as to say that he's one of the best people she knows. He asks her to elaborate. Siwoo is not only physically dominant, but he's also a pretty smart guy, so she should describe it with more detail. From the very first test dungeons to the sky castles themselves, the dungeons are always out to get them. Any kind of reward is heavily delayed, besides the cash, which ranges anywhere from leveling up to the physical rewards. Level up? No. But you could kill as many monsters as you want, but it wouldn't really matter until the very last monster in the dungeon is defeated. Only then can you get your rewards and levels. You don't get continually stronger while fighting inside the dungeon, so grinding doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Level up? Yes. She continues, explaining that Arin mentioned that she lost 219 levels after being defeated in the dungeon. Level 219. That's almost too much power for him to even begin to comprehend. Anyone at that level would be a sheer force of nature. She asks, that just shows how important levels really are in the dungeons, doesn't it? Aren't you saying that you have to meet all of the prerequisites before even trying to attempt it, up while you're progressing through a dungeon? She nods, adding that a lot of players couldn't wrap their heads around this style of gameplay. Awesome. New item. It's like taking a series of tests, and many thought that the rules would be parallel to the ones you'd see in RPG games, and expected them as such. Imagine taking all of the tests in one go hoping that your score would improve a little after a while, but only acing the last one. Those that couldn't handle the rules of the sky castles either quit or died in the dungeons, so the monsters here really don't matter too much, huh? Sheesh, that's a lot to take in. Arin offers to explain. So what's the best method of looting a dungeon, then? Getting the cash reward from monsters is simple. Just give their head a tap, and the money comes out on its own. Make sure it's dead, though. That's called cash looting. Muttering to himself, Siwoo guesses that hitting the monsters until they're concussed isn't the best approach. Deciding to try a different tactic, he opts for a light tap. The tap yields an unexpected result, a $550 haul in $100 bills, much to Arin's surprise. Pocketing the cash, Siwoo wonders about gem looting. Considering the oddity of the situation, Arin admits she really shouldn't be doing this. She explains that to get the gems from the monster's body, you can't just cut it open. It's more difficult than that. Only then will the gems show up, and to get the end rewards, he'd have to use his mana or strength on the bodies to get the gems. Arin notes that he's a smart one, as Siwoo realizes that improperly regulating his mana and physical levels will affect his final rewards. Finding the whole thing amusing, Siwoo thinks the wise thing to do would be to slowly move through the dungeon, taking careful note of his overall status, but he wants the rewards and isn't dealing with that kind of bullshit. Preparing to apply force, he hears Arin question what he's doing. If these dungeons want him to spend all of that energy on these bodies, he'll give them what they want. Unleashing his power, Siwoo shouts. With a surge of power, the bodies are crushed into pure dust. A figure with wings stands amidst the destruction, observing the scene. The winged figure finds the display barbaric. She reflects on how he figured out to move all of the bodies into one pile, using a skill or two to apply the required amount of force, but she never thought that he'd use such a method. Front and back sweepers check the dungeon rooms for physical and mana wellness, but that's all they need to know for the test dungeons anyway. Arin reminds him to take care of himself, questioning if he's already forgotten how important it is to limit his physical and mana exertion, to which he admits he forgot. Suddenly, the sound of ferocious growls fills the air. A werewolf lunges, but young Siwoo is ready. He declares, "Take this." A werewolf attack is underway, but Siwoo is more than prepared. After the battle, gems are extracted from the werewolves, and Arin is surprised that they all had gems as well, but then realizes she shouldn't be surprised by the amount he's killed these past few hours. Sheesh, 140 werewolves in 3 hours. Oh, Mr. Young Siwoo, Arin asks if he happened to learn martial arts when he was younger, to which he replies that he only studied taekwondo, aikido, judo, and a handful of other arts. Siwoo explains that he always had trouble controlling his strength as a kid, so martial arts became a way to deal with that. The entrance to the boss room, the White-Winged Guardian, looms ahead. Arin glances at him. She points out that this is the entrance to the boss room. Before entering the final room to fight the boss, she advises, always be sure to check the overall condition of your body, and equip the strongest spell or skill that you have at hand so you're prepared. She asks, all right. Siwoo wonders if he can start punching it while they're in the grace period, but Arin replies, why yeah, you can, but. She then adds that it doesn't mean the boss is right in front of the door, and that they have 3 seconds. A massive werewolf lurks in the shadows. The monsters in the side rooms are weaker versions of the boss, she realizes, and the boss here won't be any different. Preparing him for a battle against a boss, she thinks, wondering how they even got here. The system must be broken, she concludes, or maybe the whole world has gone insane. He's reached this far, Siwoo thinks, so he's sure he has a shot at taking it down. Ready to open the door, Siwoo grins, but Arin's thoughts are elsewhere. It's so easy to predict what he's thinking. She muses, why do all men only want one thing? A hand reaches out to open the door. Even if you won't die here, she thinks, the mental trauma from the battle isn't anything to joke about, and she can't let that happen. At this point, Arin realizes everything he does affects her chances of survival, and she needs him to live. Even though the chances of this place being a regular dungeon are pretty high, she wonders, what if it's not? What if he? Remember to never underestimate how strong the boss is in any dungeon, she reminds herself. It's concerning how fast they've breezed through everything until now, and she wonders if this place is even real. Perfect, he says, thanking her. Huh. Having reached the door, Siwoo stands ready to face whatever lies beyond. Suddenly, a monstrous roar erupts, shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. Her eyes widening in disbelief, Arin struggles to comprehend the sheer power emanating from the depths. A colossal figure emerges from the darkness, identified as a giant black werewolf, a guardian of immense strength. Ready to assist, Arin prepares to unleash her own abilities. But before she can act, the werewolf's raw power sends Siwoo flying backwards. Grit etched on his face, he steels himself, knowing he has only 3 seconds to react. With explosive force, he launches himself at the monstrous beast. Unleashing a barrage of attacks, he fights with a ferocity that belies his calm demeanor. The werewolf roars in pain, reeling from the unexpected assault. Landing gracefully, he prepares for the next phase of the battle. A confident smirk plays on his lips, realizing those 3 seconds were more than enough to turn the tide. Seeing the werewolf still standing, Arin shouts that the boss isn't dead yet. Her warning urgent, she tells Siwoo to look behind him. With a burst of speed, Siwoo hurls the detached eyeball directly into the giant black werewolf's remaining eye. A piercing roar of agony erupts as the werewolf reels from the sudden blinding. Stunned by the sheer audacity, Arin can only stammer, questioning how he managed that. Quickly regaining her composure, she warns him that the fight isn't over just because it's blind. She reminds him that its other senses are just as good as its eyes, cautioning him to be careful of the level 100 alpha werewolf. Enraged and now sightless, the giant black werewolf unleashes a terrifying growl. Comparing the monster to her mother chasing her with a rice scooper, Arin yells at Siwoo to get out of the way, warning that he won't survive a one-on-one collision against it. Blind and furious, the giant black werewolf slams its massive paws against the ground. Realizing the advantage, Siwoo notes that the werewolf is definitely blind, but its other senses are still a threat. He wonders what he can use to trick its sense of location. Eyes narrowed in determination, he steels himself. Readying himself for the next phase of the battle, Siwoo prepares to exploit the werewolf's blindness. The werewolf roars, but RN watches with concern. She shouts, "What the hell are you doing?" Her expression shows her frustration as she watches the fight unfold. Siwoo prepares to throw his jacket, thinking to himself that this might not work if the werewolf has any brains. He throws his jacket, yelling, "Catch!" The werewolf growls, distracted by the flying object, as RN comments that he's an idiot, but crafty. The jacket hits the floor, and Siwoo thinks this is the perfect time to strike. He moves quickly, closing the distance. He strikes the werewolf's leg, causing a powerful impact. The werewolf screams in pain, as RN observes that he's a lot weaker than she thought. She continues, noting that he's lucky he didn't miss, and that he's weird for stripping during a fight. The werewolf roars again, as Siwoo prepares for the grand finale. Now, let's see what's inside the body of a werewolf. Deep within the beast, Siwoo finds himself in a strange place. Stunned, RN can't believe what just happened. How did a player with no skills defeat a level 100 boss? She couldn't even dream of doing that if she were him. Back inside the werewolf, Siwoo is surprised by something. A golden glow emanates from his eye. Speaking to Siwoo, RN assures him, "You can still see through it, though. It shouldn't block your line of sight. You can see me clearly, right?" He realizes what this means. Wait, that means... He confirms with a simple, "Yup." A system message appears, confirming, "Now that you've officially cleared the test dungeon, you're now officially recognized as a legitimate player." Beaming with pride, Siwoo exclaims, "Heck yeah." He hears, "Congrats, Mr. Siwoo." RN observes, "This is pretty strange, isn't it? To think that he actually swept through the dungeon without any help, with little to no idea of what's going on. He's definitely a player though. There's no question about that." His eye glows with a golden light. He wonders, hey, about the skills. You get a skill when you completely clear a dungeon, or when you meet certain requirements, right? RN explains, skills can either give you a new power entirely, or they can greatly strengthen your available senses. They're really important in completing more difficult dungeons and can stack up over time. Continuing their conversation, RN asks if he's heard of a skill called Ignorant Bravery. Tilting his head, Siwoo admits that's the first time he's ever heard of such a skill. Her eyes wide with anticipation, RN wonders if he happened to get a unique skill. She explains that from what she knows, he's the only one that has that skill, but Siwoo is confused by her excitement. He wonders, what's this? RN's words echo in his mind. As a notification appears, he is now recognized as an underground player, has unlocked the Tale of Chaos passive, his inventory has been unlocked, and his character preparation is complete, awarding him 9 levels. Suddenly, RN screams as a physical change begins to overtake her. Her scream intensifies, as wings begin to manifest amidst the blinding light. She wonders what's happening to her, questioning if this could be a body modification reward. Grimacing in pain, she wonders why it's so painful. A voice urges her to try not to fight it, assuring her that the physical change caused by her new skills will be over soon. She feels a wave of energy pounding into her body, wondering if it's mana and if she'll finally be able to use it in her useless body. Why now, though? Why here? He was already strong before, so wouldn't this just make him even stronger? If he can actually harness the full potential of what mana offers to players, could he even reach transcendent levels? Yuck, he's going to fall. A strange tale whips about. Huh. What the F? Hashtag K. His wings. Why didn't he get wings? There. He can do the same thing with a damn shovel. He'd rather use a shovel than this. Wait. Players have wings to reach the sky castles, right? Regular aircraft weren't able to enter the castles, yet the players with wings could easily pass through the barriers. Isn't it the same concept for underground dungeons as well? Just like how he had to save her to pass the requirements to enter this anthill dungeon. This tale is his ticket into there. Other dungeons probably have certain requirements that have to be met in order for the player to enter them. This tale didn't have any specifications about the requirement barriers that would influence its usage. It actually says the dungeon's locations. Still, it's really annoying that he didn't get any wings. Gah, let's just focus on what's in front of him for now. Well, let's see what this new skill does. What was it called again? Ah, here it is, Ignorant Bravery. Stemming from the ignorance of one's fear, this skill boosts your physical and mental attributes when you are unaware of the dangers you face. Any damage inflicted from surprise attacks to your character is reduced in half. The same is applied to any damage inflicted from traps and skills that you have no knowledge of. Sheesh. The name makes me sound like I'm a complete idiot, but it's still a useful skill. What do you think, RN? Huh. RN looks up, tears welling in her eyes. The protagonist towers over her, a stark contrast in size. Why the hell did they shrink you down to a midget size, though? That doesn't make any sense. It looks like I'm finally a supporter. No, this is normal. This only happened because I was supposed to die. Honestly, this was the only way I could live on. I don't have any regrets. However, young Siwoo can see her mana and physical attributes. He guesses it's because he's finally an underground player. He can still see that she has power in that tiny body of hers. But the power of the former player, a player that was level 219, is no more. That power's long gone. She's got booted down to a level 3 supporter role. Huh? Loved is gone. Nobody's really going to know what happened to her, or if she actually survived. She's basically vanished off the face of the earth. Hey, it's pretty dark in here, isn't it? The cavernous space seems to echo with silence. Tears welling in her eyes, Arin whispers his name. Her wings flutter, a soft sound in the vast emptiness. Now floating above him, Arin seems to radiate a gentle light. A smile spreads across Siwoo's face as Arin admits she's a little jealous of his strength. Beaming, Arin declares that now that she's finally his official supporter, she can focus purely on her own development, adding that if she does well, she might even get her normal body back, and that this is going to be fun. He asks if she's finished her body status checks yet, and she confirms, so he suggests they use the items in their inventory. Arin says that this is her favorite part after completing a dungeon, and Siwoo agrees. As they arrive at their destination, Arin exclaims that they're finally here. Bathed in light, the space is overwhelmingly bright. Arin explains that the altar requires gems to function, and that the quality of the item received depends on the number of gems used. She continues, explaining that the altar can produce anything from magical items to weapons with specific skills, but this particular test dungeon won't yield much. Considering the possibilities, Siwoo wonders if the altar produces consumables, ranging from stat-boosting potions to regular restorative ones. Arin expresses her doubt, but Siwoo, with a sinister grin, declares that there are no limits. Alarmed, Arin tries to stop him. But it's too late. Siwoo has already thrown a mountain of gems into the altar. The altar activates, and Arin can only gasp in horror. She yells at him, questioning his sanity for carelessly wasting so many gems on a test dungeon when they could have gotten much better rewards in an actual dungeon. He has become a player. Arin screams in despair, realizing the gravity of the situation, but Siwoo nonchalantly states that it's too late anyway. The altar glows brightly, filled with a massive pile of gems. Praying intently, Arin's focus is interrupted by Siwoo's question. Dismissing her concerns, Siwoo points out that items made from Earth don't work the same way in the dungeons. Confused, Arin questions the value of gems earned from test dungeons compared to real dungeons. With a confident grin, Siwoo explains that it's better to use the gems where they have value, as they likely wouldn't get anything good in future dungeons. Reflecting on past events, Arin thinks about how Siwoo jumped off a building to save her, and the same thoughts keep looping in her head. Annoyed by her thoughts, Siwoo asks what she's being so smug about. Explaining her reasoning, Arin points out that everything in a test dungeon is weak and meant to test new players. Considering her words, Siwoo wonders how difficult a standard dungeon would be if a test dungeon is already this challenging. Teasing him, Arin asks if he's already thought through everything. Realizing something, Arin now knows what to do with Siwoo. Determined, Arin resolves to be the one to put the brakes on whatever he's doing. With a determined look, Siwoo declares that he will be the greatest player in history. Muttering to herself, Arin can't bring herself to talk to him about his potential, wondering what the dunce would even do with that information. Meanwhile, Siwoo, dressed in a ridiculous God Emperor outfit, declares that he's on his way. Noticing something, Arin points out that the altar is starting to grow, as Siwoo wonders what she's talking about. Suddenly, a bright light erupts from the altar, and Siwoo exclaims in surprise. Stunned, Arin can only stammer, while Siwoo is already marveling at the sledgehammer that has appeared. He wonders if it's something really rare, but Arin cautions him that just because it's big doesn't mean it's good. Grinning, Siwoo declares that it's not bad at all. Curious, Arin asks what rank the weapon is, as the text reveals it's a D++ rank Black Wolf's Paw. She continues, explaining that based on the quality, D++ ranks can actually be better than C-ranked weapons. As Siwoo starts swinging the hammer, Arin moves away, telling him that she can't hear him from that distance, and asking if he can fly a little closer when he's talking to her. He retorts that she only moved that far away because he started swinging the hammer, reminding her that she can still die. Changing the subject, Siwoo wonders about the option feature in the hammer, as the text explains that it's nothing really special, and that nearly all weapons have an option feature. It further explains that once you become more proficient with your weapon over time, the weapon's special ability will be unlocked. Remembering something, Arin recalls that there's a skill they can use to see the weapon's ability. With a cheerful smile, Arin suggests introducing him to a friend who could put that new skill to good use. But after a moment of silence, Siwoo firmly declines. It's a risk he can't afford to take just yet, he thinks. Confined to underground dungeons rather than soaring through the skies, how much more hatred can he endure? He's nothing compared to the other experienced players, and wouldn't be confident against fighting a level 200+ Arin, who doesn't even have a combatant role. Relieved, Siwoo is glad that he used his head on that one. He'll teach her how to get stronger without anyone bothering them, just the two of them. With a sly grin, Arin declares that starting today, she's finally going to show her true power as a supporter. Just as he wanted, Siwoo is about to get a lesson in controlling his new abilities, one that won't attract unwanted attention. With a determined glint in her eyes, Arin is ready to show off her true power as a supporter. She thinks to herself, it's time to learn how to tuck away her wings. Arin focuses her mana. He wonders about his wings, but then remembers, oh yeah, he has a tail now. Whether it's a pair of wings or a thick tail, They have to learn how to properly hide their keys. She tries to physically visualize the mana in that region, drawing it back into the center of her body. He thinks back to when he got fried with electricity, wondering about his mana. He thinks to himself, RN focused on the mana around her chest area to draw back her wings, so he should focus on the mana surrounding his tailbone region to draw back his tail. Siwoo is shocked that it actually disappeared. With a triumphant shout, Siwoo succeeds in retracting his tail. RN wonders if he is trying to cause an earthquake. RN is flustered, thinking to herself, why is she the one getting embarrassed? She can't believe how quickly he actually learned to circulate his mana. That just makes this whole situation even better, she thinks, wondering how quickly he'll develop as a player. Giddy with anticipation, RN asks what's next, startling Siwoo. He explains that the next step is to open his inventory, trusting that he's been given one. Siwoo is told that every player has an inventory where they can store items obtained from the dungeons. RN admits she wasn't sure if underground players were given one, but she's glad he did. He learns that he can put just about anything into his inventory, whether it's his cell phone or a tasty snack. Just about everything fits, but there's a limit on how much he can actually put into it. With a flash of light, Siwoo summons a sledgehammer. He's told that inventories are automatically modified to whatever the user desires, so it should feel natural when using it, and it's simple to use. RN explains that with these 2 tips alone, he'll be virtually indistinguishable from the next person, of course. Siwoo is reminded that it's still important that he avoids other players, especially the ones that are sensitive to mana usage. Everything's up to him in the end. RN tugs at his sleeve, asking if he knows what's going on over there. Before them, a glowing object sits atop the altar. Siwoo explains that once a dungeon is completed, that thing will pop up after using the altar. Eager to learn more, RN shouts out that she has one more question. He recalls using his shirt as a distraction, wondering what would happen if it got torn to shreds. He wouldn't be teleported to a public area, would he? The altar glows brightly, radiating power. Under the night sky, the dungeon looms. Looking around, Siwoo wonders if anyone saw him, but thinks he's in the clear. RN suggests that he should contact his parents, concerned about his current state. He reveals that his parents passed away a while back, and that he's been living alone in a small house since then. RN admits that there's really no place for her to go, and that he's all she has now. Realizing that she's also one of them, Siwoo suggests they head back to his place, asking her to hide in his pockets. He then wonders when he last washed this jacket. With a creak, the door opens. Having just returned from the altar, Siwoo winces as he steps inside, his torn jacket a testament to the recent battle. Closing the door behind them, he breathes a sigh of relief. We're safe. Let's just silently enter my. Before he can finish, a voice booms from the shadows. Oh ho, just who do we have here? The words are punctuated by a sharp slap, and his mother's fury erupts. Where the hell have you been, you? Do you know how worried I was? Her anger barely contained, she continues her tirade. And what the hell happened to your clothes? Were you out picking fights with people, huh? The woman's voice rises. You know you could accidentally kill someone with your strength. So you did do something like that, huh? Am I going to see what you did on the news? She pokes him accusingly. Her eyes blazing with fury, she warns, if I ever see this on the news. Wait. Trying to defuse the situation, Siwoo offers a weak smile. You're not injured anywhere, right? He continues. It sounds like she wasn't all that surprised about what happened. Just what do you do for a living? Trying to lighten the mood, he jokes. It sounds like this is something that naturally happens between you two. You've heard of the phrase, with great power comes great responsibility, right? Seriously, what happened? Pretty sure Uncle Ben said it. Poor guy. RN watches the exchange and remarks. Oh, so you've been beating up people throughout your life, huh? Is that what you do for a living? Before he can answer, his mother delivers a swift punch to his face. You're 26 years old, right? Still in his room, and with a bandage on his cheek, Siwoo tells RN to go hide somewhere while he takes a shower, remembering that they haven't had anything to eat for a while. Opening a drawer full of energy bars, RN asks if he's hungry, holding out one of the bars. Thinking to himself, Siwoo agrees. Pulling out a knife, he declares that he'll cut it in half, thanking her for the meal. He munches on the energy bar. RN wonders about his strange look. Smiling creepily, Siwoo says it's nothing, and that there's more on the shelf if she's still hungry. RN seems satisfied after her meal. Having finished his own meal, Siwoo declares that it was delicious, and he asks if she's sure she doesn't need more. She responds that her stomach seems to have shrunk along with the rest of her body, and he marvels at how she's full with only one energy bar, noting that at least it cuts down on food expenses. He continues, stating that now that she's an underground player, they need to come up with a plan on how they're going to start behaving from now on, but she thinks he's a bit too driven sometimes. He tells her to focus up for a minute, reminding her that being a player has been a lifelong dream of hers, and asks if she's willing to spend a lot of time in the dungeons. With a confident grin, Siwoo confirms that there's nothing more important to him than conquering the dungeons. Even though he's restricted by the lack of wings, and even if he'll never get any credit for his work in the underground dungeons, it means that he can grow in strength. She says that then they can work. RN can't help but feel the desire that rages within him. Before they start conquering level 1 dungeons, Siwoo explains that there are a few things that they need to do first, and he tells her to bring it. She reminds him that as he knows, a player that hasn't fully cleared a test dungeon is at a great disadvantage, lacking in essentially everything. The basics of dungeon exploration are laid bare. Players are stripped of their mana flow, their inventory, and most importantly, their wings. It's explained that having wings is a huge advantage to a player in nearly every imaginable scenario. In most dungeons, monsters simply don't have the ability to fly, making them significantly lacking in mobility compared to the winged players. That's why most players just go to an easier dungeon to learn how to use mana, with minimal risk of injury to themselves. But Siwoo points out that he doesn't have wings. Arin tells him to hold on, she's getting to that part. Arin explains that level 1 dungeons are on a different plane of difficulty than regular test dungeons, and starting from the level 1 dungeon, monsters will be able to use mana for themselves. He suddenly remembers, weren't the monsters at his test dungeon able to use mana as well? Arin continues, a regular dungeon is incomparable. Because of that, most players opt to spend a month learning about the proper methods to mana usage, and they train with various weapons to learn how to incorporate mana with their own strength. Even with all that training, it usually takes about 10 well-trained players to fully complete a level 1 dungeon, and to find those other players, most players form groups or parties to assist them in the dungeons. Even if underground players were able to form groups, he doesn't have anyone to group with. She states that they have to start with developing their skills and mana usage first, but honestly, she thinks that even without mana, it was obvious that he could handle himself well in the dungeons. Seriously, he probably wouldn't even need to develop his mana proficiency before taking on the dungeons, but since they don't know anything about the monsters in the underground dungeons, it's best to just develop and hone his abilities before taking that risk. He agrees that in the meantime, they should prepare a plan on how they're going to learn the basics of mana. It's vital that they spend a great deal of time on developing their mana, no matter how weak or strong it may be. That's right, Arin declares, pointing forward. If they develop his mana usage to the best of his ability at its current state, he'll be given the mana-based skill Strike. That's their first goal. Eyes widening, Siwoo exclaims, Strike. Of course, that's a classic ability to have. Just like those shows where they could unleash 3 strikes at the same time. Just imagine the damage he could do. Arin watches him, a knowing look on her face. Siwoo throws a punch, determined, declaring he'll train until his body gives out. He's willing to work as hard as she needs him to, waiting until he can perfectly clear a level 1 dungeon, which is nothing to him. Arin thinks to herself that she knows he'll be something truly great, and she just needs to properly guide him there, on every step of the way. Arin reflects, it's rare to find a player that understands his own abilities and strengths to such an intimate level. The thing is, it'd take a lot of time to develop him. Especially since he's a one-man army, it'll be easy to forget how much strength he actually needs to clear a dungeon, which will undoubtedly lead to his downfall. Flexing his arm, Siwoo grins, but he's different, he's sure of it. Arin observes him, he's different than any other player she's ever met. She's learned so much from them, yet, she can't apply the same methods that she used in the sky castles down here. Siwoo stretches, he's a lot stronger than what anybody would expect. Looking at a screen displaying his stats, Siwoo thinks, this strangely reminds him of those training games he used to play back in the day. He's perfectly fine right now. This should be fun. Arin suggests, now that they've got their plan set, should they head off to sleep now? Siwoo agrees, sounding good, and he's sure she's tired after today's events. Looking surprised, Arin asks, but, where are you going to sleep? Siwoo crosses his arms, looking slightly annoyed. Wait, you haven't even washed up yet, have you? At the front of the store, the cashier calls for the next customer. Displayed prominently in the window, a large dollhouse beckons. The cashier rings up the purchase, announcing the total. Handing over the dollhouse, the cashier assures him that his daughter will love it, and he heartily agrees. Back at home, Arin offers to watch TV while Siwoo washes up, telling him to take his time. Closing the door behind him, she heads to the bathroom. Stepping into the warm water, she sighs contentedly. Relaxing in the tub, she expresses her enjoyment. Suddenly, Siwoo bursts in, exclaiming that they're in big trouble. He quickly apologizes, realizing he interrupted her bath. The phone screen shows a memorial, revealing that Arin was a member of the Waterspout Guild and died while trying to conquer the world's first level 37 dungeon. The scene shifts to a different Arin, now adorned with wings, as a voice declares that the Waterspout Guild will be shedding their titles as one of the leading dungeon groups. Her death resonated far beyond the confines of the Waterspout Guild, causing widespread grief throughout the Korean guilds. She was a player of considerable renown. Perhaps her fairy-like appearance played a significant role in her fame. They're only saying that because healing-based classes are rare. Just consider the class as something you'd see in a game. Through raising your player level, you can only get it through clearing the dungeons themselves. MHM. There are 2 conditions that have to be met in order to obtain the healing class. Likewise, if you can't conquer a level 4 dungeon, then the 5th level is completely off-limits to the player. So even if their level is abnormally high, if their skill as a player is lacking, then there's no chance of them getting the class. It's easy to think about. We can both heal players, as well as boost their attributes. Since you actually die in real life if you die in the dungeons, I guess I can understand their fears. Let's go. Until now, the only thing that I've done is smashing anything that gets in my way. I've never done anything with actual skill or deep thought, but that's only because everything's been physically weaker than me. Nothing has really ever posed a substantial threat to my well-being. What if there was something stronger than me, though? A wall that I couldn't smash my way through? Siwoo reflects on the possibility of ending up like those who gave up after facing difficulties, or even worse, a dead player like Arin. Changing the subject, Arin asks if he's truly fine with how things are, referring to her funeral. It's true, she had said that she didn't think anyone really cared about her, but from what can be gathered, the only people at her funeral reception were either friends from school or players she'd formed relationships with over the years. Despite most of them being men, they seemed genuinely concerned about Arin, not just as a player, but as an individual. She scoffs, thinking that most of those people were just stragglers who came to her for a quick buck, and that she's better off with a clean slate. Cutting off the somber mood, Siwoo insists that they should be focusing on his training, not her social life. With a strained expression, he lets out a grunt. He's pushing himself to the limit, lifting weights. Arin comments that lifting those dumbbells might be considered light work for him, but the exercise he's doing is solely to strengthen his mana, called amplification. She explains that this is because mana has the ability to strengthen or enhance anything that it comes across. He's been here before, experiencing this sensation. He recalls a moment when his body was being shocked, mana poured into the very fibers of his being. At that moment, didn't he feel like a god? Like he could take on the world in its entirety? But those were completely artificial feelings. Arin notes that mana is a difficult concept to understand. Although strike is the ultimate goal they're aiming for, there's a reason why they're focusing on amplification. She asks if he's really surprised by that, explaining that not only is amplification an extension of strike, but it can increase the power output as well. So, what she's saying is that he can literally explode an enemy into bits after using his mana, right? Well, not exactly. She supposes he could, if he had enough force behind the blow. She continues, since he's using a hammer as his main weapon, the innate mana within the weapon will be activated at a certain speed when he swings the weapon towards an enemy. Innate mana increases the speed and acceleration of his swinging weapon, thus dealing more damage. He thinks to himself, if it comes to speed and acceleration of the weapon's trajectory, wouldn't it be better if he just focused more on his strength? Doesn't focusing on his mana seem useless at this stage? As long as he just swings his hammer fast enough, it shouldn't be a problem to deliver some home run blows to his enemies. He just needs to focus more on his strength. Arin exclaims, awesome, awesome. To be entirely honest, most starter players just focus on the strike aspect of the motion and usually forget to work on the amplification of their mana. She continues, and that's exactly why they've been focusing on amplification first, rather than strike, because they're doing it wrong. What's wrong with that? Think about it from this perspective, Appa. She explains that strategy has its own downsides to it. Because he's focusing on his mana while swinging the weapon, it's easy to misjudge not only the power of the overall strike, but the accuracy of his blow. She adds, that's why the more advanced players quickly learn how to properly manage their inner mana movement. Things like this can only be achieved through hard work, dedication, and a lot of patience to boot. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. He exclaims, wait a minute, doesn't that mean that he can start using that technique immediately? Showing off his newfound knowledge, Siwoo declares that he already knows how to move mana throughout his body, but Arin questions whether he really wants to risk screwing himself over in a fight just because he didn't learn how to manage it properly. Responding to her concern, he dismisses it, stating that it's not really a problem. Arin explains that it's certainly not an easy concept to grasp, and just thinking about it gives her a headache. But what they can start out with is mastering all three prerequisites of strike. She believes that he'll be able to master it, and if anyone can do it, it's him. She then poses a quick question, asking what about items that don't have any innate mana, and what if he poured a little of his mana into this dumbbell as a weapon? Arin explains that the dumbbell's overall power would be increased slightly, but it wouldn't be worth it, and it'd just be a waste of mana for him, as he doesn't have much mana to work with anyway. Continuing the explanation, theoretically, yes, he probably could increase the overall power of his physical attacks, but at the high risk of hurting himself, of course. Now that she thinks about it, Arin bets that he'd be fine using his fists. She explains that a lot of higher-ranked players actually use that strategy later on in their careers, and instead of using weapons, they focus on circulating mana to their body parts. He responds, liking the sound of that, just managing and circulating mana in his own body, and asks how's this for an idea? He then asks what if he overloaded an item with mana, and then just threw it as hard as he could on the ground. Imagining the possibilities, he envisions a long-distance strike. Arin explains that players that use long-ranged weapons like a spear or a bow use the exact same strategy that he just outlined. He is cautioned that he has to be careful using that strategy, as the moment he releases the weapon from his grasp, the mana reserves within the weapon will slowly deplete, the longer it takes for the weapon to land on its target. She continues, explaining that while the weapon would still have residual effects left to increase its hitting power, it's likely that it'll lack enough mana to deliver an explosive force after hitting the target. Arin notes that there's a lot to learn about mana, isn't there? Siwoo agrees that they should take things slow, acknowledging that rushing his development could lead to many problems. Even if they take it slow, he knows he'll still have plenty of fun throughout the whole process. He's waited a long time to experience this lifestyle, and he's not about to risk losing it. It's almost funny how happy he is with this whole process, though. It's not difficult for him to circulate mana to the dumbbells, at least, as it's the same motion as retracting his tail. But the finer controls aren't there yet. Every time he moves mana to a specific part of the dumbbell, he's always missing his target by an inch or two. If he were swinging a weapon, he wouldn't want that to happen. But he's sure he'll figure it out. After all, he's always wanted this, hasn't he? Of course, he's still not used to having mana in his body. His senses have increased tenfold, and he's always filled with energy. He means, for fuck's sake, he has a damn tail on his body. Alright. After this, he's going to start focusing on his tail. Aren asks if he's got any tips for that, but she admits she's never met anyone with a tail before, so he asks, can she try wagging her tail for him? He laughs, apologizing. He can't believe he actually thought she'd give him some helpful advice. Aren retorts that she's done her best for him until now, calling him a jerk. She wonders, how the hell does he expect her to give him good advice when she's never seen someone with a tail before? In other news, the phone displays a news report, Su Arin's fiancé. The news report continues, stating that the leader of the Waterspout Guild has publicly stated that Su Arin is still likely to be alive. Arin and Siwoo are both shocked by the news, with Arin exclaiming, "Wait, fiancé." Hearing the news, Jinwoo can only manage a stunned, as the word rings out, fiancé. The news continues, reporting that since Arin's name wasn't listed on the Death Stone for the Sky Dungeons, Kim Haryung has publicly called for a search. The report confirms that Arin's name isn't on the Death Stone, while other confirmed deaths are, more at 9. The question hangs in the air, what is the Death Stone? Her face flushed, Arin shouts that he's not her fiancé, insisting that he's just assuming he was. She continues, declaring that she's never had a relationship with anyone before, too busy climbing dungeon ranks, and ordering everyone not to believe his lies. Lost in thought, Jinwoo realizes that's not the problem here, but okay. He muses that they'll probably give up quickly, since there's no trace of where she landed, right? But by all means, he's got to find her. Those 2 weeks flew by, and he wonders if they should test out his strength. Arin agrees, but thinks to herself, the first skill is Chaos Tylee. She continues, thinking about the first skill, it allows her to reveal her previous state for a certain amount of time. It's called Advent. Arin thinks about the other skill, it's pretty cool, it lets her hide her body from other people. It's called Stealth, and she can still see him though. She thinks to herself that unlike Advent, Stealth is an efficient skill to use mana-wise, and she can use Stealth for around 3 hours until it wears off. Arin tells him to let her know if he runs out of mana, she can hide him virtually anywhere. He states that the more mana he reserves, the longer he'll be able to use this skill. He asks, doesn't it get boring just training inside the house? He thinks to himself that now there's no reason for him to hold back for the time being. Level 1 dungeons should be an absolute cakewalk, now that Arin's convinced of his strength. Arin asks about that bike, since when did he have a food delivery bike? He says that he had no clue to be honest, at least there's nothing to worry about. Let's go. Arin says that she bets he bought this for a couple of pennies, right? He responds, anyone could see that it's a food delivery truck, you doofus, and don't look down on delivery drivers. He's confident that no one will suspect a thing if they're on a bike like this. Even if they go at really high speeds, it's the perfect disguise. Scoffs, so there's nothing to worry about. Let's just ride off as fast as we can. As they speed off, Arin whines, lamenting that her first ride with a boy is going this way. He tells her to get on, and they take off. The motorcycle speeds through the city. The city buildings blur by. They continue their high-speed ride. Suddenly, she exclaims, do you even remember how we encountered the test dungeon in the first place? She recalls, you saved me while I was falling, so that unlocked the preliminary requirements to enter the dungeon. Arin continues, we just have to try our luck in making another one. He thinks to himself, yeah, maybe I should try saving you again. Sigh, of course, there's a better chance that it was just sitting there in the first place. Let's think about this more, to find the dungeons. They'll have to save the players as they're falling down from the skies. As they ride, Jinwoo considers a different angle, wondering if they should be focusing on the locations where the players were meant to die, rather than simply trying to save them. He explains that there's an online community page for the players, where he can find out when and where they fell to their deaths. Having already considered that, he admits he doesn't have the information on hand just yet. Arin suggests they head over to some of those locations right away, figuring they're going to have to go everywhere anyway. Agreeing, she admits she never thought about being an undergrounder. As they approach a traffic light, Jinwoo says he doesn't know what it is, but it's here, telling her to go left. He adds that he needs to wait for the green light. Turning his head, he looks around. Suddenly, he feels a dungeon nearby. From a distance, the observer thinks they can still hear them, telling them to be a little quieter. Elsewhere, the man in black stands before a glowing pyramid, seemingly unconcerned. Before them stands a dungeon of standard difficulty, or so it seems, but the system's label of level gives Young Siwoo pause. Turning to Su Arin, he asks if she knows what he's thinking, but she simply replies that she figured as much. The fact that this device showed up before he even conquered a level 1 dungeon, it might mean he doesn't have such restrictions in the first place. And that yellow color, if the system's anything like a standard video game, it likely means that it's a higher difficulty than other dungeons around the normal setting. He takes a step forward, ready to face whatever lies ahead. He wonders what that was, realizing it's just a boundary to prevent outsiders from interfering with the dungeon, but it's pretty handy. Su Arin reminds him that they still shouldn't laze around. Su Arin says that they don't know how long it'll last after all, and Young Siwoo agrees, ready to get started. With a shout, he prepares to break through the barrier. He unleashes his power, ready to enter the unknown. Siwoo remarks on the unexpected hardness of the ground, but Arin suddenly stops him. Focusing her power, Arin shatters the ground with a concentrated blast. The angel's power works surprisingly well, but Siwoo isn't convinced. The ground crumbles, revealing a deep hole. The hole is ready, but it looks like a long way down. Losing his footing, Siwoo plummets into the darkness, followed by Arin. Deep within the earth, giant centipedes crawl through the tunnels. The massive insect moves quickly, its red head leading the charge. The hole they created leads deeper into the centipede's lair. Landing hard, Siwoo groans in pain. Brushing himself off, he smirks, realizing they've made it inside. They've arrived at anthill area number 184, the centipede's lair, and the clock is already ticking. The screen displays the ominous warning. Anthill area number 184, centipede's lair, with a time limit of 5 hours. Hearing this, Arin questions the sudden appearance of a time limit, as she thought there wasn't supposed to be one, but she acknowledges that underground dungeons always have a twist. Worried, she wonders what will happen if they don't clear the dungeon in time. The thought clearly troubles them both, as they consider the consequences of failure. Siwoo realizes the dungeon might collapse if they don't clear it in time. She wonders if the dungeon will treat them like a retired player, and if it's going to take away all of their mana, both for the player and supporter roles. Arin urges they should clear the dungeon as fast as possible, but with cautiousness, of course, as the timer counts down. With a confident smirk, Siwoo assures her it'll be light work. Ready to go, he summons his weapon. Arin insists they take it one step at a time, hoping there aren't any monsters above a level 1 dungeon's rank. Grinning, Siwoo says they should explore whatever this dungeon is, stating that all he knows is that it's not a standard dungeon. Arin hopes the monsters are somewhat the same, reminding him that they're in a centipede's lair, and those things are quite poisonous, and they don't have any poison-resistant equipment or potions. Siwoo confidently states that he can still kill the centipede. Now that he thinks about it, it is a pretty sizable beast. Arin sighs, pointing out that while she can still use her healing skills to a certain extent as a supporter, she doesn't have much to contribute in that department. Adding to their problems, they don't even have any mana potions to refill her reserves. For curing poison, she can only do it to a certain extent. With a determined look, Siwoo tells Arin to come on, and that she'll be safe inside his pocket. He asks if she senses any monsters around yet. Meanwhile, deeper in the dungeon, a figure stands silhouetted in a cavern. Hearing something, Arin cries out in fear. Siwoo remarks that it's a silly thing to be afraid of, as Arin covers her face, exclaiming that she hates undead monsters, and that they're the worst. The figure in the cavern notes that there are humans. Siwoo wonders why he sounds relieved. The figure states that he's talked, and Siwoo asks if he's really a ghost. The man declares that he's a retired player, and that he's been here for the longest time. Hearing this, Siwoo realizes that he knew it. The man with the bowl cut stands nervously, facing young Siwoo, who looms over him. From behind young Siwoo, a small figure exclaims, "A midget!" Raising the hammer high above his head, young Siwoo prepares to strike. His face grim, he thinks, "Let's make sure." Bringing the hammer down with force, young Siwoo declares that you're actually what you say you are. Tears welling in his eyes, the man with the bowl cut hears the small voice behind young Siwoo ask, "Appa?" Desperate, the man pleads, "W8. I'll die if you hit me." Young Siwoo retorts, "You're already dead though." Tears streaming down his face, the man cries out, "For someone, anyone, who could avenge me, someone who could fulfill my quest." The text reveals that a retired player, whose name and spirit has long since been forgotten, asks that you clear out all centipedes within the dungeon, preferably causing immense pain and destruction. The spirit emphasizes the terms of the deal: accept the quest, or face a penalty. He adds that this is a personal request, his voice tinged with desperation. Arin explains the system. As long as a quest has a reward, players can offer quests to each other at any time. Siwoo asks, "What kind of rewards are we talking about?" The spirit elaborates, "It varies quite a bit, from your run-of-the-mill potions to real-world rewards like money and power." He continues, "And on the rarest of occasions, one could even put up their life or mana as a reward." Arin chimes in, based on the situation, she's guessing the reward is more likely to be the former rather than the latter. The retired player interjects, "The guy doesn't have any monetary value to his name, so it's a pretty safe bet." Siwoo isn't so sure himself, questioning if the quest is part of completing the dungeon. The retired player's face contorts in rage. No matter what, he wants to see those centipede bastards suffer, just as much as he had. No, even more than that. Siwoo observes, this doesn't look good. If manhwas have taught him anything, this guy's no good. Siwoo hesitates, but killing him outright is wasteful. He doesn't want to lose his first quest like this. He turns to Arin, asking what she thinks. Arin considers the situation. She smiles, a little too brightly. Since we'll be attempting to clear this dungeon anyway, it's not a bad idea to add a quest to the list as well. Of course, it's a little concerning that the overkill requirement is part of the clearing conditions. Siwoo, hammer still raised, realizes overkill is basically just beating the shit out of the centipedes, right? To be specific, it's where you cause damage far greater than the enemy's overall health. Arin's words hang in the air. The quests increased difficulty and reduced gem drop rate, making it all the more challenging. The retired player sighs, explaining that on top of killing the centipedes, they'll have to carefully manage their health and deliver a powerful final blow. It seems difficult, but not impossible. Looking at RN, he sees her confidence, specifically made to be strong. With a determined look, Siwoo agrees to take on the quest. Quest accepted. If failed, a penalty will be applied. He thinks to himself, not only was the quest shoved onto him, but he'll lose either way, facing a penalty if he fails or denies it. The retired player declares he'll go and take care of the centipedes, warning them to be careful of the poison in their teeth. He'll help as much as he can, as that's how he got bit in the first place. RN chimes in. Protecting Appa is her job though. She has a theory for why centipedes are the main enemy of this dungeon, revealing she actually died in the sky dungeons from a poisonous centipede. Turning to Siwoo, the retired player asks if he's ever explored this dungeon. The retired player thinks to himself, he's been waiting in that room for someone to fulfill his quest this entire time, admitting he was too scared to move. He continues, wondering how the two of them stumbled across here. Judging by that tale of yours, he can assume that they're not normal players. Focusing on a boot, the scene emphasizes the dungeon's rough terrain. The retired player demands, pay attention. Siwoo responds with a confused, huh? His eyes narrow, focusing on the task ahead. Before him stands a centipede, a grotesque creature lurking in the shadows. Its massive leg poised to strike, the centipede prepares to attack. The creature lunges forward, its legs a blur of motion. But Siwoo is ready, his hammer raised high, bringing it down with devastating force. The centipede shatters into pieces, its body disintegrating into dust. Fragments of the monster fall to the ground, a testament to the hunter's power. A man watches in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Stuttering, he asks, what just happened? The system updates, centipedes killed, 1 out of 150. RN observes, remarking that those types of hits should count as overkill. The man exclaims that having a weapon is totally different, thinking that Siwoo's normal swings count as an overkill. Not only are the centipede soldiers silent and fast, but they can spew horrible venom as well, Arin warns, adding that they have the same skills as a master assassin and hard outer shells, so he shouldn't underestimate them. The centipede screeches, its mandibles snapping. With a grunt, young Siwoo swings his hammer. A system message appears as the centipede overkill quest condition is shown, with the target overkill at 78/150, and the man wonders what the hell is going on. The level 10 player is asked what his level is, and RN notes that overkill is something else entirely from their actual level. She knew that it wouldn't be too much of a problem once they knew the locations, but seeing him swinging his hammer against the centipedes to the point she would have never imagined this happening. While they can't properly predict the level of difficulty in this dungeon, RN thinks, based on the strength of these centipedes, it's safe to say that they're roughly around the normal level of mobs, meaning he's still completely overpowering the monsters in this dungeon. The hammer swings, obliterating another centipede. He thinks that the one thing he doesn't like about this dungeon is the hammer connects, crushing another centipede. The centipede's mandibles snap shut, but it's too late. Reacting in a flash, Siwoo takes down 2 monsters at once. The dungeon shakes, another wave of centipedes reduced to dust. Watching the display, RN realizes that she can't really use her mana in situations like this. Seeing her unease, Siwoo assures her that it's normal to feel a little worried over a new dungeon, even with all the training they did, so it's not her fault, it's the dungeon's fault. He then asks if she would like to be a little noisier here, as if telling him to advertise himself to all the centipedes around here. He muses, if there were more enemies, wouldn't he be able to better test his mana against a horde of enemies? RN thinks it's far too dangerous, and that they can just give up on the quest now. As she watches him, RN realizes that not only was he trying to distract her from the start, but he's trying to kill her with more waves of enemies. She concludes he's clearly trying to harm her in one way or another, and that she doesn't think he has a grudge on the centipedes, but on her. Feigning innocence, Siwoo claims this is just a misunderstanding, and that he honestly just wants to kill all of the centipedes in this dungeon. RN wonders if that's really the case. A disembodied voice tells RN to relax, but she retorts that she's never doubted him. He only wants her to complete the quest he's given her, and honestly, he's never doubted her once. He has to be friendly, right? The man with the bowl cut wonders, what if he was a player before his death? There are plenty of humans that are just as bad as monsters, and there's no need to actively seek that out just yet, but the difference here is that he has something to give them. The chances of him going back on his words now are slim to none, so sheesh, seriously, he has to be friendly, but she thinks he's so stubborn. Taking a deep breath, young Siwoo prepares himself. With a yell, he grips a massive hammer. Ready to strike, he and RN run forward. The hammer swings, trailing lightning. The swing continues, ready to strike. With a mighty yell, young Siwoo brings the massive hammer down, the force of the blow rippling outwards. Stunned by the sheer power, RN can only utter a surprised, what the? As she watches the dungeon walls begin to crumble. She didn't think they could break. The hammer continues its descent, obliterating the stone with a deafening crash. From the shattered remains, grotesque monsters begin to emerge, their screeches echoing through the newly formed opening. Eyes wide, RN can only stammer, "Why?" as she realizes they've stumbled upon the monster's hiding place. Despite the danger, the woman acknowledges Siwoo's strength, though brute force alone might not be enough. The monsters are coming. Readying himself for the onslaught, Siwoo shouts, "Bring more, more!" as the shadows close in around him. The weapon slams down on the centipedes, orange energy crackling with each strike. He swings again, the force of the blow sending tremors through the dungeon. A grin spreads across his face. He's enjoying this far too much. Young Siwoo exclaims, "Now it feels like I'm actually fighting." RN warns him to be careful not to get bitten. He grits his teeth. Getting bitten is the last thing on his mind. The weapon crashes down, obliterating another wave of centipedes. A nearby observer is shocked, realizing he's not human. Young Siwoo's companion wonders how this is possible. She could barely feel any mana in his body. She recalls a time when mana was the ultimate method of producing strength. He thinks to himself that this is fun, wondering if players have been living such an enjoyable life from the start. He remembers that ever since he was young, he didn't have a proper foundation in controlling his strength, which meant that his choices in sports as a child were severely limited. He reflects that he couldn't try his best, because if he went loose, he'd have more than enough strength to accidentally kill someone. He had to find a way to be patient with himself. He recalls that when it came to personal training, he could somewhat unleash his strength, but it was still far too much. His strength, though, is something else entirely, he thinks, remembering his past training and how he wanted to use his power in any way he could. Watching him fight, RN can't help but think it's amazing. She notices that there are 3 huge centipedes coming his way. The man with the bowl cut, who was previously in disbelief, shouts that they're here. He thinks that he was supposed to fight the giant centipedes one at a time, but based on how he's been destroying the walls and nests, retribution has finally arrived. RN calls out to him. With a mighty stomp, the ground trembles. He continues his assault, obliterating the centipedes with ease. The force of his attacks is devastating, leaving nothing but shattered remains. The man with the bowl cut is shocked, utterly speechless. With a confident smirk, Siwoo adjusts his grip on his weapon. He thinks that he had to use his mana before the boss battle. Looking at the screen, he sees that he's exceeded the requirements by 300%, though he admits he didn't realize it while he was having fun. The screen shows +3, which he wonders if that represents the 3 giant centipedes that showed up. He wonders, is it a good thing that he went over the quest requirements? RN responds, of course, it depends on the quest, but the reward does substantially get better, only if the same rules as the Sky Dungeons apply. However, the protagonist wonders what kind of reward they would get from the person who just tried to betray them. RN notes, he's already shown his true colors, and while he can't devoid them of any rewards. Siwoo thinks, but he's a vengeful spirit, there's no telling what he'll give us. Maybe it's better to just destroy the guy now, instead of having to deal with him later. He clenches his fist, thinking if he takes his death into account, then. The masked figure says, I'll give you the reward. RN questions, huh? You wanted Appa to be killed though. Now you're suddenly willing to levy a reward, after all? The figure responds, yes, I wanted him to die. The figure thinks, terrified of that fact, I wanted him to die with me. Evil magic changed my pure soul into a vengeful one and took charge of my emotions, my very thoughts. It's born solely from the strongest emotions. A demon admits to having taken control. But now, seeing the centipedes demolished one by one, the demon inside him has finally left. He is conscious of his own actions. He's finally himself, once again. An angel stands with a concerned expression. He didn't mind to begin with, because if anyone ever fought back, he'd just easily kill them on the spot. Extending a hand, he offers to give the reward, stating there's no sense to dwell in the past. He suggests there's still a chance to get even better rewards. Looking surprised, Su Arin asks if it's Appa. Standing before the angel, young Siwoo wonders if she's planning to overkill the damn boss. A smug grin spreads across his face as he asks, aren't I a smart cookie? Sweat trickles down Arin's face as she remains silent. She reflects on his words, thinking that she was always under the impression that limiting his strength was always the best course of action. He counters, stating that this is by far the better option down here for him. Flexing his arm, he declares that he gets stronger every battle he encounters, and he's never really let these bad boys run free until now. He continues, adding that these boys are a little bit perverted, but even better is the fact that the happier he gets, the more performance he can squeeze out of these babies. Arin retorts, shut up. She thinks to herself that the idea of overkilling the boss is a bit much, but there's no possible way that'll happen. She wonders, but what if he does? All of their previous experiences point towards the fact that he could actually do it. Young Siwoo explains that this dungeon system built the foundation of this dungeon off of the memories of his death, so if it's followed his experiences closely, then it's likely that the attacking patterns of the boss centipede will be different. He concludes, it's poison. Knowing the dungeon is based on his memories, Young Siwoo explains that the moment the centipede tastes fear, it'll spew poison everywhere. Pausing for a moment, he realizes he's never had the chance to see their fangs or venom, having always overpowered them. He shudders, thinking if he hadn't known this information before entering the boss room, he'd be more than embarrassed. But there's one thing he can do before it even attacks, and he's positive that Arin can pull it off. However, he cautions her to proceed with caution, as it may have been changed from his memories. Looking up at him, Arin says it's nothing. He thinks to himself that it's fun. He continues, stating he could honestly just call this a game. Su Arin replies, while it's dangerous, the dungeons and sky castles could easily be considered a game. She continues, adding that people who treat dungeons as a game are simply numb to their own sense of life, and it's easy to die with that mentality. Young Siwoo thinks to himself that the one who has the mentality of it's just a game, so it's okay if I die is likely to be killed immediately. He concludes that if they started the game, it should be their main objective to clear the level with a single coin. The more Siwoo shows his true colors, the more erratic he becomes, but he's already used up 2 hours and 34 minutes of their 5-hour time limit. He suggests they aim to complete this dungeon in under 3 hours. Whether they know it or not, the answer always reveals itself. He never would have dreamed of finding a boss room by destroying all of the surrounding walls, but he asks if they should give it a go. Suarin tells him to organize themselves before he goes charging in, but he's already kicked down the wall. Looking ahead, Suarin points out that he's over there, as Siwoo enters the boss room. The retired player recalls that this is the 10th stage dungeon boss that killed him, a massive centipede. Suarin is shocked that it's a 10th stage boss. She knows that a boss of that stage easily outclasses and overpowers any other mob that they've faced so far. On top of that, you could even encounter a 10th stage dungeon boss that's stronger than a 15th stage dungeon monster, and you'd usually have to go with a huge party to even consider tackling this dungeon stage. She realizes that Siwoo has to take on this boss entirely by himself. He knows he has 3 seconds after the boss room is opened. That's how long the boss is paralyzed, and that's enough for a decent attacking head start. He leaps into the air, determined to strike the first blow. If he pours just the right amount of mana into his hammer, matching the speed and direction of the swing will be key. The hammer glows with power as he thinks, I can kill it. He swings the hammer, ready to strike the boss. From behind him, Arin calls out, down for the count. She warns him, don't even think about touching it. He thinks to himself, since the head is more vital than the tail, it's bound to be stronger. But he could have ended the fight right away if he targeted its head. He realizes he wouldn't have been able to overkill it if he targeted its head first. Now this whole situation's starting to become a problem. Arin warns, the bastard's probably about to use poison, so be careful. He thinks it's a lot more difficult, especially when he has other elements to attack him with. He thought the boss was going to be just as easy as the other centipedes, but the issue is, the amount of poison the monster is spewing out is intense. Even if he had brought a lot of teammates, this entire room would be filled with venom, severely limiting any options. The obvious answer is to do an all-out blitz. But the head's an entirely different story from the tail. It's hard to get even close to the head, which won't make overkilling it easy, and he doesn't have enough mana to help him on that front. The scorpion monster continues its relentless assault. He's still attacking with that smashed-in tail of his. That's a bit annoying to deal with. Wait, that's how he can deal with it. God, he's a genius. Arin asks what he is planning to do. It's pretty obvious. Dodging the monster's attack. He thinks to himself that he is great. With that big-ass body of his, turning himself around takes a lot of time. Mana amplification. He prepares to strike. The scorpion monster is struck, energy crackling around it. A foot comes down with tremendous force, crushing the monster beneath it. His fist clenched, he prepares to deliver the final blow. The monster is hit again, the force of the blow almost indescribable. Did he somehow use strike twice in one motion, even though it's extremely difficult to pull off? And he somehow timed it as well. The monster explodes, defeated at last. Landing gracefully, he thinks to himself, that was pretty risky. I would have destroyed my hammer if I didn't have the timing and strength line up perfectly. Quest conditions, Centipede Soldiers target overkill. For 53 plus 3 plus 1/150, you have exceeded the quest conditions by 500%. Anthill area number 184 of Centipede Soldiers has been cleared. The system announces, dungeon cleared, calculating stats. Time used, 2 hours 46 minutes and 7 seconds. All traps destroyed. Centipede Soldiers, 503, Assault Soldiers, 3, Giant Centipede, 1 killed. More rewards pour in. Special achievement. Poison? What's that? Can I drink that? Achieved. Additional reward. New skill acquired. Poison tolerance. Passive. Clearing rank. X. Additional reward. Keys of the Ant Hill resting area acquired. The system continues. Experience calculated. You are now level 5. A surge of power courses through him, and he wonders, Arin observes, why you just somehow overkilled the boss. She adds, since it's only increasing the amount of mana you have, it shouldn't have any of the adverse side effects like before. The status screen identifies him as Young Siwoo, an underground player at level 15, his strength at 112, agility at 111, stamina at 125, and mana at 15. Reflecting on his recent gains, Siwoo considers his new skills. Examining his hand, he sees the details of his poison tolerance, amplification, and strike skills. He notes that his strength, agility, and stamina rose by 2, and his active skills each rose by 1 level, but the strength stat doesn't necessarily fit the full potential of his actual strength. He thinks about the first reward, poison tolerance, and how he doesn't really understand how he got that skill since he wasn't even hit by the centipede's poison. He thinks, at least he knows he's safe from any kind of poison damage. He continues, the second reward is this key. The key is described as a resting area entrance key, allowing an underground player to use an anthill as a resting area by inserting it into the ground, though the description is extremely vague. Holding the key, Arin says they won't be able to fully understand it unless they use it. Siwoo agrees. Elsewhere, a retired player is shocked. He thinks Siwoo has shown him that he's far greater than the upper echelon of players with his outstanding speed and a mere strike technique, a blinding spectacle to see. If he could help him as he advances through these dungeons, it would be better than the trivial life he's lived until now. For the one who's passed the conditions by 500%, he thinks. He clenches his fist, declaring he shall give his record crystal. Startled, Jinwoo asks if he's planning to give him his skills. That's right, he confirms. With a flourish, he declares he shall give to him the last possible thing he has left. The last what? Watching the scene unfold, Arin wonders what's going on, noting that this isn't normal. She thought he was planning to give a skill that he used while he was still alive, but a voice echoes, isn't he just giving you his entire life? Eyes wide, Jinwoo exclaims in shock. Feeling a strange sensation, he admits that he now feels bad. Grimacing, Jinwoo grits his teeth. Noticing a weird pattern on the back of his hand, he wonders what it is, feeling a foreign power that wasn't there before. As Arin looks on, Jinwoo is told that after exceeding the requirements by 500%, he doesn't even know how to use the skill in the first place. She understands how impressed the other person was by his skill to even consider giving him his entire soul, but he should have mentioned how they could even use that strength in the first place. Satisfied with the completion of the quest, Jinwoo is ready to move on. Considering the dungeon run, he thinks it was perfect, especially for his first time. Ready to move on, Jinwoo suggests they start putting the gems on the altar. Looking at the two altars, he seems surprised. Hesitantly, Arin explains that the altar appears when clearing a dungeon at an excellent rating or above, calling it the reinforced altar. She continues, explaining that the amount of monster gems placed on the altar determines the strengthening level, prompting Jinwoo to ask if she's sure. He realizes there's no guarantee he'll get armor in the first place. Knowing they might not find another reinforced altar, Jinwoo decides it's better to strengthen his weapon while he can, recalling the phrase good offense is best offense. As he places the gems, the altar glows brightly. The gems fall into place. With a sigh, Jinwoo seems relieved. It seems the sledgehammer was already at a high level, and with the boss gem and elite gem, it would be overkill to use even a single one of those gems. He wonders if he could reinforce the gems themselves. Arin notes that he actually got a D+++ ranked weapon after pulling a D++ weapon from his first dungeon. He explains that there's an actual option attached, though he still doesn't know what the first option is. Arin suggests it might be a skill related to the giant black wolf's temper, but assures him he'll unlock the option naturally as his proficiency increases. Now that he's got a proper weapon, Arin thinks it's time for some armor, though she acknowledges there's no guarantee he'll even get some in the first place. Jinwoo sighs, wishing he could use the rest of these gems on the reinforcing altar, but since he can't, he puts all of them in at once, like so. Before, Arin thinks that all that matters now is. She seems nervous, but excited. She giggles, anticipating the results. Suddenly, a pair of gauntlets appears, labeled as Worm's Fangs, boasting impressive attack and defense stats. Jinwoo presents the gauntlets, declaring that he got what he wanted, but Arin insists that this clearly isn't armor. Examining his new gauntlets, the description is quite clear. They're made from the collected poisonous essence of centipedes, a tough material that makes it difficult to defend with one's hands, but the small, hard thorns embedded into the knuckles are a threat to any enemy. Arin chimes in. It only guards your hands. No, it's basically a weapon. Suddenly, the dungeon begins to shake violently, cracks forming in the walls. The dungeon's collapsing. A man shouts, pointing towards the gate. We have the gate to escape. Arin responds. Through, so we're fine. She continues, noting, that's weird. For cleared sky castles, they stay in place forever unless there's another linked quest. But anthill dungeons disappear after clearing it once? Could it be modeled after the death of a fallen sky player, since we can only die once? The dungeon collapses further, engulfing everything in a blinding light. The light fades, revealing Jinwoo and Arin standing outside the dungeon. Jinwoo notices something's changed. Arin agrees. The surrounding atmosphere changed. Doesn't it feel a lot calmer than before? The area seems peaceful enough. Given that it's a residential area, Arin wonders aloud. She wonders what's up with the resting area thingy, asking what exactly that is. Holding up the key, Siwoo wonders what this is. She's never seen anything like it before among Sky players, Arin muses, considering that Sky players have the Sky dungeons. That makes sense, she thinks. Not only are the Sky castles a marker for dungeons, but it can also act as a base camp for players all around the world. It could be possible that other underground players exist there, just like him, Siwoo thinks, but it's hard to imagine that someone actually was able to fit the conditions to become an underground player like him. He realizes that there are other underground players like him, and he could even glean some information about other anthill dungeons from them. Immediately, he points out that there's some sort of boundary around them. Arin wonders, right from the moment he had the key in his hand, they've been under a cloaking effect, hiding them from other lines of sight, and while it's impractical to use it during a fight, it could help them quite a bit in the future. Seeing the winged form of Arin, Siwoo realizes what an unexpected perk of the key this is, as she calls out to him, using a familiar term. Grumbling under his breath, Siwoo hopes this key was worth the price of his motorcycle, though he keeps that thought to himself. With a rush of displaced air, the pair plummets into the unknown. As they fall, RN can't help but wonder why it always feels like they're falling. Bathed in a blinding light, they brace for impact. Catching his breath, Siwoo is immediately struck by the familiarity of their surroundings. Before them lies a resting area, complete with a bed for deep sleeping, a door to the outer world, and a drawer for storing items. A golden piggy bank sits atop the drawer, a safe box for gems that can be used to expand and develop their resting place. A slow smile spreads across his face as Siwoo realizes what this is. It feels exactly like something he'd see out of a game, with methods to help the player and develop those methods at a price. Though it does bum him out, he can't help but think about the entire reason why this place exists. With a sigh, RN reiterates that it's a place meant for one. Kneeling on the ground, she explains that sky castles are meant for the masses, but anthill dungeons are meant for the loners, just as she told him. Having finally found a place to rest, Siwoo can't help but point out the obvious. This has to be the only underground player area in the entire world. Now that he's had a chance to settle down, he admits he's feeling pretty tired after using Strike 3 times in a row, though he really wants to invest in this resting area to see what it's like, but he doesn't have any gems to spare. With a sigh, he decides to take a break before doing anything else. Seeing him sprawled out on the bed, RN asks if he's tired, but he insists he's not tired after all. Looking at the bed, she thinks it's far too big for her, but it's all right, he'll buy her another dollhouse. Before she can respond, Siwoo is already snoring. Looking at the sleeping Siwoo, RN wonders if he already fell asleep. She muses that it really is efficient and makes one enter deep sleep, realizing that Siwoo isn't the only one that has to focus on developing his mana. RN knows that she failed due to her lack of skill, but she also knows that she should be happy at having a second chance. She resolves that she has to start over completely on a new slate as a supporter, and the least she could do is focus on raising her mana levels. Looking determined, she vows to make sure that the only thing Siwoo needs to focus on is his strike skill. Remembering the old days, she knows that while Siwoo handles just about everything with brute force, they have to prepare for any situation that they might come across, yet she hasn't been able to assert her presence in any situation. Damn it all, she thinks back to when she was a top-tier priest in Korea, no, a top-tier priest in the entire world. Her resolve hardens. She has to impress Siwoo by finding her old strength. Meanwhile, Siwoo thinks there's no time to sleep if he wants to reach that level. He's been progressing so fast, RN thinks, to the point where she believes he's becoming stronger every time he breathes. From now on, she'll be working on training her mana skill to close the skill gap between them. A soft sound escapes her lips as Siwoo stirs in his sleep. A small smile graces her face. It was bound to happen. After all, she's more worried than him when they enter a dungeon, even though he's the player. It's not like she can wake him up while he's sleeping so soundly, so she might as well train her mana during this time. 5 hours passed by in a blink, Siwoo thinks, stepping through a portal. Oh, it looks like it returns them to their last location when they exit the resting area. Turning to her, he asks what's next and if they should head back home. Nah, he says. He slept for far too long, and he's already told his mother that he'd be gone for a couple of weeks, so? A grin spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Let's go conquer another dungeon. Sure, RN replies, but it might take a while to find another dungeon. 10 minutes later, they've found one. The dungeon is labeled Centipede Soldier Nest Dungeon, low difficulty. Standing before the entrance, Siwoo remarks that it's the same exact dungeon as before. That makes sense, considering that even a single death in a dungeon raiding party can severely weaken the group structure, increasing the likelihood of death for the other party members, meaning they would have all fallen to their deaths, one after the other. RN suggests that since they've found a dungeon, they should start scouring the surrounding area to find similar dungeons nearby. That's why, similar dungeons are bound to be clustered in one area. Entering the dungeon, Siwoo notes, the area number is the same. He realizes that they don't categorize each individual dungeon, but rather the type of dungeon it lies under. RN then notices another one over there. Suddenly, a woman appears, exclaiming, human. It's actually a human. Another figure appears, telling her that he knows what she's planning to do, so hand over the quest. She nervously agrees to give it to him. The man states that Siwoo would clear through 6 other Centipede Soldier dungeons, and then yells. With a creak, the door opens, revealing young Siwoo. At least he's acting more maturely, but he's still sick of seeing the damn centipedes. Sitting down, he reflects on his skills. He thinks to himself, let's take a look at my status. A small smile plays on his lips as he considers his power. RN mentions that he raised his poison tolerance skill a bit more, but Siwoo recalls being barely affected by the poison at the 4th level of poison tolerance. She suggests they can raise the skill level higher if he really wants to, but he notes that all he feels is a slight poison from the 5th level, even when it comes from the boss itself. One of the figures notes that those skills are quite unique, and you can only get them from the phantoms themselves, while the other adds that the quest storylines and the rewards were all pretty unique. He admits that he still hasn't become used to all of them. Considering the skills he's acquired, it'll take a little while for the life records to fully integrate into the rest of his body, but RN is certain that these 2 skills are extremely potent. Responding to her assessment, Siwoo notes that they're not skills that she could easily learn and comprehend, pausing for a moment in thought. The panel illustrates the combat sprint skill, explaining that it allows the user to accelerate to great speeds during combat at the expense of mana, and that using this skill with other combat-focused skills greatly improves their effect. Siwoo explains that, to properly shift the power created from the sprint skill to another combat skill, he needs a technique to properly control and maintain the modification of mana during the process, so it's a little too risky to use it just yet. Arin asks, what about Matan? Siwoo responds that it's almost like a throwable hard strike skill. He elaborates that, while it allows him to send condensed mana to a specific direction, he can't send enough mana to actually make it a viable threat, though it's a lot faster than charging up hard strike. The panel illustrates the mana separation process, explaining that the only issue with this is that he needs a new technique to properly manage the separation of mana from objects. Arin learns that people with this skill often use artifacts to boost the skill's overall power, or are also known as gunners, and that it's a difficult skill to find, to the point where they consider it cheating once someone obtains it. Turning somber, Arin reflects that they must have had considerable strength when they were alive, but they still weren't able to pass the 10th stage dungeon. Siwoo replies that he's sure they'll be happier if they use their skill more often, adding that he doesn't really care about the panel displays a set of armor, asking if it is considered a set with his leather gloves. Siwoo observes that it looks to be a very good piece of armor, noting that while they can't estimate how good the armor actually is because he's yet to be hit by poison while wearing it, it was created from the essence of centipedes, carrying strong poison, and the leather top is a very tough material, retaining the poison in its past. Mentioning that it usually follows along the lines of the other items in the set, Siwoo hears Arin suggest that they should go around finding similar dungeons, bearing in mind that they can only do a single run-through, just to find other items in the set. Besides having conquered all of the centipede dungeons in the area, Arin suggests they check out what the gems do to the resting area, to which Siwoo simply replies, okay. While he's usually healthy, Siwoo admits he hasn't been able to sleep much these past few days. In order to raise the level of the resting area's accessories, the resting area itself must be of a higher level. A system message appears, stating that 80% of the deposited gems are required to raise the resting area's level to 2, and asks if he accepts. Sitting on the bed, Siwoo seems to be contemplating the decision. Realizing he needs to use 80% of his gems just to boost this place, Siwoo seems shocked. He thinks that the remaining 20% wouldn't be enough to raise the level of the bed, and curses under his breath. It's still this expensive after sweeping through 5 dungeons, Siwoo thinks, as Arin asks if it's hopefully worth the cost. Deciding to just do it, Siwoo accepts. The resting area is now level 2, and the room has expanded, as Siwoo is thrown off the bed. A level 1 bathroom has been added. The bathroom, now level 1, is ready for use. The system informs that it can now wash away weak poison, curses, and other unclean energy remaining in the body. He figures he can live here now. Opening the door, he thinks it really was worth its price. It's perfect, he thinks, no longer concerned about the logistics of going back and forth from home. Arin chimes in, saying she can't take care of herself in a dollhouse for the rest of her life either, calling dibs on washing up first. Hearing her words, he thinks isn't it a little too big for Arin to properly handle herself? He apologizes as she tells him to get out, wondering if she's just going to stand there forever. Arin relaxes in the bath, while Siwoo figures she'll figure it out. A system message appears, stating radar level 1 is now available to unlock, causing him to wonder what that is. The system explains that the radar is a small device that searches for nearby dungeons at the cost of consuming gems in the resting area, and that 50% of the deposited gems are required to install the radar. It then asks if he accepts. Looking at his gems, he thinks the bathroom doesn't even compare to how useful this item would be. He realizes this wouldn't have happened if he refused to upgrade the resting area, resolving to be smarter about his gems from now on. The radar device is shown. The system states that 10 gems obtained from the centipedes are required to activate this device for 3 minutes, adding that it's not even all that expensive. The dungeon's level of difficulty to the player is color-coded. Green means easy, yellow means normal, and red means hard. He says he knows that much at least. A curse escapes him, and Arin, relaxing in the tub, wonders if that was his phone ringing. Staring at the screen, Siwoo can barely believe what he's seeing. A call comes in. Answering the phone, he hears his mother's voice, asking where he is and if he's at Sanadong. He hesitates, realizing that's the location of the last dungeon he was at. His mother continues, explaining that a friend of his runs a shop there and is in trouble, urging him to stop by and help him out, promising to send the address soon. On the other end of the line, his mother confirms that he's not too busy, right? She notes that the things on TV look relatively weak compared to him. He tells himself to look at the TV to find out what's going on. A door clicks open. Arin thanks him, appreciating that he got her some clothes to change into. Ready to head out, he acknowledges that some monsters have made an appearance on Earth, wondering what's going on. He activates a device. Tossing the device into the air, he prepares to move. A motorcycle speeds down the road. Ignoring the traffic light turning red, Jin-woo continues onward, already having removed his license plate. Someone shouts after him, "You're a player. Players shouldn't act like some." As he gets closer to Sanadong, the number of vehicles and pedestrians suddenly drops off, indicating the nearby neighborhoods must have been evacuated. Back at the office, a worried tone, Arin wonders if it's really a monster, pointing out that there's no possible way a monster from the sky castles could appear on the ground. Not a single monster had appeared on Earth for the past 10 years since the sky castles appeared, she thinks, wondering, could it actually be from the anthill dungeons? Wanting to say it's a long shot, Jinwoo admits it's likely true. If it was just a random monster appearing elsewhere in the country, he wouldn't even think about associating himself with it. But it doesn't make any sense that a random monster showed up the day after he conquered all of the dungeons in that area. There's no way that it's a random coincidence. While there's no way to 100% prove that it's his fault, the monster and the anthill dungeons must be connected in one way or another. Back in the office, Su Arin realizes there must be players that are helping. Most of the players are likely participating in that event, and electronic devices don't even work in the sky castles, so they probably don't even know what's going on. Jinwoo thinks, the timing of this is far too suspicious. Could someone have actively plotted for this to happen? Su Arin wonders, doesn't that raise the possibility of other attacks occurring throughout the country, if someone's behind all of this? She notices people over there. Sirens blare as two officers stand in front of their vehicle, one of them shouting for the motorcycle to stop immediately, explaining that monsters have been spotted in the region. Grip tightening, Jinwoo activates mana amplification. One of the officers looks on, uttering a confused huh, as the motorcycle begins to glow. From an unknown location, Su Arin's voice rings out, questioning if he's ever driven a bike before stating that everyone would be driving bikes if there wasn't the threat of destroying every bone in your body from a car crash. A system message appears, declaring inventory storage. The officers watch in disbelief, exclaiming that the bike disappeared into thin air, realizing that he must be a player. Landing hard, Jinwoo braces himself. One of the officers aims his weapon, demanding that he put his hands up. Firing his weapon, the officer watches as Jinwoo disappears in a flash of light. Elsewhere, a man grits his teeth, stating that he can hear the monsters around here, the damn monsters that shouldn't be above ground, and the screams of the people they're encountering. From within the man's jacket, Arin points, exclaiming that they're over there, Tango's to your left. Suddenly, a goblin is struck by an unseen force, sending it flying. As the goblin's face fills the frame, a woman's voice cries out in alarm. The goblin stands over someone who has fallen, thinking that he is the worst monster for normal people to face. The goblin snarls, as someone begins hurling rocks at him. A figure races forward, surrounded by a blazing yellow aura, intent on reaching the fray. Turning to Arin, the retired player asks if she played baseball when she was younger. He recalls throwing rocks at pigs when he was bored in the army, thinking it would make a great dinner. Picking up a pile of rocks, the retired player asks if they should go shooting, saying he's stocked up on ammunition. Inhaling deeply, the retired player prepares himself. With a mighty roar, he unleashes his battle cry. The goblins surround their victim, ready to strike. The goblins continue their assault. A new active skill has been acquired, War Cry Level 1, consuming mana and shouting to provoke enemies, evoking hostile feelings toward the caster. The greater the difference in intelligence and strength, the greater the effect. Someone shouts, demanding that the monsters come out and play. He shouts, he's pretty good at making a ruckus, so they might as well start playing volleyball. A sinister smile spreads across his face. It's all part of his plan. He won't need to worry about rooting every single one of them. Instead, they'll all just be drawn to him. From the windows of a nearby building, goblins peer down at him. One of the goblins leaps from the window, a crude blade glinting in its hand. It snarls, promising to kill humans. A woman shouts, demanding to know what he did. They're all rushing over towards them. He smirks, repeating that it's all part of his plan. They're recklessly charging. With a swift kick, the cloaked figure sends a rock hurtling towards the approaching goblins. The goblins recoil, their advance momentarily halted. Holding up his hand, he prepares a metal thorn. Examining the thorn, he notes the blue liquid coating it. It's poison. The goblins chatter amongst themselves, their crude language filling the air. Jinwoo scoffs, preparing to strike. Arin watches as he declares that the poison won't do anything. Considering his options, he knows that if there are more goblins than he expects, the areas without defensive perimeters will be struck with poison-ladled attackers, but he has poison tolerance that will resist most of the effects. With a confident smirk, Jinwoo states that he doesn't really need to worry about anything, though he has a bad feeling about this. Declaring that all he needs to do is get rid of them all, he launches a poison thorn. The goblins cry out as one of them falls, realizing that the human has too much mana and is killing all of their brothers. The remaining goblins, enraged, hurl spears at the cloaked figure, screaming for him to die. He asks if that's all they've got. More thorns find their marks, felling the goblins. He thinks to himself that they're supposed to be the little shits that hide in the shadows and attack weak humans, but now he's skipping all of this fantasy bullshit and wants to find some orcs to deal with. The goblins insist that they're stronger than he thinks and could easily beat orcs if they tried, but Jinwoo smirks, knowing he's successfully pissed them off. With the last of the goblins dispatched, the immediate threat subsides. The battlefield is littered with their bodies, a testament to the hunter's growing power. But then, a cry for help pierces the relative silence. Arin lies on the ground, blood staining her uniform. She explains, that's not what she's concerned about. She was bitten in the arm. The healer shudders, recalling how those things suddenly grabbed her, looking at her as if she was prey. Something isn't right. Jinwoo realizes goblins shouldn't be acting this way. The hunter wonders, what do you mean by normal goblins? Pointing across the road, Arin reveals that there are a lot of monsters in that building, and a lot of people too. She warns, the goblins are already charging over to them in a horde. Clenching his fist, Jinwoo realizes that if they don't have any more thorns, they'll have to make some. Preparing to conjure more thorns, he knows he'll just have to make some. The swarm of goblins ahead are instantly peppered with strikes, each impact exploding in a shower of sparks. Considering the situation, Jinwoo realizes he needs a more effective method of long-range combat. He unleashes a blast of energy, hoping to clear a path through the horde. The goblins are struck, staggering back from the force of the blow. He grits his teeth. The skill is even weaker than using rocks. Suddenly, a monstrous roar echoes through the air, shaking the very foundations of the building. Jinwoo's eyes widen, recognizing that the war cry is different from the other goblins. Looking up, he sees a hulking figure plummeting from the rooftop, a monstrous goblin warrior descending upon them. The creature lands with earth-shattering force, cracking the ground beneath its feet. A system message appears, identifying the new threat. An elite monster, a goblin warrior centurion, has appeared. He pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. The system's directive rings in his ears: defeat the monster and clear the dungeon immediately. The goblin warrior centurion scoffs. Who could have guessed that you could kill the soldiers with mere stones? However, Jinwoo smirks. You're right, I doubt that I could kill you with rocks. The goblin warrior centurion growls. Are you a player? He simply replies, find that out by yourself. With a burst of speed, Jinwoo activates combat sprint. Enraged, the goblin warrior centurion bellows, less. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, Jinwoo strikes. The force of the blow explodes outward, obliterating the goblin warrior centurion. With the battle concluded, Jinwoo states, should have paid attention to your form instead of running your mouth. Recalling the ease with which he dispatched the goblin warrior centurion, Jinwoo wonders what all the fuss was about. Startled, Arin exclaims. Turning to her, Jinwoo voices his confusion. The goblins are pulled back into the portal. As the last of the monsters vanish, they curse the hunter. The dungeon's seal reasserts itself. Seeing the timer, Jinwoo mutters to himself. Grasping the hilt of his sword, he realizes the stakes are higher than he initially thought. This feels like a game that risks the lives of others. A smirk plays on his lips as he admits that it's pretty fun. Worried, Arin points out that monsters have appeared on Earth, and that she couldn't find anything resembling that information in the sky castles. As sky castles and dungeons began to appear, many feared the monsters that would come to Earth. Those fears began to fade over the next 10 years, but now, a select few are chosen to be monster hunters in these sky castles and dungeons. The hunters are mainly just jerks with superhuman strength. So why are the monsters here? Could it be linked to becoming an underground player? And what's the entire point of this occurrence? A voice tells him not to think so hard, or his head will explode. There's no need to think so deeply since they'll never actually know the real reason, and they won't fix anything by obsessively worrying about it. All they can do is what they can. Listening to him somehow relieves Arin's worries about the world. But that's not going to work for the rest of them, considering the fact that this incident will be placed on the forefront news of the world, but what he's saying is the truth. If they clear the dungeon within the time limit, this area won't have to worry about the goblins any longer, and that's all they need to think about for now. But until then, collecting the gems are. Arin feels bad for saying this. He knows that the corpses are supposed to hold on to the items until they're properly looted, but these bodies don't seem to show any signs of having the items in the first place. He somehow feels a different type of mana that's flowing in their bodies. At this point, it's clear that the only thing important to him is the loot, but something unexpected emerges from the monster's remains, right where its heart should be. Examining the object, Arin realizes it's no ordinary gem. It's something she's never seen before, a blue crystal. Though it's not that large, she can vividly feel the mana inside, mana encased in a crystal, something she's never encountered. The discovery suggests that these crystals might only be found in elite monsters or above, leading Jinwoo to believe there's no reason to examine the other corpses, especially since they don't have the time. Hearing his reasoning, Arin looks surprised. Meanwhile, elsewhere, people celebrate the sudden disappearance of the monsters, wondering if a player was responsible. But the relief is short-lived as the scene shifts to a street where people are desperately calling for help, a man unable to move his leg. Turning to Jinwoo, Arin asks what's next, but he assures her that humans will rally to help one another out. He explains that the police and the army are flooding into these areas, and the chances of the monsters wanting to deal with the ambulances, the government, and other players are pretty slim. More importantly, they have a dungeon to clear in the meantime, he reminds her, putting on his helmet. With a burst of light, Jinwoo summons his motorcycle. Elsewhere, reporters try to get a word in, hoping to interview someone for just a moment. With a guttural roar echoing in the air, the red motorcycle is forced forward by two figures in black suits, their faces grim as they struggle to get it started. Speaking from behind a motorcycle helmet, a voice confirms that the location of the dungeon has been tracked down. Far away, two figures stand silhouetted against an impossibly bright light, one of them wondering if it's just a Chinese restaurant delivery bike. Surveying the scene, it's clear that everyone who was working here is dead. If this was a movie, she muses, the protagonist would have killed all of the monsters before they reached the people. Looking down, He realizes the police and military are sure to find this place if they look at the evidence. Knowing he has to hurry up before they do, Jinwoo takes off. Now that she thinks about it, the dungeons look pretty similar. From the word layouts to the entrances, they're nearly identical. She was worried that she'd be swarmed by the goblins the boss monster sent, but she guesses she didn't need to. He pauses, noticing something. Arin thinks there's a spirit over there. Oh, that's great. Let's see if he knows anything. A voice booms. Are you players? The speaker stands surrounded by goblins. His face contorted in rage, he snarls. You are players, the ones who abandoned. He wonders if he's on the goblin's side, but then again, perhaps this is a new pattern. Meanwhile, consumed by rage, the red-haired figure screams that he died because of those bastards, the one who was meant to rise above all others. Why did he have to die? Why was he revived? Back with the cloaked figure, he's actually scared that he will, so he shouldn't say something like that. The red-haired figure continues to rant, declaring that he was supposed to survive, and yet those cowards couldn't even risk their lives to save him. Arin feels like his words sound familiar. He muses that there's a decisive difference between that spirit and himself. He does believe he's special, but still thinks there are others that could also be special. But that spirit believes that he's special above all others and puts everyone else down. The red-haired figure continues his tirade, calling them bastards for abandoning him to survive and declaring his hatred for players, vowing to kill each and every single one of them. The goblins, seemingly in response to the red-haired figure's rage, declare that they will kill them all and escape and leave for the outside world. The number of goblins around him keeps growing, but even then, whether they know the rule about being unable to cross into the waiting room, or they're just watching, they're not passing through the entrance. He wonders if he'll go on as a spirit. The text explains that if they vent them from searching for dungeons, and if they stop retired players from showing up, then the anthill dungeon might not have appeared. Arin states that if that were the case, then there wouldn't be any monsters popping out of the dungeon, which is what she was thinking, but that's impossible. He reflects that since just clearing a dungeon means you'll gain unimaginable wealth, nobody would block that. Not even the American government would block that kind of money. Because of them, the only person who knows that are retired. The cloaked figure listens intently as the red-haired man argues that since they can easily clear the dungeon, they should leave the monsters alone and see what happens. Cutting him off, Jinwoo dismisses the idea. Surprised by his abruptness, Arin calls out to him. He explains that there's a chance something like this could happen again, seeking her agreement. Pointing towards the dungeon entrance, the red-haired man wonders if the monsters will evolve or fuse together. He continues, suggesting that if they leave the monsters alone, they'd be better equipped to handle similar situations in the future. Her expression thoughtful, Arin considers his words. Turning away, Jinwoo admits that while he finds the situation worrying, the red-haired man's words still make sense. He believes that things would be too easy if they intervened, so he wants to wait and see what the monsters will do. The red-haired man, surrounded by goblins, asks if he has a skill to read minds, retorting that he's just that easy to read. His eyes glowing with rage, the man screams. Surrounded by the creatures, he prepares to fight. Startled, Arin covers her mouth with both hands. A disembodied voice warns that the spirit has begun to go berserk, and if he isn't stopped before he consumes monsters to gain their strength, they will have to face a far stronger foe. The unnamed man asks, "What's so nice about this?" Arin responds that things are going just the way she wants, asking if he can't see that. Meanwhile, the red-haired figure is growing with every goblin he eats. The man states that it's obvious that he's getting fatter. He says to forget that, because he's more concerned as to why the goblins are just giving themselves up instead of resisting. He thinks that all the spirits he's seen so far have been at odds with monsters. A thought bubble shows a chibi version of the man saying he hates them, but he realizes that this guy's just like these goblins. The red-haired figure shouts, "All right, come at me." A burst of energy is released. The goblin-like figure is surrounded by energy. Arin observes, while the man wonders if this is some kind of combination between a human spirit and a goblin. The goblin-like creature roars, its voice filled with insatiable hunger, declaring that it's still not enough. A man with slicked-back hair scoffs, holding a spiky ball in his hand. It's not enough at all. The creature looks up at him, a question mark floating above its head as the man muses that it can only reach that level after awakening, and wonders if there are still goblins left in the dungeon. The man orders, "Eat him all up." Below, a chibi-style character with wings looks on. He heaves a sigh, hefting the massive club over his shoulder. Checking his phone, he seems unconcerned. The angel watches him, observing that he really eats a lot. She wonders what will happen if he eats all the goblins and gets stronger, but he doesn't seem to get it. The angel continues, even if he's at the first stage, he's only on the level of the mid-tier goblin they fought earlier, so he should be around the second stage in order to fight them. She thinks, they're all the goblins for him too, as the vengeful spirit has reached the second stage of awareness by an evil demon. The monster roars. The protagonist smirks, noting that it looks like he's crossed over the boundary in the waiting room, breaking the rules of the dungeon. The monster declares that he's waited for this. A massive hand crackles with energy. Seeing the display of power, Arin realizes that after eating all those goblins, he's gained the strength of the fairy they came from, and even learned to use magic. Meanwhile, the goblin warrior Centurion snarls, promising to kill him. Charging his weapon with mana, Eli prepares to strike. With a fierce expression, Eli grits his teeth. The Goblin Warrior Centurion roars, ready to fight. Still not there yet. Eli strikes the Goblin Warrior Centurion, asking if that's all he's got. The Goblin Warrior Centurion is hit, questioning if that's all he's capable of after eating all those goblins. Anyway, Arin explains that he can fire off magic by charging a weapon with mana, something he didn't know. Charging up, the Goblin Warrior Centurion prepares to retaliate. Realizing the danger, the Goblin Warrior Centurion is shocked. Fleeing the scene, the Goblin Warrior Centurion vows to return stronger as Eli watches him go. Arin thinks that it should be miserable after being killed, but wonders how it must feel to become a demon because a player is pushing it around. A tear streaks down her cheek, but Arin steels herself, knowing this is nothing compared to what she must do. Turning to her companion, she reminds him that they still have to take it down, while he considers what might happen if their enemy reaches the third stage. He wonders if they might get a good drop. He believes it's a good strategy, reasoning that since the other guy has eaten up all those weak goblins, he'll be after the boss next. Confused, Arin wonders where he is. Elsewhere, a goblin general faces off against an unseen foe, declaring that he will take them down after they ate his brethren to fight that human. The two clash, energy crackling between them. Back with Arin, she can feel the dungeon vibrating from their fight, and she knows that even if this is a low-tier dungeon, a boss is still a boss. Her companion urges her to stop messing around and do something, as the Goblin General vows that he will. The Goblin General scoffs, calling his opponent a mere ghost. Meanwhile, a figure approaches the boss room. They enter, ready to face whatever awaits. As the battle rages on, Siwoo observes that the unseen force seems to be devouring the Goblin General. Muscles bulging, the Goblin Warrior Centurion declares he can kill that player. Having awakened, Siwoo is ready to fight, but Arin doesn't care, stating she won't care even if he dies. Still, he thinks, compared to that boss. With a surge of power, Jinwoo forces open the massive doors to the boss room. Energy crackles as he steps inside. Gripping his golden staff, Jinwoo prepares for battle. Seeing the newcomer, Siwoo is shocked, exclaiming that he is damned. The golden staff slams into the ground, sending tremors through the room. Unleashing a wave of energy, Jinwoo prepares to face his foe. Towering over him, a monstrous figure looms. The massive, red-skinned demon stands ready, its enormous axe glinting in the dim light. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she wonders how he managed to materialize. A monstrous visage looms above, but below, he smirks, thanking someone for making it this far. The clash of steel rings out. His blade meets the monster's flesh, a burst of light erupting from the point of impact. Watching the fight unfold, Arin can't believe what she's seeing. He's on its level? Seeing the danger, Jinwoo shouts, telling Arin to get back, promising that the monster will get what's coming to it. His eyes narrow. Arin wonders if he's covered his body with magic, observing the coat of fire surrounding him. Is it just a coat of fire? Concentrating his mana, he strikes the monster with a fire-infused blow. Gathering power, he slams his foot into the ground. Unleashing his strength, Jinwoo delivers a final, devastating attack. The Goblin Warrior Centurion doesn't let up, slamming his massive fist down on Jinwoo with earth-shattering force. Despite the brutal assault, Arin insists that she's fine, though her expression betrays her worry. Determined to help, she focuses her mana, unleashing a surge of emerald energy. The Centurion snarls, clearly annoyed by the interruption. Ignoring the support, the Centurion continues his relentless assault, sneering at Jinwoo's apparent weakness. He wonders if the boy even cares for his own life. Clenching his fist, Jinwoo prepares to retaliate, a spark of defiance in his eyes. With a roar, he counters, slamming his weapon into the Centurion's chest. The Centurion cries out, staggering back from the unexpected blow, cursing his opponent. The Goblin Warrior Centurion spits, boasting that he should be burning from the touch, especially without armor on his legs. Ignoring the taunt, Jinwoo raises his weapon, declaring that he's used to pain. Channeling his fire magic, he brings his weapon down in a blazing arc. Standing over the fallen Centurion, Jinwoo declares that he doesn't need to explain himself to a coward. He reveals that he put in effort not to be consumed with power, so that he can prove just how special he is. He admits that he thought this could happen, but, considering how rewards are given out according to the situation at hand, he's surprised he earned a special achievement this time too. Then, he figures the achievement and the reward earned could be entirely unrelated, though this might just be a special case too. Arin points out, his arm's been burnt to a crisp, but he waves it off, saying it's just the outside and it'll be fine after a while, so he doesn't worry about it. Up until now, he hasn't gotten injured in a dungeon, so he's only felt his fatigue fade and his mana being restored, but since he's injured this time, he can feel his wounds being healed. He grins, saying it's all good, but Arin is not convinced, asking what he means by all good. Continuing their conversation, she points out he's a player who fought at the front lines on the 32nd level, questioning if he thinks something like this is just a normal occurrence. Her expression hardening, Arin thinks to herself, she's never seen a maniac who purposefully riles up an opponent to make them more dangerous when they'd be easy otherwise. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he explains, he was keeping tabs on his strength, and he knew he wasn't even close to dying. He continues, stating that he wouldn't get anywhere just taking down weak goblins. Looking at him, Arin notes those eyes lit with passion, making it clear that he enjoyed that battle to its fullest. She reflects, if he took him down easily, it'd be fine, but she might not have seen his true self. Even ignoring his superhuman strength, he's not just someone who enjoys overpowering his enemies with his strength, he's taking his superhuman qualities to their limits. The scene shifts, revealing he's been looking for a chance to temper himself. Arin thinks, if he has the opportunity to grow stronger, he'll throw caution to the wind and jump in immediately. You could say he's courageous, but you could also say he's reckless. Turning to her, Siwoo simply states, fine, as long as you're okay. Looking at him, Arin realizes she's only now realized the difference between him and herself. She might have not even retired if she had a heart of steel like his. Her voice laced with worry, she admits, she doesn't know what she'd do if he died. The burn on his hand throbs, a constant reminder of the battle. Thinking to himself, Siwoo knows that dying while trying to get stronger would be meaningless, so he decides it's time to head back. Suddenly, a burst of light reveals a successful raid and a hefty reward. Among the spoils, a bright red monster bead. The ease of this victory is almost insulting, he thinks to himself, barely believing how effortlessly he's making money. Startled, he hears Arin call out to him. Examining the bead, she confirms it's something special. It's a bead imbued with special skills and memories, something that an elite or boss monster drops quite rarely, she explains. She suggests trying putting that bead in the altar. As the bead floats towards his hand, it glows with power. He realizes it's not an artifact or any normal consumable. The light reveals a fire element enchanting skill scroll, capable of imbuing any D+ artifact with a fire element. He wonders, could this be a set reward instead of just random luck? Arin explains that while he might be familiar with D++ rank artifacts, magic and enchantments can easily surpass them. He acknowledges that tacking on an element magnifies the damage he can do. However, Arin warns, if an element opposes its opposite, he'll either do less damage or none at all. As Jinwoo adds an enchantment to his main weapon, she asks what he thinks he's doing. The hammer glows with a fiery aura as the enchantment takes hold. A description appears, a sledgehammer imbued with the strength of a giant black wolf's front paw, strong, durable, and with a strong poison attached. The hammer's attack has gone up, and Arin remarks, enchantments are amazing. She adds, she knew he would do that, telling him not to worry so much. He replies, if fire doesn't work on an enemy, he can just use his fists. He adds, he thought of that, so he added a light element too, as Arin retorts that if he just kept quiet, she'd be fine. She thinks to herself, if she doesn't fully recover her support and healing magic. Arin reflects on the recent battle, regretting that she couldn't use her divine shield. He wouldn't have gotten burned from those flames, she thinks. Jinwoo stands next to his motorcycle. Flying next to him, Arin warns that riding that bike will draw attention. He puts on his helmet, wondering if there's a player out there who can see through the key's cloaking effects. They'll get swarmed by all the players in the area, he realizes. Arin insists it's not just the bike. Even if he covers his face with a helmet, there are only so many teens with a body like his out there. Getting her point, Jinwoo asks if she's ready to go to the rest area, to which she replies yes. The narration shifts to a global perspective, noting that the situation in South Korea was far worse than initially imagined. Thankfully, none of the monsters were too strong, so the army, police, and special forces were able to handle them without issues, it is said. As monsters that weren't fazed by bullets began to appear, the situation worsened. Many countries couldn't repel the monsters without help from the players on the castle in the sky. Millions of people had died worldwide as a result of this. Almost immediately, opposition began to rise up against the castle in the sky. An earthquake, a volcanic eruption, or any other natural disaster would have been preferable, it is said. These players naturally denied these claims, but even they couldn't answer where the monsters came from, leading to an embarrassing situation for them. Despite humanity's best efforts, the situation was simply beyond their control. The floating castles and dungeons remained forever out of reach, and even nuclear weapons proved useless against them. People were forced to accept the existence of monsters, much like they accepted the castles themselves. Monsters began to appear everywhere, and no matter the military strength of a nation, it was impossible to take them all down. In fact, stronger weapons only worsened the situation, as these monsters could simply ignore the technological advances of modern man. As a result, people had no choice but to ask for help from the players, who had no reason to be under these countries. Their alliance with these nations allowed them to do business and enjoy special privileges. Along with being the country that suffered the first appearance of monsters, there was another reason why Korea seized the interest of the entire world. While other countries were forced to deal with the monsters repeatedly, the monsters did not reappear in Sanadong, South Korea, which caught the attention of other countries. The whole world turned its attention to Korea, pondering what was so different about the country and what they had to do to prevent the monster attacks. And while investigating, one piece of information became the focus of their attention. Even though it was the place where disaster struck first, it was the one thing that allowed them to prevent more losses. Like lightning, he slayed an elite monster before disappearing. Though nothing about his identity came to light, it was clear that he was a player with incredible skill and strength. The figure is encased in a full-face helmet, the visor reflecting the world around him. But beneath the surface, panic sets in. A voice dripping with sarcasm echoes, "You're like a hero in a superhero movie." Arin crosses her arms, a knowing look on her face. So Siwoo is finally out in the public eye, though you've lasted longer than I would have thought. She makes herself invisible. Watching the news, Siwoo confirms, "Yeah, I managed to become a player." Turning to him, Arin asks, "Did something happen? But why didn't you tell me?" Sitting across from someone at the table, young Siwoo reflects on how he's a little different from your average player, deciding it's best to keep that to himself for now. Her expression troubled, Arin asks if she's asking for something unreasonable. A bright light emanating from his weapon, Siwoo wonders if the lack of monsters in Sanhedon is thanks to his strength. Nodding slightly, he seems to consider the possibility. Her eyes downcast, Arin remains silent. Leaning forward, Arin warns him not to run off to another country, saying he'll protect them, insisting they'll take care of themselves, one way or another. Looking concerned, Siwoo assures her that she's his top priority. Her expression thoughtful, Arin reflects that she might think differently if he were the only special one in this world, but that's not the case. As a knife slices through an apple, the scene shifts. Offering a piece of food, the man tells the little lady to have some too. Peeking over the counter, Arin admits she was casting stealth on herself while hiding. Raising an eyebrow, the man questions if she knew he bought a dollhouse for no reason, and that he spends every night talking to someone, so not knowing would be weirder. He insists it beats a mother's intuition, telling her to shut it and come on. Floating down, Arin thanks him very much. The man remarks that she's polite too, wondering if he's helping this young lady, but she says it's more mutual than that. With a stern look, Arin demands the money. She repeats her demand, "Hand over the money." The man points out that she's been holding on to cash, right, and that she can't even spend it freely, but Arin insists she can take care of it. The man wonders if her mother is really just a normal woman, explaining that she was his father's business partner, but he sighs that it can't be helped. Staring at the massive pile of cash, Arin exclaims, "Good Lord." She asks how he managed to gather all this money, wondering if all players are this rich. Looking at the money, Arin thinks that Siwoo is a little special, but even so, this is just unbelievable. His mother waves off Arin's offer, stating she's not so poor that she'd beg her own son for money. Hearing this, Siwoo admits that the money was a little unexpected, but he's glad he can use it freely now. With a stern look, his mother tells him that he should become independent, catching him off guard. She continues, pointing a finger, saying that he doesn't have anything to do at home anyway, so he'll be busy from now on, and there's no reason to come back all the time. Taken aback, Siwoo can only respond with a confused "huh?" He replies, as long as she still cares about him, it's fine. Considering her words, Siwoo agrees that he'll become independent. His mother replies that he should find a place himself, adding that raising him and all his schemes has gotten her used to dealing with trouble. The sun shines brightly, illuminating the city buildings. Outside, Siwoo stands next to a red motorcycle, a delivery box attached to the back. His mother asks if this is illegal, but Siwoo assures her that it'll be solved legally. She warns him that there are a ton of people looking for him, so he should make sure to keep his helmet on, no matter what, before telling him to take good care of her son, adding that he needs a cunning girl like Arin by his side. With a deep breath, Siwoo decides to trust his instincts. As he speeds off, Arin waves goodbye. He considers the number of beads they've collected, a slight worry creeping into his thoughts. Knowing the searcher can detect dungeons within a 10-kilometer radius, he resolves not to waste time searching aimlessly. He knows that no matter how many beads he has, terrible consumables or artifacts will ruin everything. On the other hand, even if the reward looks good, he won't dump everything into the altar. Hearing his decision, Arin breathes a sigh of relief. The motorcycle's tires grip the road, propelling him forward. He hears someone calling him Appa, but he dismisses the thought. He tells himself there's no way he's missing this opportunity. Suddenly, a figure with butterfly wings appears in the sky. The winged figure floats serenely, seemingly unconcerned with the world below. The impact sends the red motorcycle careening across the street, the sound of screeching metal echoing through the air. Her eyes wide with terror, Arin screams out, begging him not to throw his life away. Turning back towards the sound, Siwoo's eyes widen in disbelief. Reflecting on the past, he recalls a man who was once in the same guild as him, someone who was clearly able to face level 25 dungeons, despite being a lower level. But if a person like him retired, and the dungeon undertakes him, then... so that's how it is. He scoffs, recalling how it was fine when he took on the level 32 dungeon, where someone died, wasn't it? He exclaims, that's only because it was a test dungeon. No matter what, you can't do it, Appa. Arin chimes in, if we have that, then it's possible. With a determined stomp, the ground cracks beneath his feet. Looking up, the blonde-haired figure seems distressed. Carrying the blonde-haired figure, Siwoo is asked what's going on. He declares, all right, this dungeon's sure to be a lively one. Of course, he just wanted to go into a difficult dungeon. Hearing a familiar voice, the winged player is shocked, recognizing the speaker. As the ground begins to crumble, a figure stands firm, ready to act. With a burst of speed, Siwoo grabs the winged player, pulling her away from the imminent danger. The winged player screams, as they are carried to safety, escaping the collapsing structure. Surveying their surroundings, Siwoo notes that there seems to be no time limit here, while the winged player wonders if saving someone before their death could be a reward. Seeing the confusion, RN offers to give a quick rundown of the situation. As RN begins to explain that they've both gotten nice opportunities, Siwoo doesn't seem to be listening. The winged player is frustrated, wondering how this could have happened, while internally admitting she's happy enough to not be dead, but still annoyed. RN wonders what he's grumbling about, speculating that he might be looking at his own interface, as the winged player thanks Siwoo for saving her. Dismissing her gratitude, Siwoo says there's nothing to thank him for, adding that he's going to dip if things get too difficult anyway. But still, RN acknowledges that the female player saved her life, and expresses relief at seeing her alive. Siwoo responds, acknowledging her statement. Having a rough understanding of the situation, the female player states that she's come to realize this is a test dungeon as well. Siwoo asks if that's really the case, and she confirms it. The winged woman explains that this is likely a hidden quest, inaccessible on the outside, but still a quest within. Thinking about it, RN reflects on how the dungeon itself seems dedicated to quests, from the moment she became a supporter despite being locked for death, to Siwoo becoming an underground player and getting quest rewards. Considering their similar situations, the female player believes she'll likely have a quest similar to RN's, though she won't get such a distinct quest since she's already an underground player. She'll still be roaming around this dungeon with him in tow, and will definitely be getting some nice quest rewards once this whole thing is finished. Appearing in a burst of light, a man named Young Saha declares that he needs to make one thing clear. The winged woman states that they can't guarantee that they'll be able to clear this quest. Then, she asks that they not be resented too much if they decide to leave the dungeon right away. Siwoo states that he's already prepared himself for something. If they think about it, the guy won't die right away if they leave him here or not. He'll just be loitering around the front of the dungeon until he starves to death. He's actually already resolved and steeled himself for that fate. While there are undoubtedly others that accept their fate, the winged woman notes that those two come from extremely high-level dungeons, and while she's not sure if it makes them all that special, they have quite the different mindset. Feeling uneasy about the dungeons, Siwoo admits he doesn't even know if they're all that bad to begin with. Trying to lighten the mood, he suggests they avoid depressing topics, especially since they haven't even started yet. His anxiety rising, Siwoo mutters to himself. Readying his weapon, he prepares for the unknown. Observing his behavior, RN notes that this is the first time she's seen him so tightly wound. Remembering her own past, the female player recalls facing off against an elite armored commander orc. Realizing the gravity of the situation, RN exclaims, "At a death battlefield." The female player adds that out of every single one of them, it's that one? Turning to her, Siwoo asks RN if she's ever encountered that place before. Recalling her experiences, RN explains that a while ago, there were a couple of dungeons that were extremely difficult. Continuing her explanation, she states that if she excludes the level 32 dungeon she died in, as well as a level 31, that level 26 dungeon would be the most difficult one out of all of them. Surprised by this revelation, the female player questions why RN even went in there, suggesting there are other places in Korea to get the same rewards. Hearing this, Siwoo recalls hearing that the clearing rewards for that dungeon were so good that, no matter how good it is, there's a limit. Continuing her explanation, RN reveals that she was hired amidst the guild's urgency, even though the seniors who hired her were still in training. The female player questions why. Tears welling in her eyes, RN cries out that it was all because of her. Within this world, a wide variety of monsters are spread throughout, notorious for the countless number of elite monsters that appear to plague the players. And now, the Tribune Armored Orc makes his imposing presence known. The already gifted orc gains more strength through its armor, powered by mechanical magic engineering, and having fought for decades on the battlefield to hone his various combat techniques to maximize his efficiency with his power. While the metal snake had readable patterns along with its immense strength which you had to look out for, the armored orc tribune's experienced combat skills are impossible to face off against. You also have to worry about the armored orcs he drags around, who alone caused great difficulty for many players due to their pure strength and their excellent combat skill. Even those who made sure to avoid the armored orcs at the one they went to tried that as well, but, apologizing for showing his seniors such a pathetic side of himself, the man named Young Saha admits they didn't have any luck on their side. Observing the situation, he thinks their guild's hierarchy sure is more strict than he thought. Looking grim, RN tells him she's sorry to say this to Young Saha, but they should get out of here, as this is the worst possible situation they could have encountered. And even if they do reach the Tribune, he should be around level 180. While they faced against some pretty strong monsters until now, the giant black wolf they fought in the test dungeon was level 100, and the centipede boss they also fought was around the same level, and the demon they most recently fought against was around level 120. Pointing a finger up, she reminds him that every single one of those orcs are stronger than anything they've faced so far. A bit taken aback, he asks if he hasn't been beating them pretty easily so far. RN sighs, calling him Appa. She assures him that it's alright, the standard armored orc is only around level 150. Holding up 3 fingers, Siwoo counters that they're only about 30 levels higher than the demon, and if they're armored, their machines should burn a bit in fire. She flies closer, explaining that if they only argue about the specific properties, he's not wrong, but Arin admits that it's really too difficult, and she can't help but just hand over the return stones. Confused, he asks why she's talking about stones. She explains that while it's a clear B rank consumable, the return stones are an item that have the amazing ability to safely return a party at its moment of use. To be entirely honest, it's difficult to even get a clear rank D or higher when attacking a Sky Castle dungeon that's targeted towards complete player safety, but he's a bizarre case, clearing every dungeon with a clear rank of EX until now. Heaving his hammer over his shoulder, he acknowledges that it's an entire feat in itself to get a clear rank B, which means that the return stones are just as rare. She states that she's just saying that he'd pull them both out with the return stones at the first sign of trouble, of course. He taps his hammer, replying that judging by her current state, she won't be able to make the proper decision when to use return stones. Looking away, he admits that that's a bit true. Even more than the Goblin Centurion, or even the third awakened demon, Arin expresses her concern about the strength of the enemies they are facing. No, he knows how important his own life is as well, stating that he'll know when to use the return stones when he thinks his life's in danger, questioning if she has to keep treating him like a child. He retorts, she better prepare herself for some nagging if he ever uses the return stones in a non-dangerous situation. The pair approach a massive door, the entrance to the next challenge looming before them, the air thick with anticipation. Arin warns him to be sure to stand behind her, since he lost his strength, adding that with their ambush strategies, they shouldn't be able to work. A deep voice rumbles from the other side of the door, suggesting that whoever is on that side is likely able to sense that they're here. The door creaks open, revealing a towering armored figure who observes, "Ku, human, your senses are sharp, well trained in martial arts. It's been quite a while since I last fought a human worthy of being a warrior." A smirk plays on Siwoo's lips as he thinks, "I dunno." His eyes begin to glow with power, as he prepares to amplify his mana. The hammer in his hand crackles with energy, ready to strike. He muses to himself that while he hasn't met many people who are stronger than him, he is curious about the person who is, adding that besides that, there's no way of knowing if he just runs away. The armored orc roars, declaring that Siwoo is a human of his heart, and as warriors, they should truly fight. Arin's companion observes that Siwoo doesn't seem to have a good reserve of mana, and she agrees, noting that his mana growth is on the lower side. While he may not know it, his mana ability seems to drop off sharply compared to his superhuman powers. Arin smiles, thinking that you wouldn't believe how many surprising acts Siwoo has pulled off with such a limited amount of mana. Back in the fight, Siwoo declares that he'll give this a shot. The armored orc bellows, commanding him to come hither. The armored orc swings his axe down towards Siwoo. Siwoo prepares to block the incoming blow. The axe strikes, a burst of yellow energy erupting on impact. A close-up shows the axe impacting Siwoo's weapon, the force of the blow evident. He clenches his teeth, feeling the full force of the attack. The two warriors clash, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks and energy. Fueled by an unseen rage, Siwoo's feet blur as he closes the distance, his eyes burning with an electric fury. The armored orc roars, its own eyes blazing with a savage intensity. Amidst the chaos, a voice cries out, filled with uncertainty, "I can't tell who's the real monster." Since the moment he was born, until now, he's never been pushed back by anyone's strength, and to be more specific, he didn't have an opportunity to use his full power. He used to break rocks for that purpose, so he's never actually thought he'd meet a person who's similar to him in physique and could stand up against him with confidence. Cook. Jinwoo continues his assault against the armored orc. But now it's different. He's finally met an opponent who counters his strength. Ever since he awoke as an underground player, he has only been allowed to play with mana. And despite that only adding to his overall strength, those factors aren't working against that armored orc. The armored orc states that Jinwoo may be a little weaker, but his skill is great. Ironically, Jinwoo thinks to himself that he might just have a chance to use a skill that he hasn't used before, as he's lacking in strength, which is the first time he's heard that, but that doesn't hurt whatsoever. Jinwoo continues his assault. The armored orc roars, his voice echoing through the dungeon. Since he was young, he participated in martial arts, using it as a means to control his strength. After resolving his immense desire to become a player and entering the dungeons, it was no different. Whether it was the werewolf from the test dungeon or the centipede, on the other side of the spectrum were those gigantic boss monsters, or the goblins, which he'd finish with a single swing of his fist. Those skills didn't work against them at all, but humans called them talents, because he'd let his strength become his identity. All in the name of skill, he thinks. It was for that reason that he wrapped his head in studying despite having a brick of a brain, dedicating his life to trying out new things, and striving to do his very best in them. But no, this won't do. This isn't an attempt to act humble. Just as cruel and a blessing his gifts were, he knew right away as a child that his abnormal strength wouldn't be supported. None of this resulted from his full, honest effort in his life. Rather, it's not just his strength that he has. Anyway, he did his utmost in studies and martial arts, and he wants to show them that he has other abilities as well. He wants to prove to them that he's someone special. As the two winged figures look on, the battle between the hunter and the armored orc begins. They both seem pretty extreme, Arin thinks, wondering if Jinwoo might be dealing with something important right now, something more important than clearing the dungeon or raising his own level. With a mighty swing, the orc declares that the hunter is an ill match against orc warriors. Dodging the blow, Jinwoo thinks to himself that the orc is pretty good at dodging himself. He realizes that he's dodging the orc's attacks out of fear, and that this is the first time he's ever done this. While he has learned dodging methods from his previous martial art instructors, he's never had a reason to actually use it until now. He admits to himself that he didn't even know he was this good at dodging, and that this might be the first time he's properly trained in this field. Feeling the rush, the sensation of having to dodge his blows in real time is invigorating, and he's starting to get used to the feeling of his muscles tensing up. As he strikes back, Jinwoo exclaims that he's finally progressing. A grin spreads across his face, thinking that it was a great idea to enter this dungeon. Watching him, Arin can't help but notice the face he makes when he's thinking about that. Continuing his assault, the sensation of having to dodge his blows in real time is invigorating, and he's starting to get used to the feeling of his muscles tensing up. Taken aback, the orc is clearly surprised. Staggering back, the Tribune armored orc admits that Jinwoo is better than he expected. In the heat of combat, Arin notes that if he combines the martial arts he's learned with his weapon, most problems just solve themselves. She thinks to herself that he has the same desire, the appetite of a reckless child, and his unmatched desire and aspiration to become the world's greatest is what keeps him motivated. The Tribune armored orc swings his axe, attempting to cleave the young hunter in two. A grin spreads across Jinwoo's face as he realizes the orc has left himself open. With blinding speed, Jinwoo counters, unleashing a devastating strike. The orc cries out, staggering back from the force of the blow. His grip failing, the axe falls from his grasp, clattering uselessly to the ground. Looking down at his opponent, the hunter's eyes narrow as he declares that the orc is weaker than him. A sigh escapes him. The winged woman questions, how is that even possible? Arin interjects that it is possible. Even with powerful or specialized magic, the winged woman argues that neither curses nor traps work on them. The armored orc lies defeated, but it's explained that they have incredibly high defense and attack, to the point where it's laughable. The winged woman continues, explaining that if you're not a high-level player with skills for long-distance combat, you wouldn't even dream of going against them. She can hardly believe that he managed to oppose such an overwhelming force of power and skill. Turning away, Jinwoo reflects that although he calls himself a shock trooper, he couldn't even hold a candle against him. He thinks about his guild, and how he's considered to be an elite member. The winged woman states that if he had truly paid attention to using practical techniques, he wouldn't be bound to levels in this state. The armored orc kneels, while the winged woman and Arin look on. Jinwoo wakes up, someone asks if he slept well. The armored orc snarls, clearly not impressed by the display of power. Jinwoo retorts, suggesting that if the orc doesn't like the outcome, it should try harder this time. With a yell, he unleashes a fiery attack. The female player observes, noting that the armored orc has stopped moving. Announcing a hard strike, Jinwoo's attack connects with tremendous force. The armored orc cries out, clearly feeling the impact of the blow. Arin explains that armored orcs are particularly vulnerable to fire and long-distance attacks, and wary of their own weaknesses. Arin continues, observing that the power of fire couldn't be used like that. He thinks to himself that it was just to help him out a little. Another fiery strike lands, engulfing the armored orc. Focusing his gaze, Jinwoo prepares for the real hit. The armored orc exclaims as Jinwoo delivers the final blow. The dungeon air hangs heavy, thick with the scent of battle. His armored body lies broken and defeated. The armored orc is a testament to the ferocity of the fight. Clenching his fists, Jinwoo can't help but feel frustrated. Despite the apparent victory, the armored orc still draws breath. Looking at the defeated foe, it's made one thing clear. This fight only reinforced the idea that he can't clear this dungeon. He knows he desperately needs to reorganize himself, promising that next time, he'll overwhelmingly win. The armored orc's face is a mask of pain and resignation. With a final plea, the orc demands that Jinwoo finish him off. A bead of sweat trickles down Jinwoo's face, the weight of the battle settling in. Even in defeat, the armored orc can feel something stirring. Gripping his weapon, Jinwoo listens intently as the orc speaks of a threat extended into the earth. The orc warns that if the underground area becomes too unstable due to the highly concentrated amount of mana, the world will be invaded. Considering the goblin corpses scattered around him, Jinwoo wonders if the armored orc is talking about the same phenomenon that happened in Sanadong. What should he do? The armored orc raises his hand, its metallic fingers gleaming in the dim light, explaining that his actions should delay the invasion for a little while longer. He adds that this place's mana will eventually recreate his body and memories, and that they will be able to fight once again when he is reborn with a new body, if Jinwoo truly comes back with more preparation. Looking up at the armored figure, Jinwoo asks if this isn't a proposal where everybody is satisfied. A confident smile spreads across his face as he agrees. The armored orc looks down at him, stating that he will be waiting to see how much the young warrior grows. Turning away, Jinwoo assures him that he won't have to wait for long. Looking back at the dungeon, he feels like he has an inkling as to why dungeons are here. Turning to Arin, Jinwoo says it's time to go back. A figure with butterfly wings stands behind a stack of boxes. A voice echoes, stating, "Even if you die, you should still be here in the form of a ghost." Another voice responds, "If possible, I hope you can come back while I'm still alive." An orange car speeds down the road, the driver seemingly unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, the car swerves violently, the driver shouting in alarm. The world seems to shift, and a voice declares, "That was dangerous." Catching his breath, Si-woo seems disoriented. He notes, "I didn't expect us to be returned to the middle of the road where I caught young Seha. Or rather, let's go back to the rest area for now. I feel like I need to organize my thoughts a bit first." Arin responds, "That means the return stone is working properly." A room with a piggy bank is shown. He lies sprawled on the bed, limbs askew, admitting that he never imagined it could be so overwhelming. But honestly, he was in trouble, though it didn't seem that way to her. If he hadn't had the flame enchantment on his sledgehammer, he would have easily been defeated by that orc, though he can call everything at his disposal his own power. If he were to solely rely on that and face the orc again, he'd be in serious trouble where even 1-minute error would spell his demise. Not just to defeat that orc, but he also needs to prepare for the future. Such a strong monster appeared in a level 26 dungeon. He has no choice but to admit that the armored orc's strength was beyond what he expected. Even Su Arin was a skilled player who operated in a dungeon that was 6 levels higher, in Santa Town. Globally, there are hundreds of players who are stronger than her, which is overwhelming. Because that would mean there are that many people who are stronger than he is. From their perspective, he's probably nothing more than a speck of dust, which is why he can't sit back and relax. First of all, he needs to become stronger than that orc. After that, he'll take on and defeat the armored orc tribune. "You look rather happy for some reason," Arin observes, but he doesn't think he needs to think differently about himself just because there are even stronger people out there. Recognizing the importance of self-improvement, Arin knows she has unlimited potential and the will to achieve it. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Jinwoo reflects on his own fortune, believing he's lucky to have become a player and even luckier that he can grow stronger. Turning her head slightly, Arin listens intently. Hearing this, Jinwoo tells her to shut up, finding her comment about primary schoolers cute. Determined to improve, Jinwoo trains rigorously in the shower. He knows that progress only begins once one admits their inadequacies, but that's not going to be enough. Smiling confidently, Arin points out that his fighting skills have improved greatly in the short time he fought against that orc. Clenching his fist, Jinwoo knows he needs to gain considerable amounts of experience and training. That's what he needs at the end. Discussing skills, Arin explains that among those, he wants passive skills. She continues, explaining that an active skill is one where you proactively approach your goal by learning to repeatedly use mana and create a channel between your soul and body. But once the skill activates, the explosive change in mana is overwhelmingly powerful, though it's not very obvious on the outside. On the other hand, Arin says a passive skill is less proactive in that it functions continuously. One's mana changes and condenses into a specific form, directly manifesting on the player's body. She adds that Jinwoo might not notice because his level is rather low, but all his passive skills became crystals of mana, which shine brightly like stars from deep within his body. He realizes that he can still improve himself, as long as he can get a feel for the skills and use them more naturally. And, just like how he gained a few passive skills, he'll obtain some active skills too. As you already know, that is incredibly difficult to accomplish. Most players obtain their passive skills as rewards after finishing a job or clearing a dungeon. That's how you obtained all of your skills so far, Arin explains. Some players are lucky enough to obtain passive skills for combat, most often weapons-related, at an early stage, giving them extra time to improve their skills and an upper hand over other players, and most of those players end up becoming guild masters of their respective. A passive skill is influenced only by the player's mana at the time of its inception. Afterwards, it'll grow without being affected by the state of your mana and always support the owner in some way. It's like how you can always rely on your arms or legs. That's what a passive skill is. In other words, gaining a passive skill is like saying you're going to grow a new arm or leg. By condensing the mana inside your body and molding it into a form that provides a certain power, that's what a passive skill is, right? Arin asks, and he confirms that she summarized it perfectly. So it should be clear to you how difficult that might be for someone like yourself who's never dealt with mana. You never fail to ignore me when it comes to crucial information, she says, explaining that to create a passive skill, not only do you need to be skilled in shaping your mana, you also need a deep understanding of the ability or skill that you wish to create. It's not something one can achieve overnight, but if it's Si-woo, then. But Appa, I need to tell you something before you. What is it? He asks, only for her to reveal that his mana is too low to create a passive skill, causing him to react in shock. Moreover, when you create a passive skill, you will inevitably and permanently lose some of your mana. Ugh. In the end, his low mana is holding him back. He has to go clear dungeons after leveling up a bit. He'll upgrade his weapon and physical skills with monsters, and use his mana to create passive skills. The most important thing here is that all of this must be done before Youngsaha dies. Don't forget about me. Anyway, they seem to have reached a conclusion, so they just need to follow through with it. They should clear as many dungeons as possible before the gems stored in the rest area runs out. Is it time to move out right now? That's right. They have to move quickly to save their junior. Let's go? Please, she hopes they can find many easy dungeons. Next, They have news regarding the players, a few who successfully exited the dungeon using an item called the Return Stone. All are saying that the difficulty of the dungeon has gone up. Tornado Guild revealed that Young Seha and many other players were evaluated as safe while clearing a dungeon, and that all dungeons underwent a change, appearing on Earth. The news continues, reporting that the number of newly reported players from Korea alone is 1,000. They are a source of hope for the world, which is gripped in apprehension by the hundreds of thousands of retired players and recent monster outbreaks. But opinions are divided as to whether this is something to be celebrated or not. The players are said to become rich in dollars from clearing dungeons, but where do all these dollars come from? Reporter Lee Kyung-jae reported that global economies are fluctuating. As if to counterbalance the appearance of monsters, players from all over the world have sprung up. The Sky Castle, a separate world which was isolated from the world, gradually began to be deeply involved with Earth, and of course, people's interest in the players also increased. But that would mean a new dungeon appears, glowing with an ominous light. Another dungeon appears, this time in a children's playground. The man on the motorcycle observes the scene, thinking that they don't need the detectors. He knows it's a sign that a catastrophe is approaching Earth. If you expand it to a global scale, it would be incalculable, meaning a lot of people were chosen as player candidates in the world now. Even though all existing players are crying out for everyone to get basic training, there are always those who don't listen. However, the newly changed test dungeons were too difficult for beginners to navigate just on heroism, when they have nothing but courage and confidence. The world is now his oyster, an all-you-can-eat dungeon buffet laid out just for him. The whole world is full of dungeons. Wondering where to start, he asks where they should go first. Without hesitation, Arin suggests the easiest place. Forced to obey Arin's words, Young Si-woo admits he really hates her. No matter how difficult the dungeon is, he can still train himself in skills, accumulate experience, and earn bids. He can't expect anything of quality, so he'll make up for it with quantity. Since they were looking for an easy dungeon, Arin chose the one that said no danger. She thought they could encounter the player who died in the test dungeon, but there are no ghosts here. Instead, they are greeted by slimes. Young Si-woo doesn't like this. Wondering if those slimes are the ones he knows, Arin confirms that she went through a lot of them when she was a low-level player. Slimes are famous as weak monsters, a staple in almost all fantasy worlds. But if you go back to their origins, having been described as creatures that appear in nature and shine even when dealing with the weakest of enemies, Arin explains that these slimes aren't like the ones she's used to, so you can't just pop them with a stab or a strike. If it were her brother, she adds, he might be able to finish them just by stepping on them. Hearing this, Si-woo steps forward, crushing a slime underfoot before launching into his melee run skill. As he charges forward, the dungeon seems to progress right along with him. He wonders if this is some kind of smartphone game for grade schoolers. Unleashing his war cry, he prepares to face the horde. With a rumble, the slimes advance. The slimes are no match for his speed, as he cuts through them with ease. Who knew there would be a skill to kill enemies just by running with melee run, he thinks, but Arin quickly points out that there's no such thing. It's just that Si-woo is too much of a weapon on his own, she says, imagining him with angel wings. Spotting something ahead, Si-woo realizes it looks like the boss room. Readying himself, he declares that they'll clear it like this. With a resounding boom, he strikes a massive slime. He thinks to himself that he doesn't think he can kill this guy just by running into him. Preparing for the next attack, he decides to practice linking those two skills. With a mighty leap, Jinwoo brings his hammer down on the large slime. Arin notes that 2 seconds have passed, and these large slimes can harden their bodies using mana. The hammer strikes again, the slime groaning under the force. A close-up shows the impact, the hammer's force shattering the slime's hardened exterior. The hammer continues its relentless assault, each blow weakening the slime. Watching the fight, Arin appears concerned. The hunter realizes his attacks aren't working and wonders what the slime's special ability is, but then dismisses it, deciding it's nothing. A notification appears. Jinwoo has earned a special achievement for clearing the dungeon quickly. He notes that his agility has increased by 5, a much larger boost than usual. He didn't expect to get skills from special achievements, but he can feel the muscles in his body wriggling and changing as his agility rises. Another dungeon cleared, another wave of monsters defeated, but Jinwoo can't shake the feeling that something's off. Maybe this series of events is just the Earth's way of trying to prevent environmental pollution by reducing its population. Meanwhile, elsewhere, 2 figures discuss the state of dungeons, acknowledging the tragic reality that so many anthill dungeons originate from test dungeons. They agree that it's not a situation to mourn, adding that if players want to become special by solo-ing those dungeons, they should be aware of the risks and rewards. If they aren't aware, then they lack the qualifications to be players. Back with Jinwoo, he suggests, let's gather the big slime essences first. Arin wonders if the slime dungeons would spawn if they went to a place where there's no danger at all. The city looms, a silent witness to the dungeons that plague its edges. A menacing aura emanates from the entrance of a dungeon. Arin shivers, sweat beading on her brow as she thinks about the rat dungeon, the dungeon that every beginner hates to enter. Jinwoo notes that she's always avoided this, too, asking what's so scary about rats. Arin replies that that's the problem. Other monsters still look like monsters, and if a beast, or even a dog appears, you understand right away that they might be dangerous. But the rats in rat dungeons look just like ordinary mice. So the players that enter this dungeon, no matter how much they were told to be careful, they're bound to get careless. Arin listens intently as Jinwoo explains that this dungeon is all about the numbers, and if you let your guard down even a little bit, you'll soon be surrounded by a huge herd of rats, and by the time you sense danger, it would already be too late. The thought alone makes Arin tremble, imagining thousands, no, tens of thousands of rats gnawing your weapons and armor, and before long, the player's entire body. She wonders what about the boss. He explains that hundreds of rats are much bigger than the normal ones, all at once, and the boss's room is even worse. But a single boss should be at a much lower level than other dungeon bosses. That's true, but it's not what matters right now. He states no, that's the most important thing to him right now. The entrance to the rat dungeon looks dark and ominous. Jinwoo remarks on what a terrible environment, wondering if this resembles Europe during the height of the plague. As Arin admits, she feels like she's really going to get sick. He points out that Arin is now small enough to fight a rat one-on-one, so naturally, she doesn't want to deal with one up close. He asks if she sees those red eyes glimmering in the dark, explaining that it's like they're just waiting for you to enter the room. The rats, as expected, look weak, and they look like they're going to pop better than the slimes, prompting Arin to ask what he's talking about. With a flash of light, Jinwoo summons his weapon, causing Arin to ask what he's doing. He declares that with only his defensive armor equipped, he'll become a seemingly muddling pacifist in this dungeon. Then he'll just have to hurry and run to the boss room while conserving mana, telling her to hold on tight. She exclaims what? With a determined look, he declares, "All right then, let's run." As they sprint down the dungeon corridor, two rats squeak as they scurry past. A surge of power emanates from him, his body crackling with energy. He shouts, "They're aggroing without me having to cast War Cry." Gems scatter across the floor, and he thinks to himself that this is easier than the slimes. He hears Arin exclaim, "The gems! Appa, the gems!" He remembers clearing the last dungeon, killing the slimes just by using melee run and directly attacking the big slime only once. A thought crosses his mind. What will happen if I don't directly attack any enemies and clear the dungeon by? Leaning out from behind cover, Arin responds, "You'd be a complete nutcase, right? If he can manage to kill them all without hitting them." Jinwoo realizes he might be able to get the pacifist achievement. As the monsters fall around him, the Pied Piper's effect is clear. Seeing him kill them all without even attacking, Arin can't help but question what kind of pacifist this is. It's a title that truly suits Shirwu Appa, as if his mere existence means violence. A green rat, an elite monster, is crushed underfoot. A mutant rat goes around spreading the plague, but it's no match for the hunter's passive abilities. I'm progressing quickly. A system message declares that the skill melee run is now level 7. I can't believe my skill leveled up just by running, Jinwoo thinks, noting that his speed increases with every skill level up. And the icing on the cake is that my mana consumption also gets lowered, he thinks, considering if he should use this strategy more often. Arin is shocked, asking if he's seriously considering it. "It's a very nice skill for daily life," he says, as Arin retorts that his daily life shouldn't be that hardcore. "This is taking a lot longer than the slime dungeon," Jinwoo thinks to himself. "You thought I couldn't do a U-turn, huh?" he says, grinning. Continuing his run through the dungeon, Jinwoo moves with a purpose. Explaining his technique, he reveals that he can freely change directions to some extent while running, the concept being like controlling the direction of power. He continues, "If you know how your muscles work and how your mana flows, then there's no reason why changing directions would be difficult." Maintaining his pace, he assures that the power is maintained. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he focuses his mana. Reflecting on his past, he thinks that before becoming a player, he lived a life that had nothing to do with mana, and had been used to it for over 24 years of his life. He wonders, now being able to use mana, does it mean he should continue to act the same as before? Considering his active and passive skills, he muses on whether he has to think of them as a separate entity from his own body, but doesn't think these questions are going to be answered soon. Watching him, Arin thinks that they're too complicated and difficult to be answered simply, and that the hint is definitely related to melee run. Maybe she wouldn't understand even if she talked to him about it. Calling out to him, Arin says that she's starting to see the boss room, and asks if there are any other rats, because she thinks there are some that they left behind. Hearing her, Jinwoo abruptly turns around. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he asks if she thought he'd leave them behind. He continues to sprint forward, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Declaring that they should head straight back to the boss room, Jinwoo confirms he's at max speed, when Arin asks if he's really going to run straight into it. A voice agrees. The entrance to the boss room looms ahead, dripping with an ominous substance. The ground swarms with rats, their eyes glowing menacingly. Exclaiming in shock, Arin notes that there are hundreds of huge rats, even bigger than cats. Jinwoo urges them forward. The rats squeak and swarm, their numbers overwhelming. He stands ready, the entrance to the boss room behind him. A notification appears. The skill melee run is now level 8. As he looks back at Arin, Jinwoo suggests they get their payout, adding that he can't agree more and wants to see if his guess was right. To be continued. With a determined glint in his eyes, Siwoo shakes a bottle, the liquid inside glowing with an eerie light. The bottle's contents now swirling with energy, he prepares to unleash its power. As the liquid continues to shake, Siwoo envisions a wolf, while RN seems to be thinking about something else. Ready to put his plan into action, Siwoo declares, "Okay then, let's see it." The difference between the achievement name and the skill reward is unbelievable, Arin points out, noting the irony of him unlocking Pacifist while gaining a skill called Bloodthirst. A very good skill that weakens your enemies just by having it, Siwoo muses, but he acknowledges the problem. It's going to be difficult for him to control that skill since he just got it. Arin figures this is one more reason why they can't be seen in public for a while. Clearly annoyed, he thinks of himself as a walking nuisance. But it's a passive, and not just that, it's also a really good skill, he thinks. It's the best passive skill that combines not only physical and mana-based abilities, but also the mysterious power of mental abilities. Clenching his fist, Siwoo is sure it's going to greatly help him develop and fully control all of his powers. Resting her chin on her hand, Arin thinks it must be a really good skill, since this is the first time she's ever heard of such a skill despite being a pretty experienced player. He wonders why, even though all of his skills are perfect, the growth rate of all of his skills are great. He also thinks that Stone Skin is also a great skill that can save his life in the future, but the defense he got from going through dungeons is. Special achievements aren't something you can easily get, you know? Arin says, as she notes that from what she can see, his stats are already pretty monstrous. When a normal player levels up, their strength, agility, and stamina only increase by 1 point, but for him, it's a whopping 2, plus an additional increase if he gets lucky. However, the opposite is true for his mana. It only goes up by 1 per level, which is really annoying. Arin points out that his physical stats have a tremendous growth rate of +2 per level, and at this point, he already has the ability to overpower a lot of players. She concludes that, compared to other players, he's getting overwhelmingly stronger with each and every level up. Siwoo might be feeling restless, but Arin assures him that he's doing really well, and that the proof is that his mana manipulation skill continues to grow exponentially. He declares that he has to go to the armored orc dungeon again. Arin explains that mana manipulation is the beginning and the end of all active skills associated with mana, and that mana manipulation has the same growth rate as his mana technique. She continues, saying that his growth rate has really exceeded her expectations, and that's why she thinks he is doing really well. Siwoo replies, "Okay then. If Arin says so, then he has to go again, much to his dismay." The man in the helmet asks if they are really going, and if it's serious, adding that it's worth trying right now, and besides, if they don't go in now. The winged figure warns that his junior will starve to death. Even though almost every dungeon in town is small, and it's probably just a drop in the bucket if you consider the scope of the entire country, but you don't have to pick the most difficult choice first. The man in the helmet replies that that's exactly why he's doing it. Lost in thought, Arin wonders. They're armored orcs who love fighting just for the sake of it, every single one a seasoned warrior. If they somehow got out of the dungeon, it would be a festival of carnage. Korea may have a lot of top-ranked players, but a bead of sweat rolls down her cheek as she considers, wouldn't those armored orcs still give them a run for their money? But if you wait for just 10 more days, your stats will improve to the point where you would certainly overwhelm them, and there's still a lot of time left before the dungeon break. It seems his growth rate is far from normal, she thinks, wondering if it's because he had prepared to advance himself for the longest time. Or maybe it's because he was always applying himself without taking a break, or perhaps it's because of his innate abilities, Arin muses, deciding it's probably both, but there's no way to be sure. Right now, he knows he's still no match for them based on his stats, which makes this the ideal time to fight against them. Time, the perfect time to grow his skills and physical stats. He doesn't want to advance himself by crushing small fries in relatively easy dungeons. This is a chance to fight desperately against strong enemies, the chance that he's been waiting for. If that's how he feels, Arin won't say anything to stop him. But she was the one who convinced him to raise his level first, so now he wants to train using those orcs. Exactly. She really has a knack for saying stuff that would normally scare others to death, he thinks, wondering what word of caution she has for him before they leave. The motorcycle speeds down the road, suppressing it as much as possible, but it's still so strong, Jinwoo thinks, remembering that it's due to his passive skill, Bloodthirst, which is why she cautioned him about it before they left. There's still so much he needs to find out about this skill. If things weren't so urgent, he would have holed himself up somewhere and slowly researched Bloodthirst, but time is one of those things where you have too much if you don't need it, but you never have enough when you actually need it. They're here. A blinding flash erupts as Jinwoo forces his way into the dungeon. The sign declares this to be an enhanced orc colony dungeon, danger level, high. Looking around, he wonders if he's been here before. The magic-powered entrance looks like it could cave in at any moment, and he muses that he could open it up just by dipping his tail in. The sign states that this is Anthill Area Number 84 Enhanced Orc Colony, with a time limit to clear of 3 days. Noting the time limit, Jinwoo realizes that this means Arin explains that it won't give any extra benefits starting with your second try, and that entering the anthill dungeon is an act of provocation against the dungeon itself. He reflects on whether the act of breaking it, if left alone, became more dangerous because he entered it. That's a really ridiculous and unsettling piece of news. She suggests that if worse comes to worst, they could report it anonymously to the Tornado Guild. Then, she says, let's go look for Yong Esiha. Pointing ahead, Jinwoo declares he's over there. A figure lies defeated on the ground, as Jinwoo asks if he actually died. The figure replies that he's not dead yet, at least. At this rate, he figures his body may shrink, just like Arin's, but Shirwu came so that wouldn't happen. Looking at him, Arin is surprised, admiring, and envying him. He really looks like he might die soon, and he really doesn't like having to see anyone die in front of him, let alone someone who's connected to him. She tells him that he's just not used to experiencing loss, as players often experience the loss of their comrades. He feels like if he doesn't stay here, he would have a hard time keeping his senses. He tells Arin to stay back and try not to die, and she tells him to do the same. He doesn't think he could take on those orcs and keep her safe at the same time. Arin asks him for the return stone, and he hands it over, saying she won't get the chance to use it. It's good to see her overflowing with confidence. What she's worried about has been, and always will be, his tactics. He thinks that if he can beat them in a one-on-one battle against an orc, the next time he will surely beat them, whether it's 3 against 1 or 30 against 1. Deep within the dungeon, an armored figure rumbles, discovering it's a human. The weapon slams into the orc's armor, sending a shockwave through the arena. The force of the blow is concentrated, energy crackling around the point of impact. Unleashing the full force of his attack, Jinwoo roars, "Hard strike!" The orc grunts, staggering back from the unexpected power. Debris explodes outwards, a testament to the sheer force of the blow. The orc's armor groans, the metal straining under the pressure. Stunned by the damage, the Tribune armored orc can only think, "Impossible. I never expected him to deal so much damage on the first." A confident smirk plays on his lips. Jinwoo thinks to himself, "I'm currently able to freely link melee run with other combat skills. I'm not the same as before." Raising his weapon once more, he asks, "Are you finally awake now?" Clenching his fist, the orc growls, "You're not the only one with such skills." His eyes narrowed, Jinwoo retorts, "I know, so show me." His eyes blazing crimson, the Tribune armored orc declares, "I'll show you the power of an orc." Arin explains that their opponent may be an armored orc who pours mana into his machinery, but that doesn't mean he can't use skills. Orcs' innate skills have been engraved into their bodies while they develop physically and garner all kinds of achievements, namely, their passive skills. With a roar, the Tribune armored orc is struck. But before the dust settles, the orc retaliates with a swing of his axe. The attack lands with a deafening clang, engulfing everything in a blinding flash. But even as the light fades, Jinwoo manages to land a counterattack. Watching the exchange, he notes that the orc's movements have gotten drastically quicker. Realizing the danger, he thinks that attack just now was extremely dangerous. He sees the orc powering up, so that must be his. The orc declares, "The power of the orc head on. I like you." His red eyes burning with anticipation, the Tribune armored orc urges him to get up, declaring that he still has much to show him. Having seemingly won the fight, Young Siwoo stands over his defeated foe, the armored orc, as the orc notes that they are nearly equal in strength, but that Siwoo has the upper hand with his mana and skills. A monstrous laugh erupts, the orc's face filling the view with its grotesque features. The armored orc declares, "Good, let's fight." It's an orc's instinct to enjoy battles with strong enemies. His eyes burning with battle lust, the orc vows to fight until one of them is dead. A smirk plays on his lips. Siwoo seems unfazed by the challenge. Watching from afar, Arin sighs, muttering that it can't be helped, but, her expression troubled, Arin admits to herself that she can't imagine Shirwu losing after all. The orc taunts, "Weak, weak. Your final strike was weak. I purposely didn't finish you off. You didn't know? Why don't you try harder?" Closing the distance, Siwoo clashes with the armored orc, sparks flying from the impact. A wide grin spreads across his face. The orc exclaims that it's nice to see he's enjoying the battle. He hasn't had an opponent who could take him head on. Previously, there was a gap in pure strength that his skills couldn't compensate for, but now it's different. Every time he clashes with him, he can see improvement. How refreshing. He's only dealing with a single armored orc now, but what about later? If he becomes stronger than he is now, he might be able to defeat even opponents that are even stronger than the armored orc. At the end of the day, the pleasure of overcoming his opponents. This is going to be awesome. He's been looking forward to going all out with his tremendous strength, so he doesn't have to hold back his strength against even stronger opponents that he has to kill. He can use these skills he's been honing over a long time, to his heart's content, and develop them even further. Hard strike. The strike lands. And he can use them all at full throttle, which he's never been able to do before. The armored orc coughs up blood. He won. He didn't use the power of the flame enchantment. He defeated him purely with his mana and skills. I lost. The orc admits, "Warrior, there's nothing more you can gain from me. Your skills have already been fully perfected." The Tribune armored orc continues. Whether or not those skills can be used in harmony with mana is a question that Siwoo must explore in the future. Hearing this, Siwoo agrees. Reflecting on their earlier battle, the orc admits he wanted to get a hint from the armored orcs. He explains that they specialize in combat techniques that take advantage of their bodies to win, rather than using proper martial arts. Listening intently, Siwoo thinks to himself that he was unfortunately born with that type of fighting technique. The orc asks if Siwoo wants to learn the skill that's residing with him. The orc continues, explaining that it is a power that can only be awakened by their orc warriors who have surpassed their limits on the battlefield. Nevertheless, human warrior, he will also be able to reach his full potential. The orc adds that Siwoo has already seen a glimpse of it. Surprised, Siwoo exclaims. He realizes it could be that, although it was a skill that he acquired through unexpected events, in the end, it's similar to what the armored orcs have. A smile spreads across his face as he thinks, perhaps he can develop something even more powerful than that. Siwoo thanks him for the advice, and the Tribune armored orc says he had fun. The Tribune armored orc acknowledges Siwoo's potential, but warns him to stay on his guard. He gestures to the horde behind him, promising hundreds more of his brethren, and an even more powerful commander. The orc reminds him that the commander of those troops is waiting, as the scene shifts to a close-up of Siwoo and the orc. A confident smirk plays on Siwoo's lips, brushing off the warning. The scene changes, the sledgehammer resting on his shoulder, as he reflects on the differences between PvP and PvE tactics. He realizes he was only trying out skills he was already familiar with, skills infused with mana, and wonders if he fought the orc at full power. Arin stands nearby, as Siwoo admits he was also suppressing his bloodthirst and didn't fully utilize the sledgehammer's power. He clarifies that he didn't intentionally drag out the fight, but wanted to defeat his opponent using only his physical strength, mana, and combat skills. Having gathered enough data, he considers how strong the armored orcs are and what he can do when facing them. Aware that he has about half of his mana left, Siwoo resolves to use it sparingly from now on. He contemplates waiting until his mana is fully restored, but decides against it if things take a turn. He concludes that if necessary, he can always return with the return stone, regroup, and come back later, regretting that he could have saved more mana if he had killed his opponent right away. Siwoo grins, wondering if they should test something out. He muses that the dungeon must have long hallways between rooms, but there haven't been any orcs running around, even though he made a ruckus in the first room. Arin replies that they should be grateful for that, but Siwoo doesn't think so. Arin explains that there's an unwritten rule that the monsters won't aggro first, unless the player provokes them while hopping between rooms or by creating a disturbance big enough to destroy the entire dungeon. Siwoo tells her to stay where her healing magic can reach him, as Arin insists that she's not going to suddenly collapse from a few heals. She thinks to herself that Siwoo isn't the only one who became stronger, as she's slowly regaining her old powers and magic while going through dungeons with him. Arin explains that supporters are beings who grow along with underground players. As a basic rule in a dungeon, a room is considered an inviolable area. She continues, explaining that as the player's level goes up, so does the supporter's level, and if Siwoo increases his mana by training, then Arin will also start regaining her mana back. Arin encourages him to keep going. Siwoo agrees. Arin thinks to herself that Siwoo has been sweeping through all of the dungeons that they've been to so far, and there was no room for her to help him even though she's recovered her strength. She resolves that it's time to prove that she's not just baggage who'll slow him down or nag at him constantly, telling young Seha to wait for them, as she's fired up but also cautious. Arin states that orcs are pretty strong. Siwoo nods in agreement. As they continue deeper into the cave, the winged woman wonders if he's getting smaller and smaller. Noticing a light ahead, Siwoo questions what it could be. It looks like they're already halfway out of the cave. Emerging from the cave, the winged woman notes that the enhanced orc colony is like a dungeon made of just orcs in a small sky battlefield, a Sky Castle's level 26 dungeon. She adds that it's good they don't have to worry about the other innumerable monsters, but it's also a place where the difficulty rises significantly from one battle to the next. Two orcs stand guard, one exclaiming if it's a human, the other calling them a human intruder. Annoyed, Siwoo remarks that they finally showed up. The armored orcs are surprised by the sudden appearance of an intruder, questioning if he is human. A smirk plays on his lips, as he notes that they've finally shown up. One of the armored orcs declares, "I'll take you on." Meanwhile, Arin wonders if there are two of them. His eyes narrow, as he thinks they're too slow. The armored orc shouts, "Slowpokes, human bastard." The armored orcs tower over him, ready to attack, declaring that they'll show him the power of the orcs. He prepares to strike, knowing that all he needs to do is attack them where their weaknesses are. Similar to jet engines, armored orcs add momentum to their attacks by shooting out compressed gases from areas around the joints, and he struck those areas with perfect timing to cause the gases to explode inside. The remaining armored orc is enraged, but he thinks that it might have been a good idea to enhance their strength by grafting machinery onto their body, but it also created a ton of fatal flaws. Staggering back from the force of the blow, the armored orc spits out a mouthful of blood, finally acknowledging that he may have underestimated his opponent. He snarls, admitting that he has flaws that can be overcome with brute strength. Focusing his energy, young Siwoo prepares to unleash another attack, determined to prove whose strength is truly greater. With a burst of speed, he initiates a melee run, closing the distance between himself and the wounded orc. Unleashing a devastating blow, young Siwoo strikes the armored orc with full force, the impact echoing through the forest. Watching the fight unfold, Arin realizes that the player's growth is something everyone will fear in the future. Meanwhile, Siwoo continues his exploration, noting that the area is a mysterious one, and this must be a real monster habitat. A smirk plays across his lips, as he realizes this situation is all the better for him. Considering his options, he knows that in narrower spaces, he can use baiting tactics to draw them out into the open, but in a wide open area like this, he could make use of melee run and fight in a way that is more advantageous for him. Spotting the intruder, the armored orc exclaims in disbelief, questioning why the others aren't signaling that there is a human present. Analyzing the situation, Siwoo realizes that they must be sending out patrols, just like an actual army would. However, knowing there is only one intruder, the orcs are bound to lower their guard. With a bellow, one of the armored orcs declares, "How trivial." But before the orc can swing his weapon, young Siwoo has already closed the distance. From the sidelines, Arin notes, he's coming from behind the trees. No wait, he's hiding within the trees. The armored orcs advance, and Arin thinks, this bastard, he's strong. She continues, Siwoo Appa. He's no different from Rambo, or the Predator. A close-up of young Siwoo reveals a confident smirk as he thinks, a wise decision. He continues in his thoughts. But from the start, members of your species are too used to fighting alone. One of the orcs cries out, Simon. As the orc falls, Arin thinks, this is as far as you go. With a determined look, young Siwoo prepares to strike. His attack lands with devastating force, sending one of the armored orcs flying. The armored orc yells, you're a fool for throwing away your only weapon. Young Siwoo defeats the remaining orcs with a flurry of blows, thinking, weapons are just accessories. The armored orc gurgles, a stream of green liquid spewing from its mouth, the poison taking its toll. His legs giving way, the armored orc collapses. Barely able to speak, the orc manages to choke out that he was poisoned. Arin calls out, it's the gloves, your gloves. Examining his hands, the gloves are indeed glowing with power. He thinks to himself that these combat gloves are effective in both offense and defense, and that he's made good use of them so far. A system message appears, detailing the stats of the poison fangs of the underground insect, a pair of leather gloves made from the essences of super poisonous centipedes. Looking at the stats, he wonders if that's how it activated. He wonders if the sledgehammer is supposed to have two options, and if the probability of it activating is too low to begin with. He thinks to himself that he should have passed the halfway mark on its proficiency level already, and wonders what happens when the proficiency level is maxed. A system message appears, stating that the weapon power will increase, and that he'll be able to use the synthesis altar. He thinks to himself that it'll be a long time before he maxes out the proficiency levels, so he'll listen to an explanation of the synthesis altar later. In any case, increasing one's power is a good thing, he thinks, considering the variety of powers he now wields, from flames to poisons, things are getting more interesting. Looking at him, Arin wonders how long it's been since they entered this dungeon. It's been little over a day, she replies. She continues, that in the small sky battlefield, they'd be halfway through the dungeon before encountering a group of 5 or more orcs, adding that his current pace is way too fast. He suggests, then let's take a break for an hour, telling her that she should rest too. She replies, that she's not like him, so she doesn't know if she'd be able to wake up in an hour once she falls asleep. Now, then, he thinks, wondering when it will show itself. He reflects, that when the last battle ended, he sensed that someone was waiting for him to drop his guard so they could attack, adding that this isn't anything related to skills or mana, but just a gut feeling. My opponent probably doesn't realize that I noticed him already, he thinks. He continues, or does that mean that he's confident in himself? Anyway, he has really good timing, showing up when we're defenseless like this. Is he doubting himself? No, he must be listening for my breathing. It looks like this time my opponent is pretty sharp, an armored orc who has an incomparably strong aura, and the ability to hide his aura. The glint of metal catches the light, revealing a heavily armored figure, its form radiating power. There's no doubt, this is an elite monster. The armored orc, a hulking figure clad in gleaming metal, raises its massive axe. He observes the monster, recognizing it as an elite threat. The armored orc is coming, but not yet. Then, he'll just have to force him to come here. Sorry, I know you have only been resting for a bit. But it's an uphill climb after this dungeon, so let's do our best. He notes that he's fast. The distance closes, 10 meters. With a burst of speed, young Siwoo launches his attack. The armored orc is sent flying, crashing into the ground. He wonders what just happened. He grips his weapon, knowing he shouldn't let this opportunity pass. But the armored orc smirks, revealing that he laid a trap, one that should have been invisible. But Siwoo is one step ahead, declaring that he already knew everything. And with blinding speed, he launches an attack. The orc, unfazed, admits he didn't even know about the trap, but he intends to use it to his advantage by provoking him. Letting out a deafening roar, the orc prepares to strike. His weapon clashes against the hunters, the impact echoing through the air. But before the orc can capitalize, Siwoo retaliates with a powerful blow. He realizes, this is an elite monster after all. The orc scoffs, belittling the feeble punches from a human's fragile fist. A flicker of surprise crosses his face as he hears those words. The barrage continues, each strike fueled by determination and tenacity. The tribune armored orc cries out as he takes another blow. A bright light shines, illuminating the area. Her hands glowing with power, Arin stands ready. The armored orc senses a presence. Wondering if the explosions were caused by her, Siwoo is glad that she noticed. An explosion rocks the area, and Arin is revealed to be awake. Telling him that she told him before, Arin declares that she is not the same as she was before. Siwoo listens intently. Hearing this, Siwoo says that they should get to it. Pointing towards the hidden enemies, Siwoo tells her that he'll be counting on her to help him take on those 20 elite orcs hiding over there. Surrounded by fallen elite orcs, one of them wonders if they only get EXP points after clearing the dungeon, and doesn't think he's going to make it. Looking at the hero, Arin wonders why he seems so dejected after coming all this way, reminding him that they only need to get past these enemies, and the boss room is just around the corner. Before them stand 3 elite armored orc centurions. Each orc is clad in imposing, full-body armor. The orcs roar, demanding that they kill him, the demon who's been slaughtering their troops, wondering who brought up such a strong warrior among humans, as Arin retorts that it's because of them. With a yell, young Siwoo strikes one of the orcs with a beam of yellow energy. Bringing his weapon down, he slams it into the orc, who cries out the name Simon, as Siwoo realizes that all of their names are Simon. Another orc, enraged by the death of his comrade, vows to avenge Simon by killing him, questioning how he dares kill their comrade so ruthlessly. The hero replies that if they die, then they die, adding that after they die, who cares about shame or glory, as Arin says that he says that, but doesn't have any intention of dying either. Focusing his energy, Siwoo thinks that with just a bit more, he might be able to get another passive skill if he keeps this up. A determined look crosses his face, as he thinks that going against 3 of them at once won't be hard, and now the only one left is. The armored orc tribune questions if he thinks he'll be allowed to see the tribune, before Siwoo strikes him down. Standing over the fallen orc, he remarks that's 2 down, and he's the only one left, as the orc calls him a bastard, and Siwoo tells him that he'll see his friends soon, so just relax. An exclamation escapes Siwoo's lips, sensing the incoming attack. The elite armored orc centurion swings his chain weapon with incredible speed, attempting to crush him, declaring that the tribune will be the one to deal with him. Watching from a distance, Arin realizes he's trying to force open the boss room and that they have to stop him. He retorts, there's no need to explain that to him. But before the centurion can react, Siwoo counters with a full force body tackle. He shouts, nice. Then followed by young Siwoo's melee run. The full body hard strike connects, obliterating the elite armored orc centurion. The impact creates a shockwave, signaling the end of the battle. Arin is shocked, her eyes wide with disbelief. She exclaims, he didn't just die, he got smashed to pieces. What on earth just happened? He recalls that at first, he was only going to use melee run and full body hard strike, not even thinking about adding stone skin to the mix. But when he went to finish, he instinctively mixed all 3 skills together, and the result was strangely successful. Hearing this, Arin is speechless, as young Siwoo suddenly notices his body getting hot for some reason. As a system notification flashes before his eyes, a new active skill, Cruel Charge, has been acquired. Reading the skill's description, he realizes he's finally created his second active skill. Observing the situation, Arin notes that he's always a couple steps ahead of her expectations. Concerned, Arin asks if he has much mana left. Though he tries to deny it, Jinwoo admits he ended up with a powerful skill. A diagram appears, highlighting the mana drain, as he confesses he consumed too much mana using all 3 skills at once. Explaining the situation, he notes that it resulted in a complete skill, so he won't use as much mana as before, and that he should rest before going to fight the boss, since there won't be any monsters between here and the boss room. Spotting a trap, Jinwoo declares he needs to break it. Recalling his past experiences, he remembers that dungeons are not only full of monsters, but also riddled with traps that could kill players, and that his instincts haven't even failed him once. Preparing to strike, it looks like he's just randomly hitting the ground. Ready to strike, he prepares to bring the rod down with all his might. Suddenly, a new figure appears, floating serenely in the air. His eyes widen, caught off guard by the sudden arrival. The figure greets him cheerfully, offering a refreshing drink before the dungeon boss fight. His grip tightens on the rod, hesitation creeping into his resolve. He grits his teeth, deciding he doesn't know what kind of trap this might be, so he'll just pound her to pieces, but a voice calls out, begging him to stop. The scene shifts, showing a jungle environment. Another figure appears, uttering a simple A. Turning his head, he wonders if it's a fairy. The fairy strikes a pose, declaring bingo. Introducing herself as Luda, the fairy merchant who would fly anywhere the customer may be. He observes her, noting that she definitely doesn't resemble a retired player like Su Arin or Yong Esaha, questioning if she was born that way as a monster. The fairy responds, stating that he may call her a monster, or a retired player, or if he'd like, an interested party from either the Sky Castle or the Anthill. Appearing as nothing more than a simple merchant, the fairy insists she only supplies her customers with the best quality products for a fair price. Staring intently, the woman with wings thinks to herself, there's nothing quite like her in Sky Castle. Of course, Anthill has a lot of things that you wouldn't find in Sky Castle, but still, the appearance of something that's. She concludes that she's not dealing with a monster or a player, but a third party with intelligence, which is just too suspicious. Narrowing his eyes, Jinwoo thinks, this brat definitely fits that image to AT. NPCs are often found in RPG games as supporting characters played by the AI to help the story flow along. The fairy says, I realize that I might seem suspicious, but you can calm yourself. He replies, I think you already know, don't you, sir? With a smile, Luda insists, I have no hostile intentions toward you, nor do I want to make an enemy out of you. His expression hardening, Jinwoo thinks, that's what makes you the most dangerous one here. He asks, you said your name's Luda? She responds, you said you're a merchant, so that means you're here to sell things, right? To be specific, I want to barter. What I want are gems. Surrounded by her wares, the fairy explains, and what you want are potions, return stones, tools, and other miscellaneous items. Everything you might need in a dungeon. I can supply you with anything you want, as long as the price is right. He thinks to himself that maybe she's more trustworthy than he initially thought, but then quickly remembers that she sounds about as trustworthy as a swindler who pulled their parents or friends into a pyramid scheme. Aren't they both as bad? Luda responds, a sad story behind that comparison, that she doesn't have many people that she'd consider to be her friend. Since no one here believes her, she's going to stop. Luda asks if she can give him a special product as a gift, just this once though. Jinwoo wonders what the gift is. Luda insists that the interface doesn't lie and asks him to please check it out. He asks if she was observing him in secret. Luda smiles, thinking that he might need some R&R right now. She says not to worry, as the interface doesn't lie, as Jinwoo's companion asks if she is his appa. Despite his earlier doubts, he can feel his physical strength and stamina returning. A wide smile spreads across Luda's face, as she observes that his vitality seems to be returning. The change is remarkable, especially after rushing through this dungeon for over 2 days without rest. The recent battles had taken their toll, but now he feels revitalized. Her eyes sparkling, Luda explains that under the special sale for his first-time purchase, she can sell him one for just 5 gems obtained from armored orcs, adding that he'll receive a bigger dungeon clear bonus if he fights the boss after using the potion, rather than waiting around to recover naturally. Wouldn't he call that an immense benefit? A shadow crosses his face, and Jinwoo admits that he doesn't think he likes her. Luda simply responds, oh dear, but I happen to like you, dear customer. A voice cuts through the air, dripping with disdain, making it clear he doesn't care for the fairy. But Luda seems unfazed by his attitude, responding with a saccharine sweetness that almost feels mocking. Having received 5 armored orc gems, she hands over the mana potion. The blue potions sit ready for use. Now, the potion glows in his hand, its power surging through him, completing his mana recovery. Luda asks if he needs anything else, but he simply turns away with a dismissive humph. With a cheerful smile, the fairy merchant says she looks forward to their next meeting. As he walks away, fairy merchant Luda thanks him for his patronage, the fairy shop disappearing in a swirl of magic. He hopes he doesn't have to see her again. Realizing this means they have someone connected to the anthill with whom communication is possible. He muses that she might know some secrets about Sky Castle as well. The winged girl doubts she would tell them those things so readily, as a blue monster lurks in the background. Well, who knows? In any case, that's not important right now. What's important is the Orc Tribune. Surveying the arena, Jinwoo notes that the boss room looks like it was ripped straight from the mountaintops, and it's far too large for him to use his full speed to ambush his opponent within 3 seconds. Knowing he'll have to face him head-on, the protagonist begins to formulate an attack strategy. A guttural voice booms. Are you the bastard who locked me up? He replies, inside this place? The Orc Tribune narrows his eye, his gaze intense. He's just staring him down, but Jinwoo can feel the oppressive weight of his aura. It's on a whole different level from the other armored orcs. The Orc Tribune responds, technically, I'm not. But yeah, I guess you could say that. Her eyes wide with worry, Arin looks on. The Orc Tribune continues, his voice laced with fury. Even though my wrath is obvious to you. A smirk plays on his lips as Jinwoo retorts. Even though you know fully well your own weakness, you have the gall to say that to me? I just thought it might be easier for me if I make sure that you're completely pissed off. Her hands flying to her cheeks, Arin gasps. How could you provoke your enemy when you're not even certain you could win? A chilling sound echoes through the chamber, the Orc Tribune erupting in maniacal laughter. How will he react when he hits a wall he can't get past? He's never stopped moving forward, and he's not about to start now. He won't care how high the wall is, he'll just keep running. Until the wall gives way, because he's promised himself he'd abolish all other worries, there must be some weakness. Fine, he wonders what the Orc Tribune is planning, with that slow brain of his. The Orc Tribune sneers, declaring his goal is to have Jinwoo's head as a trophy. Arin watches, telling him she doesn't think he can win against the Orc Tribune, but Jinwoo retorts that they won't know until they actually fight. The armored orc tribe is defective from birth, having already seen their weakness countless times. Grafting machinery onto their bodies to obtain stronger powers might be a brave thing to do, but it's almost a given that defects would arise when body and machine are fused together. He already saw numerous instances of that during his dungeon explorations, and just because this guy is a bit special, it doesn't make him an exception. The Orc Tribune asks if he destroyed all of his subordinates on his way here, and Jinwoo confirms that he did, without leaving a single one behind. The hunter stands his ground, beckoning his opponent forward, a smirk playing on his lips. Show me more, he taunts, confident in his abilities. I'll be quite disappointed if that's all you've got. Enraged by the taunt, the Tribune armored orc retorts, "You talk big for a pup who is always backing off with his tail tucked in." He swings his weapon, a trail of yellow energy following its arc. But with incredible speed, he dodges the attack, a blur of purple energy surrounding him as he moves. He continues to evade the orc's attacks, his movements fluid and precise. My armor is useless against his attack, he thinks, knowing that one direct hit would mean serious injury, or even instant death if he were unlucky. Even knowing the danger, he can't help but feel a thrill in the fight. The armored orc is captivating, his movements on a different level compared to the other orcs. It's like his mind, body, and weapons somehow became one. Lost in admiration, he thinks, he's just too awesome. I want to make him my sparring mentor and fight him over and over, thousands of times. Watching the fight, Su Arin observes. With his monstrous body, he created his own style of fighting that no human could imitate no matter how many lives they had. She understands what he wants to do, noting that he's focusing on using the least amount of mana to evade his attacks every time. She calls out to him, "But there's no need to put your life at risk just for this." Frustrated by his inability to land a hit, the Tribune armored orc curses, "Bastard, you're only good at evasions." A confident smirk spreads across his face. "No, I'm good at everything, including evasions." The Tribune armored orc can't believe what he's seeing. Having never evaded attacks before, Jinwoo finds out he's actually quite good at it, a cheat character, if he does say so himself. The orc scoffs at his words. Demanding to see what else he's got, the Tribune armored orc glares down at him. Now for the next step, he prepares to use Melee Run's acceleration assets, applying it instantaneously. He grips his weapon tightly. Activating the skill, Jinwoo explodes forward in a burst of speed. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, he slams into the Tribune armored orc. It works, he thinks. Anything works when your life is on the line. His Melee Run went up 2 levels all at once. You don't have much mana to begin with, the orc thinks, but you're using it all up while running around like a rat. With this, he can. Because he's gradually reading his every move, the hunter is learning how to handle his powers via the armored orcs, but the Tribune is different from them. These are the things he needs to pay attention to, his muscle movements as he's swinging his weapon. Focusing intently, the orc's breathing grows heavy as he swings. All of his focus is on his footwork. The gaze takes in the distance and possible openings. Deep in his body, the mana crystals emit their light, bringing everything together, from his body to the axe. Maybe because this is a life or death battle, he feels like he finally understands what a passive skill is. It's here all around him, because it's just there all the time, it may not be very noticeable. The symbol of the fusion between mana and body. Preparing to strike, the hunter is ready. Frustrated, the orc curses. He smirks, realizing the orc didn't sense his mana. Enraged, the Tribune armored orc demands, "How did he pick that up from him?" The orc continues, questioning how it could happen in such a short amount of time. A confident smirk spreads across Jinwoo's face as he thinks, evasion isn't the only thing he's good at. He declares he'll show him. The orc roars, calling him a bastard. The orc swings his axe, but it's become much easier for Jinwoo to read the trajectory of the swing. He thinks to himself, he comprehended his opponent's passive skill in order to create his own, surprising himself from time to time with his own abilities. He wonders if the orc really thinks it's just baby steps. The axe comes down, but Jinwoo dodges the attack. A voice explains that the key point of a passive skill is to draw out the innate power within the body, however small it may be, and manifest it. The voice continues, stating that a deep understanding and proficiency of the actions involved, and a harmony between that action and the mana, are the requirements to create a passive skill. Already possessing superhuman strength, his body fundamentally changed after receiving mana, but he hadn't been able to control it properly. Through his battle against the armored orc Tribune, Young Si-woo obtained a high level of comprehension about his own body and his weapon. Since both the axe and hammer are heavier weapons, the armored orc Tribune thinks he might have had an easier time applying his example. Now, is there anything else he could teach him? Don't take his years of experience so lightly, the armored orc Tribune thinks. The skill, KAPOW. Too simple, he thinks. Well, he's not surprised. Even 24 hours wouldn't be enough to explain the fine points of any skill out there. Since this was his first created skill, he can't really tell if he had done his best at it. In any case, it's too absurd when it says that it'll assist in all combat fought with heavy weapons. It's just simply impossible to do without a deep understanding of your own body, weapon, and the battle itself. Arin asks just what kind of skill he created. As far as he knows, there is no passive skill out there that could provide such strong assistance and wide application. Her wings spread wide, a hopeful expression on her face. Arin asks if she performed well. A confident smirk plays on his lips. Jinwoo assures her that she exceeded all expectations. Now that the skill is confirmed, he's ready to move on. He thinks to himself, a smirk playing on his lips. Good, then that's fine. Eyes gleaming with anticipation, he declares, let's finish it, now that I've confirmed the skill. The Tribune armored orc struggles, coughing up a cloud of vapor. Arin asks, how come you didn't finish off the Tribune right away? A devilish grin spreads across his face as he explains, before killing him, I want to get an extra bonus to the skill. With a final blow, he finishes off the Tribune armored orc, who manages a week. Thanks a lot, and farewell. Arin exclaims. Sherwu Appa pushed himself to go beyond his limits in a difficult dungeon. The orc Tribune falls, and the system rewards begin to pour in, granting him enormous amounts of experience. A surge of power courses through him, engulfing him in a blinding light. An incredible amount of mana comes crashing into him, essentially transforming his body. The light intensifies, briefly revealing his silhouette. He exhales sharply, feeling the changes taking place within him. Taking a deep breath, he feels the shift in his abilities. He notes that he just obtained heavy weapon battle, and it's already at level 2. He made a wise choice by activating the skill before killing the Orc Tribune. He thinks it's too bad that he lost 5 MP though, but he's sure that gaining this passive skill will be advantageous for him in the future. He expresses his surprise. Arin seems to have noticed something as well. She wonders if she got a teensy bit bigger, but it's not just her size that got bigger. As his supporter, Arin's level has increased, and she's recovered her mana points as well. Most of the passive and active skills she used to have are also coming back. The days when she was limited to 4 heal casts are long gone. She declares, having recovered a lot of her powers, so they can afford to tour some harder dungeons. But Young Siwoo interjects, suggesting they stick to really easy ones for the time being, just when she became so motivated. He admits that he does like fighting strong opponents, but he doesn't want to die either. Honestly, he thinks he pushed himself too far this time. Arin remarks that he's quick at admitting when he's wrong, isn't he? Something's coming, Young Siwoo warns. A small, winged figure appears, expressing their gratitude. Young Siwoo is taken aback, uttering the name, Young. Arin seems surprised, calling out, Young Seha? Young Seha exclaims that he thought he was going to die for sure, but Siwoo fought and defeated the Orc Tribune by himself. He's tiny, Siwoo thinks to himself. Young Seha acknowledges that they cleared all the traps and monsters, but it was a very long distance for him, from the entrance to the boss room. He explains that he used to be a vanguard in his former party, and asks if they forgot his part in all this. Arin apologizes to him. Now that the gem looting is done, he figures they can go get more loot. With a knowing look, Arin asks if he's going to toss them all in at once again. Preparing to toss the gems, he can't help but think that she can read him like an open book. With a grunt, he tosses the gems. Seeing the gems, Arin realizes there are around 200 gems in there, but then a message appears. You have reached the maximum limit of rewards. With a shocked expression, he exclaims, no way, not again. He recalls that it happened once before with the synthesis altar, and now it's the reward altar. With a surprised expression, Arin sees the gems bounce right out. With a smile, Arin explains that there's a limit to how much one can earn in a dungeon. He thinks her smile is scary, then asks if he can't expect an orc dungeon to give him something like dragon boots, even though he put in all the gems he found in this dungeon. Mentioning how he usually keeps the gems to himself, Arin watches him. Hearing this, Siwoo seems a little embarrassed. Knowing something like this would happen someday, Arin looks at Siwoo. Accepting his fate, Siwoo closes his eyes. Deciding to see what the reward is, he opens his eyes and looks at the item. Bathed in golden light, a black helmet materializes. Examining the helmet, Siwoo can't tell what it's made of, but he can feel that it's sturdy enough to withstand several full power strikes from his hammer. Seeing the stats, Siwoo is shocked to realize it has higher defense than his body armor. Arin sighs, relieved that it's a C-rank battle gear. Looking at the helmet, Siwoo admits that it doesn't look bad, thinking to himself that at least he won't need to wear his motorcycle helmet when he goes out in public anymore. He adjusts the helmet on his head. Giving the thumbs up, Siwoo says it's great, and they should go, asking if she's going to store the rest of her gems in the rest area. Arin has been saving most of her recently earned gems there. Surprised, Arin asks what the rest area is, and Siwoo tells her she'll find out in a bit. He grins, telling her that from now on, she's going to be living there. Suddenly, a golden key appears. Holding the key, Siwoo kneels down. A figure is bathed in golden light. Watching the scene, Arin wonders if he received something like a blessing from the Earth God. She looks on with anticipation. The discussion continues. Having retired from paying attention to such things, Siwoo listens as Arin adds that the concept of God has been a hot topic in the Tornado Guild. Surely, the appearance of humans chosen as players, the emergence of sky castles and dungeons seemingly impossible with modern technology, and the possibility of a superhuman existence were subjects of constant talk. That being the case, the argument that players might have been specially chosen by the gods to gain strength was bound to arise. Although it can be seen as an extension of elitism in the end, it would just be a laughable theory if it only ended there. However, as you go up to the higher-level dungeons, the monsters and ruins strongly suggest the existence of a god previously unknown on Earth. Calling on the names of certain gods in order to buff themselves, Arin wonders if it's also possible for humans to do that, and if such an example already exists among humans. Then, wouldn't it be possible for that person to overwhelm all other beings with the blessing of a god? These kinds of stories are rapidly spreading within every elite guild. It's like their guild master. Doesn't he use very powerful fire magic? Surely he must have been blessed by the god of fire. Siwoo hums in thought. That's not a very positive response. Arin admits that she did follow him as the head of her guild, but he wasn't a very likable person. He's definitely strong, and his skills are more than enough to become the leader of Korea's representative guild. But as much as he is skilled, he's also very competitive and fame-hungry. The fairy compliments Siwoo's eye for detail, adding that he has a good eye, newbie. Eyes narrowing, Siwoo considers upgrading his bed right now. Something's not right. Siwoo demands the admin, declaring it's a bug. Trying to calm him down, Arin reminds him that the last time they raised the rest area's level, it said that they had to raise its level to 2 in order to raise the level of the bed. He replies, it didn't specifically mention that, adding that he was convinced that he could raise the furniture here as high as the level of the rest area. So he didn't see this coming. Even if they raise the level of this place to level 3, Arin thinks, they might not be able to do the same for the bed, adding that living on your own shore is pretty rough. Clenching his fist, Siwoo declares that they should first invest their gems into upgrading this place. The rest area is now level 3, and the space has been increased. A refrigerator level 1 has been added, much to Siwoo's surprise. The system message states that the refrigerator level 1 allows for food storage and generates a random ability potion at regular intervals. He wonders if the system is trying to appease him by first giving him the disease and only then giving him the remedy. It's giving him all the essential facilities that he needs, almost like there's somebody analyzing all of his thoughts and behavioral patterns, and he vows that someday he's going to make them eat his fist. Next time he tries to upgrade, they're going to make something. Appearing to take the focus away from the bed, right? Siwoo transforms, knowing what they're up to, those bastards. Appa, calm down, Arin pleads. A system message flashes before him, announcing that furniture level-ups are now available. He notes the requirements, 20% of gems for the bed and 50% for the door, but why the door? The bed, the drawer, and even the bathroom are all available for use. He eyes the door, the one that leads outside, also available for a level up. Thinking it over, he realizes this area is underground, yet the door leads straight above ground, making it no ordinary exit. As gems float around him, Arin reminds him that he was going to level up those things anyway, suggesting he might as well do it quickly. She continues, observing that his passive skill, ignorant bravery, makes his intentions rather obvious. He thinks to himself, I'll touch what I can see. If there's a door, I'll open it. If I see monsters, I'll beat them up. Arin compliments him, but he tells her to be quiet. He notices the bed has gone from a double to a king-sized one, and the bedding has become higher quality, too. He flops down on the newly upgraded bed, the soft landing a welcome change. Arin chimes in, declaring that a bed is all about the technology, though she and Siwoo are apparently reciting catchlines from commercials for different brands of mattresses. The fairy-like girl explains that the recovery rate has increased, and his skill proficiencies will increase just by sleeping on it. She wonders if it might even let him train inside his dreams. Siwoo admits he'd love to dive right into his new bed. But there's something else he needs to take care of first, his gaze drawn to the mysterious red door. He muses that he might be able to go anywhere he wants, using this door. Arin excitedly suggests going to Greece, and with that, gems are deposited. He feels like a dad who sent his daughter to the hair salon with a 10,001 bill, but the daughter comes back with a Marie Antoinette hairdo, though Arin tells him not to involve his daughter, who doesn't exist yet. She points out that at least he won't need to dig a hole with his tail anymore. Siwoo thinks to himself that Seoul is starting to run out of dungeons that he hasn't been to, and if something like the Sanatown incident happens again, with monsters spilling out from a dungeon break, he could just stick the key into the ground somewhere remote where no one is watching and go straight into that dungeon. Crossing his arms, he acknowledges that of course there's a downside as well. Imagining a scenario, Siwoo thinks about entering a nearby dungeon without a care in the world. But what if that dungeon happens to be a Demon King's castle? He knows he'd need to run away as soon as he enters. Scratching the back of his head, Arin suggests they save the door function until they gather enough return stones. Having just completed the urgent task of conquering the enhanced door colony, Siwoo wonders if worrying about such things at this moment is unnecessary. Waving her hand, Arin declares that she's going to wash up and sleep. Raising an eyebrow, Siwoo lifts his shirt to show his abs, but Arin seems unimpressed. Whispering, Arin tells him something. Imagining a new house, Siwoo thinks his niece is going to love it. Lying in bed, Siwoo wonders why they don't go look for another dungeon, but Arin insists that he needs more rest. If it's something they could take care of with one night's rest, she wouldn't object, but Arin explains that there's a sickness called level sickness. The jostling of public transport triggers a wave of nausea. He wonders if it's something like motion sickness, but Arin clarifies that it's level sickness. She chides him for overextending himself, referring to his recent dungeon run without rest and his attempt to create a passive skill in a difficult dungeon. Arin explains that the biggest problem is that he leveled up too quickly, and Siwoo asks if that's what causes the sickness. She warns that it could lead to more serious conditions if he continues fighting in that state, emphasizing the need to take time and acclimate himself to his body. In short, Arin advises, he needs to find a right balance and adapt. He acknowledges that she has a good point, thinking about how his body jumped up 15 levels at once while creating a skill. Arin adds that if he keeps trying to manifest skills like this, there will likely be some glitches, as the right amount of rest is the basis for future growth. Siwoo sighs, acknowledging that he just has to rest. He admits that it would be a shame to just sit back and rest without doing anything, wondering if some light physical training would help him get a better feel. RN retorts that she was imagining his obituary, with the cause of death being most likely overwork, which causes Siwoo to exclaim at her. Changing the subject, RN suggests they all go shopping, since they have one more person in the rest area, but Siwoo wonders if the dollhouse isn't enough. Their stomachs growling, the winged girl declares they can't live on that house alone, and their hunger hasn't shrunk with their size. Thinking objectively, Siwoo realizes it's not like they can just order food to their underground rest area. He's on the phone, telling someone he's in an underground other-dimensional area, asking if they can deliver there, and getting a sharp rebuke not to prank call when they're busy. With a click, the call ends, and he sighs, wishing he were home, where one click would be enough to do all his shopping. Turning to RN, he points out they do have a fridge now, prompting her to ask why he's being so smug about it. She reminds him he's been earning so much from those nearly level 100 monsters, but he replies, not yet. Having a residence in the outside world would make him that much more traceable, sounding like he's being chased by someone. Standing next to a sleek red motorcycle, RN suggests, anyway, shall they go shopping? A figure in a helmet stands beside a red motorcycle, casually wondering if they should go shopping. A small, winged figure peeks out from behind a larger object. A stern voice echoes, what do you think you're doing? Haven't you heard that boys and girls don't sit together after the age of 7? RN can only offer a meek apology. The winged figure explains, I just thought it would be warmer in Hyungnim's bosom, that's all. The helmeted figure is reminded, by the way, what about your license plate? They nonchalantly reply that they'll put it back on. A disembodied voice chimes in, and don't forget to obey the traffic regulations. The response is a curt, I know already. With a roar, the red motorcycle speeds away from a parked car. The rider glances back, a hint of curiosity in their eyes. The engine screams as the motorcycle joins a group of other riders, all speeding down the road. The chase intensifies, 2 motorcycles pull ahead, leaving the others in their dust. Noticing the increased number of bikes on the road, RN points out that they look just like his. The familiar red and white, two-tone theme makes her hungry, but she also wonders if others are copying him, given the number of Chinese restaurants nearby. Caught on TV cameras just once, he considers it bad luck. RN chides him, telling him that he really doesn't understand the power of media. A voice booms out, declaring that he is currently at the center of the world's attention. RN reminds him that he's responsible for stopping a would-be disaster with minimal losses sustained, and that if anyone saw the video footage of him using his powers to suppress those monsters, it would totally charm their pants off. He acknowledges that there are plenty of people with more mana and greater powers than him, who've accomplished a lot more than he has. RN insists that there's a fundamental difference in attitude and behavior between someone who was strong to begin with, versus someone who forcibly took on powers that didn't suit them. Someone recalls that he was prowling around and then overwhelmed those goblins so easily, as if they were toys. There was something about him that time that made the viewers hold him in awe and respect. 2 girls excitedly discuss the video, noting that it already surpassed 100 million views. One of them asks if it's from the Sanhetown incident, and the other confirms that it's the Goblin Slayer. The news of the motorcycle rider's exploits spreads quickly, and it seems he's already amassed quite the following. The man observes the scene, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Securing a share of the market, that's what matters, but what does that even mean? The scene shifts to a flashback, showing the aftermath of a battle. When those monsters appeared above ground, he was the first to suppress them. RN wonders what the other players were doing at that time. The flashback continues, showing an auction day. Jinwoo thinks it's still too early for him to be in the spotlight. Something about saying it's still too early doesn't sit right with him. He knows he has to keep his identity an absolute secret. The scene shifts to a crowded area. Pushing a shopping cart through the crowd, Jinwoo notes that there sure are a lot of people. RN mentions that people's shopping behavior has recently become more simplified. Due to the higher possibility of getting stuck at home for long periods from unpredictable incidents, people tend to buy more non-perishables. Aside from food, people are also buying self-defense weapons like axes or bats in case they need to fight monsters in emergencies. And apparently, there are a lot less thefts because more households possess those weapons. That reminds him, their rest area doesn't even have a kitchen. RN wonders, should they buy some cooking supplies? She admits she can't cook, plus, the rest area doesn't have any electricity. Jinwoo then asks how their refrigerator works, and RN points out that they have running water as well. That's a very good question, he thinks, because he doesn't know either. They're showing it again. A news report requests anyone with information on this player to step forward immediately. The screen displays information as the crowd watches. He doesn't remember doing anything that would put him on a wanted list. A group of goblins appears. Is that a dungeon? The situation is far more widespread than a simple dungeon. But more importantly, broadcasting it like this means something. Hey, isn't that MT Sirak near the city of Sokcho? My parents dragged me off to MT Sirak, a woman exclaims. Every summer during his childhood, he knew all the peaks in the area. The spontaneous appearance of monsters around MT Sirak's Baryong waterfalls was contained by players, who arrived in time to suppress them. The scale of the second wave is so big that it cannot be easily contained, nor is it possible to ascertain the exact numbers of monsters. This incident is merely one of many occurring around the globe where monsters are accumulating their own territory. Previously in Sanhetown, the so-called first hunter, managed to suppress the monsters early enough to cause the dungeon's collapse. But in other nations, most dungeons and their boss monsters managed to survive, which subsequently led to the complete release of dungeon monsters all around the world. Are we left with no choice but to watch these monsters take over human territories and permanently settle on Earth? Amidst the chatter, the crowd speculates about the player, many imitating him these days. A thoughtful hum escapes him, wondering if he's the reason they're being sought after. Concerned, Aaron asks what he's going to do. He muses, it would be different if the dungeon was still there, but since the dungeon break already happened and all the monsters have been released, wouldn't being there make a difference at all? A realization dawns, meaning the monsters will be dealt with, one way or another. He thinks to himself, rescuing the stranded won't go any faster with the addition of a single player like him. With a worried expression, Aaron points out that there aren't many strong players like him anymore. He considers, if other players heard what Aaron just said, they'd probably say, hey, what about the 10 years that we spent together? Reflecting on his past, the fact that he reached level 50 as an underground player and created a passive skill by himself should make most of them shut up, in any case. Deciding on a course of action, he's going to rest and normalize his physical state first. Considering the state of things, if MTC Iraq is still a mess, it might be best to avoid it for now. With that in mind, she decides she can head over there after she's rested. Since the dungeon break has already happened, there might still be a solution that hasn't been found yet. And even if he doesn't find it, he's still interested in what he might obtain from those elite monsters that showed up in the real world, which would drop mana crystals instead of gems. With a burst of speed, he decides to head home for now. From deep within his physical core, something stirs. He can sense several small stars that are burning with brilliant flames. They can't be seen with the eyes, but he can vaguely sense that it's here, and he is certain of a few things. Each star's temperament, the way it connects and relates to his body, and its potential for the future. Each star emits a special light of its own, revealing its individual character. That's 2 less than the number of his passive skills, and he notes that the smallest of the stars always come in pairs. He guesses they must be his poison and flame resistance. Whenever poisons or flames try to damage his body, these 2 stars light up as they activate. Their powers are the weakest and the simplest, but they'll cover his weakness completely once he develops them more. He'd like to obtain other kinds of resistance if possible, because these 2 are activated only when he's attacked, so there is not much to be gained from them. Heavy weapon battle. It doesn't have to be a hammer. It could be an axe, a club, a broadsword, or another heavy weapon, and the skill can be used. He'll comprehend and take advantage of the weapon's mass, then move as quickly and effectively as possible to deal tremendous damage on the enemy. That is the purpose of this skill. If any idiot approaches him thinking that his attacks would be slow because he's using a heavy hammer, he'll crush him to pieces in an instant. This skill is the result of him trying to lessen his weakness by adding speed to his innate and overwhelming strength. Of course, he'd still be awkward with it. The light emitted by this star flickers from time to time. But because he created it for his own needs, it responds so energetically, working in harmony with his body and having an overwhelming effect in combat. He'll get better the more he fights using the hammer, since it also relies on his physical abilities and not just on the weapon itself. He thinks he's pretty much adapted to it. Aaron asks if he's telling her that his reason for taking a rest was ultimately because of heavy weapon battle. Clenching his fist, the change in his physical abilities is certainly immense. Now feeling like he can make full use of it, he thinks he could instantly jump anywhere he wants with that hammer. Looking up at him, Aaron suggests that he check on the other skills while he's at it. Already thinking of doing just that, Siwoo nods. Smiling, he prepares to examine his skills. Now, as for these 2 biggest and brightest stars, they are farther apart from the others. The first one is Bloodthirst, the other one is the most mysterious of them all. Focusing his gaze, the skill Ignorant Bravery comes to mind, a blue flame flickering above his brow. Deciding where to start, he thinks to look at Bloodthirst first. Considering the skill, he notes that it's a passive skill that pulls everything together and fires out his aura, defeating his opponent's spirit without wasting energy, a skill deeply connected to his body, soul, mana, and all the abilities he possesses. Knowing he'll learn a lot by researching this skill, he acknowledges that now's not the time to think about pulling together powers and skills, or the clash of spirits. It's not something he should recklessly take on, not while his own strength is weak in itself. Next up on the list, it's Ignorant Bravery, his first passive skill, which remains a mystery. That skill drastically decreases the effects of ambushes or traps, ones that have not been perceived. It's something within him, yet it has no relation whatsoever with his physical state or his abilities that use mana. It's a skill that has to do with perception, will, and external factors, and in his current state, he has no idea how the skill works. As a skill that surpasses perception and understanding, he couldn't have created it with his own powers. It was only possible with the dungeon's peculiar mana and the conditions for gathering it through achievements. This is harder to understand than Bloodthirst, so he decides to just leave it alone. It may be that ultimately there's no real gain here except for heavy weapon battle. And now for the 2 passive skills that manifested externally instead of internally. He has a tattoo that appeared on the back of his hand, and a lizard's tail that grew on his behind. He has no idea how to control the power of the soul, which makes Soul Collect a skill more or less dead on arrival. I mean, There aren't many cases where someone would readily hand over their soul. And he hasn't run into ghosts for the longest time. And suddenly he's getting a bad feeling he's going to run into one real soon. In contrast to his earlier reflections, he's made some progress with the Chaos Tail recently, though at first, he left it alone, thinking its sole function was as a key to enter dungeons. But with the level up of the rest area, the tail's necessity as a key disappeared. Now that he can use something else to enter the anthill dungeon, he wonders if his tail has become useless. No, that can't be possible. He thinks, there is no part of my body that's unnecessary. What he needs instead is more training. The tail slams into the ground with surprising force, allowing him to dig and move freely. The awkwardness of having a tail is fading fast. Thinking aloud, let's work on developing proper techniques that will help you manage different tasks with your tail while you're busy with your hands. RN teases him. If you're jealous, would you like to replace it with your wings? He waves off the suggestion, saying it's fine. Realizing the potential, players can use their wings to fly freely, so basically it has excellent mobility. It dawns on him that he should have realized he could fight with his tail. Besides, the tail slams into the ground with a burst of energy. Considering the possibilities, he wonders if it isn't hard enough to apply heavy weapon battle skills in a fight. He muses that, if he can handle the tail more skillfully, it won't be difficult to face an enemy coming from behind. A thought strikes him. What happens if he gets his tail damaged? He considers RN's words. Perhaps his tail isn't so different from the wings they have. But she continues, they don't lose their wings no matter what. Of course, it's not as if the wings are never under attack, and if that's the case, the shock goes straight into the body. RN explains that the impact can be recovered with potions or healing magic, but if the shock is higher than what the body can handle, then it won't be able to recover. Siwoo listens intently as she adds that even if their wings don't get attacked, they can still fall off. She elaborates, once you're out of energy, you can no longer fly with your wings. At that moment, you retire and fall to the ground. He nods. At the very least, you won't lose your tail until you die in battle. Clenching his fists, Siwoo seems ready for action. Then shall we fight now? RN exclaims, are you going to fight? This is the moment where I can actually help you out. Siwoo responds, if you record a video and post it, it'll be quite troublesome, so stay calm. No way. He remains silent for a moment. And then, a thought occurs to him. The Yongorium Guild must be in a noisy mood now that RN's retired. Raising a finger, he wonders if something really interesting would happen if he took her around. She knows he wants to repay the benefactor for saving his life, but maybe there's a dungeon nearby. RN agrees, telling him she'll see him at the dungeon. Young Seha looks happy, but RN thinks he's just a little too excited. He reminds himself to stay alert, even if it's just him, because if he gets caught, he might have to compete with the real Kim Haryong. RN is surprised. A flashback reveals he's just a little boy who has revealed himself as RN's fiancé. He smirks, thinking about what they'll see when they get entangled. RN is flustered. He doesn't want his brain to get involved with the things on the lower half of his body, so he tries to remain calm. RN notes that it sounds like Siwoo has been involved in whatever's happening before, but he simply replies that it's a long story. With a determined look, Siwoo agrees, ready to face whatever comes next. A surge of resolve, and he declares that they're going to MT Sirak. Meanwhile, a fairy-like creature laments the regional discrimination against potato rice cakes, wondering how the lunch menu has already been decided. They've been trying to figure it out so far. Elsewhere, a soldier reflects that he didn't know what was going on in MT Sirak. Observing the wreckage, he realizes that the helicopter crashed, and his location was being tracked by it. Surveying the scene, he wonders what's going on, noting that until a day ago, he hadn't seen any organized movement like this. He then questions if there's any connection to yesterday's flash. The soldier relays the information, instructing his troops to stay on guard, as there's a possibility of enemy group action. Speaking into his radio, the soldier acknowledges the order, thinking to himself that small monsters, including goblins and slimes, could somehow be defeated with rifles, but that doesn't mean there's no possibility of being hit by them. Observing the monsters, he curses, lamenting that he would have been enjoying his vacations. He finds it fortunate that this happened while he was on duty, as he would have had to break his vacation and come back to the unit right away. He tries not to think about it. Concerned, he wonders what about the players. One of the soldiers remarks, I think you're very new at this. If they can't handle it, then it doesn't matter if we try or not. Another soldier replies, hey, aim straight. Just shoot all the creatures that are shorter than humans. I don't think it will come down to this place, though. The first soldier continues, if all the players die, then it's our turn. You better get your head on straight. The soldier raises his weapon, preparing to fire, a look of determination etched on his face. From a hidden vantage point, Siwoo mutters, alas, I can't get to the bike from here. Suddenly, the soldier turns his gun towards his comrade, prompting a panicked shout. Who is it? Hey, you crazy bastard, don't turn the gun. The soldier with the gun yells, the enemy is not a human, but a monster. How can you turn your gun around because there's a human voice? Find out who it is first. The other soldier shouts, hey, stop. A bag and some pills are scattered on the ground, having been dropped in the commotion. The dropped items lay exposed, vulnerable in the open. With a burst of speed, someone is rapidly approaching the scene. Observing the chaos, Siwoo muses, well, I still don't know why it's so delicious. Su Rin recalls a time before her mother passed, A memory she clearly cherishes, but the reminder is painful. Can you please stop bringing up heavy memories? She asks. Young Esaha speaks with a determined edge, his expression a mix of seriousness and a hint of a smile. I could have just sneaked in. It's for life, your life. I'm trying to save you, so you can choose between. Standing before a shimmering gate, flanked by two small, winged figures, young Esaha seems genuinely perplexed. I don't understand. There isn't any player around. Searching through Korea shows there aren't many players, and all of the newly selected players are too busy training at the Sky Castle. There aren't many experienced players who can adapt to all types of situations. Apart from the slimes and goblins, there were orcs in that video. It is not a simple problem that is caused by one or two dungeons. It's not like groups of people died and fell from one dungeon. How is it possible that all these players who died in various different dungeons all fall to similar places? Was there a combined dungeon? Dungeons are not like theme parks, Appa. The Ant Cave is even more so. It is understandable if Sky Castle's graveyard fell down to Earth as a whole, but that is impossible. Something does happen when the dungeons break open and the boss monster escapes. The monsters should have the answers. Just a bit farther, and we should see it this way. You are amazing as you are able to feel the monster's presence that is so far away. To say that it was intuition, they would be mad even if it worked out. That's my Hyungnim. Whichever way will do since we ran this far. Someone thinks they should meet some monsters. A desperate cry pierces the air. Someone is begging for their life. A woman's voice rings out. There really is something going on. A man wonders how they survived this long, even though they were lost in the mountain. Footsteps echo, growing closer. Pushing through the tall grass, the source of the sound is getting closer. Looking down from a small rise, the scene is set before them. A chorus of monstrous roars fills the air. The creatures are close. The scene shifts to a different location, where two figures lie injured on the ground. One of the injured is being tended to by another, both bearing the marks of a fierce battle. The camera zooms in on the pair, highlighting their wounds and exhaustion. Standing tall and resolute, a figure in shining armor appears, sword in hand. There are hundreds of armored goblins, and over dozens of orcs with crude armor. That many monsters should be enough to fill some of the dungeons. But the interesting thing is, well, fantasy games are all like this after all. Either the demon lord has appeared, or the dragon is using them as guards. It could be one of the two scenarios. Your way of thinking is becoming more flexible, Appa. Wait, that is not important. We need to rescue them. No. A figure clad in heavy armor moves with surprising speed. Guru Gaok. Fresh meat. Sacrifice. As the armored figure approaches, Jin Woo begins to charge up and attack, energy crackling around him. He is not an averaging dash. With a burst of speed, the armored figure shouts, "War Rush," as he barrels into the horde. The impact sends goblins flying, a shockwave ripping through their ranks. Continuing his assault, the armored figure unleashes a concentrated beam of energy, instantly vaporizing a cluster of goblins. Following up with brutal efficiency, he sends another goblin flying with a swift kick. Arrows bounce harmlessly off his armor. The armored warrior remains unfazed. Brushing off the failed attack, he prepares for another strike. A low hum emanates from the suit as he assesses the remaining threat. Zeroing in on another target, he fires a precise energy beam, piercing straight through a goblin's chest. Witnessing the display of power, one of the goblins exclaims, "He is strong." Another declares his intent to sacrifice them as tribute. With a smirk, Jin Woo retorts, "Tribute my ass." Unleashing a devastating attack, he creates a massive explosion of energy, obliterating the goblin's caught in its radius. The force of the blast sends debris flying, further scattering and crushing the remaining goblins. His eyes glowing with an ominous purple light, Jin Woo prepares for the final strike, as one goblin nervously asks, "Kakuk?" His eyes glowing with ominous purple light, Jin Woo commands the remaining goblins to stay close together. Energy crackles around the hammer, ready to strike. Unleashing the pent-up power, the hammer slams down, obliterating several goblins in a burst of light and force. Watching the display of raw power, Young Esaha can only mutter in disbelief. Her eyes wide with awe, Arin is certain of one thing. He must be a ranker. The question lingers in her mind, but was there any player with a hammer in their country? The veteran hunter considers the possibilities, concluding that it has to be him, the guy from Sanadong. Their builds are the same. Meanwhile, the remaining goblins chatter amongst themselves, referring to the tribute for the new world. Observing the scene, Jin Woo notes that they are gathering like gnats, and he is grateful for that. His grip tightening on the hammer, he thinks to himself that he just needs to swing it. With a final, decisive strike, the hammer connects, felling another goblin. Watching the one-sided battle, Arin remarks that it looks like he is playing whack-a-mole. Deep within the goblin horde's territory, the creatures grumble about their latest demand, tribute. One suggests a grim alternative, wondering if they themselves could be offered up as payment. Observing from a hidden vantage point, Siwoo hears Arin's warning to leave if the situation becomes too difficult. The armored figure's annoyance grows as the goblins become more cautious. Something feels off, one of the goblins mutters. Another agrees, sensing that something is wrong. A sudden, sharp cry pierces the air, but the goblins are unable to pinpoint the source. The mana feels stagnant, and the armored figure struggles to focus. Arin admits she doesn't understand what's happening, but fears she might be hindering Siwoo. She wonders if it's related to him being an underground player. Whatever the situation, the helmeted figure resolves to focus solely on eliminating the horde. With a snarl, one of the goblins shouts, "Run away." Another goblin responds, "You can attack in any manner you want, but you can't run away freely." High above, crows caw as the camera pans down to show the goblins lying defeated. The helmeted figure stands over the fallen goblins, thinking, annihilation. Elsewhere, a man observes the scene, muttering, all by himself within that short time. A screen displays the stats of Young Si-woo, underground player level 51. The levels are increasing by defeating the monsters, and it's different from what he's experienced and heard of so far. Arin notes, even supporters such as us have our levels increased. She wonders, will this also apply to other players? The helmeted figure contemplates, does this apply only to me as an underground player, or will it also apply to other players? Arin responds, I think the former is true. She continues, this place is affected by the ant cave more than the sky castle. The hulking goblin grunts, wondering if the confusion around leveling up might have something to do with defeating the monsters they faced. The armored figure responds, suggesting they check it out. The winged companion asks if they leveled up at all after killing the monster. He explains that they killed quite a few monsters, but it wasn't like leveling up, wondering if they only level up when they clear the sky castle dungeon. The armored figure muses, is that so? The armored figure asks if the injured are okay, and is assured that they are. He suggests they should be able to get treatment when they return to Sky Castle. The winged companion agrees, as the girl with the orange hair wonders if they are the Sanadong. The armored figure warns that it will get dangerous here, so they should quietly go. The winged companion replies that she understands. Looking at the fallen comrade, the armored figure laments their dead comrades. The armored figure observes that they probably aren't used to these types of situations. The armored figure explains that they probably have lost people up at Sky Castle Dungeon, and that they fall to earth as retired players and disappear. But the armored figure continues, explaining that in reality, players who are defeated during the fight are left on the battlefield as corpses. Arin looks concerned, asking what they should do, stating that she can't carry them. A voice suggests putting them in their inventory, calling it a good idea. One of the women remarks that no one is saying anything to this absurd idea, but it's more humane than leaving them on the mountain to be eaten by monsters and animals. Suddenly, Arin notices something and is shocked. A bright light fills the area. Someone notices that the corpse is disappearing. Another person exclaims in frustration, demanding what's happening. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure is surrounded by a swirling vortex of purple energy. The energy intensifies, crackling around him. He grips a weapon, its surface etched with glowing runes. He mutters, not understanding what happened, but he doesn't think it was bad. The two figures near the covered object don't seem to realize they're being watched. One of the figures states, you do know that players originally didn't become corpses. Don't just stand there crying, but... The other figure responds, then stay there crying, and be killed by a monster. Do as you wish. While wait. A hand touches a glowing object. A voice muses that other players don't level up even if they kill monsters down here. Holding his weapon, Siwoo thinks to himself, but I am different. He considers that it's likely because the monsters escaped from the ant cave, and that being able to get experience and mana without clearing a dungeon is appealing to him. Moreover, the souls of the dead players were attracted to him for some reason. He finds it weird to assume something like ownership. Siwoo reflects that he was just present, and these sorts of things are happening just because he possesses the skill soul collection, adding that it probably isn't normal. Walking through the grass, he thinks there are too many things that are not known yet, but it has always been like this. He decides that regardless, none of these are bad things, and from now on he will rescue them with fervor. Yeah? A voice asks if he means rescue, right? To be continued. Bringing his hammer down with incredible force, the orc doesn't stand a chance. Surveying the scene, he stands among the fallen. Unleashing a blast of pure energy, another orc falls before him. Breathing a sigh of relief, he realizes he needs more options for long-distance attacks. One of the orcs wonders if he wants to do more than just blow their heads off with stones. Considering his options, he knows collecting stones one by one isn't going to cut it. He wants a long-distance skill where he can fire like a machine gun and annihilate the enemies easily. But killing an orc just by throwing a stone is strong enough, she thinks. So, she suggests they practice Magic Bullet more, since he's been especially neglecting that skill. Another character is surprised, asking if he was practicing Magic Bullet too. Arin notes that Magic Bullet is a unique skill, but Jinwoo replies that uniqueness doesn't matter. He explains that he can barely kill a goblin with this power, and amongst all the active skills, Magic Bullet did not improve at all. Arin suggests adding Torque, explaining that in many manhwas, Torque was able to make a lot of skills much stronger. Jinwoo thinks that if he can apply Torque into the bullet will be balanced, so it will not deviate from the intended route, and its destructive power becomes much stronger. He exclaims, realizing that he's tried this many times, only to fail each time. He reflects that adding Torque into the bullet is more difficult than creating a new passive skill, so he gave up. He wonders what if he combines it with other skills, noting that Magic Bullet itself is the application of the skill Hard Strike, but he can't even imagine how. The essence of Combat Sprint is the conservation of mana, and it might seem like a basic skill, but it is actually a high-level skill that has direct contact with mana. Jinwoo realizes that since he realized the specialty of combat sprint, and the cruel charge was made thanks to the experience from all the practice, he thinks it is easier to combine it. He continues, explaining that the principle of cruel charge is the burst of mana, while he uses mana to cover all over his body, and then switches the mana direction, using stone skin. RN says that Hyung may have a relatively small amount of mana, but when it comes to his ability to apply it, no one can match him. She asks why he is more proud of it than her, as the most important thing is that he should use combat sprint. Focusing the mana at his fingertip, Jinwoo prepares to unleash his magic bullet. Ready to activate the skill as soon as he generates the mana, he steals himself. And then, shooting it outside, the magic bullet hurtles forward. The impact is immediate, a burst of raw power unleashed. Debris rains down as the dust settles. The landscape bears the mark of his training. RN watches with a knowing expression. Well, why didn't others try something this easy before? Jinwoo wonders aloud, only for RN to quickly correct him, explaining that it is not easy at all. She's told him before, the combination of skills isn't as simple as he thinks. Combat charge itself isn't simple either, and asking if he can fire it in a row, RN finds it much easier to explain. But he won't do it right now, because they should conserve nature. Jinwoo relents, agreeing that she's right. Of course it used more mana than using magic bullet alone, but there's no burden on his body, Jinwoo notes, now that he's reached level 50. He just did a simple experiment, and yet, he's already got a strong long-distance weapon from it. Feeling the surge of power, he wonders if this is the same feeling he had when he made Cruel Charge. But there's a little difference. It doesn't feel like recording something new. Instead, it feels like the existing records are improving. The skill evolved, a combined and evolved skill that destroys the target by firing especially refined bullets made of mana, but they're quite similar. Anyway, it evolved into one single skill, thus he would be able to manage it more easily. RN points out that he's created 2 active skills and 1 passive skill in a very short time. As RN praises him, he tells her to shut up. He thinks it would be great if he could get an artifact that specializes only in magic bullet in the future. Thinking about the power of critical bullet, he figures it would be strong enough to kill orcs, not to mention goblins or slimes. RN notes that he was very strong from the beginning, but now he's even acquired the long-distance skill, so she guesses no one can stop him now. 3 hours have passed since they arrived. He stands over a defeated monster, now at level 53. The Siarak mountain range stretches far and wide, he thinks, having only sensed the presence of monsters to find the shortest route, but they're not done yet. Meanwhile, RN can't even imagine how many dungeons have collapsed, noting that there were 3 sites that supposedly had dungeons, and there were an especially large number of monsters. Back with Jinwoo and the others, they find nothing on the internet news yet, as the blonde-haired woman states that people cannot get the information because monsters are attacking even the helicopters. Suddenly, RN gasps. Nothing new from the internet yet? The girl with butterfly wings exclaims, people can't get information because monsters are attacking even the helicopters. Hearing this, the man asks what's wrong. The news is reporting that the guild, Rising Tornado, will soon be here, having cleared the Sky Castle dungeon. But this place is too large for him to handle alone. That's great then. Yes, and also the dead bodies of normal people, not players, were found, so the aid from reinforcements is required to prevent further damage. Hearing the news, she is happy to hear that strong players are coming to help in this awful situation, but she doesn't like the fact that the guild that is coming to help is Rising Tornado. As the winged girl looks on with concern, young Siha is told to hide with her, and he agrees. The blonde girl declares, I'm currently not a member of Rising Tornado. Instead, I'm a supporter of Hyung Siwoo. Feeling the stench of battle, the blonde girl pleads with Hyung, please don't go without me. Elsewhere, a man screams. Ready for battle, the man prepares to fight. Observing the battlefield, the man notes that this group fights quite well, and Su Rin agrees, acknowledging their strength. Siwoo explains that in terms of possessing mana, there are many players who are better than him. He continues, stating that the strong players should fight on their own, and Su Rin compliments him, noting how great he is at hiding any trace he leaves behind. She adds that he's the only one who needs to be careful, as other players should be paying attention to their colleagues' dead bodies, but they can't because they are in battle, but the monsters are very responsive to the disappearance of the player's body. Siwoo realizes that the responsiveness of these monsters is related to mana. Meanwhile, the monsters are shown to be consuming tributes. He understands, the monsters are looking for mana. A new voice chimes in, wondering if it's mana or the player's soul, and that even when she was a high-level player, she didn't know how to use the power of one's soul, or maybe mana can be a subset of the soul. Siwoo concludes that the important thing is that his skill at collecting souls is very special. As before, the woman reaches out to him. A small, winged figure floats between them, begging them to stop using such difficult words. He hushes the others, alerting them to something. The blonde woman seems to understand, her eyes widening. A surge of power emanates from him, as he senses an ongoing battle. He estimates the distance, realizing someone is fighting valiantly against a large number of monsters, prompting the woman to ask if they should help. He considers the situation, acknowledging that even though the person over there is a master of the Rising Tornado Guild, they should still help. The blonde woman declares that she knew it. The armored figure is shown, an exclamation mark appearing next to him. The group decides to hide their faces first, as the armored figure stands on a cliff overlooking a group of goblins. The goblins chatter amongst themselves, identifying the figure as an enemy with strong powers. The armored figure is shown again, the goblins sensing a strange aura emanating from him, noting that he's not like the others. The armored figure stands tall, their visor reflecting the harsh light of the battlefield. The aftermath of the battle is clear, with several monsters lying defeated on the grassy field. More fallen monsters litter the landscape, a testament to the fierce battle that took place. Observing the scene, the figure with the headset notes the sheer number of monsters that have been slain, including some elite ones. A winged woman stands amidst the carnage, her expression unreadable. From atop a rocky outcrop, a desperate voice cries out, "Hey, you over there, you are a human, right? If so, please help me." The voice continues, explaining that there are various levels of monsters in Sirak Mountain, and some are higher than level 100, but those powerful monsters are all dead here, with very little trace. The figure with the headset is astonished, wondering if she did all this alone, and fighting against multiple monsters at once, alone, requires much more than just being high level. He then asks if the armored figure is not human. The figure with the headset exhales, processing the scene before them. Meanwhile, the monsters shout, "He's coming. Stop him. Stop him right away." With a yell of cruel charge, the armored figure charges forward, surrounded by a bright yellow aura. Elsewhere, a monster lunges towards the winged woman, who looks on with wide eyes. Looking down at the fallen goblin, the armored figure is asked what skill he just used. As the armored figure prepares to strike, a surge of power emanates from his hammer. He is asked why he isn't fighting by their side. Arin declares, "No, I will fight." The armored figure stands ready, declaring that they will talk after all the monsters are killed. A winged character thinks, there's no need to talk anyway. A figure in a helmet swings a hammer, a confused sound escaping him. The hammer glows with golden energy, as the figure continues his assault. The hammer connects, obliterating the goblins in a single blow. Observing the fight, a woman thinks, he is too strong. It's obvious that he's swinging a hammer, but it's like as if he is cutting with a sword. The hammer-wielding figure thinks, I've been applying the sword skills that I've learned before. After all, it's a hammer. The woman continues to observe, apart from his strength, that movement. The hammer-wielding figure thinks, that seems to be a level 200 player. How could I have never known? The figure continues to swing the hammer, golden energy radiating from the point of impact. The woman thinks, now isn't the time where I should be concerned about his identity. I can't stay still and do nothing. She wonders, then where do you want to fight again? Confident in the front line, Si-hyung feels he shines the most when he has a trusted colleague right in front of him. Suddenly, the goblins spot the winged woman. Realizing the threat, the goblins know it will be bad if they don't deal with her. Before they can react, the winged woman unleashes a barrage of magic bullets. The magic bullets find their mark, obliterating the goblins. The winged woman continues her assault, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake. Observing the scene, Si-hyung is taken aback. He notes, it's a gun that shoots magic bullets. One of the goblins cries out, wanting to go home, as Si-hyung is an impenetrable shield and destroys everything that he meets. It's noted that the winged woman constantly shoots magic bullets from behind him, and there are now two terrifying players working together. Terrified, the goblins decide to run away, but it's impossible for them, as those people are too special. The winged woman and Si-hyung stand over the defeated goblins, their mission clear. Believing the remaining goblins will report back to their boss, the man suggests they chase after them and finish the job. That's a good idea, Marina agrees. But Si-hyung suddenly stops. With a flick of his wrist, he sends a disc-shaped weapon hurtling towards the fleeing goblins. The weapon tears through the air, striking the goblins with devastating force. Unleashing another ability, Si-hyung prepares to finish them off. The goblins are caught in the blast, unable to escape the hunter's wrath. He remarks that they don't have to spend so much time chasing them. Turning to Marina, he simply says, "You." She wonders what ability he just used, questioning if it was ordinary, but Si-hyung reveals her name, Marina Visit. The narrative shifts to Marina's background, revealing that she would be 23 in Korean age and was born in California, USA. She was also one of the first players who became a player at the very moment that the Sky Castle appeared 10 years ago, and she has an excellent talent for mana and a desire to be strong. She is called a genius with a good battle sense, also finishing the dungeon test with the best score, using a simple but powerful active skill, and in other words, she is also the first player to acquire mana. It's said that Marina possesses an overwhelming amount of mana compared to other players, and that she broke through a dungeon by herself, using only one ability. Though being alone or enjoying the solo play wasn't in her nature. It's just that no one could keep up with her growth rate. No matter how excellent the individual, it was impossible to clear it by herself. She couldn't wait for others to keep up with her, so she eventually became a mercenary and went to other countries to help them attack dungeons. She also participated in the stage 32 dungeon attack of the Yongerum Guild. But in fact, it would have been impossible to clear it without her. She is a top-notch player, and she's pretty. What are you mumbling about there all by yourself? It's quite unfair. Certainly her skills and appearance were a hot topic inside Yongram, but it's the first time I've seen it up close. It's said that Marina must have been pretty for a top player. Well, she's definitely a beauty, as Aaron said, though it's really hard to be pretty while being a player. Maybe it's because you exercise hard and fight monsters all the time, or that our diet is different somehow. It's also said that she has big breasts, so she needs to worry about not getting them in the way while fighting. And that the waist and legs that stretched out are perfect. If it wasn't for her being a player, she probably would have either been a Hollywood actress or a model. Looking at her, it feels like she's just a curious girl. Teach me. Nope. Standing before the winged warrior, the armored figure receives a blunt refusal. Marina declares she will not teach him. Clearly taken aback, the armored figure wonders why. She proclaims herself as the first and last ability shooter. The armored figure insists he has the right and duty to find out about the secret of that skill. He realizes that the world is huge, and not everything in it can be solved easily, lamenting that it's not fair. If they were elite monsters, wouldn't it be possible to obtain the mana crystal from the former goblin chief? Clutching the gemstone in her hand, the winged woman exclaims that she got it, before the helmeted character notes that she also knows about the gemstones. Clearly upset, Arin shouts that she wanted it. Winking, Arin asks what the hell that ability is, begging the helmeted character to tell her, pretty please. The helmeted character stares blankly. As Arin attempts to act cute, the helmeted character thinks that even a street cat is cuter than that, prompting her to cry out that her EGO didn't work and that he's making fun of her. Clenched fist shaking, the helmeted character wonders if she's an idiot, stating that he's not a bad guy. Looking at how this came out, Arin thinks that she wasn't treated like this anywhere, adding that she's never seen anyone this strong before. Then him, despite being in such a situation, it's admirable for not trying to solve this problem with strength. Even if you know that it's the right thing to do, it's really hard to do it. The cloaked figure considers Arin, thinking she's too young, and wonders if they shouldn't find another way. Arin, however, wishes he had realized that just because she was blindly asked. Pressing the issue, the cloaked figure asks what she would give him if he told her. Cutting to a scene of negotiation, it seems it starts with understanding each other's position, not threats with force. It means he'll think about it if she gives him a reasonable price. Considering the offer, the cloaked figure states that if it's valuable information, she'd have to come up with something that's worth it. Scoffing, Arin says, about that. She insists that if there's something to give, there must be something to receive, right? Arin admits she can't really give this to others, but still, she can't help but want to know the skill information. The cloaked figure presents a glowing tablet, and Arin eagerly reaches for it. Pulling out a large gun, he says, "Ugh, it's heavy. Heavy, it's so heavy. Fast, you take it." Examining the weapon, the cloaked figure remarks, "Wow, this looks nice." He knows it was ignorant of her to use a hammer. After all, she really has a lot of strength. Arin retorts, "I can't hear you." She explains that's why she couldn't tell him about it. It's a bit heavy, but it's almost as good as her dual pistol. The cloaked figure replies, "After all, it's something you can't use anyway, right? So it's a waste." He warns that if she handles this roughly, he'll shoot her with this gun, but Arin insists it's still good stuff. Pulling out a smaller item, the cloaked figure says, "Huh? But this?" He notes it's given the shape and size. The winged woman questions if it's a cannon, but the helmeted figure denies it, stating it's a rifle without a doubt. Of course, Siwoo can't understand the Thunder Gods who would call it a rifle. The text describes the Thunder God's rifle, sealed, listing its rank, attack damage, proficiency, and options, also noting that it was made by the Thunder Gods by removing parts of his body. He makes a noise, while Arin states that she got a really ridiculous thing. The text says that this is the first time a god has been mentioned in an artifact name, and that its attack power is ridiculously high, even in its sealed state. Siwoo seems to be thinking, considering the information. Arin says she can't take this. She believes it's much more valuable than the information she has, and that ability reinforcement is at least as valuable as that treasure, or even more valuable. The helmeted figure thinks about how much she is obsessed with abilities, while the text notes that maybe it's because of its weight that she was put into this position. Siwoo asks if it's information that is worthy only if you have a specific skill, and that if you get that skill, that's it. Arin thinks it's also a merit, like a mercenary who travels around the world, trusting in one of her skills. Arin states that even so, she doesn't have to reject the deal, and that it's a deal, so she'll tell him. The scene shows a clear sky. The situation is unbelievable. She wonders if that macho skill can enhance the fundamental power of an ability, but then realizes that combining skills for close combat and magic is not the way. Rather than being happy, the armored figure notes that Arin seems to feel worse after hearing the information, questioning how she manages to do that. He asks if she would like to take the rifle back, but she refuses. Determined, Arin declares that she will definitely make it. Indeed, it seems that she doesn't overturn what she promised once she convinces herself. She has a strong sense of pride, but she can't think of anyone who is as strong as him. The armored figure wonders where the hell it is now, stating that he doesn't know her, so let's play with a draw. The figure reveals herself to be Marina Visit. She explains that she went to the dungeon with the Korean Rising Tornado Guild, and came out because she wanted to become stronger, so she came here to help. Okay, Marina states that her identity is a secret. He remarks, so far you must have been leveling up while hiding your identity. She responds, Anyways, our deal is done. Oh, wait, we're both going to the same place anyway, so let's travel together. He asks, aren't we both trying to track the monsters that escaped? She replies that it looks like it. She assures him, don't worry, I have good knowledge of tracking. He continues, even so, if you ask me to show you my wings, I'll be in trouble. He thinks to himself that Su Arin and Yong Siha will feel frustrated because they can't come out, knowing what he wants to remove. She asks if he's aiming for the boss, and that if he steps out of here, she'll go and catch everything first, asking if that will be all right. A voice declares that there will be nothing to catch, and that it would be better to clean up the monsters and CO-. Another voice agrees with Rukshan, adding that they'd like to see Marina visit more closely, so they'll follow. He urges, so let's hurry. You should come out like that. She responds, but you. He asks what she means. She asks why he doesn't take out his wings, adding that there is nothing to say besides that it's really amazing that he can catch up with her speed. Referring to the wings, the helmeted figure explains that they give players the ability to fly and increase both body strength and speed when leveling up. A hint of challenge in his tone, he questions if she isn't a player, asking what it looks like then. The helmeted figure scoffs, stating that he believes she was a monster, seeing as she can even combine battle run with an ability, but quickly retracts his statement. Thinking to himself, he notes that after cleaning up MT Sirak, he'll have to go back to the ant cave dungeon again. Observing the winged woman, he thinks that if he were stronger than her, he wouldn't have been worried about hiding his identity. Reflecting on his situation, he believes his current state is all because of his lack of power. He continues, thinking that even if he reveals that he's an underground player, he needs the power to protect himself, enough power to make others move according to his wishes, adding that it's okay because Marina Visit, whom he's just met, is rather on the naive side. He thinks that if it had been another player, this kind of relationship would never have been possible, especially the human known as Kim Haryong. He states that it'll bother her 100%, but questions if they are really heading in the right direction, to which the winged woman replies that it's just around the beginning of the mountain. Meanwhile, goblins lurk in the forest. The goblins exclaim that they can't catch them unless they come out, urging each other to hurry, adding that he will be delighted to know that the offering has come. Elsewhere, a two-headed wolf stands guard. Looking up at the approaching horde, the winged woman wonders what's going on. Her companion asks how so many monsters have appeared in the real world and what exactly happened to her. He explains that he had just cleared the dungeon by avoiding them. He adds, this wouldn't be all. She thinks that maybe monsters are spreading even beyond that, and the situation is serious, but usually it's not. She continues, explaining that whether Korea gathers players from all over the world, they'd either have to blow up the entire mountain or fight against them with everyone. If they think about how they are spreading all over the country by traveling over the mountains, it's just. She realizes that if they don't inform them before that happens. The helmeted figure states that, before that, there is one thing that is worth trying, telling her to look at the monsters. He explains that most of the trembling ones couldn't go over level 100, so they should only look at the strong ones at the center, so they can find their boss. The winged woman states, it's not this one. The helmeted figure replies, one either. He tells her to, look at the monsters. The hulking figure, a grotesque parody of a lion, roars a challenge, declaring to his unseen allies. The beast roars, pours spirit, blood and mana. It bellows, my compatriots, that's all you guys can do. Observing the scene, the armored figure notes, it's very frenetic. It's stronger than the armored orc commander. He continues, you're killing him. They have a boss right now, so they're con dash. The winged woman interjects, trolled. If you kill him, things might get worse. She adds, but if it's the two cooperating, then it might be possible. The armored figure responds, at least the monsters in Sanhedong disappeared after killing the boss. The winged woman exclaims, it was that. It was a very big event. She then asks, were you the first hunter there? The armored figure replies, don't say it that way. It's weird. The winged woman wonders, is this awesome? The mysterious hunter that no one in the world knows about. Recalling her past encounter, the winged woman states that the information she has is something only she knows about, but she also killed the boss monster somewhere else. The armored figure responds, suggesting that maybe the initial action was the important thing, and that once the dungeon is released on the ground, it's like that too. Startled, the winged woman notices other hunters approaching and wonders what is happening. Elsewhere, a goblin brings its sword down. The goblin continues its assault, but it is not enough. A woman watches the battle, her expression unreadable. She sighs, seemingly unimpressed. A man looks on, his eyes narrowed in determination. The lion-masked warrior stands victorious, demanding to know who is their god. The goblins cower, as the warrior declares them defeated. The warrior continues to press, accusing them of having their origins stolen and demanding to know who is their god. Elsewhere, a sword pierces through a barrier, as a voice proclaims, our god. A warrior stands triumphant, his sword raised high above a defeated group of goblins. The armored figure explains, they're talking about things he doesn't understand yet, noting the mana they had and how it was released, filling the whole intact region. Annoyed, the blonde-haired character exclaims, those damn fanatics. She continues, all monsters believe in God, and they're also annoying and weird. The armored figure notes, he's seen it a few times before, as the goblins express how weird it is. The winged figure observes. Look at Si Hyung, not understanding a thing again, wondering if their Hyung knows about this. The goblin's god is trying to influence them, and it was only there in the heavenly castle, but now it's also on the ground. The armored figure asks, do you also believe in their god? The blonde-haired character responds, why are you like this? The god is real. A dark figure declares, I did, wondering why they didn't know, as it was so obvious. The artifact contains the thunder god's power, meaning that other weapons also have different gods' powers. No wonder it was so strong. It's a weapon given by the thunder god himself, and it's only a sealed piece. The blonde-haired character states, of course, believing in the god and following him are two separate things, adding that she doesn't like their intentions. She concludes, I don't like it at all, noting that she received the rifle, so she finally handed it to you. The blonde-haired individual admits to tricking someone, while below, a depiction of strange things done in the name of God is shown. Continuing the conversation, the individual states that the most serious thing about those guys is that they already had a religious dispute, adding that they've never seen anything like that. The discussion continues, with the statement that they've had confrontations in the heavenly castle until the end, and that it's common for religion to devour another religion throughout history. A click echoes as the winged woman declares it's time to get the boss, stating that she doesn't see any good in waiting for the government to come forward. In a flashback, a masked man wielding a hammer declares he wants to kill that lion mask and think about it, wondering what the winged woman thinks. Meanwhile, the armored character admits they're not sure about anything else. Clenching their fist, the armored character declares, they now feel like running wild. The winged woman responds with a simple good, before stating, let's get started. The scene shifts to the moment where the strongest duo reveal themselves in front of the whole world. The winged woman states that it's only a temporary party, wondering if the armored character will really be okay since there are a lot of monsters. The armored character responds that how many enemies there are is not worth considering, adding that after all, it's their problem whether they protect their body or not. Looking slightly concerned, the winged woman remarks that the armored character sounds ignorant, but weirdly reassuring. With the mission laid out, Young Esaha explains that one of them will draw the boss's attention while the other finishes the job. Hearing the plan, the winged woman questions what he's worried about, confident that there isn't anyone stronger than her. Imagining the potential opponent, she seems less sure of herself. Changing the subject, she asks about his stamina. He suggests that she check with her own eyes and make a guess, given the tens of thousands of monsters they're up against. Hidden in the grass, Young Esaha tells her to stay hidden, adding that she has to give him a chance to kill it. Dashing through the forest, Young Esaha prepares to draw the boss's attention. Hiding in the tall grass, the armored figure is told, stay well hidden. A surprised sound escapes him, whoa. The armored figure's surprise turns to a yell, whoa, whoa, whoa. Elsewhere, a goblin swings his crude weapon, preparing for an ambush. One of the goblins insists, you have to give me a chance. Two larger, tusked creatures stand nearby, awaiting orders. The figure wearing a lion mask watches, his expression hidden. One of the goblins declares, an offering. The lion-masked figure agrees, it's a strong offering. Another goblin shouts to the cloaked figure, catch him so we can use him as our final sacrifice. The word offering hangs in the air, but it doesn't sound pleasing to Siwoo's ears. Her eyes widen, Arin can't believe what she's hearing. Dodging a wild swing, the figure in black moves with impossible speed. Surrounded by glowing orbs, a hulking figure prepares for the ritual. A goblin shouts, big, as a massive foot comes crashing down. The figure in black thinks, maybe it has something to do with the rituals they were doing. There's no point in calmly analyzing right now. Arin watches with concern as Siwoo dodges another attack, but he thinks, do you think I'll get hit by such obvious attacks? An explosion erupts, engulfing the area. Grabbing a goblin by the throat, Siwoo silences its pathetic gurgle. The figure in black unleashes a flurry of attacks, sending goblins flying. A massive explosion rocks the area, but Siwoo remains unfazed. A goblin exclaims, it's a really strong offering, catch him and offer him as the final sacrifice. Having assessed the situation, he roughly grasps the trajectory of the incoming spell. Confident in his defenses, he believes taking the hit head-on wouldn't hurt much. But still, he doesn't want to waste his stamina unnecessarily. He wonders how many shots it will take for them to get fire resistance, questioning if they even think the same way he does. He sighs, thinking to himself that he must avoid what can be avoided, block what can be prevented, and stop in the middle of what cannot be blocked nor prevented. He thinks that anyone can do that if they just use their eyes, but he really wants to use his two eyes and hit one really hard and scream. Actually, he decides he'll keep going. With incredible speed, he deflects the incoming fireballs. Watching the display, Arin is awestruck as she realizes he's reading the trajectory of dozens, even hundreds, of fireballs, accurately deflecting them all. The goblins yell that he wants to kill them all by himself, offering themselves as sacrifices for the ritual. The goblins charge, screaming, everyone. Closing the distance, he strikes one of the goblins. Concerned, Arin shouts for him to save his mana. He wonders if he's not using it, questioning if he's even using mana. With a mighty swing, the warrior unleashes a powerful gust of wind, sending the goblins flying. The force of the blow creates a shockwave, as Arin wonders if he's not using mana. She realizes it's more than just physical strength, that this is no longer a matter of level, but the power he wields. It's as if one more heart has emerged within him. He thinks to himself, the more actively he moves, the more he gets strengthened. The stronger he swings, the more power he gains. He can feel himself getting stronger and stronger. With a mighty roar, he unleashes his power. The goblins think to themselves, their mana is only used for war cry, and they don't have to spend mana on these smaller mobs. A fiery explosion erupts, engulfing the area. Throwing fireballs, even though the subordinates are in range of it, Arin thinks it's like he's trying to get Si-hyung even if he has to kill all his subordinates. A monstrous figure with a lion's head mask declares, his voice echoing with dark intent. The altar is filled with blood. Meanwhile, a figure in a helmet, its visor glowing with an eerie yellow light, prepares for what's to come. His brow furrowed in thought. He wonders if this altar is different from what he knows, though he doesn't expect anyone to answer his questions. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired woman stands ready, while a figure below is engulfed in flames. Back at the altar, Siwoo asks, your fireballs have finally stopped. Arin watches him closely, observing that it's not over, and wondering if he's using mana from other elite monsters. A red-haired figure prepares to strike, while a nearby goblin predicts that he will attack Siwoo after making him drop his guard, adding that it's also very likely that it'll be a quick and sneaky magic spell. With a determined look, the helmeted figure declares, I got it. Don't worry, His eyes narrowed. He states that he can avoid it if he knows the timing of the attack, though his relaxed attitude is making someone anxious. In the distance, a cloaked figure is surrounded by a horde of goblins, their battle cry echoing through the forest. With a mighty roar, the cloaked figure swings his hammer, scattering the horde. Watching the battle unfold, Arin realizes the opponent is more than just a monster. Like a beast, the cloaked figure moves with deadly precision, wasting no movement. She had thought only mana abilities were special, but it turns out that's not the case. It was just her imagination. It's definitely reassuring, but she should pay attention to the boss monster now. Meanwhile, the boss monster's mana is moving secretly. He's offering another elite monster as a sacrifice. It's a barred nature of magic. He's dangerous, but even if she wanted to warn him, the moment she's seen, the whole operation will fail. But let's attack the boss right now. The tension of his mana is wearing off. Already, she's moved the maximum amount of mana to the pistol. It's a miracle she can hide the pressure until the very last moment, knowing that once she attacks, there'll be no other chance. That would be the worst possible outcome. Arin wonders what she should do, but the conclusion is clear. She has to save him first, rather than damaging Korea due to an operation failure. If the man who could become stronger in the future dies now, it would be a bigger loss than that. Knowing they may have to run away without defeating the boss, Arin steels herself. Damn it, he was one step ahead of her. That magic, it's obviously a combination of the earth and the dark attribute. With a whoosh, the magic binds and clenches, trapping him. A hand comes from the ground, grabbing its target and bringing him with it, a terrifying magic attack from the Instant Death series. One of the strongest magic spells in the interpersonal series, it's only activated by specifying a target. Is there no other choice but to watch him disappear like this? The boss monster seems to be enjoying this. Suction, the boss monster thinks. With a resounding crash, the figure in the helmet delivers a devastating blow, splattering blood across the scene. From a distance, a winged figure exclaims, what is this nonsense? Canceling black magic with a foot roll. Her eyes widen as she realizes something. Determined, she declares, the best chance to kill it. Unleashing a torrent of blue energy, the helmeted figure continues their assault. Descending with incredible force, the figure brings their foot down upon the enemy. The goblins shout, the boss is dead. One goblin remarks, she could do it so soon. Another goblin cries out, now, we will be punished. We will be punished terribly by them. Looking down, Siwoo is asked, did you do it? He had the feeling he didn't need to avoid it, but why? The question lingers in his mind, as Arin chimes in, explaining it's because their Hyungnim is young and brave. The moment he felt the dark magic and didn't try to avoid it, she really thought he was going to die. However, his passive ignorance skill reduced the damage of the surprise attack by half. It's explained that he has the ability to never get critical hits against those attacks. Boss monsters are absolutely inevitable and unstoppable, and one must use magic to give it a mortal blow. That's why he didn't do that much damage to their Hyungnim. If he'd known that fact, he would have died in pain, but he's already dead, so it doesn't matter. He states that he realized it with his intuition, so he didn't avoid it. He simply responds with a hum. But these guys didn't die after defeating the boss, and they didn't get sucked into the dungeon that appeared. Kim Haryung states that everything is solved by defeating the boss monster, and the easy and boyish cartoon development didn't appear this time. Since when did calculations accompany your intuition, Hyung? He wonders. It means, in the future, he won't have to go to where the dungeon has already exploded. If there's nothing good he can do, he would rather try getting stronger in the Ant Den dungeon than go to places like this. But they still don't know exactly what they're talking about, the relationship between the offer and the underground player. He guesses so, and sympathizes too. He knows that now isn't the time, but his mind races. Thinking back to the power he witnessed, with just one shot, Marina blew that boss's head off. He reflects on his own abilities, a deadly magical creation made by compressing mana with an incomparable and overwhelming density, a destructive power that reached the stat where it didn't even make sense anymore. He admits that, as of now, he hasn't been able to produce that much destructive power. Isn't there a story that the guild master of the Tornado Guild was also blessed by a god? He can't show himself confidently in front of them yet. Gripping his weapon, he steels himself. But first of all, readying himself for battle, he prepares to strike. He declares that, until the other players come, they should clean up the side. A voice drips with suspicion, questioning if he's only interested in Mana's decisions. Confronting him directly, she demands to know how he stopped that black magic. The figure in the helmet questions if he should teach the winged character. Complaining about the situation, the winged character is told that if she has time to complain, she has time to work. With a surge of power, the figure in the helmet orders to focus on killing the elite monsters first. As their intelligence fades, the goblins lament that their god has forsaken them, declaring they are done for. Unleashing a torrent of energy, the winged character attacks with everything she has. Hammering down with incredible force, the figure in the helmet strikes a goblin, obliterating it with a single blow. Surveying the scene, the figure in the helmet is told, "Good job." Reflecting on their efficiency, the winged character notes they roughly cleaned them up, adding that it would have taken over a week if they tried to catch them all. Since they hunted together, she says that he should distribute the rewards. Considering the nature of the monsters, the winged character muses that monsters that come out in the real world wouldn't leave a crystal behind, but instead, they'd leave everything else. Pointing forward, the figure in the helmet says they need to finish before the infuriating people get here. Arin expresses her frustration with the Tornado Guild, recalling how they were unhelpful during a past battle. Suggesting they settle down and divide the bounty, the armored figure notes that others will soon arrive to claim their rewards. Regarding one of the fallen, the narrator remarks on the cleanness of the cut, making it difficult to identify what he was wearing. Holding up a helmet, Arin identifies it as an artifact. The text describes the helmet as belonging to Tezcaran, a temple guardian, noting its ability to increase charisma and instill intimidation, along with a hidden mysterious option, while Arin wonders if the fallen is related to that temple. An hourglass appears, and Arin asks what they should do, offering the helmet to the armored figure. Declining the helmet, as he already has one, the armored figure suggests she take the leg protectors instead. The Thorota's leg protector is described as being made from the tendons and skin of a frog, providing high defense and increased jumping power. The armored figure marvels at the leg armor, noting that it even surpasses B rank. He remarks that it's like getting an extra passive skill, as he tests the armor. Holding the helmet, Arin expresses satisfaction that they both got something that suits their needs. She begins to say something, but hesitates. The spoils of battle lie scattered on the ground, a celestial drop of B+++ rank. Looking down at the loot, Arin finds the situation questionable. The man in the helmet argues that it's not just questionable, but that no matter how you look at it, it's the main reward. Turning to him, Arin asks if he's forgetting who killed the monster. He reminds her that it would have been impossible to kill the monster without him, adding that they each did half the work. Regardless, he claims he landed the final blow, asking if it isn't natural for him to be given priority. She thinks that if there is a fair reward that is comparable to that, it would be okay to use the word priority, telling him to hurry up. Sking, the black-haired girl can feel other players approaching. Offering a small, spherical object, the man in the helmet says he'll give this to her. Arin demands the body and gemstone, her expression firm. He explains that, in other words, the gemstone was her goal from the beginning, holding it up. Looking out at the forest, the man in the helmet asks what she's going to do, stating that he'll. Scoffing, Arin admits that she actually liked the bells, but Siwoo asks if she'll keep giving him hints like that. He explains that it's not that he doesn't want it, but rather, he's letting it go because she kept asking him for it. Turning to the blonde-haired woman, young Siwoo tells her to pretend and join the Tornado Guild for now, and she asks what he will do. He replies that he'll disappear with the wind, but seeing that she even asked for the boss monster's corpse, he wonders if even the corpse of a monster is worth something. With a surprised expression, Marina remarks that it seems that he knows how to talk after all. She asks if he can secretly disappear, but he tells her not to worry about that, and that he'll take his leave now. She tells him to hold on. From a distance, a figure wonders if Siwoo is going to reveal his identity to this woman and to the other players. Looking away, young Siwoo asks why she keeps bothering him. Smiling, Marina says that the next time they meet, he can call her Marina. Turning away, young Siwoo's expression is obscured. Extending his hand, he says all right, maybe next time, and that he really will. Kneeling down, young Siwoo uses a key. A bright light shines as someone calls out. Miss Visit, are you all right? Angels fly overhead as the woman responds. A man looks down at her, concerned. Assuring him, Marina says, of course I am, don't worry. Thinking to himself, the man is glad that the Tornado Guild's master seems to be safe. A feeling washes over her. Marina thinks she'll be seeing him again soon. Later that night, the man lies in bed, reflecting on how they also faced some strong masters on the way. The battle is over, but the weight of it still lingers. Stretched out on the bed, he tries to shake off the tension that still clings to him. After it was over, he only needed to stretch out a bit. The muscles that were constantly tense were released in an instant. A soft blue glow emanates from the cube in his hand, a magic stone of considerable size. One of the fairy-like figures flutters closer, observing the stone. Hyungnim, that's one hell of a big magic stone you got there. The elite guy next to the lion-masked monster dropped it. He considers the implications of the monster bead and the power it holds. He can feel dead mana from monster beads, but he can also feel vitality coming from this mana stone. Sitting up suddenly, he focuses on the stone. He wonders if he could handle the mana in this stone, even considering if he could eat it, but immediately dismisses the thought. Absolutely not. Warning him of the dangers, Su Arin explains that Siwoo's mana and the mana of other beings can never be mixed. If he tries to forcefully mix it, he will explode. Sighing, young Siwoo is told that's why they process it externally and turn it into an artifact. Thinking about it, he wonders if being in the dungeon and leveling up isn't the result of being merged with its mana. Perhaps it's the dungeon space itself. Back in the dungeon, a level up notification appears. The angel explains, isn't it to process the monster's mana and efficiently pass it on to the player? Side by side, the two angels stand together. That's an interesting theory. Su Arin admits she didn't even think about it. Remembering his recent experience, Young Siwoo wonders why his level went up when he defeated the monsters in Searaxin. She suggests maybe Hyungnim doesn't need the process of mana processing. The angel wonders, outside of the dungeon, the same processing as inside the dungeon is applied, I guess. If so, then he won't hesitate any. Determined to push his limits, Young Siwoo bites down on the mana cube, a surge of icy energy flooding his senses. Her expression etched with worry, Arin can only watch. The cube's energy erupts within him, a torrent of raw power. He grits his teeth, fighting to contain the overwhelming force. Meditating, he attempts to channel the mana, guiding it through his core. Flames of pure energy lick at his skin, a testament to the sheer power he's wielding. The surge subsides, leaving him panting in his bed. His eyes snap open, a new intensity burning within. Concerned, Arin asks, Hyungnim, are you okay? Please respond. He wonders if it's done. Wondering if he's truly alright, Arin asks if he's okay, but he admits he was ready for some kind of conflict within his body. But instead, it feels so natural. He places a hand over his chest, realizing it drained the mana as if it was his from the very beginning. Checking the stability, he wonders if he should eat the remaining mana stones. Siwoo declares that it's good. He feels that the magic consumed in the heavy battle is restored. Having seen him fall from the sky, Arin admits she's put her doubts aside, adding that he never ceases to amaze her. Elsewhere, a player falls, as it's explained that even now, leaders from around the world who are still working hard on mana stones would fall down speechless if they saw this. Another player laments that it's just as important as clearing the dungeon after all, wishing she could get to level 100. He considers the possibility of taking down Marina Visit. Reflecting on the requirements, he realizes he'll need to gather magic stones to reach level 100. The thought of having to defeat Marina Visit, one of the world's highest level people, only at level 100, crosses his mind. Hearing his thoughts, Arin chimes in, believing in his capabilities. He sits down. After getting used to his new level and mana, he takes a night's rest. Sensing something amiss, Arin notes that the dungeon might be moving away for some reason. Thinking to himself, Siwoo realizes he should check his skills and master his tale a little more, as reorganization is needed. Sitting up in bed, he reflects that incidents like the Searaxin incident will likely become more frequent. With a sigh, Arin seems concerned. She warns him that he can't handle the whole world alone. Reminding him that there are other players, Arin urges Siwoo not to overdo it, asking if he remembers Marina Visit. Siwoo seems to be reflecting on something, thinking to himself that she was definitely a good girl. But then Arin chimes in, surprising him by exclaiming that she's a foreigner. Her eyes widen, a slight blush rising on her cheeks. Imagining the reaction of a conservative figure, the narrator muses on the potential fanfare it would cause. He responds, acknowledging that she's a foreigner and admitting that's what he regrets the most, before adding that her brother is also surprisingly conservative. Siwoo contemplates this, thinking to himself that she's such a player in Korea, or at least he hasn't seen it. Arin simply responds with a questioning yeah. Enthusiastic voices in the background cheer, expressing their support. Her face flushed, Arin clasps her hands together, seemingly flustered. Siwoo notices her reaction, asking why she's so flustered, but she dismisses it, saying it's nothing. He then changes the subject, mentioning Kim Haryong, the master of the Tornado Guild. Siwoo continues, stating that he may be a guild master, but as a human, he is disqualified, prompting Arin to remark that he sounds normal all of a sudden. Haryong Kim didn't come close to Searaxin on purpose, the winged figure explains. He was afraid that the guild's power would decrease, so he deliberately left the monsters unattended. The other winged figure adds that he didn't even go out on his own. If you have a high enough skill level, nothing is scary anymore. The winged figure stands with their arms crossed, their expression unreadable. Siwoo, looking agitated, wonders what the hell the government is doing. Are they going to let the USA take away even the elite monsters that appeared in Korea? He flops back onto the bed, sighing, I don't know. Let's go to sleep. One of the winged figures responds with a yes, sir. The other winged figure tells him don't overdo it. Are you a soldier? Siwoo closes his eyes. Well, let's sleep. One of the winged figures observes that he really fell asleep quickly. It was a pretty intense fight. The other winged figure comments that it was a lot of trouble. Siwoo lies asleep in his bed as one of the winged figures says goodnight, Hyungnim. Siwoo sleeps peacefully, unaware of the concerns swirling around him. A will, burning with purpose. I am the ruler. The world depends on me. Enough. I can't comprehend this. I don't carry a burden. But like this, nothing will ever change. Amidst the storm and crackling energy, a massive silhouette descends. The dragon admits, I can't go on anymore. Its massive form fills the sky, a crimson behemoth against the stormy backdrop. It continues, I can't stop it, so I'm going to retreat. Its green eyes glow with an eerie light, a stark contrast to its red scales. The dragon soars over a city, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The sun sets behind the city, casting long shadows as the dragon flies onward. Streaks of light follow the dragon, illuminating its path. The dragon declares, so I ended up like all the other gods after all. Its shadow looms over a rocky landscape, as it vows, in the end, I will bite all the gods to death. Abruptly, young Siwoo wakes up in his bed, looking startled. A strange feeling greets him as young Siwoo slowly opens his eyes. A system message appears, indicating that all of his stats have increased, with magic power receiving an additional boost of 10. Another notification pops up, revealing that his Chaos Tail skill has leveled up, becoming stiffer, sharper, and thicker. More skill changes are announced, this time affecting his Dragon Majesty passive, which is now at level 3. A final message appears, stating that a fragment of the Absolute, engraved deep into his soul, will show his momentum and suppress the enemy. Turning his head, he looks around the room. A soft voice calls out, Hyung. Startled, Suarin exclaims, oh my god, what the hell happened? She asks, did you leave me alone and go hunting? He replies, no, I just woke up. Looking surprised, he stares at something in his hand. Examining the object, he wonders, is this a drop of a monster? Is it broken? He wonders, did he take the item out of his inventory in his sleep and crush it with his body? Looking at the item, not a single ray of mana is left, and it can no longer be called an artifact. Remembering, the Spirit Bell was an artifact that permanently enhanced the user's abilities. She thinks, some of the rewards from the dungeons were definitely similar to this. He muses, he had the dream because of this item, didn't he? He wonders if it was just a dream. No, it was just a weird dream. Suddenly, a tail swings. Looking down, Siwoo wonders if it's a dragon tail. Indeed, a dragon tail now sprouts from his body. Arin observes that it has become stronger than before, and it's more likely a dragon tail than a snake tail. She thinks, dragon. Arin smiles, thinking it's an image that suits her Hyung. A wide grin stretches across Siwoo's face, a silent testament to his growing power. Stretching his arms above his head, he hears Arin's gentle reminder, you have to move your body after sleeping. The sounds of the city fill the air, a stark contrast to the quiet room. Her eyes wide with disbelief, Arin exclaims, Hyungnim, did you get this strong overnight? You got stronger in that short time. Continuing his stretches, Siwoo explains, that's because I adapted to my strength and developed my skills. Arin stands close by, listening intently as he adds, that's not how it's supposed to work. I hear it often. A thoughtful expression crosses his face, and he offers, well, let me explain. The explanation is lost in a flurry of inaudible chatter. Such a thing happened. Her eyes sparkling with admiration, Arin gushes. After all, you must have been blessed by God. Crossing his arms, Siwoo muses, God, huh? A monstrous dragon declares it will bite all the gods to death at the end. The dragon continues, isn't killing a god a good thing too? Looking at Siwoo, Arin asks if that's an obvious cliché. He replies, speaking of God. Siwoo is now holding a large, futuristic-looking rifle, its barrel glowing with blue energy. He explains, it's the rifle of the Thunder God. Okay, instead of teaching me how to make a critical bullet, I got it. Isn't Marina reporting to the Fair Trade Commission by now? Looking at the rifle, Siwoo wonders how he should use it. Arin thinks, if she only knew how to handle magic bullets and got such a great artifact, she would have turned into a shooter without hesitation. She adds, but not my Hyung. Arin continues, yeah, I'd rather grab this and swing it like a stick. I don't know, but wouldn't it hurt more than Hump's forefoot? Gripping the Thunder God rifle tightly, Siwoo is met with immediate disapproval. Considering the weapon size, he admits it's usually relegated to his inventory. Still, he figures it's best to have it ready for quick deployment. Arin chimes in, calling it a swap, suggesting it will come in handy once he gets used to it. He agrees, deciding to practice with it later. Turning away, Siwoo prepares to leave. Examining his hands, he seems to be steeling himself. Ready to go, he suggests they head back to the stage. Looking down at the rifle, he wonders if they should test the power of the new gun. The sight of the weapon reminds him of the shooting training he had to endure in the military. Arin interjects, reminding him that the rifle of the Thunder God is not the K2. Turning to Arin, he asks if they should go then. The pair steps into the Syrian cemetery, the entrance looming before them. A system message displays the clear time limit, and Arin wonders if this is an undead-type dungeon. Confirming her suspicions, Siwoo acknowledges that it is indeed an undead dungeon. A look of distaste crosses his face, as he declares his hatred for the undead. Having heard this sentiment before, Arin points out that he's mentioned it. Unimpressed by the dungeon's nature, Arin doesn't think it's something to be so concerned about. Gazing around, Siwoo believes he understands the numbering on the back of the area. The reason for this is due to the difficulty setting. He explains that the more monsters there are, the weaker each one is, but the fewer monsters, the stronger each individual becomes. He considers the options: a slime sewage treatment plant, the biggest, or a colony of fortified orcs, the smallest. Considering the options, he wonders if there are weaker ones than the armored orcs. Arin chimes in, telling him this isn't the time to be assured. She explains that the dungeons where the undead appear have a higher level of difficulty compared to other dungeons of the same class. He listens intently, understanding that it's like that, but fundamentally different. She elaborates, if you've watched zombie movies, you can see that those things don't die easily, and to add, all of them are poisonous, and there's always a lot of them. Looking concerned, she warns that while you're fighting them, you realize they smell like onion peelings, and when you look into their rotting eyes, you feel shivers all over your body. Looking at the winged fairy, he asks if Siha can explain instead, as the fairy responds with an enthusiastic, yes, Hyungnim. The fairy explains that if Hyungnim has a tolerance for poison, then he won't be infected by the poison of the zombies, but looking at the difficulty of the dungeon, there is a high chance that an undead stronger than a zombie might come out. He nods, understanding that skeletons, ghouls, and wraiths are careful with their skills, and that wraiths are ghosts but the name sounds cooler. He says he's got it, and will be cautious. The fairy continues, even if it's like a fantasy novel, it doesn't mean you can't attack the ghosts. That's right. Any player with awakened mana will be able to make contact with a spiritual body, and if a divine power is added, then the attack can be much stronger. Given Arin's past as a top-class priestess, Hyungnim won't be pushed around by the undead. Having recovered a lot of strength since Siwoo's growth, she walks confidently through the dungeon. A voice echoes, wondering how long it has been. The voice continues, expressing pleasure at seeing living people come to visit. Siwoo exclaims, surprised that it's been a while since he almost attacked her, realizing she must be undead. Extending his hand, Siwoo tells her to leave out the detailed explanation and give him the quest. The undead priestess speaks, stating that they must have come to save their souls. She continues, saying that even if their goal is elsewhere, their feelings will save her, a quest engraved in her chest. Siwoo wonders what she's talking about, as Arin says he must probably be wondering. The quest details appear, revealing it's about the priestess Hope, a quest to help her find the identity of the banshee sealed in the cemetery, requiring the release of the banshee. Siwoo asks, wondering what the difference is between handling the boss and this one. The undead priestess explains that the dungeon isn't just about going through one straight line and clearing it. Inside the dungeon, there are many hidden elements, and the banshee this ghost is talking about isn't a boss monster, but a monster that can be found when certain conditions are met. The undead priestess confirms that's right. Hearing this, Siwoo realizes he should have tried doing things here and there in other dungeons instead of obsessing about going through everything quickly, but the priestess assures him that not any dungeons have conditions like these. With a wink, Arin mentions that if they have the ability to clear quests at such high speed as Siwoo, there's no need to regret it. She's right, Siwoo thinks, realizing it would be much more beneficial to just clear them by running through a straight line, if it's something. That's right, the undead priestess says, adding that, like Siwoo, there will be no need to look for hidden elements inside the dungeon. She then asks if the two think the dungeon in Sky Castle and this current reconstructed Ant Cave dungeon have an identical guarantee. Looking up, the priestess explains that they are the same. Even the mana that makes up this dungeon and the structure of the dungeons are exactly the same. More than that, the quest remains where only her soul is left, and there would be no accurate guarantee other than this, right? Hearing this, Siwoo looks surprised. With a smile, the undead priestess thanks them. Okay then, let's go, Siwoo says, as Arin asks what's going on. Confused, Arin admits she doesn't know these types of dungeons, and this might not be a dungeon in Korea. A strange, winged figure flutters nearby, remarking that this ghost lady seems to have fallen from a far-off place. With a slight pout, Arin wonders if she's not too omnipotent to the point of getting hated. He retorts that he listened well in class and mainly studied textbooks, becoming more hateful. With each step, the ground crunches beneath their feet. Siwoo's eyes widen. A figure in a hooded cloak offers a simple, welcome. The air grows heavy, as the group realizes this place is. They've arrived at Syrian Cemetery. The buildings loom, casting long shadows in the dim light. Looking around, Arin remarks that it doesn't seem like just a cemetery, but more like an entire dead city, finding it distasteful to call the city a cemetery. Gazing upwards, she realizes that's not a dungeon ceiling, but a night sky. The cemetery stretches out before them, and Arin notes that this is illusion magic. Looking around, she adds that they've also cast an expansion spell in the area, and that this all happened because the dungeons in Sky Castle were forcibly pushed in. Siwoo wonders if this setting is from medieval Europe, filled with white buildings and going through town with back alleys. Grotesque figures shamble into view. The undead moan. The path ahead is filled with the walking dead. Gazing at the horde, Siwoo remarks that no matter how he looks at it, this place just seems like it's filled with zombies. A determined glint in his eyes, he declares that then there won't be any difference from how he usually does things. Arin counters that that's not true. She explains that this dungeon truly has a formidable amount of zombies and skeletons. Continuing, she adds that there are also those that eat each other and become ghouls, and the souls of those who died bitterly have turned into wraiths, so it truly isn't something a single-sized party can win against. Siwoo simply asks, so what? The banshee, she explains, gathers the undead together while it slumbers deep within the cemetery. Their task is to find and destroy the seal that hides the banshee. Then, when the banshee appears and they defeat it, the other undead monsters will also get weaker. Suarin assures him that when she was still alive, her party members had already explored most of the city. Tilting her head, she asks if he understands. He asks if he's wrong. Monsters might run rampant, she thinks. That's it, he thinks, that's what he's hoping for. So in the end, it's okay if he just destroys everything, right? With purpose in his stride, he moves forward. If it's this much, then it might be easy even without practice, he thinks, as he grips his weapon. Arin, can she give him that divine power of something? Yes, of course, he should. With a determined look, she prepares to act. His eyes glowing with newfound power, Young Siwoo's gaze intensifies. As the undead priestess casts her spell, a surge of holy energy washes over him. The buff takes hold, but a flicker of fear crosses his face. He wonders if this is all a scam. If he had a priest, he could always come back only to the undead dungeon. He doesn't want to die. Seeing the divine power at work, Suarin breathes a sigh of relief. It's a relief since she was sorry about the fact that she couldn't help. Despite his initial fear, Siwoo steels his resolve. A confident smirk spreads across his face. He'll take care of everything neatly. Readying his weapon, he prepares to strike. With a burst of speed, he unleashes a devastating blow. Buildings crumble as the assault continues. Bringing the hammer down with devastating force, more structures are reduced to rubble. Watching the destruction unfold, Arin cries out, questioning what he's doing, and pointing out that the retreating path is being destroyed. With each swing, the devastation spreads further. A scene of utter ruin, the city is being systematically dismantled. Observing the scene, a blonde-haired woman exclaims that it was excellent, while Arin notes that he only hit one building, but it caused them all to fall like dominoes. A sinister smile creeping across her face, the blonde-haired woman muses that one blow is enough to take out 7 buildings. Hammer resting on his shoulder, he declares that this is not enough. Calculating the scale of the task, he realizes that if the city has around 30,000 buildings, he needs to hit around 4,000 times to be quick. A flicker of determination in his eyes, he wonders if it's possible as Arin calls out to him. Looking at the magical screen, he realizes this is how he can expand the scope of his search, almost like a detective novel. Appa, they're coming, a voice calls out. As the undead pour out, a sense of grim satisfaction washes over the scene. Observing the horde, Arin wonders just how many people have died here. Her expression filled with dread, she realizes it's a tremendous number. Facing the undead, he prepares for the onslaught. The girl with wings questions why they are so peaceful, reminding him that they even rip off their own arms and throw them. She adds that other than getting hit from what they throw, the guy who tore his arm will be in more pain. Considering the situation, he thinks to himself that since he doesn't like messy things, he should just finish it all in one go. With a burst of speed, he launches a devastating kick into the nearest undead. Following through with brutal efficiency, he slams another into the ground. Unleashing a torrent of energy, he obliterates a third. Witnessing the display of power, Arin can only utter a surprised, "Huh." The undead scream in agony, their forms writhing as an unseen force tears at their very essence. A determined glint in his eyes, Jinwoo prepares to unleash the full extent of his power. Raw energy crackles around him, a tangible manifestation of the divine. The air shimmers with heat as the power intensifies. Watching him with a mixture of awe and curiosity, Arin wonders how he managed to do that. He explains, "I just moved the divine power you gave me." The divine power coalesces into a tangible form, ready to be unleashed. With a surge of energy, the divine power explodes outward, engulfing the undead in purifying light. The undead scream in unison, their forms dissolving as they are cleansed by the divine energy. The power detonates, leaving nothing but shattered remains in its wake. Reduced to mere bones and dust, the undead are no more. Observing the aftermath, Arin can't help but think that whatever he is, it isn't human. The winged girl remarks that she's sure his flesh would be so thick it wouldn't even go down smoothly. Turning to Jinwoo, Arin observes that this is the first time she's seen zombies running away, adding that they're treating him like a sour grape. He responds that he's not the type to look into people's circumstances. The zombies scream that this is the start of the apocalypse for them, begging not to die again. Arin calls out, asking where he's running off to, warning him to be careful with the spacing. With a burst of speed, Jinwoo unleashes a devastating attack, obliterating the horde. As the dust settles, money and jewels rain down. Arin comments that this dungeon has a stupid amount of monsters, questioning how he managed to turn them all into beads. He replies that he's usually able to do this, to which Arin responds that she sees, and that he's usually like this. A screen displays the clear time limit, 11 hours, 13 minutes, and 42 seconds. The winged girl observes that it hasn't even been an hour since they entered the dungeon, adding that it looks like the city has already been destroyed. With a final strike, the last of the zombies are reduced to dust. Considering the monster they just defeated, It seems it was quite powerful. Arin notes there's no way to check its power now that it's gone. Following the system's notification, Arin wonders if there's also a way to weaken the Banshee. Hearing this, Jinwoo admits it's the first time he's heard of it as well. He wonders if he shouldn't just destroy everything then. Scoffing, Arin points out that he's just now realizing this basic thing. She explains that, even if the Banshee were to weaken by incorrectly collapsing a building, it would still have fewer records and give out even fewer beads. Dismissing her concerns, Jinwoo states that her worries are completely different from his. With a relieved expression, Arin acknowledges his point. Jinwoo thinks back, recalling that the spirit guided him to this place in the first place. Arin explains that, in a city during the medieval Europe era where the dead rise, she might have been on a completely different adventure compared to now. Jinwoo agrees, stating that she should guide them from now on. Arin, now crying tears of joy, exclaims that since the city was split in half thanks to him, it might be easier to find the magic seals. As they move forward, Arin tells him to follow her discreetly. Jinwoo responds that the monsters are avoiding them on their own, so there's no need to move discreetly. He suggests they gather the beads along the way. Calling upon Yong-siha and another supporter, Jinwoo prepares for the task ahead. The supporter acknowledges his command, ready to assist. Arin explains that the seals containing the Banshee are not just one, there are several. Because there are several completely identical seals, Arin continues to explain the situation. She emphasizes that they have to find and destroy them all, but also warns that if their luck runs out, breaking the seals might actually fortify the Banshee's power. Jinwoo realizes that this whole city is structured as a minigame, a dangerous one at that. Arin wonders if it would be better to strengthen the Banshee and defeat it, or just kill the Banshee and raise her clear rank. They continue their journey through the ruined city, with the supporters following closely behind. The pair approach a seal glowing with red energy, ready to face whatever lies ahead. Arin confirms that this is the first seal, and urges Jinwoo to be careful. She warns that buildings with the seals always have a strong, elite monster guarding it, preparing him for a fight. He exclaims, sensing a powerful presence, a strong, undead monster. Looking down at the source of the disturbance, Arin points out, it's trembling and hiding over there. Orange energy crackles around the hammer as it swings with incredible force. Turning to his companion, he hears, "You were going to cheer just now, weren't you?" A voice calls out, "There are 8 more from now." Clenching his fists, Siwoo declares, "All right, let's hurry to the next building." The hammer connects, shattering the magic circle into pieces. A voice laments, "To think we failed the second one." The hammer slams down, obliterating another magic circle. Apologizing for their poor luck in choosing, Siwoo hears that it can't be helped. The winged companion explains, the Banshee's power seems to be covering the entire city, perhaps even stronger than the armored orc commander. A confident smirk spreads across his face. He hasn't fought against a strong opponent with magic powers yet, and this is a great opportunity. They arrive at their next destination, ready to face whatever lies ahead. Examining the magic circle, Arin notes that there's not much left. Readying his weapon, Siwoo declares that he'll break this. With a mighty swing, the magic circle shatters into pieces. As the circle crumbles, he hears a sinister chuckle. The Banshee appears, her eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Surrounded by her undead army, the Banshee prepares for battle. The undead soldiers stand ready, their skeletal forms a terrifying sight. Her eyes burning with rage, the Banshee declares that her opponent is a fool who can't even see further than his nose. Hearing her, Arin calls out to Siwoo, but he seems unconcerned. Smirking, Siwoo knew it all along. Below, a weapon is being loaded, ready to skip the intro. Back in the fray, the Banshee is taken aback. Looking down, she can't believe what she's seeing. Suddenly, a swift kick connects, though the target remains unseen. Power surges around her, the Banshee now radiating a menacing blue aura. The impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards, engulfing the surroundings in a fiery explosion. Her voice laced with disbelief, the Banshee screams that she doesn't believe in spirits. Meanwhile, Siwoo reflects on his colleagues, Arin and Yong-siha, the only people he trusts. The winged girl expresses her gratitude, stating, "Hyungnam, I'm touched." He responds, pointing a finger, and to add, "You got really obvious after a while." He continues, explaining, "Then why did you just leave her be?" "Because she was in such a weak state. If it's not a strong Banshee, then you won't get good records or beads when you kill them." A dark aura begins to radiate from the Banshee, her form twisting into something monstrous. Her face contorts, revealing sharp teeth and glowing red eyes, a terrifying visage of pure malice. The Banshee unleashes a wave of dark energy, consuming everything in its path. His expression hardens, a cruel determination etched on his face. Energy surges around him, a palpable force ready to be unleashed. He steps forward, energy crackling around him, ready to meet the Banshee's attack head-on. The energy explodes outward, shattering the Banshee's attack into fragments. The winged girl exclaims, "Egu, really? You want to spell right?" She begins to cast a spell, her hands glowing with magical energy. Raising his hand, a surge of power emanates from Yong-siha. Leaping forward, he brings the hammer down with incredible force. The hammer descends, a blur of motion against the ravaged landscape. Ready to strike, the hunter's eyes narrow with determination. Falling with the weight of a mountain, the hammer hurtles towards its target. The text reads that the sledgehammer is a D+++ ranking weapon, but he knows it'll be enough. A confident smirk plays on his lips, thinking that this will be enough to deal with her. The hammer connects, a devastating blow against the banshee. A piercing scream echoes as the banshee reels from the impact. Standing tall, he holds the hammer high, a symbol of his strength. He thinks that this is quite a violent curse, although Arin's spell is blocking it, wondering if this is her weakened state. He thinks that still, he wouldn't have made this situation happen unless he was sure that he would win, preparing to strike the banshee again. Hammer raised high, Siwoo brings it crashing down on the banshee. Eyes narrowed in determination, he commits to the blow. The hammer continues its descent, a blur of motion. With a final surge of strength, the hammer connects. The impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards, a testament to the force behind the blow. A strangled cry escapes the banshee, her body reeling from the strike. Sent flying through the air, she's completely helpless. Crashing through the city streets, the banshee slams into a building. Unleashing a burst of speed, Siwoo closes in for the kill. Her eyes wide with pain and disbelief, the banshee can only watch as he approaches. The hammer descends once more, obliterating her defenses. With a final, decisive strike, he ends the fight. The banshee's monstrous form lies defeated, her glowing red eyes dimming as her energy fades. Around her, the debris of their battle continues to fall. Falling from the shattered building, young Siwoo plummets towards the ground. Above him, the hammer he used in the fight also falls. Gripping his weapon tightly, he prepares for one final strike. The veteran hunter knows it's time. With a surge of power, he unleashes his attack, asking, "Shall we end it?" With a determined glint in his eyes, Jinwoo reconsiders his approach. Her expression grave, Arin seems to anticipate his decision. He realizes that it would be best to eliminate the banshee first. She knows that the mana she provided might not be enough to deal with the curse. He reflects that if he had simply endured the curse, it would have been a waste of time. It would be best if he finishes off the banshee, then lightly catches the boss monster. The processed mana Arin gave him is a divine power to weaken and dispel curses. Even if he can't make them on his own, it might be possible if he could strengthen the energy that already exists. A knight cries out, "Hawua, AAP." The knight wonders why they are suddenly in their normal size. Ready to charge, the knight shouts, "HOO, 0000. Brave run." Arin wonders if that was a self-praise, but the knight clarifies that it's a skill name. Having just expended all of her mana, the banshee is shocked to hear someone say, "Already?" Arin looks on in shock. The boss monster is already this far. Arin calls out, "Appa, Hyungnim, it's coming." Jinwoo declares, "It's done." He prepares to unleash his power. Arin exclaims, "Appa, just what?" Jinwoo prepares to attack. "To break the chains of my spirit body this easily." The banshee screams, "Die, human." The banshee unleashes a devastating attack. Gripping the spiked chain, a smirk plays on his lips as Jinwoo declares it's time for his opponent to rest. Her eyes burning with rage, the banshee prepares to retaliate. Unleashing a piercing shriek, the banshee lunges forward, but Jinwoo is already charging up a devastating attack. Channeling divine power into his fist, he prepares to strike. A surge of energy erupts as Jinwoo unleashes a powerful punch. Suddenly, a grotesque monster appears, teeth bared and ready to fight. Closing the distance, Jinwoo stands ready to face this new threat. A confident smirk returns to his face as he assures the monster that he'll be returned to his owners soon, not to worry about it. With a sickening crunch, the skeletal warrior is crushed in the giant's grip. The hulking figure looms, its eyes burning with a malevolent red glow. Her eyes widening, Arin can only utter a single, horrified word. The ground trembles as the monster advances, a chilling realization dawning. It devours its own allies. The narrator explains that while the giant ghoul made its way here, it finished up the zombies and ghouls by eating them and becoming stronger. His fist clenched, young Siwoo prepares for the coming battle. A swirling vortex of energy crackles around him, ready to be unleashed. He stands firm, Arin watching from behind, but even she can tell that the boss isn't boss-like. The narrator explains that usually when they do a boss level up, it means they have to level up in order to match with the protagonist's power, but a true boss wouldn't need to do such an event to intimidate the protagonist. That is a statement essentially denying all RPG games. Her expression grave, Arin thinks of the cemetery of Syrian. The city lies in ruins, a graveyard of untold stories. It truly is a dead city now, a testament to battles fought and lost. Considering the rewards, Arin notes that it's unusual to gain this much from clearing a dungeon only once, adding that young Siwoo is clearing far more dungeons than average. Hearing this, Arin exclaims that not everyone clears dungeons in such a short time, and if everyone advanced like him, they would have cleared level 32 dungeons in less than a year. Hearing her praise, young Siwoo agrees, stating that it's because he's great, and suggests they go look for the special reward. Holding the secret dowser, young Siwoo wonders if he can find the secret without using it, even if he simply explores without taking it out when it vibrates, noting that it may disappear after 3 uses. Seeing the dowser, Arin remarks that it is an artifact players of the Explorer class will love, adding that it's strange to get such a reward only for clearing a dungeon. Holding the red gem aloft, Siwoo suggests they look for the altar now. Following close behind, Arin wonders how he managed to shift the divine power she gave him, adding that it would be good to get an artifact with the beads of the Banshee and Giant Ghoul. With a determined look, Arin states that she'll just grant it in another way, musing that if granting could do that, then all the top monsters wouldn't have to be afraid of the undead. Raising a finger, Siwoo remarks that it's usually strange to think that something isn't possible in the first place, but since they don't know, it might work if everyone tries it. Looking at Arin, Siwoo explains that if that weren't the case, there wouldn't have been a priestess that couldn't handle that much divine power as she did. Staring at the altar, Siwoo thinks that if he gives it everything he has again, it feels like it will bounce off, adding that he would like it if some boots came out. Placing the gems on the altar, Siwoo thinks that if he places only the banshees, giant ghouls, and the elite monsters' beads, something will happen. With a flash of light and a loud noise, something does indeed come out. Looking at the new item, Arin exclaims that it feels like a hammer, and Siwoo adds that he's hoping to get a duplicate of the same category. Siwoo thinks to himself that the black wolf's front paw is a bit of a waste, but he hopes to see it strengthen his weapon. Looking determined, Siwoo prepares to use the new item. The item appears to be a hammer. The item before him is called Giant Scream, a C++ rank hammer with attack power ranging from 1,350 to 1,950, and a proficiency of 0.400, but the option is still unknown. Holding the hammer, Siwoo finds it quite heavy, heavier even than the rifle of the Thunder God. Looking at the hammer, Arin notes that its true rank seems to be hidden. Surprised, Siwoo wonders if that's even possible. She explains that there are artifacts that change rank as proficiency rises and the options get revealed. Arin is sure that it's the so-called hidden piece. Siwoo recalls times when he only looked at the rank when distributing artifacts and compromised, regretting it later. Deciding on a course of action, he decides to leave the hammer for now. Arin wonders what number it is now. Looking at the altar, Siwoo sees the number 229. He thinks that the max proficiency of the Black Wolf's front paw is 240, and the option hasn't been revealed yet, so maybe this is also some kind of hidden piece. Ready to move on, Siwoo suggests they leave now. As they stand together, Arin voices a concern, hoping they won't end up in Sirak-san again. Her words cause him to bristle slightly, telling her not to say such jinxes, as they make him nervous. Even if there really are people outside, he has a plan. With a determined stride, he steps towards a swirling blue portal. The portal shimmers, ready to transport him to an unknown destination. Entering the portal, he finds himself surrounded by a blue, watery expanse. Falling deeper, the water distorts around him. Bubbles rise, obscuring his vision as he plummets. Through the helmet, a muffled question escapes him. Bub. The descent continues, the water rushing past. Meanwhile, Arin watches him disappear into the portal, a worried expression on her face. Clutching a small, golden tool, he prepares for whatever lies ahead. Still falling, the depths remain unseen. Plunging deeper into the unknown, the golden tool slips from his grasp. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts, engulfing him completely. Through the radiance, a pair of menacing red eyes pierce the gloom, watching him descend. The eyes loom closer, their gaze intense and predatory. Then, everything fades to white, and he loses consciousness. He coughs, waking up on the floor of his room, soaked to the bone. He thinks to himself that the cemetery was under the bottom of the sea. Arin wonders why they didn't think of that, considering Earth has more oceans than land, and there would be a lot of retired players who have fallen into the bottom of the ocean rather than land. Dripping wet, Siwoo reflects on the thing they saw earlier, wishing they could have caught it before they came back. Looking up at Arin, he asks if she's saying there was a monster in the water. Holding up his dripping jacket, Arin suggests that maybe he mistook it for a whale. Siwoo asks if they shall go there right now to check it, but Arin refuses. Checking his phone, Siwoo finds no news related to his recent experience. If you think about it, that's also expected, he muses, glancing over at Arin. Since it hasn't even been that long since monsters started appearing on land, Arin points out that if a monster were to appear in the ocean, it would require much more complex conditions than on land. If ever there was a dungeon under the sea, there might have been a huge amount of dead monsters lying there, she continues. They might have really polluted the ocean without our knowledge, Siwoo realizes, a hand to his chin. Perhaps other developed countries have already started exploring the sea, Arin suggests, adding that it would be in order to collect the corpses of the monsters. Couldn't the sea creatures have cleaned it up by eating them? Siwoo wonders aloud. Haha, if the sea creatures were to mutate and turn into a monster after eating the monster corpses, Arin laughs, finding the thought almost a laughable story. Arin exclaims, suddenly realizing something. Yong SSI, he calls out, his expression unreadable. Turning to face him, Arin questions why they're acting so strangely, remarking that it sounds like something from a manhwa. He points out that the monster he saw earlier might have been one that fed on the corpses of the monsters released from the dungeon, adding that it looked like a fish. The thought makes Arin imagine things, and she voices her discomfort. Since they're wet, Siwoo suggests they take a shower, telling Yong Siha to do the same. He starts to remove his shirt, and Arin responds with a simple, okay, Hyungnim. She shouts, telling him not to just start stripping like that. Water cascades down. Someone enters the shower. Following the shower suggestion, Arin looks away, a slight blush gracing her cheeks. He notices her discomfort, tilting his head in confusion. She quickly denies it, her thoughts drifting to the monsters now infesting the ocean. The thought weighs heavily on her, as she laments the loss of humanity's access to the seas. No, she thinks. Dismissing her concerns, Siwoo suggests that players could be hired to escort sea transport or cruise ships. Waving off the problem, he suggests they focus on their own goals. Clenching his gloved hands, Siwoo declares their need to enter the dungeon. He wonders aloud if the closest dungeon is underwater. With a determined look, Siwoo stands ready before the dungeon entrance, Arin floating behind him. The fairy companion points out that this time, it seems to be an old grandpa spirit. A raspy voice echoes, "You've finally come. The heroes who will free me to heaven." He wonders, did that damn banshee change her disguise concept? He guesses they won't know if it's the dungeon they cleared or not. Going into the dungeon for the second time, Siwoo tries to think of the best way to attack. A flashback reveals that was to strengthen the banshee as much as possible. The text explains that Siwoo went along with the banshee and broke the magic seals to strengthen it, as well as leaving a ton of zombies unharmed for the boss monster, Giant Ghoul, to feed on in order to raise its strength. Back in the present, the pair are surrounded by zombies. Siwoo declares that they should go this way. Arin notes, they're avoiding even that small number of zombies? The old grandpa spirit muses, that punk must be really weak. Siwoo points forward, seemingly unfazed. With a burst of speed, he charges ahead, weapon raised. From the shadows, a question echoes, "Sir, why do you only work hard on ghosts and skeletons?" A dismissive tone answers. The old grandpa spirit wonders what's up with the kid, questioning if he's strong or weak. The banshee is in a state of confusion, but she smoothly gathers her strength, declaring there's no need to tackle that topic. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupts, shaking the dungeon. The banshee's voice pierces through the chaos. "Kaya aha, you foolish human." Her claws extend, crackling with purple energy, ready to strike. But before she can land a blow, a swift counterattack comes in the form of a powerful kick, sending her reeling back. An electric blue aura flares around him, as he prepares his next move. The attack connects with brutal force, causing the banshee to cry out in pain. He seizes her arm, his grip tightening. His voice drips with menace. "Up and call your subordinates, before I kill you." With a final, devastating blow, the banshee is defeated. Standing amidst the remnants of the battlefield, he surveys the scene. A voice calls out to him, "Sihia, did the boss room open?" Turning his head slightly, he responds, "Yes, Hyungnim." Her voice laced with disbelief. The banshee questions, "Human, did you perhaps know everything?" She can't believe that she, the banshee, and dungeon boss, was defeated. A smirk plays on his lips as he thinks to himself, Young Siwoo knew everything from the start and planned it all. He really acts like a smart ass despite the fact that they've already come in here once. As the banshee fades away, she laments, to die after being harassed by a human. With a confident grin, Siwoo declares, "Then goodbye. Let's meet again in the next dungeon." The banshee is struck down, her body dissolving into light. Her essence shatters, leaving behind only fragments of her former power. Turning away from the dissipating remains, he prepares to move forward. Gazing down the corridor, he mutters, "Oh, it's still." He reflects, relaxed. Shall we fully take care of the spirits and skeletons while waiting for that guy? Only the ghosts and skeletons. Appa's tenacity is at the point where it's astonishing now. The undead horde continues its advance, their guttural moans echoing through the dungeon as they lament the loss of their master. Unfazed by their sorrow, Siwoo launches a series of fiery projectiles, each one promising destruction. The fireballs streak through the air, obliterating the undead ranks in a blaze of glory. Skeletal remains are engulfed, reduced to ash in the wake of the inferno. With relentless precision, he continues his assault, each kick sending another wave of destruction towards the remaining foes. But suddenly, a colossal figure emerges from the shadows, its massive form casting a daunting silhouette over the battlefield. Its eyes glow with malevolent intent, a harbinger of the chaos to come. The silhouette looms, a silent promise of the challenges ahead. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he considers the collateral damage, muttering to himself that destroying the city should count as a bonus. Ready to face whatever comes next, he shouts, "Let's go." He charges forward, swinging a massive hammer, ready to crush anything in his path. Observing the unfolding events, one of the onlookers remarks, "It's like watching a hero in an RPG, breaking a flower vase just to eat the item inside." Her companion agrees, calling it a quick and easy comparison. The giant ghoul roars, its massive form filling the dungeon. He smirks, noting the monster's increased size. Readying his weapon, Young Siwoo prepares for the next attack. The giant ghoul slams its fist down, the force of the blow shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. Managing to intercept the blow, he braces himself against the immense power. But before the monster can recover, it's struck by an unseen force, staggering backward. A confident smile spreads across his face. As the giant ghoul cries out in pain, its body begins to shrink, a dark purple aura swirling around it. Watching the transformation, Arin notes that while the ghoul's body is shrinking, its power is growing stronger. Considering the situation, Young Siwoo wonders if this is one of the dungeon's secrets, musing that there must be two secrets resting within. He acknowledges that his efforts haven't been in vain. The giant ghoul has fully transformed into a ghast, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. A butterfly flits into view, its voice explaining that ghasts are elite monsters found in level 30 undead dungeons, possessing a body larger than a human, absurd agility, and the ability to spray toxic poison. Arin appears, ready to detoxify him, but Siwoo tells her that he's just going to get hit by it to develop a tolerance. Facing the ghast, he asks, "Don't you know me a bit too well?" Bottom text present. The ghast retorts, "And you trampled on them." Siwoo notes that its intelligence seems to be pretty high, realizing that he can master the art of combat. The ghast declares, "Die." Grinning, the ghast says, "That should be my line." But before the ghast can finish, Siwoo strikes with a burst of orange energy. He unleashes a burst of orange energy, striking the ghast. But before he can follow up, the ghast retaliates, spraying a cloud of toxic poison. The ghast's poison is infecting his body. The poison tolerance couldn't fully overcome it, resulting in a weakened state. If this continues, it can develop into a much more serious poison. The sound of metal echoes. It's not enough to be taken seriously yet. The ghast roars, promising to melt him with poison. Rather than poison, he'd like it if they could train his martial arts more. He prepares to strike. Closing the distance, Young Siwoo strikes the ghast with his staff. Following up, he kicks the ghast with a burst of orange energy. The ghast, still reeling from the last attack, lets out a frustrated roar. Continuing his assault, Young Siwoo unleashes another slash of purple energy. Standing over the down monster, he looks down at it. He continues his assault, striking the ghast with another burst of purple energy. The attack lands, further damaging the already weakened ghast. Holding his hammer, Young Siwoo realizes it's time to switch weapons, stating that the time for crushing with the hammer has come to an end. Bottom text present. From a distance, Arin calls out to him. Smiling, Young Siwoo thinks that if he starts with one-shots from now on, it'll get 100% proficiency. Bottom text present. He thinks that the ghast will be thankful for giving him more swings to a tough guy like that. Preparing to strike, he unleashes another slash of purple energy. The attack lands, further damaging the ghast. Continuing his assault, the ghast descends upon Siwoo, claws outstretched, ready to strike. Unleashing a torrent of purple energy, Siwoo counters the attack. The blast slams into the ghast's face, its features contorting in a silent scream. Despite the pain, the ghast retorts, "I hear that a lot." Staggering back, the ghast struggles to maintain its footing. Sent hurtling backwards by the force, the ghast is momentarily stunned. A savage grin spreads across his face. Siwoo prepares his next move. Bringing his hammer down with brutal force, the blow lands squarely on the ghast's arm. Charging forward, hammer raised, Siwoo closes in for the final strike. The hammer connects, obliterating the ghast in a blinding flash of light. Continuing his assault, Siwoo slashes at the ghast with a blade of pure yellow energy. The energy blade descends, cutting through the air with incredible speed. The blade continues its downward trajectory, aiming to cleave the ghast in two. Switching tactics, he slams the hammer down on the monster. With a final, desperate strike, the hammer connects. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling through the air. The ghast shatters, its form collapsing into countless fragments. With the ghast defeated, Siwoo stands victorious amidst the debris. As the hammer rests on the ground, a voice echoes in his mind, "Q Yolo, ooh." The hammer begins to transform, taking on a new, more powerful form. It seems the hammer has changed into something really cool, a whole new artifact. Seeing him so happy, Arin can't help but smile. It was an evolving artifact, and if it's like this, he'll have to discard his original plan. He wonders what his plan was. He was going to make the Black Wolf's front paw reach full proficiency, then use it as a material to synthesize it with the giant scream. But the proficiency only increased even more. Now, he has to crank C-ranking weapons. Great, since this is the case, he can just wreck things with hammers in each hand. Arin asks if he's a giant. He wonders if he should give it a try. Swinging the weapon with all his might, a powerful arc of energy tears through the air. The weapon's energy slams into the environment, causing a devastating explosion. The aftermath of the explosion leaves trails of energy dissipating into the air. Watching the display, Arin exclaims that he's already stronger than most level 200 players. She continues, wondering how much stronger he would become if he were to break through to level 200. A system message appears, stating approximately all of his skills were raised by one level. Looking at the list of skills, Siwoo notes that there is one thing that stands out. The skill in question is intuition, now at level 8, described as a sixth sense originating from the five senses, allowing him to feel what he should not be able to feel. He realizes it's already at level 8, wondering if it's because he already had a similar ability. Arin chimes in, saying, "What's surprising is that a part of the intuition was originally in him." Siwoo muses, if his intuition is at the point to be a passive skill, wouldn't it be simpler to make his five senses turn to passive skills as well? Arin assures him, he will get stronger that way, but he has to do that later when he can freely do magic. He's certain that this artifact is connected to the secret dowser. Arin believes the greatest treasure in this dungeon must have been the opal pendulum. To think you'd get a B+ ranking artifact in this dungeon. Ready to move on, Siwoo declares it's time to head to the altar, wondering what he'll find there this time. Meanwhile, a discussion unfolds elsewhere about how players often don't find dungeon rewards that suit them, and how some resort to using the auction house or repeating the same dungeon. The speaker notes that Hyungnim truly has great luck. The conversation continues, with one voice explaining that Siwoo can't even use the auction house. Another voice chimes in, stating that if it weren't the same case, there'd be no need to clear the same dungeon repeatedly, so if his luck isn't good, that's the end. Before them stands a shimmering, ornate altar. Something feels different about this one. Perhaps this is the synthesis altar? Approaching the altar, Siwoo voices his confusion. Arin speculates that it might only appear when clearing a bonus stage, like an altar of special rewards. Siwoo dismisses the idea of minigame elements, at least not like those in Sky Castle. The altar radiates an otherworldly glow, its purpose laid bare, a career change altar, offering a new path based on one's records. His brow furrowed in thought, Siwoo wonders what a career change might entail. The implications of the altar begin to dawn on him, remembering that clearing the level 10 dungeon supposedly grants every player their own unique class. But a nagging doubt creeps in. How will an underground player even know what to get? A gate shimmers into existence above the altar, and Arin wonders if it's possible to acquire a class by giving out beads. With a determined glint in her eyes, Arin suggests they go in for now, addressing Siwoo as Hyungnim. He agrees, but a question lingers. What should they do with the Banshee and Ghast beads? A wave of depression washes over him. Must he give up on the Banshee and Ghast beads? With a surge of resolve, Siwoo steps through the shimmering gate. Emerging on the other side, they find themselves in a surreal landscape bathed in the crimson glow of a setting sun, strange flora illuminating the alien ground. He looks around, taking in the bizarre scenery. The world seems to be upside down. Scratching his head, he wonders, where is this? Who am I? The text explains that entering a high-level dungeon feels like entering a new world. He recalls the fantasy of entering a new world, always starting in an environment like this, and muses that it would be perfect if an archer elf appeared on top of that tree. He continues, noting that, well, firstly, I don't think we're on. But the interface isn't informing me anything. He points forward, seemingly indicating a direction. His expression shifts to one of realization, exclaiming that this is part of an exam. He looks around, a thoughtful expression on his face, observing that it feels like too much. He decides that, for now, staying here until something changes is for. Having made up his mind, he's ready to take action. Thinking to himself, if he times it just right, a monster will attack the town, and by defending it, he'll get the attention he needs. That way, they'll help him settle down as a mercenary in this world. Hearing his plan, Arin thinks he's been reading too many novels, questioning if going through that altar really brought them to a new world. Her eyes widen as she considers the possibility. She muses, if even Sky Castle has an anthill, will this world not have one? She wonders if the monsters they've hunted until now might have been from this world, invading the earth and colonizing it. She exclaims, you read too many novels, Arin. Through the forest, a path opens up. Walking through the tall grass, he continues forward. Reaching the edge of the forest, he gazes up at a massive wall. Seeing the wall, Arin declares that it's a city wall, proving that this is another world, but Siwoo counters that it was probably a monster. As they venture deeper into the dungeon, Siwoo points out that it's not unusual to see buildings in these high-level areas. With a determined look, Arin offers to scout ahead, addressing Siwoo respectfully. Watching her fly off, he waits patiently. Her voice echoes back, calling out to him. Following her line of sight, Siwoo wonders if there was once a monster den here. She replies that it would have been better if there was, but it's just a dead city. Hovering in the air, Arin surveys the desolate scene. His expression hardening, Siwoo asks if she's saying there's nothing, completely empty. Looking concerned, Arin confirms that there's a sign of a great uproar, but no people. Adding to the unsettling discovery, she notes that there are no traces of corpses or blood. Siwoo suggests they go in first, thinking that if they follow the city wall, there might be an entrance. Approaching a large, imposing door, they prepare to enter. With a swift, decisive motion, he shatters the door, creating a cloud of dust and debris. Descending into the silent city, Siwoo takes in the strange sights. Looking up at the architecture, the buildings stretch high into the sky. The silence is deafening as they walk through the streets. Arin notes how quiet it is. Dust coats every surface, hinting at the passage of countless years. Startled, Arin gasps. She admits she thought all medieval European-style cities were the same. Looking around, the city does seem eerily similar to Syrian's, Siwoo thinks. Arin agrees, now that he mentions it. If it's like that, then Arin expects this place is also a dungeon. She's not sure what it's hiding, but urges Siwoo to hurry and solve it. That's quite the positive interpretation, he thinks. But the atmosphere is different from a dungeon, an endless world with the presence of heavily poisonous mana. Gazing up at the buildings, Siwoo feels a sense of freedom in this place. He wonders, what if this is the original? What if the dungeons of Sky Castle and Ant Hill copied this city? Of course, this city was from a time far longer than now. For now, Siwoo suggests they explore inside the buildings. The crumbling city continues to groan around them, dust and debris raining down as they venture deeper. Arin wonders how old this place must be to crumble at the slightest touch. Deciding there's nothing of interest here, Siwoo suggests they move on. As if to punctuate his words, another building collapses nearby. The destruction is almost comical, as the city seems determined to bury itself. Siwoo can't decide if they're exploring or causing a demolition when Arin calls out to him. Holding up a worn book, she announces she's found a journal, apparently belonging to Young-sia. Peeking over his shoulder as he opens the book, Arin seems intrigued by the discovery. Her eyes widen, recognizing something within its pages. But the excitement fades as she admits she can't decipher the strange, crooked writing. Warning him not to jump to conclusions, Arin mentions something about waiting for the Holy War. Reading the journal, Siwoo finds a passage that speaks of fighting to the death and comrades waiting in a new world, all in the name of the great and bright RUOS. Looking up from the journal, Arin wonders if Siwoo can actually decipher the text. A smile spreads across his face. He realizes this is the first time he's seen this language, yet he can somehow read it. It occurs to him, this is what happens when you look at fantasies. A memory surfaces when going to another world. In order to solve the problem of miscommunication, the person is basically given the ability to translate the words. As he thought, this is another world. This main character feeling he hasn't had in a while? Not bad. Exactly who is the person that is positive without countermeasures here? He settles in to read, a fairy fluttering nearby, as Young Siwoo remarks. I'll read it more first. Most of what was written in the journal was trivial, mostly about his family and his own resolutions. The next few pages were mostly messy handwriting. But the end is clear, as he reads aloud. The seal will soon be lifted, and everything will be under her will. A winged woman comments. It sounds like those bad ending phrases in classic games. Even the ink squiggly lines at some of the sentences and the bloodstains are perfect. This is probably a tool to hint at the truth that we might be attacked at the last minute, and that we should be wary of our surroundings. To conclude, the people who put their lives on the line for the person named Ruios. He received a violent death from the believers of a lady named Setnak. The winged woman states, Ruios, I have heard it before. In the level 31 dungeon, I have found traces relating to it. Someone says, I'm sure he was a god of light worshipped by monster tribes. It seems even humans believe in that god. Considering the information, Arin believes she knows the intent of the career change quest. In this city, this world, the quest for the clash of the two gods. Something is coming, a shift in the atmosphere. Looking out at the scene, Siwoo realizes their speculations were wrong. Surveying the landscape, he takes in the scope of the situation. The city lies before them, a silent testament to what's to come. The ground trembles, a sign of impending doom. A voice booms out, look. Standing on the precipice, Siwoo gazes out at the city below. Below, a horde of skeletons awaits. It seems that the quest was just to destroy them all. Of course, that's what it was, since all he's been doing recently was nothing but trashing everything. With a smirk, Siwoo knows there is no way he would be doing a high-level job in a career change quest. Calling out to his companion, Siwoo wonders if Arin is ready for what's coming. Looking slightly dazed, Arin asks if she fainted while standing. Her eyes widening, she seems to be snapping out of it. A determined look crosses Siwoo's face, urging her to hurry and get ready for combat. Responding to his call, Arin confirms that she knows what's coming. Looking down from the rooftop, Siwoo prepares for the upcoming battle. Readying his stance, he grips his weapon tightly. A confident smirk plays on his lips. He's got a plan. With a mighty swing, he smashes the rooftop. Startled by his actions, Arin questions what he's doing. Explaining his strategy, Siwoo reveals he's planning to use the building fragments as throwing weapons. Hearing a frantic call, he learns that a lot of documents are coming out of the building, so he decides to push them into inventory. Although he has the Thunder God rifle, Siwoo admits he can't use it properly, so he's resorting to throwing weapons. Hearing this, Arin suggests he get an artifact with low mana consumption next time. As he prepares to launch another chunk of debris, Arin asks if the size is sufficient. Ready to get back to work, Siwoo agrees. With a determined look, Arin declares that she's glad she can be of help to him. Seeing her enthusiasm, she wonders why these kids are so positive. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, a horde of skeletons chant in the name of Setnak. They seem to be followers of Setnak, as they continue their eerie chorus. Watching the skeletons, Siwoo wonders if the banshee they fought in the dungeon was a believer of Setnak. Reflecting on the religious war and the undead, Arin realizes that the one who rules over them is the servant of Setnak, the banshee. The skeletons continue their chant, demanding the punishment of the disturbing pieces and the cowards trying to stop a justified war. Grasping his weapon tightly, Siwoo questions if this is a justified war. He considers the nature of conflict, deciding that there's no such thing as a justified war in this world. Continuing his train of thought, he muses that war is merely a reasonable embellishment of violence at a national scale, all for honor or cause. His thoughts drift to the opposition, wondering if the cowards trying to stop the war could be talking about the followers of Ruios. He strides forward, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The camera pans across a ghastly sight, revealing a horde of undead creatures. Among them stands a skeletal warrior, clad in decaying armor, a silent sentinel amidst the throng. A hulking, monstrous figure looms. Its grotesque features a testament to the horrors of undeath. The undead army stretches into the distance, a sea of bone and decay under the crimson sky. The camera focuses on a particularly grotesque skull, its empty eye sockets burning with malevolent intent. Back to Siwoo, he shields his eyes, observing the approaching horde. He wonders if these are only the basic ones. His eyes widen as he notices something. The camera pans out to show the scale of the undead army, a dark tide rising against the last vestiges of civilization. A terrifying figure emerges, a headless knight astride a skeletal horse, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. The knight looms, its presence a suffocating blanket of dread. An ominous aura emanates from the Dullahan, a silent promise of destruction. Observing the knight, Siwoo notes the oddity of its presence. A gasp escapes Rin as she recognizes the monster before them, the headless knight, Dullahan. Her eyes widen in disbelief, realizing that this is a monster unlike any they've encountered in a dungeon before. The implications sink in. This Dullahan is a high-ranking undead, one that players should have never even encountered, and it's way over level 200. A confident smirk spreads across Siwoo's face, seeing this as the perfect opportunity to prove his strength and mingle with the top players. He prepares himself, ready to face the Dullahan, telling Rin to alert him if the monster makes a move. Turning to Rin, he instructs her to gather her divine power. He resolves to conserve his mana for the upcoming battle with the Dullahan. He clenches his fist, confident that his physical strength alone will be enough for the other enemies. With a surge of power, Siwoo prepares to unleash a devastating attack. The energy crackles around him as he focuses his mana. The attack slams into the Dullahan, erupting in a blinding explosion of light and force. Her eyes widening, Rin watches the spectacle unfold. Not letting up, Siwoo continues to pour mana into the attack. The ground trembles as the force of the blow sends rocks and debris flying in all directions. In the aftermath, the dust begins to settle. The Dullahan is caught in the heart of the blast, engulfed in a maelstrom of energy. Calculating the range of the shot, Rin wonders if there's another player capable of such a feat. A man muses, if it was someone like the Watersprout Guild Master. The woman replies, as I thought, it would be impossible without mana. Far away, a fortress stands against the night sky. Standing tall in the vast chamber, surrounded by silent figures, the headless knight remains a formidable presence. Elsewhere, a voice echoes, laced with suspicion. The figure stands tall, a silent promise of the storm to come. A strange sound catches his attention. He glances up, a question in his eyes as he hears that Dullahan's voice is being transmitted through mana. A chilling declaration echoes, death is what he enjoys the most, and a single death could create the death of the whole legion. The headless knight speaks, looking forward to seeing how long he'll be able to keep this up. Turning slightly, he wonders if that means the knight won't appear in the middle. A surge of power, he's ready. Bracing himself, he prepares to switch to rapid-fire mode. Rapid-fire mode is now engaged. Unleashing a torrent of energy, a blinding barrage erupts. The onslaught continues, a devastating storm of attacks. Hearing a cry of alarm, Rin points out the gruesome scene unfolding before them. Brother, those guys are eating their companions. His expression hardening, Jinwoo takes in the scene. The grotesque creatures continue their feast, devouring the remains of their fallen brethren. Their hunger insatiable, the monsters tear into the flesh with savage glee. Bathed in an eerie purple glow, the scene is a macabre display of survival of the fittest. Observing the carnage, Rin realizes the implications. Elite, they just become elite. His brow furrowed in thought, Jinwoo considers the situation. Are you saying that they will reduce the number and strengthen the elite because they can't do it in quantity? A moment of realization, perhaps. Suddenly, a beam of light pierces the darkness, illuminating a mysterious object. The monsters turn their attention to the source of the light, drawn by its power. A crystalline cube descends from above, radiating a soft blue glow. Recognizing the object, Rin exclaims, "That's a mana stone." Jinwoo simply states, "Also." He observes, this isn't just some dungeon. Looking around, it's a living, breathing world. Surveying the scene, as long as the total amount doesn't change, that's fine. Turning his head, he wonders what's up. Rin chimes in, it's all about leveling up. He realizes, as the level rises, mana and stamina are restored, so there is no need to conserve it. Rin adds, oh, and by the way, you haven't used any mana yet. I feel sorry for Dullahan. He unleashes a barrage of magic stones, each one streaking through the air like a miniature comet. The first stone hurtles forward, leaving a trail of fiery energy in its wake. Reaching its target, it detonates in a blinding flash of orange light, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. Amidst the chaos, a knight stands firm, seemingly unfazed by the explosion. The knight thinks to himself, I can't believe you're already using mana. That power is amazing, but haha. Preparing for another volley, Jinwoo calculates his remaining resources. He thinks to himself, the magic power of a stone that was just thrown is about 2% of the total magic power. Even if I don't consider the mana that recovers from leveling up, I can still throw about 48 shots. With renewed determination, he hurls 2 more stones, their trajectories converging on the enemy ranks. The stones find their mark, unleashing another cataclysmic explosion that engulfs the battlefield. Observing the display of power, one of the enemies remarks, "That guy's starting to use magic." The skeletons, witnessing the devastation, exclaim, "It's proof that he is afraid of the majesty of Setnak." Meanwhile, a hulking, red demon-like creature watches from the shadows, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Arin observes the scene, noting that the creatures are undergoing a secondary mutation, but aren't quite ghouls yet. With a determined look, Jinwoo declares that he'll set her up with every single goal and won't leave a single one behind, telling her if she's going to do an imitation, just do one. Holding a stone in his hand, he warns that she's on edge. A dark voice echoes, admitting it doesn't know how it fell here, but it starts with him. The ominous voice continues, wondering if only war can stop all of this. Standing firm, Jinwoo prepares for the next wave. The disembodied voice booms, claiming that they are growing by absorbing the mana of the undead. The Headless Knight looms, the voice declaring that even if he only killed those low-level undead, it's enough. Below, the ghouls continue their relentless climb up the wall. More and more of them swarm, their numbers seemingly endless. Arin points out that they're now clinging to the wall, but Jinwoo tells her to ignore those guys, stating that by the time they climb up the wall, the main force will be annihilated. Raising a stone, he commands the alien-looking monster to eat the stones, adding that he doesn't even know what he's imitating now. He unleashes a furious barrage of blows, each strike carrying the force of a thunderclap. The veteran hunter's movements are a blur, his attacks precise and relentless as he carves through the horde. Each impact sends shockwaves rippling through the air, creating explosions of light that obliterate everything in their path. The ghouls and skeletons are scattered like dust in the wind, their forms dissolving into nothingness before the sheer power of his assault. Watching the carnage unfold, Arin cries out in alarm. As the elite ghouls merge with the skeletons, Jinwoo wonders why these creatures are so eager to combine. Meanwhile, the Headless Knight clenches his fist, a surge of dark energy emanating from his gauntlet. Emerging from the shadows, a new threat makes itself known, the Doom Knight. Her eyes wide with fear, Arin can only watch as the situation grows increasingly dire. A sudden realization dawns on him. Looking at the undead warrior, Siwoo remarks on how cool he looks, even on the theme of the undead. Arin, however, is quick to call them out for admiring the enemy. Arin is shocked. Dismissing her concerns, Siwoo states that the Doom Knight is weaker than the Headless Knight. The bone armor of the Doom Knight is creaking. Examining the knight, it appears to be a single entity from the outside, but it's just barely merged together and still incomplete. Determined, Siwoo decides to reduce the number of undead until the Doom Knight gets here. He prepares to fight. The battle begins. The fight continues. A notification appears. You leveled up. The battle rages on. The Doom Knight charges forward, spear leveled, ready to strike. Watching the skeletal figure approach, Arin cries out, warning that the enemy has reached the wall. His glowing red eyes burning with malice, the Doom Knight continues his relentless advance. Reaching out with bony fingers, the Doom Knight prepares to breach their defenses. A confident smirk playing on his lips, Siwoo declares that the timing is perfect. 2 figures sit at a table, seemingly unaware of the battle about to unfold. The Doom Knight is struck by an unseen force. Closing the distance, Jinwoo launches a devastating kick. The force of the blow sending the knight reeling, as purple energy crackles around him. Hearing the voices of his companions, Jinwoo yells for them to back off. Leaping into the fray, he prepares for the final strike. Ready to deliver the final blow, Jinwoo's eyes narrow with determination. But even as he prepares to strike, the Doom Knight's poison has invaded his body, weakening his tolerance. Despite the poison's effects, he grips his dagger, ready to fight on. A strangled cry escapes him, the poison's effects already taking hold. Despite the burning in his veins, he plants his feet, ready to fight through it. The poison, it's a critical hit. But even as the poison courses through him, something shifts. His body, it's becoming more resilient. A surge of power, a breakthrough. Landing hard, he feels the difference immediately. A grin spreads across his face. All right, it worked. He reflects on the recent battle, noting that he leveled up right before finishing off the Doom Knight, and then leveled up again after the kill. It must have been a high-ranking monster. Hearing this, Arin seems concerned, calling him brother in a questioning tone. The Doom Knight's skeleton spear lies on the ground, its bony structure stark against the purple earth. A strange sound echoes. She assures him, not to worry, it's just a skeleton spear, and the knight is already dead. The spear looms large, a silent testament to the Doom Knight's power. She asks if he doesn't want to change himself too much. He replies, that would be nice, but as she can see, it's a harmless bone. A notification rings out, highlighting the spear's stats. The text describes the Doom Knight's skeleton spear, a rank C weapon with attack power between 1,500 and 1,950, and an ominous spirit. She exclaims that it's an artifact, and that he could never get it directly in a dungeon-like way. He explains that in MTC Raxon, you can get artifacts left by monsters like this. The spear in hand, Jinwoo remarks that this one is better than his hammer, right? Siha is told to take the spear for himself, and he's caught completely off guard. He appreciates the words, but this spear is more powerful than the lance he was dealing with before he retired, and he'll need to level up a bit more to wield it properly. Then, it's decided to keep it in the inventory for now. Jinwoo stores the spear. Well now? Jinwoo looks surprised. Elsewhere, the Doom Knight sits hunched over. He couldn't believe it at first, but the Doom Knight is really unaffected by the mana of the undead, and he's making it his. If he lets the Legion be slaughtered like this, he could become stronger than they are now, but he can't leave it like this. The Doom Knight stands. The ground trembles as the Doom Knight's steed brings its armored hooves crashing down. Each impact sends shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. From a distance, the Doom Knight and his spectral mount close in, a terrifying vision of impending doom. I'll finish you myself, the Doom Knight vows, his voice a chilling echo. Are you the one who refuses war, a human from Earth? So, the boss fight has finally begun. With a surge of spectral energy, the Doom Knight charges forward, his blue flames blazing. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, the Knight unleashes a devastating attack. A horse's hooves crash down, threatening to crush everything beneath them. But with impossible speed, Jinwoo dodges the attack, narrowly avoiding certain doom. He prepares to strike back. He's fast, Jinwoo realizes. Even as he uses the war rush, the Dullahan is still faster. As the Doom Knight looms, radiating power, Jinwoo can't help but think, I want a ghost horse too. The Knight, however, is having none of it. That can't be given to humans, give up, it retorts. The air crackles with dark energy, a palpable sense of dread filling the space. The Doom Knight's axe pulses, a beacon of ominous intent. The Knight's blue aura intensifies, a sign of the power about to be unleashed. Eyes narrowed, he steels himself, knowing that in the end, this fight will only strengthen his weapon. With a burst of speed, Jinwoo closes the distance, aiming a precise strike at the Knight's weapon. His movements a blur, Jinwoo continues his assault, a whirlwind of calculated strikes. The Doom Knight's axe glows with an eerie light, a testament to its formidable power. The impact reverberates, a deafening clash of steel on steel. Sparks fly as the weapons meet, a dazzling display of raw power. With a final, decisive blow, Jinwoo sends the Doom Knight's axe flying from its grasp. The Knight, now disarmed, can only exclaim, "What's this?" Continuing his assault, Jinwoo unleashes a burst of raw power, the force of it directed squarely at the Doom Knight. The energy washes over the Knight and his spectral steed, engulfing them in a blinding orange light. And from the chaos, the Doom Knight's horse is summoned, its ethereal blue flames flickering ominously. With a confident smirk, he declares that it's time to level the playing field. The staff in his hand glows with an eerie blue light, a conduit for the magic he's about to unleash. Once again, the attack slams into the Doom Knight, sending shockwaves rippling through his armor. The force of the blow, concentrated on a single point, threatens to shatter the Knight's defenses. Summoning a cube of pure energy, Jinwoo prepares his next move. Standing his ground, he now has the Doom Knight's own steed positioned behind him, a silent testament to his growing power. A surge of disbelief, the Doom Knight can only utter a single word, human. His rage boiling over, the Knight bellows that he has to fight fairly now, furious that his own horse has been turned against him. Holding the glowing cube aloft, Jinwoo is ready to press his advantage. A blinding flash of blue energy erupting from his blade, Jinwoo strikes first, aiming a precise blow at the Doom Knight. Watching the fight unfold, a girl wonders if that kind of game-like skill even exists, while another says it's a skill she's never seen before. She's heard that Master is working on it, and it's awesome. She tells the other not to just look at it, but to avoid it. But before he can follow through, the Doom Knight retaliates with terrifying speed, sending him flying backwards. A guttural cry escaping his lips, Jinwoo is struck again, the force of the blow threatening to overwhelm him. Summoning a shimmering barrier, he manages to intercept the next attack, a desperate defense against the relentless onslaught. Focusing his energy, Jinwoo counters with a concentrated strike, targeting the exposed skeletal hand of his opponent. A dark aura swirling around him, the Doom Knight prepares to unleash his full power, promising wrath. He throws a punch, a burst of light erupting from his fist. Preparing to strike again, Jinwoo's gauntlet glows with power. But the Doom Knight is ready, intercepting the blow with a resounding crash. Unleashing a skill, a trail of blue energy follows Jinwoo's movements. Suddenly, a blue aura surrounds the Doom Knight as he summons his helmet. The helmet materializes, its red eyes glowing menacingly. A dark aura emanates from the Knight as he prepares to strike, a single word echoing, die. Lunging forward with incredible speed, the Doom Knight brings his axe down. The axe connects, sending Jinwoo flying backward. Gasping in pain, he realizes the blow broke his rib. Meanwhile, Arin prepares to use her healing abilities, her eyes filled with determination. With a grateful glance at the winged figure above him, Jinwoo thanks Arin for her aid. The ground trembles as the Doom Knight prepares his next attack. Bringing his massive blade down with earth-shattering force, the Doom Knight slams his sword into Jinwoo. The force of the blow sends him flying backwards as the Knight's attack connects. Watching the scene unfold, Arin realizes the Doom Knight has taken the wall, and Jinwoo curses under his breath. Towering over him, the Doom Knight stands ready for another strike. Focusing his senses, Jinwoo realizes the footing is unstable. From an unseen source, mana is granted. Raising his axe high, the Doom Knight prepares to deliver another devastating blow. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, the Doom Knight slashes at Jinwoo with his sword. Focusing his mana, Jinwoo prepares to unleash a new attack. Channeling the energy into a focused point, he throws the magic bullet towards the Doom Knight. The concentrated mana strikes true, exploding on contact with the Knight's armor. The Doom Knight remains standing, seemingly unfazed by the blast. Debris rains down, kicking up dust and obscuring the battlefield. A dark aura emanates from the Knight as he acknowledges, "You're pretty strong." The Knight continues, "Your head is pretty hard too." With a confident smirk, Jinwoo prepares for the next exchange. The Doom Knight stands firm, ready to retaliate. Focusing his power, Jinwoo prepares for another attack. But before he can act, the Doom Knight strikes the ground, sending tremors through the battlefield. The force of the blow sends him flying backwards, tumbling through the air. The force of the Doom Knight's attack sends Jinwoo hurtling backwards through the air, the ground beneath him crumbling from the sheer power. Unable to regain his footing, he continues to fly through the air, a helpless passenger to the Knight's devastating blow. The Doom Knight acknowledges the hunter's earlier attack, admitting that his wit and strength were formidable. But he declares that this world is dominated by mana. A dark aura emanates from the Knight as he continues, stating that if one runs out of mana. Raising his massive axe, crackling with blue energy, the Doom Knight proclaims that Jinwoo is finished. He swings the axe down with incredible force, the blade arcing through the air, leaving a trail of blue light in its wake. The axe slams into the ground, shattering the earth and sending debris flying in all directions. The Doom Knight stands tall, confident in his overwhelming power. As the dust settles, a voice calls out, "Brother, now is the time." Yong Seha appears, his wings glowing with golden light, ready to assist. Seha declares that now is the time to use the hammer option, thanking Yong Seha for his help. Together, they unleash the hammer option, a surge of power erupting from them. That is the sun? No, that's his. Seeing an opening, Yong Seha declares that it's getting too heavy and tells Jinwoo to throw him at the Doom Knight. With a yell, Yong Seha hurls him forward. Soaring through the air, Jinwoo is a blur of motion. Hell! Unimpressed, the Doom Knight scoffs, wondering if they think that's enough to kill him. But as he approaches, Jinwoo prepares to unleash the hammer option. The moment of impact is imminent, the air crackling with energy. And with a deafening roar, the hammer option connects, engulfing the Doom Knight in a blinding explosion. The hammer option detonates with extreme force, engulfing the Doom Knight in a blinding explosion. The blast expands rapidly, consuming everything in its path. Debris rains down, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. But even amidst the chaos, a chilling voice echoes, questioning if that was enough. The Doom Knight stands defiant, vowing to kill him. Eyes narrowed, Jinwoo prepares for another assault. A flicker of surprise crosses the Doom Knight's face, something's coming. The Knight can't believe it, another attack is imminent. With a smirk, Jinwoo delivers his parting words, "Hasta la vista, baby." He unleashes a concentrated beam of energy, aiming directly at the Doom Knight. As someone walks along a path near the water, seemingly unconcerned with the battle about to unfold. Unleashing a torrent of power, a blinding blast of energy slams into the Doom Knight. The Knight is overwhelmed, unable to withstand the sheer force of the attack. Sent flying backwards, the Knight is caught in a maelstrom of destruction. As the energy intensifies, a vortex of pure power begins to form. Consumed by the swirling energy, the Doom Knight is obliterated, leaving nothing behind. As the last vestiges of the night fade, a voice muses that villains often meet futile ends. Leaving behind a few words that make you curious, Siwoo stands in a new location, accompanied by a winged figure. As his level increases, his skills are upgraded. Having defeated the Doom Knight, he observes the scene, noting that there's nothing left to collect. Appearing beside him, Arin points out the mana stone the Doom Knight left behind. Examining the stone, Siwoo wonders if it's enough to gain about 5 levels of magic power, remarking that this world is a really nice place. He recalls, there was also the Doom Knight's mana stone. Arin interjects, reminding him that now isn't the right time for that. She explains, even if they lose the boss, they still move in the same form. Siwoo agrees, suggesting they finish them first and think about it later. He thinks to himself, collecting loot is the right thing, noting that this is like a scene from a zombie movie. The horde of monsters stands ready, awaiting their next command. Readying himself, Siwoo prepares to face the horde. A determined look crosses his face, as he steels himself for the coming battle. Deep within the cavern, a discovery is made. Examining the object, it appears to be the Doom Knight's mana stone. Holding the helmet, Siwoo realizes it's Dullahan's head, as Arin wonders if the body and head are separate monsters. Pausing, he considers the implications. Turning the artifact over in his hands, Siwoo notes its immense attack power. A strange magic seems to emanate from the helmet, gradually absorbing the surrounding energy. Observing the artifact, Arin remarks that it looks like a helmet with a rotten corpse face inside, questioning if he's really going to use it. Considering his options, he knows the rifle of the Thunder God consumes too much mana. At this point, it could be a more powerful weapon than the rifle. Looking around, Siwoo wonders where to use it, contemplating if he should try it out. Deciding to test the artifact's power, he hurls Dullahan's head downwards with considerable force, a beam of purple energy trailing behind it. The head streaks through the air, the purple energy intensifying as it hurtles toward its target. Maintaining its deadly trajectory, the head continues its descent, a silent promise of destruction. Back in control, young Siwoo watches as the head soars through the air. A system message appears, revealing that the head is recoverable after being thrown. Arin observes, as young Siwoo remarks on the head's ability to return after hitting a target, noting that it's a good thing he's just throwing a Dullahan head around. A smirk plays on his lips as he considers the head's unique properties, realizing there's also this method. With a resounding thud, the head returns to young Siwoo's outstretched hand. Catching the returning head, he exclaims his satisfaction. Power swirling around it, the head pulses with renewed energy. Ready to unleash its power once more, he prepares to throw the head again. The head connects with its target, a burst of energy erupting upon impact. With a final surge of power, Dullahan's head obliterates the last of the demons in a burst of purple energy. The skeletal figures look on, one exclaiming that he is the death. Floating nearby, Arin remarks that Dead Kina would love to be treated so usefully. Gazing down at Dullahan's helmet, he notes that the mana consumption when shooting Kina's malice is similar to a critical bullet, and it's scarier than Dullahan. Turning away, he mutters that it's kind of unreasonable. Raising his hand, he declares that they should leave it like this. Surveying the ruined landscape, he sees the devastation wrought by his attack. Arin floats closer, observing that it's been completely ruined, but he retorts that's what she thinks. Despite the destruction, some undead still remain. Grasping his weapon tightly, he realizes there are still some undead left and tells them to come on. Readying himself for the final assault, he vows to finish them without breaking a sweat. Finding no trace of the city, Siwoo is relieved that at least the books were retrieved in advance. Holding up the cube, he declares that with this, they can recover all the mana stones. Smiling, Siwoo acknowledges that the pendulum he got from the dungeon was indeed helpful. He muses that there aren't many who left something useful behind like Durahan, especially in the good dungeon of this world. Agreeing, Siwoo thinks that if this is a former quest, it would be okay to do a few more of them. Arin chimes in, admitting that she doesn't think the original purpose of the quest was like this, but in the end, it's all good now. Surrounded by floating books, Siwoo decides it's time to get some information from them. Settling down to read, he begins to sift through the recovered texts. Holding up a notebook, Arin notes that the first one she got was good, but it's full of esoteric words. Only prayers praising the god Lewis are written here. Suddenly, Arin is startled by something she sees in a mirror. Getting a strange message, Arin is asked if she would change her job as a priest of Lewis, but Siwoo wonders if it wasn't a quest that changed jobs instead. Showing her something, Siwoo asks what she thinks of this, but she thinks it looks very old. Reading from the book, Siwoo finds that a war waged in the name of God is irresistible. He wonders if this is a hint of the war between Setnak and Lewis that took place in this world, but he doesn't think it's limited to just this world. Remembering something, Siwoo recalls that Dullahan said the Earth rejected legitimate war, and Arin wonders what kind of fortune it is where there is even an ant den in the Sky Castle. Startled, Siwoo asks what's wrong. Realizing the implications, Siwoo thinks that maybe the Sky Castle prevented the monsters and gods of another world from invading the Earth. His eyes widen, a silent gasp escaping him as he stares at the screen. Looking up at the winged figure above him, young Siwoo notes that his current level of 83 is roughly where it should be. Elsewhere, the butterfly-winged figure muses, if he even changes his job, he might become the world's strongest now. Back with Arin, she congratulates her brother on his job change. Young Siwoo contemplates the weight of the decision, guardians, seekers, and destroyers. He wonders, wouldn't it be like the only good choice is the destroyer? The butterfly-winged figure smiles, it suits my brother. A system message appears, declaring that he has chosen the path of the destroyer, awakening the power. His eyes widen, as the power surges through him. Arin watches him, exclaiming for him to turn it off. The surge of power rips through him, a primal scream tearing from young Siwoo's throat as his body begins to warp. Muscles tense, bones creak, he fights to contain the cataclysmic shift. Collapsing to the ground, he gasps, wondering if this path was always meant to be this agonizing. Struggling to rise, he sees Arin watching him, a flicker of dread in her eyes as she wonders what this could be. The very air crackles, the ground beneath them begins to fracture and rise. Her wings spread wide, Arin descends, a silent guardian amidst the chaos. Clutching his head, Siwoo refuses to believe what's happening to the world around him. A gasp escapes Arin, this space is melting. A grin spreads across the other figure's face, they can feel the momentum building. The shadows deepen, and crimson eyes pierce the veil of reality. The transformation reaches its apex, a crescendo of power and pain. Eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror, the other figure declares that it's terrestrial, while Arin watches with growing unease. As the transformation continues, the system notifies him that his level has increased by 2. The system then informs him that his brave skill of ignorance has reached level 8, granting him resistance to all kinds of pain. Despite the increase in power, the pain is still immense. He grits his teeth, barely enduring the agony. Watching the scene unfold, Arin expresses her concern. A dark thought crosses his mind. The only thing he can't do right now is finish the fight. Sweat pours down his face, his expression a mask of determination. The ground trembles as the transformation continues to destabilize the environment. Floating debris surrounds him, a testament to the raw power being unleashed. A blinding light erupts, signaling the climax of the transformation. The scene shifts abruptly, revealing a room with a bed and other furniture. Looking around, Arin wonders if this is a resting place. The pain is unbearable, a guttural cry escaping young Siwoo's lips as his body strains against the unseen forces. Another wave of agony washes over him, the scream tearing from his throat as something inside him tries to break free. His muscles bulge, the very air around him crackling with raw power as the transformation intensifies. Watching the spectacle unfold, Arin's voice cuts through the chaos, desperately urging her brother to calm down. Trying to reassure him, Arin explains that he's only in the process of changing jobs, and that this is a change in their bodies too. Inside, the very essence of his being is being reshaped. His torso contorts, the raw power surging through every fiber of his being. His arm extends, covered in strange markings as the transformation reaches its peak. A disembodied voice echoes, declaring that whether it's the paved road or the road he's passed, it doesn't mean anything to him. The only thing that matters is the act of destruction itself, walking through the toughest path, the greatest path. The voice continues, proclaiming that he has become a destroyer, and all statuses and skills have grown significantly. The voice concludes, announcing that he has mastered the player's skill super strength. The transformation complete, the silence hangs heavy, pregnant with anticipation. Looking at the woman before him, young Siwoo wonders who she is. She smiles softly, thinking she's a pretty one. Looking down at him, she asks if he can see her now. Her eyes widen, a look of surprise on her face. He stares at her in disbelief, realizing it's Su Arin. He wonders why she's at a human size. Closing her eyes, Arin expresses her relief that he can see her now. He tells her to get some clothes on, promising an explanation later. She agrees. As he puts on a shirt, Siwoo asks what about Sia. Approaching, a voice announces his arrival. Standing tall, the man with butterfly wings is revealed. Looking at the scene before him, Siwoo wonders why they are all. Looking at the expanded resting area, it seems the resting place changed to a level similar to the job change. This resting place is level 4, and magic and stamina aren't used up, even if skills and spells are used. Young Siwoo seems to be realizing something. Su Arin is happy to be able to live in her original form as much as she wants in this place. The resting place is changing according to young Siwoo's job change, and it's clear that it's not just a simple space. The winged woman notes that this is even more so than when they cleared 10 dungeons in the past and changed jobs. Feeling the lightness of his body, young Siwoo seems to be testing his limits. She expected this, but Su Arin thinks that he has become so strong, and there will never be a time when her brother can't deal with it now. The man thinks that's elegant. Considering the implications, young Siwoo wonders if this may be on Earth, but what about the other worlds? He thinks that, for example, if he deals with the woman who has been talking to him directly in his mind, the Seeker will give up. Because he chose the path of the Destroyer, young Siwoo is determined to destroy everything that will appear. He'll destroy them all. The system message rings out, declaring that what he couldn't break before can now be destroyed by increasing his strength. With a renewed sense of purpose, he decides to check his status. The screen displays his stats. Young Siwoo, now a destroyer, level 85, with increased strength, agility, stamina, and magic. Eyes wide, Su Arin can only utter a single word. Stunned by the sudden change, Siwoo wonders if this is just someone else entirely. Examining the screen, he notes that his class is the most notable change, with his player name now reading Destroyer. Looking over at him, Su Arin points out that his passive skills have also grown, and there's something else. He glances down, noticing that his chaos tail has become longer and coarser. Smiling warmly, the blonde-haired woman tells him he looks pretty good now. As the screen shifts, Siwoo sees that there's also a new active skill. He smirks, a glint in his eye as he declares, "It's so simple." The man notices something familiar, traces carved like a faint tattoo on his brother's arm. It strikes the fairy-like character as a little weird. If it's an active skill, it shouldn't be revealed when walking. That's right, superpower skills are active skills, but they also have the properties of passive skills. A skill that gradually strengthens the body permanently the more you use it. Of course, the after effects will be enormous. It's thought to be for some practical use. Pain and fear are challenges that every player must embrace. He considers it a way to get over the pain. Ignorance might help him endure fear if he uses the bravery skill, so he decides to practice this a bit. Appa, you don't have to be in such a hurry. You're already running at enough speed. Arin, with genuine concern etched on her face, urges Siwoo to get some rest. He seems reluctant, but after a moment, Siwoo agrees to take a day off. Arin admits that she'd prefer he rest for a week, but a day is the best she can manage. Her sincerity is disarming, and she crosses her arms. He thinks to himself that there's a road in front of him, but he can't stand not running. With a sigh, Siwoo sits on the edge of the bed. He reflects that it's necessary to bend your knees to gain momentum, but Arin interjects that the metaphor isn't appropriate. They just want to rest. A small, winged figure chimes in, pointing out that they need a bed to stay that way. Turning to Arin, Siwoo seems to finally understand. Arin thinks that even if 3 beds are too much, 2 of them will be enough to lie down. Her cheeks flushed, she suggests she should lie down next to him. She adds that he can shrink his body again when he sleeps, and Siwoo agrees that's true too. As Siwoo lies on the bed, he hears Arin say that she doesn't mind lying down next to him. Startled, Siha shouts a quick hey. A close-up of Arin shows her expression. Meanwhile, Siwoo is already fast asleep. Siha observes, remarking that he can't believe Siwoo fell asleep in 3 seconds after lying down, guessing that he must have been very tired. Arin reaches out, pulling the blanket over him. She whispers, "Who?" Siha gives a knowing look. Arin responds to Siha, confirming that she has only come this far. She thinks to herself that nothing has been resolved yet, but she's satisfied with the present. Siha says that he'll rest first, wishing them good night, and Arin calls out for him to wait. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Arin watches Siwoo sleep. She decides to stay like this for a little while longer. Siwoo sleeps soundly beside her. She leans in closer. Does he look more handsome now? It's said that higher-level players change their body structure and become more attractive, but Arin admits she liked how he looked before, too. Suddenly, a phone starts ringing. It's her brother's phone. He just fell asleep, but she can't bring herself to wake him up. She picks up the phone. Recognizing the device, Arin realizes this is young Siwoo's phone. Answering the call, a voice on the other end asks if she's Siwoo's new girlfriend. The call continues, the person on the other end pausing for a moment. Changing the subject, the caller asks if she's available to talk. Responding, Arin explains that her brother is still asleep. She recalls the caller's words, that there was something they wanted to tell Siwoo, because he always wanted to be a player. Thanking them, Arin wonders if it has anything to do with what they're trying to say, and if it's important, she'll pass it to her brother instead. The caller responds, explaining that they heard there's a way to become a player, so they want to convey it to him. The caller believes that Siwoo will be very happy to hear that. Surprised, Arin can only respond with a what. Stretching, Siwoo wakes up, commenting on how well he slept. Turning to him, Arin asks if he didn't sleep. Though she claims to be wide awake, Arin admits she didn't sleep. Arms crossed, she insists she couldn't possibly be sleeping. Explaining herself, Arin says she got a call while her brother was sleeping, so she answered it. Siwoo replies, "It's fine, it was from a person named Lee Seohee." Curious, Siwoo asks what she said. Giving a nonchalant response, Arin reveals she knew a way on how to be a player, so she wanted to let him know. The thought bubbles above Siwoo's head question, underground players and receiving retired players. Continuing, Arin says she asked Lee Seohee to let him know, but she wanted to meet him in person, saying she would only tell him. A smile creeps across his face as he thinks, she's still cute. Arin asks, "Is that your ex-girlfriend?" Surprised, Arin is speechless. Siwoo reveals they broke up a while ago, after she became a player. Still reeling from the news, Siwoo repeats the words he's just heard. She dumped him after becoming a player, and now that her condition has improved, she wants to meet a good-looking guy? Seeing his distress, Arin quickly interjects, insisting it's not like that. Turning away, the words catch in his throat, he couldn't stand it. Apologizing, Arin tries to reassure him, telling him it's all right now, and not to worry. His mind races, the absurdity of the situation not lost on him. He thinks to himself that he's also human. So, has he ever looked like a monster? Looking down, Arin admits it's because of her own inferiority complex. She then asks if he's going to meet her. But it's proving fruitless. Siwoo stares intently at his phone. As expected, there's no real information to be found online. He sighs, deciding he'll just have to meet her and hear it from her directly. Arin simply replies, "Yeah." Summarizing the situation, Arin thinks back to when her brother dumped Seohee Lee in the past. Seohee had said that she seemed to have some lingering feelings for her brother, but the reason why he dumped Se is completely gone now. The realization hits her hard, and she looks shocked. A notification pops up, drawing Siwoo's attention. The system prompts him, explaining that he can use 30% of the monster beads he has to increase the resting place to level 5, asking if he wants to enhance. The system notes that the amount of beads required to strengthen the resting place is unusually small. The fairy explains that the Banshee and Ghast beads obtained from the dungeon could not be found in the end, so she saved them as they are. Having pressed the button, he confirms that it was the right choice, deciding to do everything they can before leaving. With a burst of speed, Siwoo and Arin enter the upgraded resting place. The bedroom now boasts a luxurious bed, and the room sparkles with an otherworldly glow. Even the bathroom has been upgraded, now featuring pristine fixtures and a calming blue ambience. The kitchen is equally impressive, with modern appliances and a warm, inviting atmosphere. Looking around, Arin is pleased that their home is gradually being completed. Beaming, she thinks it's now a pretty big apartment. Looking at the upgraded resting place, Siwoo wonders if he can level up all the furniture and make a training center. He acknowledges that it's barely possible, all thanks to the Banshee and Ghast beads. A voice calls out, Yong Seha. The resting place has leveled up, and RN seems excited about it. Siwoo suggests, okay, let's take a look at them one by one, wondering if the function attached to the drawer could be a repair function. He explains that artifacts have durability, so if you want to repair them, you can put them here. Siwoo exclaims, refrigerator, with a surprised expression. Opening the refrigerator for the first time, Siwoo is surprised to see its contents. RN notes the standard color scheme, observing that recovery potions aren't the only ones available. Examining one of the potions, Siwoo comments on its ominous color. He wonders, who are they trying to kill now? RN points out that there are quite a few of these potions. Siwoo seems to be playing around with the potions. A voice notes that the explosive potion could be useful in battle. He thinks, what if such a thing falls into his brother's hands? Bombsheller is born, or is it? Having decided against the potions for now, Siwoo reflects on the treasure trove of possibilities the refrigerator held. Now, RN points out that all that remains is the training center, the explorer, and the door. Eyes fixed on the screen, Siwoo considers the passageway for intruders. Realizing it's a passageway to their original world, he notes the monsters who worship an unknown god. He muses, maybe the explorer's level up was prepared the moment he changed jobs. Of course, Siwoo acknowledges that they don't know where the passage will appear, because the former altar doesn't always appear. With the future course of action decided, he declares that all they have to do now is get out of here. Wings spread wide, Arin heads toward the door, ready to leave. Now, Siwoo remarks that they don't have to work hard hoping to find an ant cave dungeon leading to the ground. A bit disappointed, he admits that he can't get along with the marine monsters right now, but that can be done after they are able to work freely in the water. Then, deciding on a destination for the exit, he wonders if he should put it closer to home first. Arin chimes in, pointing out that the exit isn't on the sea, so they should take a shower and head out. Oops, she adds. With a burst of energy, he steps out into the world. Taking a deep breath, he remarks that it seems to be alive now. He admits that he really thought he'd be locked up in a resting place for months without moving. He also notes that the original clothes are comfortable. Looking around, he observes that there's no one passing by. He takes in the surroundings, noting that there are several apartment complexes and a restaurant nearby, a place where there's usually a steady stream of people. He reflects that the atmosphere has changed since the Searaxan mountain incident, and there have been similar incidents in other countries. He wonders if the players who entered the training course came out after completing the test dungeon. He realizes that this situation will continue until the power of Earthlings is strengthened, deciding to call Seohee first. Pulling out his phone, he prepares to make the call. He mentions that he heard she's already in a nearby cafe. He pauses, glancing back at Arin as she flutters nearby with her butterfly companion. Clearly annoyed by his hesitation, she thinks to herself that she doesn't like his attitude, as if she knew him well. Turning back to her, Siwoo asks if she's afraid of getting caught, but she assures him that she'll be fine since her stealth has improved a lot. Her tone firm, Arin states that she shouldn't be found. His expression hardening, Siwoo declares that he wants to hear what the hell is happening to the players. Looking out at the city, he notes that there are still quite a few people on the street. His frustration mounting, Siwoo retorts that not everyone doesn't look well, questioning if this was the way it was originally, and telling her to stop saying things like there's no dream or hope in this country. Meanwhile, inside a nearby cafe, two patrons whisper to each other. At a table by the window, Seohee waits patiently, sipping her drink. Seohee looks slightly concerned. A man says, long time no see. Seohee responds with a smile, looking relieved. The man asks, alone? After the man leaves, she wonders, why? Then she thinks, no, never mind. She thinks, that's right. The man responds, right. To stop the mass release, a man and woman sit across from each other at a table, drinks between them. Observing her relaxed expression, the man seems to be waiting for her to speak. The woman's eyes are wide, a slight blush on her cheeks. Seen through the window, the pair continue their conversation. Leaning forward, the man asks how long it has been. A bead of sweat trickling down his temple, he awaits her answer. A playful smile gracing her lips, she teases that it's been 2 years and 3 months, before admitting she can't even remember the date, claiming she's not that obsessive. Offering him the drink she ordered, Arin tells Siwoo to drink up. Taking the drink, Siwoo thanks her. With a playful smirk, Arin notes that he likes cafe mocha. Flustered, she insists that it's not like that. Lost in thought, Arin wonders how she could ever imagine his ex-girlfriend being the most unlucky person she can imagine. He thinks to himself, he's not obsessed with her, but she's already soggy and looks like pickles. He recalls that when she stood up earlier, he thought she looked taller. Smiling, Arin looks at him. He asks if she looks younger. She replies, it's a player's privilege, and there was that too. A narration box states, as they level up, they become younger. In a dreamlike sequence, winged figures ascend into the sky. Siwoo reflects, somehow these days, he feels unfamiliar with himself in the mirror. Arin smiles, a playful glint in her eyes. He asks, a bit defensively, what? A strange, tickling atmosphere fills the air, as a figure with butterfly wings laments, you'd rather not go along with this, brother. Tilting her head, she wonders, why aren't you asking? He retorts, looking away. If I ask you first, I think you'll tease me and not inform me. Arin points a finger at him, a knowing smile on her face. Didn't you rush over without thinking about that before, didn't you? Humans grow up. She leans back, stirring her drink, her expression unreadable. He admits, a hint of resignation in his voice. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure. I was expecting that. Arin's gaze intensifies, as if trying to decipher his true feelings. The camera pulls back, revealing the bustling cafe around them, other patrons lost in their own worlds. Siwoo wonders to himself, is it a soundproof barrier? He observes, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. That's pretty powerful. From a long time ago, there are rumors circulating among some players. A rumor circulates, whispering of monsters in the Sky Castle dungeon who believe in different gods. Lost in thought, Siwoo considers the implications. Arin chimes in. Siwoo, you don't like complicated stories. She continues, explaining that recently, monsters have appeared not only in the Sky Castle but also on the ground, and evidence suggests that these gods are real and can empower humans. He recalls that in the guild he belonged to, he found traces of a god and personally heard the voice of one. The thought crosses his mind that a god would make a non-player a player. Arin responds, yes, at least I believe that God exists. She adds, God told me that too. Siwoo thinks to himself that the person who makes humans into players can never be on the same side of the gods that Seohee is talking about. Arin leans forward, stating that, Siwoo, you've always been special from the beginning, right? She continues, suggesting that if he were a player, he would be really strong. Taking his hand, Arin says that he can find a place where he needs to be. That's what he's been wishing for. The question hangs in the air, as close-ups of their eyes reveal the intensity of the moment, each lost in thought. Arin leans forward, her expression earnest, explaining that it's in a place only their guild knows. She wants him to be a player now. Her gaze unwavering, she asks if he's with her. Her voice laced with desperation. She admits she has no proof, but asks if he can believe her. He looks away, a flicker of pain crossing his face, revealing that he heard her guild found it. He wonders how she could tell him. Arin's expression hardens, declaring that she is the guild master, but if other people find out, it'll be a mess. Her voice rising with urgency, she insists that he's the first and the last one she's talked with about this, demanding to know if she has to tell him why. Siwoo shakes his head, suggesting they talk about it again when he really becomes a player. His expression troubled, he begins to speak, mentioning Seohee. His voice laced with regret, he explains that just because he's a player doesn't mean that the feelings he lost will come back. Arin leans back, her expression unreadable, stating that if that was the case, she would have contacted him the moment she became an underground player. He looks away, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, lost in thought. But now, he has to find out about the god Seohee is talking about and its traces. He decides to postpone correcting Seohee's misunderstanding until later. Seohee says, thank you, Seohee. I'll trust you. Overseas? She remarks, in Korea, the suppression of monsters is very fast. Do you know? That Chinese restaurant writer. Chinese restaurant writer. When did he get that nickname? This girl. She was suspecting that he might be that Chinese restaurant writer. But now that mana is suppressed so perfectly, her doubts must have ceased. Anyway, thanks to him, it's safe to say that there are very few large-scale monster habitats in Korea right now. Seohee explains that the guild often provides support to subdue monsters in foreign countries, though it was a foreign country. Flashing back to the guild's activities, the scene shifts to a red flag bearing a unique symbol. Revealing the reason for their presence, they had been tasked with clearing out a goblin horde perched on Mount Tengu in Otaru City, Hokkaido, Japan 5 days prior. Returning to the present, Siwoo listens intently as Seohee continues her explanation. Seohee recalls, she was the first to discover the temple, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to cross over the historical sites in Japan. Describing the location, it was a small temple hidden by countless trees on the mountainside. The flashback continues, showing that only she and a few guild members found it. Entering the temple, they proceeded with caution. Finally, they found it. Inside, they are confronted by a towering, shadowy figure wielding a massive weapon. The air crackles, as explosions of light tear through the darkness. Streaks of pure energy, leaving trails of fire in their wake. The power coalesces, erupting in a cataclysmic burst. Amidst the chaos, a figure strikes, their blade a conduit for raw magical force. A voice echoes, if you follow me, I will give you the power to crush all the monsters. A man wonders, isn't this the same as when X's pulled out CO? His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he realizes the implications. He continues, anyway, if you go there, you will feel that the power is real. At that time, I think our guild members really had the momentum to gain 108 times more power then. Following the surge of power, Siwoo finds himself in discussion with a woman, who remarks that the situation is more suspicious than usual. She clarifies, it's not that, it's frustrating. She continues, anyway, so I asked God. She explains that, when she got a positive answer, she contacted him right away. Siwoo wonders, if they found it first, then what? He reflects that a temple of God's power is not something other players will let go. The woman asks, are you a multi-level salesperson? She states that, even though she became a player quite late compared to the others. She reveals that it was thanks to a special ability that she was able to grow to the point of becoming a guild master. The woman declares, "I'm not bragging, but I'm the world's top in this field." She tells Siwoo that, no matter how you look at it, you're still ostentatious. She reveals that the temple itself was hidden with a barrier. She adds, yes, even if Marina Bissett, who's the most mana-sensitive of the players, comes nearby, she won't notice it. Someone may not be able to come because they're busy on the other side. Thinking aloud, Siwoo recalls Marina Bissett, remembering she was good at dealing with mana, and it seems she's not a simple mercenary but a famous player. Arin chimes in, mentioning it's still a hassle to be in Japan, and wonders why they don't just fly their way there. He explains that crossing the border without permission is against the law, even if you're a player. With a mischievous grin, Arin says it's not a crime if they don't get caught. She continues, explaining her ability specializes in hiding and protecting things, and it's not a big deal to hide the two of them, leaving Siwoo speechless. Arin used to be a sincere model student, but when they become members of society, they all change like this, leaving Siwoo to think she's so scary. Siwoo asks her to hold his hand. She questions, asking if they're flying from here to Otaru, and he confirms. He thinks to himself that he can't even book a plane ticket to Hokkaido from now on because he doesn't want to fly hand in hand. Siwoo crosses his arms. They hold hands. Taking his hand, Arin is met with a firm, "None of your business." Suddenly, a burst of energy surrounds them, glowing with a vibrant, crystalline light. Looking up, Arin thinks it's pretty. Elsewhere, Seohee observes, noting that it's a very rare type. Smiling, Arin says, "Then let's go." As they ascend, Siwoo is taken by surprise. He looks slightly concerned. Arin explains, it's safer if they do this. Despite not saying anything, Siwoo is clearly going along with it. Below them, the city shrinks as they gain altitude. Soaring through the sky, Arin tells him it's dangerous, urging Siwoo to hold on tight. He simply replies, okay. Watching them, Seohee fumes, convinced that Arin is trying to seduce her brother. From somewhere nearby, Arin thinks she can hear a grinding sound. She flies a whopping 1,400 kilometers from here to the temple. The experience is certainly something, flying an ultra-long distance in the arms of an ex-girlfriend. Siwoo retorts, "Why are you so thick?" adding that he's got some muscles. Meanwhile, Seohee watches them. Peeking from behind a curtain, she mutters to herself. Suffocating in the air, Arin hopes they get there soon. After less than 2 hours, they arrive. He says, "I don't want to have this experience again." With a smile, Seohee replies, "Certainly." She says, "Come on, follow me." The forest stretches out before them, a tapestry of green and brown under a bright sky. But something seems to be weighing on him. Siwoo pauses, his hand scratching the back of his head. What about his guild members? Explaining her reasoning, Seohee states that she told them to wait at the dorm at the bottom of the mountain. If other players see them hanging around the barrier, they'll think it's suspicious. A flicker of doubt crossing his face, Siwoo hesitates. The guild members said they were going to gain 108 times the power they felt in the temple. Does she really think they're waiting in the dormitory? Noticing his unease, Arin asks what's wrong. He waves it off, saying it's nothing. A grimace twisting his features, Siwoo thinks to himself that, of course, hope is groundless. As she continues to lead them forward, Seohee thinks that this happens just as he was worried about it. They'll be around the barrier soon, and so they can enter her detection range. Tilting her head in confusion, Arin asks what he means. Her expression hardening, Seohee thinks that they would have killed all the monsters near the barrier. His gaze sweeping the horizon, Siwoo wonders if there are any monsters left. Her eyes narrowing, Seohee replies that yes, but wasn't the barrier perfect? There's no way. The forest blurs around them as they sprint, the urgency palpable. He wonders aloud, then there must be a problem. How can you smile so beautifully when you have a problem? I'm really curious about the structure of my brother's brain. He continues, his tone laced with a hint of annoyance. I'm annoyed because I don't know when things will happen if there's no problem. If there's already a problem, you can just destroy it. Siwoo's words are interrupted by a sudden realization. I didn't know it was that simple. Secrets Dowser. The pair continues their headlong flight through the trees, the forest floor a blur beneath their feet. Arin's eyes widen in surprise, something catching her attention. A scream pierces the air, signaling the start of a desperate fight for survival. The guttural roars of the monsters echo through the trees, a terrifying prelude to the chaos about to unfold. The situation is dire. Arin exclaims that there are too many of them. The monsters prepare to strike, their intent clear, eliminate the enemy. The group lies scattered and defeated, the monsters looming over them, ready to deliver the final blow. A wave of guilt washes over her. Siwoo admits that this is her mistake. Determined to make amends, she vows to sort things out, a magical orb crackling with energy in her hand. A sinister smile creeps across his face. The man remarks that she's quite good at joking. Standing tall, Jinwoo is ready for what comes next, the forest around them now a battlefield. With a terrifying roar, a monstrous figure charges forward, ready to strike. Barely dodging the blow, he narrowly avoids the monster's axe. Her expression etched with worry, Arin watches the unfolding chaos. A question hangs in the air. Arin wonders aloud if Siwoo has forgotten Sie. In the shadows, a grotesque assembly gathers, their eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. There have been times when he lacked wings, but he's never lacked strength. Surrounded by a horde of grotesque creatures, Jinwoo stands defiant. A surge of power emanates from him. He declares that the most mundane slaughter on Earth is about to begin. Fear grips the monsters, their primitive minds struggling to comprehend the power before them. With a burst of speed, he launches himself into the fray, a whirlwind of motion against the startled monsters. Each strike a thunderclap, a relentless barrage of punches decimates the enemy ranks. The force of his blows sends bodies flying, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Another monster falls, succumbing to his overwhelming power. He continues his relentless assault, a powerful kick sending one of the monsters flying. The force of the blow sends the creature crashing into its comrades. Unleashing another surge of power, he decimates the horde with ease. Each strike further solidifies his dominance over the battlefield. As he slays another lizard monster, a system message appears, indicating that the Soul Collect skill has leveled up. Elsewhere, Siwoo lets out a grunt as he prepares to fight. Back in the thick of it, Jinwoo continues to carve a path through the seemingly endless wave of monsters. Surrounded on all sides, he remains unfazed, his resolve unwavering. Standing back-to-back with Arin, they prepare for the next wave of attacks. Suddenly, a cry of distress rings out, Arin's face etched with worry as she calls out to Siwoo. He stumbles back, realizing he's in over his head. Walking alongside him, she asks, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Siwoo assures her that he's fine, though he supposes it looks like he isn't. Thinking back to his skills, Arin reflects that she knew Siwoo had mastered martial arts, but she didn't know he could fight monsters like that. Her expression hardening, she reminds herself that Siwoo is the best player. She wonders, though, if it's really okay to make Siwoo a player. He's already super strong, but how much stronger will he be if he becomes a player? Her resolve firming, Arin shakes her head. Her eyes narrowing, she thinks that she doesn't want to see Siwoo disappointed with himself again. Determined, she decides that she'll try to make Siwoo a player first, and then they'll think about it. Meanwhile, a narration box explains that the corpses of monsters hunted in the outside world are treated as new materials and traded at high prices. The text continues, noting that especially the strong ones have crystals called mana stones, but they're more expensive. Arin states that this is a bit of high-level information. In a flashback, she reveals that it's actually a secret that they also defeated the one who was guarding the temple and got one. A voice declares that for now, making Siwoo a player is the priority, as an explosion of energy erupts. With the battle concluded, Siwoo eyes the scattered remains of their foes. Turning to Arin, he hears her suggestion, "Then let's go in." And with that, they begin their trek toward the temple. Elsewhere, a woman calls out, "Guild Master." Her expression is one of alarm, something is clearly amiss. Back at the temple entrance, Siwoo and Arin are now within sight of several temple guards. Inside the temple, the guards are on high alert, their faces etched with concern. Arin's voice cuts through the air, "Why are you guys here?" The pair stand their ground, awaiting an answer. One of the guards voices his worries. "I was worried that a suspicious person might enter our temple. We shouldn't let our guard down." His comrade nods in agreement, just like right now. The group of temple guards surrounds them, their expressions grim, one of them demanding to know what's going on. He realizes that this is the moment he had been dreading, but if they take things step by step, he might be able to predict the future. Arin, looking annoyed, reminds them that she told them to wait for her. One of the guards questions her, asking what she's doing. The guard stands his ground, blade at the ready, wondering just who she thinks she is. Her patience wearing thin, Arin asks if she has to explain everything to them. The guard retorts that it's none of their business, adding that she can't do what she's planning in the temple. Eyes narrowing, the guard asks if she told the other guild, reminding her that they're supposed to be protecting the temple. Accusations fly as the guard demands to know if she's trying to sell the temple to another guild. The guard realizes that something was weird when she told them to stand by, as Arin begins to explain herself. She denies that she's going to sell the temple, but doesn't say she'll let them use it either. Arin insists that she's just trying to use her legitimate rights to the temple, but wonders why they're asking her now. Accusations fly, one of the temple guards is shouting that she's a liar. Continuing the tirade, he demands to know why they were told to stand down, accusing her of trying to monopolize the temple's power. Visibly taken aback by the intensity, Arin wonders what's gotten into them, telling them to listen and think when people talk. Annoyed by the escalating situation, Siwoo interjects, questioning what they're even talking about, suggesting they're acting crazy. Calling out to him, Arin tries to reason with him. Explaining that he's misunderstanding the guild members, she insists they can talk it out. His expression hardening, Siwoo realizes that logic won't work with these guys right now. The temple guards seem beyond reason. Their eyes glowing red, they appear to be consumed by something. Something has completely driven them mad with the temple's power. A figure stands reading, leaning against a wall. A group of people stand in a forest clearing, their intentions unclear. Someone walks away, their back turned. A heated discussion unfolds, the tension palpable as one of them declares, "It's ours." A woman's expression hardens, demanding, "What do you mean?" Her voice rising in frustration, she insists that if it weren't for her barrier, they wouldn't even be near the temple. A man's face contorts in anger, his mouth agape as he shouts. His rage fills the air. The woman, Unfazed, questions if there was a curse in the temple that she didn't know about. A man's voice cuts in, explaining that's why the guild members are acting strangely, but they don't have time to analyze the situation. His eyes narrow, a warning in his tone as he reveals, they're ready to attack you. She retorts, don't talk nonsense. Why would I attack my guild members? Her eyes narrow, a cold glint flashing within. Without warning, Su Arin's hand shoots out, grabbing the arm of the man before her. Caught off guard, the man in the red cape exclaims, what? A voice booms, filled with disbelief. No matter how hard it is, I can't believe you're trying to kill your guild master who brought you here without any hesitation. He wonders if that's the real reason. He continues, you tried to stop her with all of your might because you knew that she could stop you? His face contorted in rage, the man in the red cape shouts, you fucker. In a blinding flash, Jinwoo strikes, a surge of power erupting from his form. His foot connects, sending the man reeling. Clutching a glowing orb, the man in the red cape snarls, I don't know where you came from, but... The attack continues, leaving him defenseless. He states, you guys either, so we're even. Focusing on his next step, Jinwoo prepares to engage. But before he can move, the winged figure unleashes a surge of power, a dark aura radiating from his outstretched wings. Seeing an opening, Jinwoo draws his knife, ready to strike. Closing the distance, he unleashes a blast of energy. The winged figure reels, staggering back from the force of the blow. Eyes narrowing, Jinwoo watches his opponent. Recovering quickly, the winged figure retaliates, swinging a massive axe towards Jinwoo and Arin. The battlefield expands, revealing the scale of the conflict. Losing his balance, the winged figure plummets from the sky. Elsewhere, a brown-haired woman prepares for battle. Two men unleash their own attacks, firing beams of energy. One of the men is struck, reeling from the impact. Still reeling from the previous attack, the figure is struck by another beam of energy. Collapsing to his knees, he remembers a time from 4 years ago. Back in the present, Young Si-woo finds himself surrounded by a barrage of energy beams. A voice echoes, questioning if they're willing to betray everything for the temple's power. Su Arin, now adorned with wings, thinks to herself, wondering if it's true that they became a player. The flashback continues, revealing that they will be at the forefront of dungeon attacks within a few years. Another voice urges everyone to calm down, admitting they were careless to bring this man without telling them. Seohee advises that if they're in doubt, they can go to the temple first, but only after they've regained their mental stability. The winged figure appears, his expression unreadable. The winged figure stands tall, his wings spread wide. Dong Il screams in agony. Seohee exclaims that something's weird with Dong Il, while her companion notes that these guys are all weird. The scream tears through the air, Dong Il's face contorted in agony. Something unseen slams into him, sending him reeling back. A grotesque transformation takes hold, his eye now a pulsating, reptilian horror. The very air shatters, the barrier collapsing under the strain. Su Arin's eyes widen in alarm, the shock evident on her face. The destruction spreads, the world around them crumbling. The barrier's gone, she realizes, as Young Si-woo looks on, grim. His expression hardens, a storm brewing in his eyes. Elsewhere, a colossal figure stands sentinel, its metallic gaze unwavering. Young Si-woo and Su Arin stand before it, the statue looming over them. A voice echoes, an invitation to follow. From the shadows, they emerge, lizard-like creatures, beckoning them forward. A radiant figure bathed in golden light makes a bold claim. If they believe and follow, they will win. Turning his head, Si-woo questions the mention of scales, as a declaration of victory hangs in the air. Her eyes wide with alarm, Su Arin exclaims in disbelief, noting that everyone is acting strangely. The glowing figure's voice echoes, insisting that their appearance is of no consequence. Continuing his speech, the figure explains that their bodies were too weak, forcing them to abandon what they had collected, and that in accepting him, he had to throw away what he had collected so far. His voice resonating with power, the figure declares that if they are his, they are his. The figure's face is stoic, as he states that they will find their new selves. Realization dawns on Si-woo, as he understands that the figure has turned them into monsters. Her voice filled with anguish, Su Arin cries out, lamenting that they're her guild members. Her face contorted in distress, Su Arin exclaims that no matter how strong they are, they're not themselves anymore. Suddenly confronted by lizard-like creatures, Si-woo finds himself in a precarious situation. Si-woo reflects on the situation, realizing that instead of keeping their wings, they took them off, and that the god said that they can turn humans into players. Su Arin raises her hand, a surge of energy emanating from her. As a barrier begins to form, a sense of urgency fills the air. But the protective field is immediately tested, as lizard-like creatures launch themselves against it. The barrier groans under the assault, and Arin cries out in alarm. Her voice laced with desperation, she demands to know if they were planning to turn Si-woo into a monster. Her expression is a mix of fear and defiance, as she recalls their earlier confidence that anything she wished for was possible. Meanwhile, a mechanical figure declares that there's no need to be concerned by faults when it comes to a player. Its metallic face impassive, it states that the form of power doesn't matter. The figure continues, offering wings to Siwoo if he still desires them. It explains that the power will be enormous, just like the other winged players. The mechanical figure concludes that it didn't tell a lie. Her eyes wide with worry, Arin's expression reflects the gravity of the situation. At her desk, pen in hand, Seohee pauses, lost in thought. In the distance, a towering figure looms, as two figures stand before it. Eyes narrowed, Siwoo wonders if they're talking about destroying the monsters around the barriers. Eyes widening in disbelief, the woman denies ever swearing anything. Glaring, she declares she doesn't believe her. Pointing a finger accusingly, Seohee declares that he's the one who breaks people's wishes and destroys them. Meanwhile, the robot-like figure looms, silent and imposing. Back in the forest, Siwoo apologizes, admitting that it's all crazy. He continues, saying it's okay, that he didn't even believe it from the start, but Seohee asks him what he means. Raising his weapon high, Siwoo prepares to strike. His face set with determination, he advances. The robot-like figure's expression shifts, registering surprise. With a surge of power, Siwoo declares that what he meant is that he didn't trust the god. Swinging his weapon with all his might, he brings it down. The impact reverberates, sending shockwaves through the air. The weapon connects, unleashing a blinding explosion of energy against the robot-like figure. Standing amidst the debris, Siwoo surveys the aftermath of his attack. The winged figure's form flickers with dark energy, its malevolent eyes burning with rage. Surrounded by floating debris, Siwoo stands firm, his gaze unwavering. Seohee watches him, concern etched on her face, as the winged figure's voice booms. As expected, "You were the Chinese restaurant rider?" she asks, but he simply replies, "Please can you stop calling me that?" Raising his weapon high, Siwoo prepares for the next attack. A blinding light erupts from the spear's tip, bathing the battlefield in golden energy. Seohee watches, a gasp escaping her lips, as the light intensifies. The winged figure's rage intensifies, vowing that he won't let him get away with this. The winged figure's form crackles with power, ready to unleash its fury. With a burst of raw power, a spear tears through the landscape, leaving devastation in its wake. The air crackles, charged with an unseen force. Amidst the chaos, a figure stands defiant, seemingly at the epicenter of the storm. A voice echoes, a single word filled with contempt. Understanding dawns, the pieces falling into place. A blade gleams, ready to strike. The impact resonates, a deafening roar. Dong Il offers a parting remark, making his companion feel uneasy as he bids farewell. Aftermath, the dust settles, revealing the extent of the destruction. Standing in a forest clearing, Dong Il is approached by a woman who seems concerned. Her expression is one of disbelief, as she questions the events that transpired at the temple. He explains, revealing his true motives for maintaining the temple, citing his inability to control it with his own powers and guild members alone, deferring to the voice of the god. But with a worried expression, she asks about Siwoo. Turning his gaze away, Dong Il simply says, "By the way." He explains that, as expected, God's power can't bring them back to their human forms. The flashback shows Arin with wings, as Dong Il continues, "They're complete monsters now, brother," though he's unsure how that's possible. Arin is in her normal condition, but something is clearly amiss. Dong Il states, he can see that too, the fact that they've changed the basis of their existence. The flashback continues, revealing that God's power is being used to turn humans into monsters, a fact that he's glad he realized before it's too late. Looking at Arin, Dong Il knows that won't change what he has to do. A figure stands amidst the chaos, ready to face the transformed monsters. Back in the present, the unnamed woman calls out, "Wait, Siwoo." Her expression filled with worry, she says she can't hold him responsible for that. Tears welling in her eyes, she admits that they're the ones she's been leading, so she's responsible. He states firmly, Seohee doesn't have to take responsibility for anyone else, of course it's the same for him. Continuing their trek through the forest, he declares that they're responsible for themselves. Suddenly, the forest erupts with monstrous forms, their grotesque figures lunging from the undergrowth. Reacting instantly, Siwoo intercepts their advance with a sweeping strike of his staff. The force of the blow sends the creatures reeling, but more continue to pour from the shadows. Unfazed, he continues his assault, each swing a calculated strike against the encroaching horde. With the last of the monsters dispatched, the pair stand amidst the carnage, the air thick with the stench of decay. Gathering his energy, he channels a surge of power, his hands glowing with an ethereal light. Her voice laced with regret, Seohee laments that if only she hadn't found the temple. Clicking his tongue, Siwoo tells her not to blame herself. Surveying the scene, he remains vigilant, his senses on high alert. Focusing his gaze on his open palm, a small, golden object materializes, radiating a soft, warm glow. As he holds the device, it begins to react, responding strongly to something nearby. Someone wonders if this is the pathway of intruders, deciding to put off exploring this place for a bit. Standing with Seohee, Siwoo listens intently. He thinks to himself that he'll also tell her about what happened to him back then. Looking concerned, Seohee seems to be deep in thought. Suddenly, Seohee loses her footing and begins to fall. Reacting quickly, Siwoo manages to catch her before she hits the ground. Looking up through the trees, the sky is visible. Carrying Seohee, he hears her ask what's going on. A strange figure declares that someone should take care of their gums. Looking up, Seohee asks what those things are, as Siwoo assures her that he'll explain it later. The view of the sky is visible through the trees. He continues his trek into the forest, unaware of what awaits him. A woman walks down a long hallway, her footsteps echoing in the empty space. Reaching her destination, she speaks through the door. If you're in the room, Siwoo, I'll close the door. A muffled response comes from within, confirming her intentions. With a decisive turn, the lock clicks into place. Outside the now-locked door, Young Siwoo stands with Arin. Her brow furrowed, Arin admits, I'm good at detecting mana, but it's still not enough. Inside the room, a voice laments, I couldn't get the hang of it all. Looking down at something in his hand, Siwoo seems surprised, muttering, it's a little special. Still examining whatever he's holding, Siwoo seems lost in thought, wondering where to find the key to the resting place, while Seohee wonders who the kids are. Suddenly, a new figure appears, introducing himself as Young Seha. With a burst of light, Arin transforms, wings sprouting from her back. Winking, she announces that her name is Su Arin. Despite their appearance, Arin insists that they may look like children, but they aren't. Elsewhere, Seohee appears deep in thought, a concerned look on her face. Recognizing the voice, she realizes that Seohee was the one who answered her phone call. Growing agitated, Seohee questions why she would ask Siwoo if she has a fiancé, dismissing it as nonsense. Back in the room, Siwoo and Arin are seen with Young Seha. It's explained that Arin and Seha are both retired and definitely not ghosts, and that they are definitely living humans. Turning to the side, Seohee wonders if this is related to her becoming a player. His expression hardening, Siwoo looks determined. Suddenly, he kicks something with considerable force. Siwoo declares that he isn't a normal player. Speaking from the shadows, the figure admits that he still can't go to the Sky Castle, as he's only a half-player who can only go on the ground. Responding to Siwoo's explanation, Seohee acknowledges that she understands, adding that these guys are helping him right now. She then suggests that they should talk about the situation first. Sitting down, Seohee listens intently. She explains that it's something like a situation where monsters appeared on Earth. Siwoo explains that he started doing full-fledged activities when monsters appeared on Earth. He adds that he also found the traces of God and evidence that the gods were the ones controlling the monsters. The ominous image suggests that maybe the gods are the ones controlling this whole situation. Siwoo continues, saying he never thought they could turn humans into monsters. He reveals that he's been hiding it from her to make sure he can find out more about them. It turns out that Seohee, who was blind, was already wary of being swayed by God's will. Looking at her, Seohee admits that she was already suspicious of them. Turning away, Siwoo confesses that he was stupid and almost put her in danger. He explains that the enemy's power and mana are enormous, then tells himself not to blame himself. He continues, saying that it's their own fault they were possessed by God, and that he isn't even hurt at all. Looking surprised, he says that it's a good thing he was able to help her. Tearfully, Seohee says, Hyuk. The group sits together as she says that she still likes him. With tears in her eyes, Seohee thanks Siwoo. He replies that she's welcome. Looking down, Seohee admits that she's always liked him. Smiling brightly, she says maybe even more than before. Looking surprised, Siwoo admits that he didn't expect that, blushing. His expression troubled, Siwoo looks off to the side. He recalls the recent past, when all he wanted was to make her a player and be together again. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Seohee remembers that they could have worked together. Her hands rest on her lap as she sits in silence. She thinks to herself that she has to stand up by herself now. Standing before Siwoo, Seohee declares that she should walk this path alone. Looking up at her, Siwoo observes that she looks tired. She responds, saying that she can't make things hard for him too. She thinks to herself that it was messy from the beginning anyway. Her expression is resolute as she looks forward. He offers, explaining that there's a room used by his guild members, and that he'll take a rest there today and take her to Korea tomorrow. She declines, saying it's okay. Siwoo looks conflicted, glancing at the magical butterflies flitting around him, but he knows he can't do this alone. Turning to Seohee, he admits, I feel bad leaving you behind in this situation. His voice laced with concern, he knows it would be harder for her to be here alone. He turns to leave, then I'll be on my way. Take care. He pauses, glancing back, his expression unreadable. Seohee, her gaze fixed on the floor, insists she wouldn't lean on him. A beat passes, and she thinks to herself, I'm going to lean on you for a little bit, if I were to retire. Looking up, she asks with a hopeful smile, will you help me? Siwoo, about to leave, stops in his tracks, wondering what that could be. Seohee waves goodbye, telling him to take care as well. He walks away, leaving her behind. Now bearing wings, Seohee looks up with pleading eyes. Appa, I want to ask you one thing. The question hangs in the air, how did they all meet? Clearing his throat, Siwoo explains that they were schoolmates during college, having first met at a freshman reception, though he admits that's too normal. A blonde-haired figure interjects, finding their meeting to be rather unusual, and wonders if they know the word CCC. Another figure, seemingly annoyed, tells Young Seha to be quiet about the campus couple talk, and Su Arin simply agrees. A sudden shift in tone, as Siwoo suggests they go beat up that god a little more. His words carry a weight, as he wonders, what if God really comes after saying that? The group seems confident that it won't happen. Originally, God and the devils had the game to end in a single turn. Looking down at the scene, a voice muses that they are fools who raise the main characters by sending out weak men one by one for no reason. He continues, wondering what would happen if God really does show up. There's a scenario where they somehow defeat the final boss in the first place in preparation for such a situation, and he thinks that they are too easygoing. Tengu Mountain. Walking through the forest, Siwoo remarks that he doesn't see any lizard people. A voice explains that they call them lizard men, and that there are different places where they live, namely trees, ice fields, and water. Having never seen such blue-scaled lizard men before, Arin is surprised by their appearance. Dismissing the idea that they might have changed from humans, Jinwoo points out that just because they are lizard men doesn't mean they can't serve God, implying that she has never encountered a sign of God. Continuing his trek through the grassy landscape, Jinwoo presses onward. Calling out into the open, he wonders if anyone is around, but only silence answers him. Activating a device, it glows with a bright green light. His expression hardening, Jinwoo prepares for what's to come. Readying himself, he draws his sword. Slamming the blade into the ground, energy erupts around him. With a team assembled, they're ready for whatever comes next. Suddenly, he plummets downwards. Kicking out with force, he tries to control his descent. Finally, he lands on solid ground. Falling through what appears to be some kind of structure, he continues his rapid descent. Looking up, Su Arin speaks. It's clear. The former quest sent us to this world. Surveying their surroundings, he hears her say, the air here is different. I'm glad you're breathing fine. It's different. She continues, from where I went to the previous quest, there must be many different worlds. I can feel the divine power that I felt in that small temple is very deeply distributed here. He thinks to himself, well, even though this place is too big, its inherent power. A sense of foreboding washes over them, as a voice seems to whisper, and the threat inside too. Turning away, he walks deeper into this strange new world. The air crackles with unseen energy, a palpable force that seems to permeate every corner of this strange new place. It seems their arrival has stirred something, awakening the temple's dormant mana flow. Her brow furrowed in concentration, Arin still struggles to pinpoint their exact location within this world. Turning to Siwoo, she asks what their next move should be. He states the obvious, they're not here to sightsee. His eyes hardening, he declares that they'll simply break everything in sight. A system message appears, revealing their location. The temple of the thunder god Leia, nestled within the world of Iraha. Arin recalls the name, remembering that the rifle he wields is a relic from the thunder god herself. A grin spreads across his face. He announces his intention to dismantle the temple with extreme prejudice. Another system message warns them. Any unnecessary noise could alert the guardians, drawing the thunder god's blessing upon them and escalating the danger. The clock is ticking. They have 5 hours to obliterate the temple, eliminate the guardian, and escape before the passage back to Earth closes. Acknowledging the time constraint, Siwoo emphasizes that they can't afford to take a leisurely approach. Knowing that destruction and concealment don't mix, he decides to go with the former. A grin spreads across his face as he declares that it's time to start slaughtering and destroying this place. Seeing what he has in mind, Arin realizes what he's planning. She thinks there's nothing more suitable to destroy a temple than that. With a flourish, Siwoo presents his weapon. He explains that because of the divine power, there's a possibility that Kaina might be consumed, adding, now you're calling it like a pet name. You must have liked it, brother. Visibly disgusted, Arin demands that he put it away. Holding the weapon, he points out that you can see the decapitated part. Holding the weapon aloft, a dark aura swirling around it, Siwoo prepares to strike. With a mighty swing, he brings the weapon down. The weapon, surrounded by a purple aura, crashes down with immense force. The temple wall shatters, the weapon leaving a gaping hole. Continuing his destructive path, Siwoo slams his weapon into another pillar, a surge of purple energy erupting on impact. Preparing for another strike, he knows they need to pull out the roots of the pillar first. The weapon connects, and the pillar cracks under the force of the blow. The damage intensifies, the pillar groaning under the strain. Unleashing another strike, Siwoo's determination is clear. The pillar finally shatters, debris flying in all directions. Moving on to the next target, he strikes another pillar with the same brutal force. The pillar buckles, the purple energy eating away at its structure. With a final, decisive blow, the pillar crumbles into dust. A status window appears, showing a rate of 7%, but the protagonist dismisses it as too easy. Startled by his words, Arin questions what he's talking about, her expression a mix of concern and disbelief. If you do this to the monsters. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of monsters senses the disturbance. They're going to find out where we are. The temple guards spot an intruder. Enraged, one of the guards shouts, "How dare you destroy the holy temple?" With a smirk, Siwoo prepares to fight. Focusing his energy, he unleashes a devastating beam. The beam tears through the temple, obliterating everything in its path as the guards can only look on in shock. The temple guards scream in terror as the attack decimates their ranks. Arin watches on, thinking, Why is he playing a shooting game alone when we're supposed to be infiltrating? Readying his weapon, Siwoo prepares another attack. With a sweeping motion, he strikes the remaining guards. The force of the blow sends them flying, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Energy blasts erupt, filling the corridor with raw power. Dropping down into the unknown, he notes that these guys should be comfortable, since they don't even need to find a route. Landing silently. Spotting him immediately, the lizardmen shout, "There's the intruder! Kill him! Kill the intruder!" Their mission clear, they vow to protect the underground warehouse. Thinking to himself, he wonders if this is the underground warehouse. Observing the scene, he realizes the lizardmen are going somewhere, though he doesn't know the exact location. Preparing for a fight, Siwoo thinks he should have made 5 senses one of his skills. Seeing the enemies approach, Arin exclaims, "Let's think about it later, they're coming here again." Ready to strike, he unleashes a powerful attack. Cutting through the opposition, Siwoo decimates the ranks of lizardmen. A lizardman spots the protagonist, declaring that he's found the human. Readying his blade, the lizardman shouts for the kill. Reacting to the threat, young Siwoo's eyes flare with a vibrant blue light. Summoning his power, he manifests a staff topped with a glowing orb, questioning the sudden attack. Energy crackles around him as he prepares to unleash his abilities. The staff hums with power, unleashing a surge of electricity that strikes the lizardman, while Arin calls out to him. The attack lands quickly, but he notes that it didn't hit as hard as it should have, thanks to his instinctive use of stone skin, wondering if there's a sorcerer among the enemies. He grunts, as Arin warns him that this might make him more resistant to electricity. A smirk plays on his lips, as he declares he won't be avoiding it, planning to destroy it all down. Suddenly, a massive stone fist hurtles towards him, prompting a shout for help. Reacting instantly, young Siwoo raises his staff, preparing to meet the stone fist head-on with a surge of power. The ground trembles as a massive foot slams down. A system alert rings out, signaling a shift in the battle. The temple destruction rate has reached 13.5%. A smirk plays on his lips as young Siwoo declares that destruction is the key. The temple looms, its secrets yet to be uncovered, as the pair stand before it. The hunter grips his weapon, ready for whatever lies ahead. "Hey, are those monsters at low levels?" Arin asks, concern etched on her face. She continues, observing the temple structure. "Besides, this temple building is. I don't know what it's made of, but its durability is abnormally high." A voice echoes, questioning the protagonist's intentions. "Are you going to destroy this building easily?" Another voice chimes in. He's the one who caught the head of the armored orc before. So what's new? Meanwhile, Jinwoo moves forward, the underground warehouse drawing closer. A grin spreads across his face as he confirms. "Is that where the underground warehouse is? All right, let's go." The path ahead stretches into the depths. With renewed determination, Jinwoo sprints toward the warehouse, ready to face whatever awaits him. Sensing the shift in the air, he realizes it's a trap. Knowing full well what awaits him, Jinwoo declares, "I know." Focusing his energy, he prepares to strike. Unleashing a devastating blow, he begins to dismantle the temple structure. Each strike resonates with immense power, cracking the ancient stone. The force of his attacks intensifies, further shattering the temple's defenses. He moves with blinding speed, each blow precisely aimed to maximize the destruction. The temple groans under the relentless assault, its walls crumbling with each impact. The air crackles with energy as the temple continues to break apart. With a final, decisive strike, he pulverizes another section of the temple. Seeing the damage he's caused, Jinwoo declares, "All right, let's go." He thinks to himself, he's never seen such an ignorant trap breakthrough. Without hesitation, he punches through the wall. Meanwhile, the lizard-like creatures pursue. One of them shouts, he's going to die here and taste the will of the thunder god. With weapons raised, they continue their pursuit. Determined to escape, Jinwoo runs onward. He realizes they were going to lure him this way and kill him, and if he stops now, he'll be stabbed in the back by those chasing behind him. Clenching his jaw, he resolves to just run. His footfalls are heavy, shattering the ground beneath him. Fueled by a cruel charge, the lizard-like creatures close in. But he won't be caught. He continues to sprint forward. Spears suddenly pierce him from all directions, but the hunter doesn't seem fazed, remarking that he doesn't look hurt at all. Surrounded by the lizard-like creatures, they exclaim that he is a monster. He retorts, asking if they are talking about him. He reflects, grateful that he somehow only protected his heart and head, and that his bones and muscles aren't damaged. Arin calls out, telling him to hang in there. She insists that she doesn't think she needs to heal, telling her to be quiet. The lizard-like creatures stand ready to attack. With a surge of power, Jinwoo unleashes a devastating attack. The energy blasts through the creatures, leaving them reeling. The lizard-like creatures fall, defeated. Looking around, he seems surprised by the sudden turn of events. Considering the situation, Jinwoo wonders if his passive skills have affected the monsters. He muses, if doing something scary maximizes the effect, that's a good skill to have. Turning his attention elsewhere, he tells the winged figure he'll think about it later. The pair continues down the corridor, the dungeon stretching out before them. Focusing his gaze, Jinwoo's eyes narrow. Ahead, a massive, serpentine creature crackles with electrical energy, blocking their path. From behind, a voice wonders if this is the underground warehouse. Looking ahead, Jinwoo notes that it's incredible, there's even a watchman in front of the warehouse. Nearby, a lizard-like creature snarls, vowing to kill the lowly humans who challenge the authority of God. Suddenly, a system message appears, announcing that the thunder god Leia has recognized him, increasing the mana concentration in the temple and strengthening the guards. Another message appears, explaining that the temple is partially destroyed, so the blessing is not fully settled, and the more they destroy the temple, the weaker the blessing will become. Realizing the implications, Jinwoo exclaims, "Oh no." He can't help but wonder if stronger monsters aren't supposed to come out the more they destroy the temple, and Arin knew he'd be disappointed in that. Suddenly, a massive green eel, crackling with blue electricity, appears before them. Staring at the creature, Arin wonders what's with that, questioning if it's a giant snake or something. Examining the eel, she notes that it has less scales on its body and somehow looks slippery, concluding that it's a snake. Startled by the sudden appearance, Arin screams in terror. As another eel appears, she screams again. Taken aback by the sudden appearance of the eels, Jinwoo's expression hardens. Caught off guard, he's sent flying backward by an unseen force. Looking closer, Arin corrects herself, stating that it's not a snake, it's an eel. Realizing the danger, she exclaims that it's also an electric eel. Eyes fixed on the electric eel, Jinwoo wonders if they can catch it and eat it. Hearing his suggestion, Arin vehemently opposes the idea, telling him not to even think about it. Before him, a horde of creatures crackles with electric energy, ready to strike. One of the creatures snarls, declaring that they can't move forward. Another creature, wielding a menacing weapon, shouts, proclaiming that those who disrespect the thunder god shall die. Undeterred, the hunter prepares his weapon, ready to face the challenge. He commands it, telling it to get bigger. With a surge of power, the weapon expands to an enormous size. He grips the now massive weapon, ready to unleash its power. A fairy flits around him, remarking that there's always a way, just not that one, but Jinwoo simply replies that he likes it because it's cool. A monstrous green creature roars, its massive jaws wide open. Another fairy warns that the lightning is coming again, but he tells them to stay put. With a determined look, Jinwoo prepares to strike. The title card displays the series name. The scene shifts to a room where something is being charged with electricity. As a strange, serpentine creature materializes amidst the sparks, the air crackles with energy. The creature seems to writhe, its form unstable. Focusing his mana, Siwoo unleashes a burst of energy. The energy converges, creating a blinding flash. The experiment reaches a critical point, the air vibrates with unseen power. The creature explodes, shattering into fragments. Looking at the remnants, he mutters, "I'm sorry, kinda, I shouldn't have done a power test of the helmet." Examining the helmet, he wonders, if I put Dullahan's head in the drawer, would it recover? If it doesn't work, I'll get another helmet. Appearing suddenly, Arin shouts, "Appa, it's coming." With a surge of blue energy, he leaps towards the massive creature. Noting the change, it's slower than before. He thinks to himself, although the power is strong, does the delay increase whenever it is used continuously? Despite the growing challenge, he steels himself. We can do it. Continuing his assault, he unleashes a flurry of blows against the beast. The creature looms, its massive form filling the space. With a yell, he swings his weapon, a golden aura surrounding him. The attack lands, a burst of energy erupting from the point of impact. From the background, Arin calls out, "Let's do it one more time." Focusing her energy, she prepares to remove a status injury. Determined, he continues his attack. The creature reels, another blow landing with force. The eel's attack lands, and Siwoo is struck by the force of the blow. Lightning crackles around him, the creature's assault unrelenting. Grimacing in pain, he grits his teeth. Damn it, it stings. On the other hand, that blow, as expected, the defense is not very strong. Then, determined to end this quickly, he thinks, let's get rid of the eel quickly before we get roasted by the lightning. Calling out for aid, he shouts, "Arin, heal me." She responds, "Yes." Huh. Gathering his strength, Siwoo prepares to strike. Unleashing a powerful blow, he brings his weapon down on the eel. Having taken a beating from the eel, Siwoo prepares to unleash another blast of energy. The attack connects, but the creature seems unfazed. He continues his assault, hoping to find a weak spot. But the eel retaliates, striking him with a surge of power. That's what you get. The eel roars, confident in its advantage. Is that the only way? Thinking quickly, Siwoo considers his options. If he wants to attack without getting too close, he'll have to rely on Kaina or his rifle. He realizes that Kaina's helmet is already broken, but if the Thunder God's rifle is used on the Thunder God's blessed one, it might make him stronger. Watching the battle, Arin exclaims, "Whoa, really?" Switching tactics, Siwoo now attacks with a hammer. From the sidelines, Arin explains that if she uses both status cancellation magic and healing magic at the same time, then his stone skin can withstand the electricity to some degree. She worries that if it keeps going like this, her mana will. With a determined shout, Siwoo fires the Thunder God's rifle. The eel is struck, screaming, "Die, die, die." The Thunder God's rifle continues to strike, bathing the monstrous eel in crackling blue energy. The lightning arcs and dances, further searing the creature's hide. Watching the display, Arin exclaims that it's great and that it's crazy. Unfazed by the eel's plight, Young Siwoo assures her not to worry, just a little more. He grits his teeth, realizing the power of the thunder god has decreased a great amount, wondering if his mana was wasted because he was overdoing it. Suddenly, the hunter is struck by the eel's lightning, but he's surprised to feel resistance. That's because he's repeating the process of recovering from the lightning strike, and he's instinctively learned how to reduce damage. The winged girl is amazed, thinking that tolerance can be developed just by recovering from a lightning strike. The eel continues its assault, striking Young Siwoo with another bolt. But this time, he retaliates, striking the eel with the thunder god's rifle. A smirk plays on his lips as he thinks to himself that compared to a thunderbolt, an attack like this is just itchy. With a surge of power, he declares that lightning doesn't work on him anymore. Ready to strike, he leaps into action. Unleashing the full force of the thunder god's rifle, the attack connects with devastating impact. The weapon continues to discharge, pouring energy into the monster. The eel thrashes, but the barrage is relentless. The creature's struggles become weaker, the electric assault proving too much. With a triumphant chime, his level goes up to 3. Further solidifying his resistance, his thunder resistance has become level 4. Arin looks on, exasperated, as he exclaims how much fun it was. Confident in his abilities, he declares that this isn't going to kill him. Looking back on the fight, he thinks it was actually easier than Dullahan. He wonders if he defeated the Dullahan without any difficulty because his criteria for judging risk is whether there's a possibility that he will be dead with one shot of the enemy. Remembering the fight, Siwoo recalls that it was possible to endure it this time without dying. Hearing his reasoning, Arin figures that must be his standard, and if so, he probably won't have many difficult battles in the future. Agreeing with her, Siwoo asks if Arin would like some mana potion, noting that he also leveled up the same as her. The eel they defeated lies before them, ready to be consumed. Looking at the eel, Siwoo declares that it will be their meal for the day as Arin asks if they can have a drink. With the eel now cooked, the two of them stand side by side, ready to eat. From off-panel, Seha remarks that Siwoo sure knows something. Pointing a finger, Siwoo tells them to stop talking nonsense and go into the warehouse. Responding, Seha says yeah. Looking forward, Siwoo orders the gate to be opened. The altar looms before them, bathed in an ethereal glow. Looking at the altar, Arin wonders aloud why it's here, noting that it's the same altar that appears after clearing a dungeon. Siwoo considers the possibilities, wondering if the Sky Castle was locking the monsters from all over the world in dungeons, and if they even brought the altar of God. Arin dismisses the speculation, insisting that's not the point right now, and asks if she has to put something here. She then wonders if this altar is under the power of the god of thunder. Turning to Siwoo, Arin asks if he thinks God will give them something. Arin points out that there's a phrase written on the side of the altar. Siwoo examines the inscription, observing that it's different from the language of the world they went to before. The inscription reads, "At the time of the showdown, I only grant it to the children I have touched directly." Determined to understand the altar's purpose, Siwoo vows to do his part. Studying the altar more closely, he notes that the thunder god probably explained its function to its followers, but it's not even a manual. Still, it should be enough to get some information. There are 3 things that the phrase explains, and the time of the showdown means that there is a fixed time to use this altar. He realizes. The inscription reads, "Children that I have touched directly," is a man who is endowed with a lot of power from the god of thunder. In other words, he's blessed by the god of thunder. Finally, the phrase, "I will do my part once and for all," means that this altar is disposable and consumable, he concludes. He doesn't think they need an offering, as the effect seems to be more of a life's reinforcement than the creation of an object, Siwoo muses. That's why they were so desperate to protect the warehouse, Arin realizes. Based on the message that appeared when they entered this place, it said, "Small temple." The power given to this altar may not be much, he observes. But it looks ridiculously huge to me, Siwoo thinks. Looking up at him, Arin asks, "Appa?" His eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. A figure stands bathed in divine light, a beacon of hope or perhaps a challenge. His expression hardens, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his cheek as he steels himself. A strange, ethereal butterfly flits before him, a silent question hanging in the air. Do they even exist? Some may be in despair, and some may be in awe, but he can't afford either. Another kneels, perhaps in supplication, but he's not like them. Clenching his fist, he vows, "Let's aim to be stronger than this." Standing before the altar, he wonders, how? He thinks to himself, "Until now, I've been fighting weak enemies." His hands ball into fists. In case he's a target, he suspects he can flee anywhere. Arin, now adorned with angelic wings, asks, "But what are you going to do with this altar?" A determined glint in his eyes, "I'll use it." Golden light flares around his feet. Gripping the weapon tightly, Young Siwoo's expression hardens. Startled, Arin gasps. Her wings fluttering, she exclaims, "You're so cool." According to the interface, the rifle was made from the body parts of the thunder god. Looking at him with concern, Arin admits, "I thought about it too, Appa." Her brow furrowed, she asks if that doesn't worry him, admitting that she's worried. His eyes closed, Siwoo reflects that he didn't even want to take it out, didn't even want to let it go, and the power contained in the altar was too precious. He considers that if the rifle is made of the thunder god's body itself, wouldn't it be possible to receive the power of the altar, whether living or non-living? The altar glows intensely, casting long shadows. His expression tightening, Siwoo notes that the reaction is too intense. Observing the scene, Arin realizes that all of the divine power that was in the air is being absorbed by the rifle, just as larger droplets of divine power absorb the smaller ones. Although it's sealed right now, he wonders if the thunder god's rifle was of a higher caliber than this. Arin's eyes widen in alarm. Monstrous figures begin to emerge. The temple rumbles as the horde advances. More and more of the creatures pour into the chamber. She cries out that monsters from the temple are coming. Many of them are elite monsters. It had a bigger effect than he expected, so Siwoo realizes he'll have to be prepared for now. Stone skin. The resonance between the rifle and the temple is getting stronger, she observes. The thunder god's rifle hums with power. The temple walls begin to crack. As the altar begins to glow with power, the ancient stones themselves seem to hum with newfound energy. The temple itself begins to tremble, reacting to the surge of power. The destruction of the temple is accelerating, the numbers ticking upwards. Seeing an opportunity, Arin exclaims that they can destroy the temple after all, but her excitement is quickly tempered. A message appears, confirming that the altar of Thunder God Leia is now active. The system explains that the Thunder God rifle is creating a synergistic effect, absorbing the power of both the temple and the altar, with only 20 minutes remaining. Standing before the altar, Siwoo vows that he won't forgive whoever is responsible for this. The system warns that the Thunder God is outraged and trying to descend, and among the monsters that survive, the stronger they are, the more devastating their descent will be. Another system message appears, stating that they must kill all the monsters or return to Earth, with 18 minutes left before their return. Looking up at the altar, Siwoo admits he's never heard anything like this before. The system reiterates that there are 20 minutes left before the artifact awakens, and that he needs 2 more minutes after the awakening is complete, thinking that leaving this behind and running away would be ridiculous. Eyes narrowing, Siwoo realizes he has to kill all the monsters in the temple within 18 minutes. Otherwise, how dare you mock the power of the Thunder God? One of the monsters roars, vowing to kill them. Siwoo considers their options. Arin watches him, knowing that he's trying to calculate if they can fight against those monsters right now. She wonders if he thinks they can win. He shakes his head, it's impossible. He clarifies that of course they'll fight, but he was thinking about which monster to bring down. Reasoning that the stronger they are from the start, the stronger they will become, he thinks it would be great if they brought down the strongest elite monster in the dungeon. Arin replies that she doesn't think they can beat that level yet. Siwoo suggests that they pick out the elite monsters and kill them. He tells Young Seha that he doesn't have enough time, asking him to please help. From elsewhere, a warrior declares that he also used to raid the 26th dungeon in the past. He announces that it's time for him to show them how active he is. Siwoo is told that he's making the wingless man sad. Looking at Arin, now in fairy form, he asks her to keep that safe. Responding to his request, Arin casts a sacred shield. Now equipped with winged armor, Arin declares that they should go, carrying Siwoo with her. With their destination in sight, they run towards it. The website urges readers to support the series, or they may have to stop the mass release. Inside what appears to be a large chamber, a figure clad in shining armor faces off against a swarm of grotesque insectoid monsters. Letting out a piercing shriek, one of the creatures lunges forward. The insectoid monster declares, "I have wings too." Eyes narrowed with determination, the armored figure prepares to meet the oncoming swarm. With blinding speed, the armored warrior unleashes a devastating attack. A radiant aura surrounds the figure, as they strike with incredible force. The blow connects, sending one of the insectoid monsters reeling. Unleashing a flurry of blows, the armored figure cuts through the ranks of the remaining monsters. The armored figure's blade finds its mark, cleaving through another insectoid monster with ease. He thinks to himself, he doesn't have enough energy yet to handle the Doom Knight skeleton lance. But it's possible for him to break through a bunch of monsters with his ability. The insectoid monsters close in, ready to strike. They unleash a barrage of purple lightning. He thinks, but he shouts, "Round shield." Raising his shield, he prepares to defend. He realizes he doesn't have lightning resistance like Siwoo. He shouts, "Lance charge." Charging forward, he thrusts his lance. The lance pierces through, obliterating the enemy. It's a little different compared to his previous combat style. Looking back, he was always afraid of retirement. Even though he was armed with solid armor, he was able to escape the enemy's attack by running away. But now he's different. Now, he's a destructive charge that doesn't run away during the fight. And he's excellent in battle dealing with emergency situations. After all, a fight is about killing the opponent. Running away will only increase the chance of the enemy's survival. And most of all, even if he has wings, he has a powerful weapon too. Now, he's not afraid of anything. A primal scream escapes him as he prepares to strike. The air crackles, charged with energy. Unleashing his power, he lunges forward. With a determined shout, Young Siwoo charges forward, surrounded by a fierce aura, as Young Sa cheers him on. Unimpressed by the display, the elite monster declares he doesn't have time to deal with the smaller threats. His eyes set on the true prize, Siwoo continues his advance, focused on the elite monster. A voice echoes, explaining that if the thunder god descended into an elite monster, it would be 2 or 3 times as powerful as the others. The monster stands tall, radiating power as he vows that it wouldn't end well. Grimacing, Siwoo notes that this isn't a small temple, just a filthy wide one. Letting out a deafening roar, the elite monster charges, declaring he has found an elite. His eyes burning with zeal, the monster proclaims that the voice of God calls to him. Close up on the monster's armored form, ready to strike. With a burst of speed, Siwoo lands a devastating blow, as the monster cries out, questioning how he dares insult their god. Witnessing the attack, Young Esaha is shocked, exclaiming how dare a mere extra speak so long, and that even if Charlie Chaplin forgives him, he wouldn't. Struck down, the elite monster falls, as a voice echoes that the corpses of a monster have worth. Knowing they don't have much time, he decides to store the item in his inventory for now. The clock is ticking, with just over 15 minutes left until the descent. He realizes he's only taken down 2 of them in almost 3 minutes. There are still about 10 elite monsters left to deal with. His lightning resistance is at level 4, and he could still move even after being hit by an electric eel's lightning. Holding a potion, Siwoo thinks that doesn't scare him. He happens to see an elite monster. Siwoo decides he'll try one for now, preparing to throw the potion. With a flick of his wrist, the potion is sent flying. Streaking through the air, the potion hurtles toward its target. As the potion closes in, the elite monster lets out a piercing screech. Finally reaching its mark, the potion shatters against the monster. A blinding flash of light erupts. The air crackles with energy. The light intensifies, burning brighter. He stands ready, the light reflecting off his face. He wonders, isn't this the low-level explosive power potion? He thinks to himself, I see. This raises the expectations for the intermediate potions in the night market. The enemies shout, he's over there. A grin spreads across his face as he thinks, then let's go wild. Readying himself, he prepares to launch the potions. With a flick of his wrist, the potions arc through the air towards his foes. With a determined look, he unleashes the first of his enhanced potions, sending them hurtling towards the assembled monsters. The vials shatter on impact, a wave of frigid energy erupting outwards, instantly encasing several of the creatures in thick layers of ice. Observing the immediate effect, he watches as the battlefield begins to transform. The air crackles with frost, and the ground glistens with an ever-expanding sheet of ice. Even a strange, blue avian creature isn't spared, its feathers quickly becoming coated in a shimmering layer of frost. Holding another potion aloft, Young Siwoo prepares to amplify the effect. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the second vial soaring through the air. The blue bird-like creature squawks, its form now almost entirely encased in ice. The ice spreads with terrifying speed, consuming everything in its path. He watches, as the world around him transforms into a frozen wasteland. The air grows heavy with cold, the ice crystals glittering in the dim light. The transformation is complete, leaving behind a scene of utter desolation. The ice potion takes effect, freezing the remaining enemies solid. Holding a vial, Siwoo remarks that this is fun, and since Arin isn't around, he'll run wild. Another potion explodes, engulfing the remaining monsters in flames. The force of the blast sends the charred remains flying, clearing the immediate area. With the last of the elite monsters dispatched, the remaining potions clatter to the ground. Ready for what comes next, Siwoo strides forward, his cloak billowing behind him. As the timer ticks down, only 9 minutes and 28 seconds remain until the descent. Putting away the empty vials, Siwoo notes that he's done with potions, but thanks to them, he still has plenty of mana left after killing so many elite monsters. A smirk plays on his lips, as he acknowledges the nice timing. Ahead, a massive form begins to materialize. Towering over him, a colossal, purple-scaled monster with glowing teal eyes reveals itself. The descent is at hand, and the battle is about to begin. A monstrous eel, crackling with energy, towers above. Looking up at the creature, Siwoo realizes it's the same electric eel that guarded the warehouse. The eel looms, a purple, scaled horror. He asks if it's guarding the altar. The monster responds with a deafening, bestial roar. Blue electricity surges around it, illuminating the chamber. With a determined leap, Siwoo closes the distance. His weapon crackles with power, ready to strike. He brings his weapon down, a decisive blow against the upgraded monster. The air crackles with energy, as the temple continues to crumble. Bringing his weapon down with incredible force, Siwoo continues his relentless assault. Each strike sends shockwaves through the area, further destabilizing the ancient structure. The destruction rate climbs higher, now reaching 72%. A system message appears, indicating that the temple structure is becoming increasingly unstable, and the Thunder God's rifle's absorption rate is accelerating, with only 9 minutes and 11 seconds remaining. The monster roars in agony, clearly feeling the effects of the barrage. He presses his attack, not giving the creature a moment to recover. The veteran hunter's movements are precise and calculated, each blow aimed to maximize the damage. Seeing the monster falter, he realizes his plan is working. A confident smirk plays on his lips, as he thinks to himself that there's nothing to worry about. His eyes narrow with determination. All he had to do was make it smash the temple and destroy it. The monster unleashes another ear-splitting shriek, writhing in pain as the temple crumbles further around it. Continuing his assault, Siwu unleashes another blast of energy, striking the elite monster. Absorbing the impact, the monster hears him say, "So you're helping me to break the temple, huh? Thank you." Suddenly, the swarm of bird-like creatures emits a piercing screech. Following the screech, they unleash a barrage of blue energy. Roaring in defiance, the elite monster retaliates, swinging its massive tail. The force of the blow sends debris flying, some of it raining down on Siwu. The combined assault of the monster and its minions continues, further weakening the temple structure. Realizing the opportunity, Siwu thinks, finally. Preparing for the final push, he unleashes a powerful blast of purple energy. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Siwu's expression hardens. His eyes fixed on the massive structure, he realizes what it is. Understanding the temple's weakness, he realizes it's the central pillar that supports the whole thing. A determined glint in his eyes, Siwu declares he'll break it. With a surge of power, he brings his weapon down on the central pillar. The impact sends tremors through the temple, cracks spiderwebbing across the pillar's surface as bright yellow energy explodes outwards. Sensing the shift in the temple's structure, the monsters turn their attention towards the source of the disturbance. Their eyes narrowed. They prepare to defend their crumbling sanctuary. The creatures, a mix of insect and avian features, begin to stir. Their forms shifting, they prepare to converge on the intruder. A confident smirk plays on his lips. Siwu prepares for another strike. Gathering his strength, he lets out a battle cry. Unleashing another torrent of power, the monsters writhe as they're struck by a blinding teal energy. The assault intensifies, shattering the creatures with a burst of orange light. Each strike more devastating than the last. A wave of purple energy rips through their ranks. The relentless barrage continues, each blast of purple light further weakening their defenses. Reaching the peak of his attack, the monsters are engulfed in a blinding purple explosion. With a final, earth-shattering blow, the pillar is struck, sending shockwaves through the temple. Landing gracefully after the devastating strike, he surveys the scene. Witnessing the display of power, Yong Seha can only mutter, "Magnificent." Overwhelmed by the spectacle, the man shouts, "Ah, Hyungnim." As the battle subsides, a voice declares, "I ran out of mana and came back to my original size." Still reeling from the events that just transpired, Arin reaches out, her expression a mix of fear and desperation. Surveying the scene, Young Siwu acknowledges the fairy's contribution, telling it to come closer. The fairy settles onto his jacket, content to rest after its efforts. With a surge of power, Young Siwu unleashes another devastating attack. The remaining monsters, fueled by rage, charge forward with a deafening roar. A collective gasp echoes through the battlefield as the monsters realize the futility of their efforts. One of the monsters, its eyes wide with disbelief, can only stare in shock. Someone off-panel explains that the monsters were crushed by the building, resulting in many casualties. Observing the dissipating mana, Young Siwu realizes the monsters believe he was responsible for their demise. His expression hardens, a silent promise etched on his face. Her eyes widen in disbelief. Arin's expression is one of utter shock. Calling out to her, Young Esha's expression hardens. A glowing chalice sits on a stone pedestal, casting an eerie light across the familiar dungeon. He wonders, have they somehow returned to the beginning? The dungeon stretches before them, its ominous atmosphere palpable. He commands, "Seha, protect Arin." Grip tightening on his weapon, Young Esha curses under his breath, regretting his earlier choices. An armored electric eel crackles with energy, its presence a clear threat. Recognizing the danger, Young Esha prepares for a fight. His gaze is intense, focused on the task ahead. With the clock ticking down, the descent looms ever closer. The elite monster roars, its power shaking the very foundations of the temple. Unleashing a torrent of energy, Young Siwu counters with an attack of his own. Observing the destruction, he appears to grow even more enraged. Knowing time is running out, Siwu steels himself, reminding himself that he only has 3 minutes to end this. Despite the damage he sustained, he refuses to yield, declaring that there's no way he can lose. His mana restored, Young Siwu prepares for the final confrontation. As the air crackles with energy, the battle reaches its climax. The temple's destruction rate climbs to a staggering 99%. With the temple nearly completely destroyed, the rifle of the Thunder God absorbs all of its mana, and only 35 seconds remain until its awakening. As the Thunder God accepts the loss of power, it hastens its descent, leaving only 17 seconds. The clock continues to tick down, and Young Siwu can only exclaim in disbelief, "What? Wait, 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 wait." Realizing the urgency of the situation, he mutters, "I have 17 seconds to catch that armored eel." Meanwhile, one of the monsters is still alive, barely clinging to consciousness. The remaining monsters are bombarded with energy, crying out in pain. The elite monster begins to transform, morphing into an armored eel. Reacting instantly, Young Siwu launches an attack against the transformed monster. The attack lands, but the armored eel seems unfazed. Arin observes the elite monster, realizing he's healing himself by absorbing the mana of other monsters. Frustrated by the turn of events, the armored eel thinks, I wanted to attack that guy in the first place. Gripping his weapon tightly, Siwoo glares at the transformed monster, clearly disgusted by its lack of morals. Surrounding the beast, a massive discharge of raw energy crackles through the air. Sensing the sheer power, he knows that attacking now would be suicide. Letting out a deafening roar, the monster makes its presence known. Its voice echoing with malice, the creature declares it will take back what is rightfully its. Surprise flickers across his face, as Siwoo realizes the monster can speak. Has the descent of the Thunder God already finished, he wonders? With a ground-shaking impact, the monster's massive tail slams down near him. The tail looms large. Hovering above the golden altar, the tail seems poised to strike. Eyes narrowing, Siwoo curses, realizing the monster is after something that belongs to him. Preparing to unleash his power, he leaps into action. With a guttural roar, the transformed monster unleashes a searing blast of energy. Reacting instantly, he raises his weapon, a surge of power crackling around it. Leaping forward, the hunter closes the distance between them, his weapon poised to strike. His grip tightens, the weapon humming with untold energy. Standing before the golden altar, he prepares to unleash his counterattack. The tip of his weapon glows with an eerie blue light, a stark contrast to the golden aura of the altar. His voice rings out, I said it was mine. The monster's reptilian eyes narrow, a silent rage building within. Surrounded by a swirling vortex of blue energy, the elite monster prepares its own assault. The air crackles with power as the monster channels its mana. The energy intensifies, a storm brewing within its scaled form. Every scale radiates with an otherworldly glow, a testament to the raw power it commands. The elite monster coils, crackling with violet energy. As the text proclaims, Leia, the Thunder God, descends upon the elite monster, the Thunder Serpent. The risk is now very high. Its maw opens wide, ready to unleash a devastating blast. Bolts of pure energy erupt, illuminating the chamber with an eerie glow. Knowing he can't dodge, Siwoo steels himself. If he fails to block, the altar will be destroyed. Raising his weapon, he prepares to meet the attack head-on. The lightning slams into him, engulfing him in a blinding flash. He's been struck by a powerful bolt of lightning. His lightning resistance didn't fully function, resulting in mild paralysis. Grit and determination etched on his face, he barely manages a groan. Despite the paralysis, Siwoo thinks that this level of paralysis is powerful, but it's nothing compared to what he's experienced. Despite the paralysis still coursing through him, he plants his staff firmly on the ground, preparing for another strike. But the elite monster is far from defeated, charging up a devastating blast of energy. Ignoring the immense power gathering before him, young Siwoo sprints forward, determined to close the distance. Closing the gap in a heartbeat, he slams his staff into the monster's armored hide. The staff crackles with blue lightning, continuing to pummel the monster. Each strike sends tremors through the monster's frame, but it refuses to fall. With a roar of defiance, the elite monster unleashes a searing beam of orange energy, striking young Siwoo. Staggered but unbowed, he retaliates with another powerful blow, his staff glowing with an eerie orange aura. The monster's red eyes burn with fury, preparing for another onslaught. Grimacing, young Siwoo acknowledges the immense challenge before him. It's very hard. But no matter how tough the armor is, he knows that he can't stop the shock from entering his body. The elite monster's armor crackles with stored energy, ready to unleash another devastating attack. With a determined look, Siwoo prepares to face the monster's next attack. Gathering power, the elite monster begins to charge a devastating blast of energy. Unleashing a guttural roar, the monster taunts, asking if it hurts. His expression hardening, Siwoo vows to beat the monster even harder and imprison it. The monster's voice booms, challenging him to hold his ground against the face of God's power. The monster's energy surges, crackling with immense power. Raising his staff, Siwoo prepares to intercept the incoming attack. With a surge of speed, the monster questions if he's trying to rush. The monster's voice echoes, warning that if he dodges, the attack will reach the altar. Grimacing, Siwoo knows he has to stop it. The monster's attack slams into the ground, a cruel charge of pure energy. Meeting the attack head-on, Siwoo unleashes a counterblast of energy, hoping to negate the monster's power. The energy attacks collide, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. A blinding light erupts, momentarily obscuring the battlefield. The elite monster presses its advantage, unleashing a torrent of crackling energy. Its voice dripping with malice, it snarls, "Die, you trash." His eyes burning with resolve, young Siwoo shouts back, "You're the one who's gonna die, armored eel." Gathering his strength, he activates his skill, super strength. Preparing to strike, he roars, "Invoke." Muscles coiled, he raises his arm. The blow lands with devastating force, sending a shockwave through the monster. The ground trembles as young Siwoo braces himself for the onslaught. A voice echoes, acknowledging the monster's surprising power. The monster roars, continuing its relentless assault. Energy crackles as the monster unleashes a devastating blast. The force of the attack sends her flying. Arin is caught in the explosion. His arms screaming in protest, Siwoo grits his teeth, feeling like his bones are about to shatter, even with his strength skill activated. Despite the agony, he vows to persevere. Letting out a defiant yell, young Siwoo pushes through the pain. A glint of malice, the monster's eye narrows, focusing on its prey. His momentum faltering, young Siwoo's attack begins to lose its edge. Seeing his chance, the monster roars, unleashing a devastating counterattack. The air crackles with energy as the monster's assault intensifies. The force of the blow sends him reeling back, barely able to maintain his footing. How did you? The monster snarls. Its eyes narrow, a flicker of disbelief crossing its face. You don't tell me, it growls. But even as the monster gloats, Siwoo is already preparing his next move, a golden light beginning to coalesce around him. The monster's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on its face. No. A surge of blue energy courses through the Thunder God's rifle, now fully awakened in his hands. The weapon hums with power, ready to unleash its devastating force. With a determined cry, Siwoo prepares to fire. The rifle roars to life, unleashing a blinding blast of energy towards the monster. The Thunder God's rifle roars to life, unleashing a concentrated beam of golden energy directly at the elite monster. From behind, a voice calls out that the weapon is complete. Suarin watches with concern, calling out to Siwoo, asking if he's alright. The beam slams into the monster with incredible force, sending it hurtling backwards into the crumbling temple walls. The energy continues to burn, carving a path through the monster's thick hide. A stark notification flashes before their eyes, declaring the temple's destruction rate at 100% and the Thunder God's power significantly weakened. The monster recoils, its eyes burning with furious intensity. The creature staggers, smoke rising from its wounded body as it struggles to maintain its footing. Its maw opens in a silent roar, ready to unleash another wave of destruction. But before it can retaliate, another blast of pure energy slams into it. The blue energy crackles and arcs, engulfing the monster in a blinding light. Standing amidst the fading light, Siwoo remains poised, the Thunder God's rifle still smoking in his hands. As the battle rages on, a notification chimes, indicating that his lightning resistance has reached level 7, making him immune to paralysis from lightning attacks of rank A or lower. With a roar, Siwoo brings his weapon crashing down on the elite monster. Unleashing a torrent of energy, he blasts the monster at point-blank range. The force of the blow sends the creature reeling, but it remains standing. Bracing himself, Siwoo prepares for another attack. He grits his teeth, focusing his power. His resolve hardens, ready to push his limits. The monster's eyes glow with malevolent energy, preparing to retaliate. Even if this is a fake body, it's still its strength. The monster looms over him, a terrifying presence. A smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, I'm looking forward to it. Someday, I will leave the same mark on your real body. Knowing there's not much time left for the super strength skill, he prepares to unleash everything he has. Determined to end the fight quickly, Arin declares that Thunder God's rifle has a new ability. Believing they can weaken the serpent even more, Young Esaha prepares to invoke the rifle's power. Ready to strike, Siwoo tells him to go ahead. The monster roars, clearly annoyed by these bugs. Eyes glowing, Siwoo prepares to attack. The monster is struck by a powerful blast, staggering backward. A beam of energy pierces through the battlefield, striking the monster. Looking around, the monster wonders where the attacks are coming from. Closing in, Siwoo strikes the monster with a powerful blow. Ready to invoke the rifle, Young Esaha shouts, "Invoke." The monster is hit by another blast, reeling from the impact. With a final surge of power, Young Esaha and Arin unleash the full force of Thunder God's rifle. As the Thunder God's rifle hums with power, it begins to siphon the Thunder Serpent's mana. Grasping the rifle tightly, Siwoo focuses his energy. Feeling its power being drained, the monster roars in defiance. Bracing himself, Siwoo continues to channel the rifle's energy. The rifle glows with an intense blue light, drawing more and more power from the serpent. With a surge of effort, he unleashes the rifle's full potential. The energy crackles around him, as the serpent's power is forced into the weapon. A blinding flash erupts, as the Thunder Serpent is struck by the concentrated blast. The monster cries out in agony, sent flying backwards from the sheer force. Weakened and enraged, Marina can only sputter out her name. Her voice echoing with pain, Marina's scream pierces the air. Watching the scene unfold, Siwoo realizes that if he ever runs into Marina Visit again, he'll have to warn her about the Thunder God. Facing down the monstrous serpent, Siwoo unleashes a torrent of flames. The flames licking at its armored hide, he thinks to himself that this will be the end. Raising his weapon high, he bids the beast farewell. The serpent, engulfed in flames, can't believe it's about to be defeated with so little power. With a final, devastating strike, the flames explode outward. The monster's body begins to disintegrate, consumed by the inferno. The explosion rocks the area. Standing amidst the fading flames, Siwoo surveys the aftermath. Magical orbs begin to materialize, floating in the air around him. A surge of power courses through him, as the magical energy envelopes his body. With a satisfied breath, he sheathes his weapon. The battle concluded. Siwoo looks surprised. A winged figure stands amidst a burst of energy. Expressing relief, a knight exclaims that he did it. Acknowledging the assist, the winged figure agrees. More text floods his vision. He wonders what's with all the question marks. Something feels off. This can't be a bug, can it? His level suddenly jumps by 7. Lightning resistance and dragon's dignity also increase, and he's obtained a new player skill, but the question marks leave him uneasy. A sudden realization dawns on him. Something is very wrong. A surge of power courses through him, accompanied by an agonizing scream. The super strength skill has ended, and the pain intensifies. Is it true that people experience pain as their bodies undergo drastic changes as their levels rise? He wonders, as the sensation becomes unbearable. The force throws him backwards, a guttural cry escaping his lips. Seeing him in distress, Arin cries out, asking if he's okay. Despite the pain, he manages a weak, affirmative response. The winged girl and the armored blonde seem concerned, telling him that he made them nervous. Looking flustered, Arin can only manage a small what. She wonders why she looks so pretty. Eyes widening, Siwoo realizes it's because of his visual skills, the 5 senses transforming into skills as expected. Arin asks if he got it during the battle, but he says it just happened by itself. Examining the orb in his hand, Siwoo seems surprised. Looking down at the destroyed temple, he realizes it's completely ruined. Siwoo thinks to himself that destroying the temple was a good thing, but now it's exposed to the outside world, suggesting they get out of there before any more monsters arrive. Agreeing, Arin nods. Activating his skill, Siwoo seems to be creating some sort of portal. The armored blonde tells him that he was holding it, handing him the most important thing. The Thunder God Rage Rifle, sealed but still radiating immense power, boasts an A++ rank and impressive attack stats. The weapon's description details its unique abilities, including the capacity for a charged shot that amplifies lightning mana and the revelation that the Thunder God himself created it by sacrificing a part of his own being. Absorbing the Thunder God's power has significantly improved the artifact's performance, breaking the primary seal. Elsewhere, a blonde armored figure wonders what Marina Vizette would say upon seeing this weapon. Siwoo smiles, imagining what she'd say. She'd say it's friggin' heavy. He acknowledges that he survived thanks to his new ability. Arin chimes in, confident that even without the new ability, her Appa would have won anyway. She's sure he could crush that huge snake with force. It was like a scene from a legend, but Arin realizes that her Appa is no longer human. He admits it's not enough, and that he can't do anything with this much power. Siwoo can't be proud of the fact that he barely defeated it. He resolves to become stronger, a lot more so. Clenching his fist, Siwoo seems ready for what's to come. Looking up at him, Arin wonders how he can look so happy. Turning to her, Siwoo asks if she's ready to head back. With a nod, Arin confirms she's ready to go. Focusing his energy, Siwoo prepares to activate the gate. As the portal shimmers with power, he stares intently. Arin suddenly pipes up, saying, "Hyungnim, I want to eat rice with grilled eel." He responds that he'll show her a man's dish, and urges her to hurry and get in so he can cook. With a final surge of energy, the gate fully activates. The portal shimmers, ready for them to enter. Inside, Arin exclaims, "Wow." Looking around, Siwoo recalls that he was level 85 when he first entered the gate. He sits, legs crossed, as he considers the question, did he really gain 12 levels in a single day? But, every time his level goes up, it seems that the range of status growth also increases. She chimes in, adding that the same goes for other players. It's true, the body changes to fit the class to which it belongs during the leveling process, and as you level up, the status appropriate for the changed body improves. He thinks to himself, feeling stronger. Furthermore, thanks to the visual skill he acquired this time, he demonstrated that he can turn the 5 senses into a skill. A slot machine appears, and he thinks, you only get one shot in your life. She looks up at him, commenting that his conclusions are always strange, adding that this trip to Japan was awesome. He thinks to himself, it's a shame he didn't see Seoye's face with his visual ability, but he'll see her again someday. She looks up at him. Arin exclaims, "Oh, Appa." She asks, "Did you ask for a rice bowl of grilled eel? Do you know how to cook?" She says, "At least I do better than you, Appa." Still in her sailor uniform, Arin stands by as Siwoo stretches after waking up. He suggests examining the monster carcasses. Siwoo says, collecting the mana stones from the corpses first. The mana stones collected from the previous quest are still present. The mana stones collected in the previous quest were still present. Remembering something, Siwoo points to the monster carcass. He asks, usually in games, you make items with monster leather or byproducts, right? Arin wonders if they can make armor out of it. She adds, companies from all over the world will rush in, so the situation will get worse. Siwoo notes that the monsters that appear on Earth are mediocre, and even if they make artifacts out of them, it would be difficult to compete with the artifacts from the Sky Castle players. And, most importantly, that level of defense or attack power. In a world where technology can replicate almost anything, a group of soldiers stands ready. But as a result, no one is actively entering the market, so they decide to give up on neatly dismantling the electric eel. With a determined look, Siwoo prepares to skin it. Realizing it's not what they thought, Siwoo curses those responsible, questioning what it actually is. Considering the situation, Arin notes that electric eels are usually more like carp than eels. The prospect of grilled eel and eel rice bowls dances before them, but Arin suggests they just go out and buy it. Resigned, Siwoo figures he can eat it anyway. Even if he makes it with rice and toppings, Arin assures him he'll be able to eat it for 3 years. In any case, it's not an eel, so Arin suggests trying it with the rice bowl. Arin, with a determined look, declares she'll give it a try. Hearing this, Siwoo smirks, confident that she'll be surprised, and suggests they try the manna stone while she's cooking. Taking a bite, he chews thoughtfully. A blonde girl peeks over the counter, remarking that the purple one tastes good. Chewing, Siwoo is asked if he can feel something. A notification appears, indicating that his magic has increased by 1, with the text stating that it's 7 and only 1 mana. Considering the mana stone, he thinks that even with this level, it's still possible to secure magical power, but sooner or later, it will reach its limit. Looking up, he realizes that this isn't a structure that can increase magical power indefinitely, as he had assumed. Staring into the distance, Siwoo seems to be deep in thought. Arin stands at a table laden with ingredients, ready to prepare the dish. With a determined look, she steels herself. Looking at the dish, Arin wonders if she should show off her skills. Arin kneels, surrounded by blue cubes, as she explains that at best, the mana stone can be used as a replacement for mana potions. Offering the stone to young Siwoo, Arin identifies it as a Doom Knight's mana stone. He pops the mana stone into his mouth. Arin admits she's a little nervous because of the color. A voice narrates that the mana pattern of the undead is strange, as if it had been turned over once. As he holds his hand out, glowing with power, young Siwoo declares that they all have the same magical power if he consumes it his way. Having eaten something, young Siwoo is ready to move on to the next task. He observes the mana stone, its power almost palpable. As he examines the stone, Arin approaches, curious about the special processing it requires. Calling out to him, Arin's voice echoes, "Appa." Peeking from behind a doorway, she urges, "I think you should come here." Responding to her call, young Siwoo says, "I am coming." His feet shuffle across the floor. But then, he touches something, and a strange sensation washes over him. The room seems to shift as he stands with Arin. His eyes widen in disbelief as he exclaims, "Huh, what the hell did you touch?" Suddenly, he's sent hurtling through the air. Following close behind, Arin is thrown as well. The cutting board has other plans, though. It seems like it can be used for more than just cooking, as Arin exclaims, "I was just trying to cook." But then, a cutting board appeared, reflecting that it could be processed. Looking at the cutting board, Siwoo seems to be getting an idea. As he approaches the board, it seems like something is about to happen. Suddenly, a mana stone appears. The system informs him that they've found a suitable mana stone for onboard artifacts, and that he should add appropriate materials to process them. The system displays the boarding equipment status, showing the material and finishing material levels. It explains that processing begins once all ingredients are placed on the cutting board, and that the higher the completion, the more finishing materials are used. Arin asks, "Isn't it just magic stone processing? You even have all the ingredients already." Looking at the process, one of the girls asks, "How does this work, Appa?" He responds, "It's a little different, but I believe this is similar to cooking." The system clarifies that this is artifact crafting, not mana stone processing, showing a visual representation of the crafting process. The system explains that creating theme-appropriate artifacts involves incorporating materials appropriate for specific mana stones, revealing that this was the upgraded kitchen's unique feature. As he considers the possibilities of artifact crafting, Arin wonders how they'll check the rest of the ingredients. Considering the options, the system displays a list: armor eel scale, bones, and leather. Looking at the screen, Siwoo thinks these might be the materials they need. With a satisfying thwack, the crafting interface closes. Turning away from the crafting station, Siwoo heads towards another area. He explains that the boarding equipment would be a vehicle built with modern technology. Turning to Arin, he notes it's the same thing in the dungeon that he couldn't ride, even if he wanted to. With a grin, Siwoo declares that it's his bike. He walks towards a sleek motorcycle. Gesturing towards the vehicle, he shows off the bike. He asks what she thinks of it, and she replies that it's big and cool. Looking at the bike, Arin calls out to him. Standing beside Arin, he pauses for a moment. Young Siwoo seems to be contemplating the fusion. Her expression filled with a mix of apprehension and determination, Arin steels herself for what's about to come. Ready to begin, Siwoo hoists the motorcycle high above his head. As the motorcycle begins to glow, the fusion process kicks into high gear, bathing the room in a brilliant light. The energy intensifies, swirling around them in a chaotic dance of light and power. Watching the spectacle, young Sa can't help but wonder if a fusion is really happening. Her eyes wide with anticipation, Arin braces herself as the fusion reaches a critical point. Shielding his eyes from the intense glare, young Sa wonders who they're even fighting with. The light reaches a blinding crescendo, engulfing everything in its path as Siwoo stands silhouetted against the radiant glow. The brightness is almost unbearable, but young Sa can't tear his gaze away from the unfolding spectacle. Despite the overwhelming light, the man named young Sa finds that he can see clearly. As the light begins to fade, a voice expresses gratitude for the visual skills that made this possible. As the blinding light begins to fade, the remnants of the fusion process slowly dissipate. A voice echoes, expressing frustration at having to close their eyes at such a crucial moment. Standing beside him, Arin declares, "I also have a supporting role." Siwoo observes the spectacle, marveling at the fusion of modern technology and raw mana. He exclaims, "It's more than technology, it's magic." Before them, a cube-like object shimmers, emanating a powerful, otherworldly energy. With a final surge of power, the Thunderscale Phantom bike materializes in a flash of light. A display flickers to life, revealing the bike's impressive stats and capabilities. Rank A++, mastery potential, and the power to fly. Siwoo's eyes widen, utterly astonished by the sight before him. Beside him, Arin mirrors his expression, equally stunned by the fusion's incredible result. Together, they erupt in cheers, their excitement palpable as they celebrate the birth of this unique artifact. Arin grins, offering, "If you listen to me well, I'll give you a ride." She adds, "That's so cool, Hyungnim. I will follow you for the rest of my life." Arin sighs, muttering that men will be men. She grabs Siwoo by the arm, pulling him along as a man with butterfly wings tells them to get out and mind their own business. Visibly annoyed, Arin tells them to get out of here because she has to cook, adding that he can just go out and test his bike. Turning to Siwoo, she asks if they should go then, before excitedly declaring that they're leaving. The pair head out the door. Arin and Siwoo are now riding the Thunderscale Phantom bike through the city. Wearing a helmet, Young Sao wonders if this is how it works. He thinks to himself that he can use his magic and replenish magical power by placing mana stones in the fuel tank, before stating that it's alright then. Activating a function of the bike, Siwoo declares invisibility. The bike disappears from view. Young Sao thinks that it's a function, just as he expected, realizing that a surprise attack is possible if you conceal your presence. Strapped in and ready to go, Arin calls out, eager to take to the skies. Remembering the bike's features, Siwoo realizes there was a flying function. With a burst of speed, the bike accelerates. Leaving the ground behind, they soar into the air. The ground rushes by. As they gain altitude, the Thunderscale Phantom bike flies through the city. Excitement bubbling over, Arin exclaims that they're up and flying. Looking up at the sky, Siwoo wonders what Young Seha is so excited about. The city stretches out below, a vast landscape of buildings and roads. Gazing at the view, Arin thinks this is really cool. Lost in thought, Siwoo wonders if they should fly up to the sky castle on this bike. A warning flashes, indicating that there are only 30 seconds left before invisibility is released. Gripping the handles of the Thunderscale Phantom bike, Arin calls out, eager to descend. His gaze fixed forward, Siwoo is sure they'll get there. The floating fortress looms ever closer, a beacon in the sky. The bike hurtles towards it, their destination, that sky castle. The food is simply delicious. Arin crosses her arms, looking a bit miffed, wondering why he looks so angry. Living alone gave her some cooking experience, and she's cooked quite a bit since then, but Siwoo can't believe she can cook monster meats so well. He stares at the food in disbelief. He reflects on how he thought Arin could only flap her wings and tackle, but he had no idea she possessed such an unexpected talent. Arin declares that she has healing powers, too, and he would have been in a lot more danger if it hadn't been for her. She emits a dark aura, affirming that she was healing him. Still, she notes that the two of them enjoyed eating it. The clatter of silverware echoes as Arin prepares to eat, declaring that it's worth the effort. Looking at the sheer volume of food before her, Siwoo deadpans. That will take years to consume. Picking up her chopsticks, she asks, "So, how was the bike?" A flashback shows two figures with their mouths taped shut, holding spoons. Back in the present, Arin looks up, wondering, what kind of trouble did you cause? The scene widens to show the dining table, with both of them seated. We had a little accident. Another flashback shows a blonde-haired figure looking distressed, thinking, each country's competition for technological development may become intense. Let's say that we've created that opportunity. Arin looks up, asking, "Did you get caught?" "I really didn't think you'd get caught." Siwoo tries to reassure her, "Don't worry too much. Fortunately, no one saw my face because I was wearing a helmet." Siwoo is interrupted by a notification on his phone. What? His phone screen displays a picture of the motorcycle incident. The picture has already gone viral on the internet. Looking distraught, Arin apologizes, "I just wanted to feel a little more at ease." "I apologize." The news cycle continues to churn, with speculative articles already circulating about the mysterious figure on the bike. Adding to the international pressure, other countries are now inquiring with the Korean government. Holding her phone, Arin explains that there seems to be a lot of inquiries about the Chinese rider and the production of artifacts. Despite the global implications, Siwoo can't help but smile refreshingly. Her expression clouded with concern, Arin seems troubled by his reaction. Standing in the kitchen, she reminds him that it's his responsibility to wash the dishes. With a sigh, he starts scrubbing away at the pile of dirty dishes. Declaring the task complete, Siwoo is greeted by Arin, who presents him with a plate of sliced fruit as a reward for a job well done. Resting on the red blanket, Arin smiles softly. Carefully, she prepares the fruit. Relaxing on the floor with a fairy companion, they enjoy the snack together. Finally able to unwind, he collapses onto the bed, exhausted. He finds himself getting used to this new life, almost like it's home now. Arin chimes in, It's strange to be resting while playing in dungeons, but she supposes it's time to head back. Hearing this, Siwoo sits up abruptly, surprised. Arin explains that not even a day has passed since their break started, but it's enough. He agrees, stating that his job is now in this foreign occupation, and it's enough to relieve the tension. Wiping himself down with a towel, Siwoo believes that if they take any longer, they risk making a mistake because they are too relaxed. Arin points out that they had a month-long break to recharge. Siwoo explains that one level increase completely restores the body, so fatigue is irrelevant. As they prepare to leave, Arin is joined by a blonde-haired woman with butterfly wings. She states that there is nothing else to say if Siwoo is involved. With a burst of speed, the trio heads towards the dungeon. The winged woman thinks to herself, she believes she'll be able to maintain her human size once she reaches level 200. He declares that he'll keep running to level 200 for them. Hearing this, Arin tells him to take it easy and apologizes. Siwoo suggests that for the time being, they should save all the beads from the dungeon, but Arin questions what he means, pointing out that he needs armor. She notes that his level is rising rapidly, but his armor is a mess, adding that he has unusually good luck with weapons, so he won't have to use them for a while. Thinking about this, he considers his weapon and armor. A realization hits him. That's right, kinda. The name sounds more familiar than Arin. He recalls that he had planned to put it in the drawer as soon as he returned to the resting place, but because of the eel rice bowl, he completely forgot about it. He wonders what's going on. Siwoo admits he didn't know Kaina was a woman. He explains that he had anticipated it because of the name Kaina. Siwoo steels himself, ready to begin the process. Okay, let's revive the helmet first. He thinks to himself, if I throw it like this and get caught by the camera, I'll end up with an image of a villain tossing a beautiful woman's head away. Carefully, he kneels and reaches into the container, retrieving the helmet. A bead of sweat trickles down his face, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on him. Arin watches with bated breath, exclaiming, whoa, what is it? What is it? Did the undead come back to life? He reflects, I can't use this as a throwaway weapon anymore. I knew this would happen. Focusing his energy, Siwoo channels power into his hand, a golden light emanating from his palm. The air crackles with energy, the soul collection beginning to shine brightly. This, I believe, is the most important stage of the procedure. He wonders, is the condition not met with the soul I have now? The helmet glows intensely, and Siwoo realizes that means. He wonders if Kaina will have to spend a long vacation in the inventory like this. Fortunately, the rifle of the Thunder God has awakened. The amount of mana consumed by standard attacks has been drastically reduced, and thanks to that, he won't make a fuss after shooting it once. It was nice to have Kaina here, Marina Visit would be wistfully sighing. Deciding it's time for action, Siwoo declares they should go to the dungeon, adding that it would be nice to have a slightly more powerful one. With a burst of light, he steps through the portal. Entering the dungeon, his shadow stretches long before him. Inside the dungeon, he notes that there's a player who retires even in dungeons like this. Spotting another presence, he realizes there's a ghost, too. Eyes widening in surprise, Arin exclaims that a person has come. Her face alight with excitement, she thinks that it's a very strong man. He reaches out, as if to grasp something just out of reach. A voice demands something, the words echoing from the purple floor. A winged figure cradles the earth in her hands. The protagonist battles goblins. A ghost tells him that he completed the quest flawlessly, and she will give herself to him. Declining the offer, he tells her to just give him her skills. She wonders how she ended up like this, but he already has a skill that allows him to control the soul. The ghost cries, saying she didn't need it, and that he's doing it on purpose. Young Siwoo completed all of the ghostly quests easily. The ghosts offered themselves to him, as if they had promised. As another ghost offers herself to him, he says he didn't need it. He wonders how he ended up collecting all the wrong souls that fell underground, becoming a true soul collector. A new challenge awaits. Before him stands a figure in a suit, a ghostly tail swirling beneath him. As he states, countless souls are following you, I'm sure. The dungeon boss grins, adjusting his glasses, and asks, but will you be able to read me? The dungeon itself seems to be warning him, as a disembodied voice echoes this dungeon is riddled with dangerous traps. Siwoo considers his options, thinking should I just kill them all? Arin watches him, a small fairy fluttering nearby, and wonders how long has it been now? 3 days and 2 hours. She continues, observing you didn't rest at all, no matter how much you raised your level. I guess you don't get tired. Siwoo looks thoughtful, realizing to feel tired. You must do something tiring. The system displays his stats, noting Young Siwoo, level 99, you have a total of 99 souls. At least there are a few dungeons where level 100 monsters can be found. I was able to advance 2 levels thanks to them. With a burst of speed, Siwoo slashes out, a vibrant purple energy blade arcing towards one of the monstrous apes. Spear in hand, he finds himself surrounded, the air thick with the stench of the dungeon and the threat of the demon monkeys. From the sidelines, the creature's savage cries echo through the cavern. Closing in from all sides, the demon monkeys leave him little room to maneuver. Watching the unfolding battle, Arin's expression hardens. That's a level 140 demon monkey, a monster that players avoid like an armored orc. Unleashing a guttural roar, one of the demon monkeys fires a blast of green energy. Another prepares to strike, its hands glowing with ominous red energy. But before it can unleash its power, Siwoo intercepts with a blinding flash of blue energy. Gathering power, he conjures a blade of pure darkness. With a yell, he unleashes a wave of yellow energy, striking another of the beasts. The force of the blow sends it flying, a searing trail of yellow light marking its path. The last of the demon monkeys falls, defeated by an unseen force. Raising his weapon high, young Siwoo surveys the scene. Dust and debris fill the air, a testament to the battle that just transpired. He thinks to himself, he wanted to increase his ice and earth resistance to level 4. Even though he did it on purpose, his resistance no longer rises. To advance, he must strengthen his resistance against more powerful monsters. Turning his back on the defeated monkeys, he declares that now that it's done, he doesn't have to see them anymore. With a determined look, he prepares for the next challenge. A smirk plays on his lips, anticipating the fight against the boss monster. Ready to face whatever comes next, he moves forward. Leaving the defeated monsters behind, he sets his sights on a greater foe. The demon monkeys screech, their grotesque masks belying the danger they represent. Raising his staff, Siwoo prepares to strike, the orb at the end glowing with contained power as the monkeys close in. With a grunt, he swings the staff, the air crackling with energy. The staff connects, and a blinding light erupts, tearing a hole in reality as the monkeys are obliterated. A surge of purple energy pulses, the air thick with the scent of ozone. Plummeting through the newly formed portal, he braces himself for the unknown. Elsewhere, Arin observes the unfolding events, a grim understanding dawning on her face. They can't stop, because they know they're going to die. Holding a fragment of the strange material, Siwoo wonders if their relentless assault is fueled by faith. The winged girl continues, but we still don't know where the monsters in the ant cave are coming from. Where did the magic and monsters of the ant cave dungeon come from? He muses, certain it's from a different world. Then the invaders from another world. Arin wonders if they're using retired players to create underground dungeons. Having already made up his mind, Siwoo decides not to overthink things. Monsters, gods, dungeons, whatever, he couldn't care less about them. All he has to do is break it down and destroy it. Arin watches him, wondering how he came to such a naive yet simple conclusion. That's my Hyungnim, she exclaims. With a surge of power, the doors to a new area swing open. Ready to face whatever lies ahead, he steps through the gateway. Emerging into the new dungeon, Siwoo is immediately confronted by a massive, ape-like monster. Purple energy crackles around the creature's hands, a clear sign of the danger to come. Unleashing its power, the monster sends a wave of destructive energy towards him. Readying his weapon, Siwoo prepares to meet the challenge head-on. Focusing his energy, he declares, "All right, my resistance will rise now." But to his surprise, it doesn't work. Why will it not? The ground trembles, signaling the monster's impending attack. As the ape-like beast lunges forward, the blonde-haired fairy and Arin watch with concern. The ape-like monster unleashes a torrent of magical energy, slamming into him with incredible force. Gathering more power, the dungeon boss prepares another attack. The dungeon boss declares, "Like this, I'll take all the magic until it's depleted." But before the monster can act, Young Siwoo retaliates with a blast of his own magic. The dungeon boss seems to be weakening. Seeing his chance, Siwoo prepares to strike the final blow as the dungeon boss asks if he is about to run out of mana. A voice congratulates him, saying he did a great job. 3 hours later, the dungeon boss lies defeated. A beam of golden light pierces the darkness. With a final, decisive strike, Young Siwoo ends the battle. The spoils of victory surround him, money and gems scattered at his feet. Anthill number 121 has been cleared of the demon's monkey forest, and the settlement is about to begin. Remembering his last boss fight, Siwoo believes he'll reach level 100 this time, since he defeated the boss at the last second. Suggesting a break, he asks to celebrate reaching level 100. Wondering what's going on, Siwoo is confused by the sudden system messages. The system message asks if the crashing is due to server maintenance. Orange light flares around him, as the Earth begins to transform into a new age. Looking at the changes, Siwoo wonders who came up with the term New Age, but Arin doesn't think that's important right now. The world shifts. Surveying the landscape, Siwoo finds himself amidst a scene of utter devastation, buildings crumbling and flames licking at the sky. Looking up, completely bewildered, Arin can only utter, "What is this?" as she takes in the sight of a winged figure beside her. The air crackles with energy, as Siwoo's hands glow with an otherworldly light. A uniformed man stands tall, his expression unreadable as he observes the unfolding events. A low rumble echoes, shaking the very foundations of their reality. As the tremors intensify, the landscape around them begins to crack and crumble. Looking around at the destruction, Jinwoo notices something peculiar. He can feel it, a thick mana permeating the air. Watching him, Arin is pleased. Though she's glad her Appa has grown into such a powerful mana user, she can't shake a feeling of unease. The mana feels strange. The mana he's sensing, it's neither the players nor the gods. Staring at the image of Earth, he realizes it's the planet's very nature. A voice wonders if the intruders are responsible for the current situation. Dismissing that thought, it seems too big for them. It's more likely that the Earth has changed as a result of the players' and monsters' mana. He recalls, even in his dreams, there was a massive concentration of mana on Earth. Rin is seen flying in the background. Never mind. He tells himself, it's not the time to think of vague memories. Receiving a notification, he sees that his mom's in danger. Hearing the dial tone, he tries to call. Frustrated, he realizes that text messages and the internet aren't functioning properly. Rin is seen in the background as he thinks that perhaps some base stations are down as a result of this chaos. Determined, he decides to move to the location where the call is available. With resolve, he prepares to move out. The motorcycle tears through the street, a streak of blue against the backdrop of destruction. His expression unreadable behind the helmet, the rider adjusts his grip. Panic sets in for two men, their eyes wide with terror. Recognizing him, they cry out, "Isn't that the guy on TV? The Chinese rider. Right, take us too." Desperation fueling their steps, they run towards him. Ignoring their pleas, the motorcycle accelerates. He knows there's no room for those who just want to feel a little safer, his gaze hardened. In the distance, more figures flee. Others beg, take me with you. TSK, why are they acting like refugees? He wonders what in the world is going on here. He knows these people, they're going to die, aren't they? Maybe many of them will, but he has no control over that. The scene is one of utter chaos, with vehicles overturned and engulfed in flames as the dungeon boss casually flips a truck. Continuing his rampage, the dungeon boss sends cars flying like toys. Surveying the devastation, a figure in futuristic armor wonders if a newly released dungeon is nearby, commenting on the sheer havoc. The dungeon boss roars, his rage echoing through the ruined streets, thinking that things would be wrecked if even monsters went berserk at such a time. With a monstrous grunt, the dungeon boss crushes another vehicle in his massive hands. Terrified screams fill the air as people flee from the rampaging monster. Clenching his jaw, the armored figure curses the dungeon boss. With a determined yell, the armored figure charges towards the dungeon boss on a glowing blue motorcycle. Closing the distance rapidly, the armored figure speeds towards his target. The motorcycle's engine roars as the armored figure prepares to strike. The dungeon boss snarls, his eyes fixed on the approaching threat. With a burst of speed, the armored figure slams into the dungeon boss. With a monstrous roar, the dungeon boss continues his destructive rampage, smashing through anything in his path. Buildings crumble, reduced to rubble under the brute's might. Seeing the terrified civilians, the armored figure guides them to safety. Drawing his weapon, he steels himself, knowing he can't stand by while innocents are in danger. Gripping the hilt, he thinks, I need to check on my mom's safety as soon as possible. Clenching his jaw, he resolves, but I can't just let monsters eat people in front of us. Towering over the battlefield, the dungeon boss prepares to unleash another wave of destruction, eager to finish this quickly. Observing the monster, Rin realizes, it's a monster I've never seen before. Sensing the raw power, she mutters, it's definitely above the 200 level in terms of mana alone. Witnessing the creature's rapid regeneration, the armored figure notes, the wound I just inflicted is healing. Is it natural resilience? With a gasp, the angelic figure exclaims. Recognizing the signs, the angelic figure declares, trolls are the only ones with that level of resilience. The winged figure recalls, she's only seen something like this in the Sky Castle's data. Rin asks if players have already faced trolls in the dungeon, and the angelic figure confirms that the features match, noting the green skin, humanoid giant stature, and even the resilience. The armored figure states, it doesn't matter. The dungeon boss prepares, readying to hurl a massive object. With a grunt, the dungeon boss throws a bus. The armored figure's eyes narrow, focusing on the incoming threat. With a mighty swing, he deflects the bus. The bus spins wildly, careening off course. The armored figure stands firm, bracing against the impact. The bus hurtles away, its trajectory now aimed elsewhere. Crashing into a nearby building, the bus causes further destruction. The armored figure lands gracefully, ready for the next attack. The armored figure continues his assault, unleashing a devastating blow that sends shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Enraged by the attack, the dungeon boss lets out a deafening roar, his red eyes burning with fury. Closing the distance, the dungeon boss lunges forward, attempting to crush the armored figure with a swift strike. But with incredible speed, he intercepts the blow, the force of the impact sending debris flying in all directions. Preparing for a counterattack, the armored figure raises his spear, ready to strike. With a burst of speed, he closes the gap, the spear aimed directly at the dungeon boss. The spear pierces through the dungeon boss, a blinding light erupting from the point of impact. Staggering back, the dungeon boss reels from the devastating blow. Focusing his energy, the armored figure thinks to himself, I just need one shot. Channeling his power, he prepares to deliver the final blow. The spear continues its descent, piercing deeper into the dungeon boss with unstoppable force. With a final, earth-shattering explosion, the dungeon boss is obliterated, the battle finally coming to an end. The battle is over, the air thick with the smell of burnt flesh. The armored figure stands victorious over the smoldering remains of the dungeon boss. Observing from a distance, one of the winged figures notes, the flames are preventing him from regenerating. Experience gained. The other winged figure exclaims, "Whoa." The armored figure remains vigilant, scanning the surroundings. A disembodied voice echoes, "You can level up that you couldn't even in the dungeon." In a world of fantastical battles and mythical creatures, a lone figure soars through the sky atop a fearsome dragon. But this is just the beginning, as the title card appears, hinting at the adventures to come. Back on the ground, a figure stands defiant against a monstrous foe, ready to unleash a devastating attack. Elsewhere, the aftermath of chaos is evident, as survivors cry out for help from a flipped vehicle. Surveying the scene, Jin-woo takes in the destruction, his expression unreadable behind his helmet. He steels himself, remembering the words of encouragement. "You can do it as well." Mounting his motorcycle, he prepares to investigate further. The engine roars to life as he speeds off into the unknown. A sudden jolt, as something catches his attention. The mana detector reveals a surprising truth. Mana detector shows no monsters other than the trolls we just caught. He considers the implications, observing, "There's no way there are no other trolls nearby if the dungeon broke. There must be traces left at least." A realization dawns on him. As he concludes, the trolls arose naturally here. As the world outside descends into chaos, a woman with radiant wings looks on in disbelief, wondering what in the world is happening. Meanwhile, atop a sleek blue motorcycle, a figure receives a stark message. The changes on Earth are to prepare for the invaders. Frowning, he tries to call someone, hoping it's working, urging them to call their mother. His expression tightens as he holds the phone to his ear, waiting for an answer. Back where the winged woman is, another winged figure cries out, asking if she's okay. The winged figure is concerned about a big bunker house, wondering where that came from. The view shifts to an aerial perspective, revealing the motorcycle speeding through the city, a message appearing on the screen. Their father had it ready, asking if they want to check. Back on the phone, he warns them not to be so relieved that they're in there, because they don't know where or what's going to happen, promising to be right there. His voice firm, he assures them that they're safe and don't have to come. Suddenly, a system notification appears, declaring that entering the new age is complete and all changes are finished. Another system message clarifies that they will now be able to access rest areas and dungeons. Looking at the screen, he says that it's going to be okay now. Ending the call, he tells his mother to take care of herself, promising to call again soon. With a click, the call disconnects, leaving him to ponder the situation. The city is in ruins, buildings collapsing under an unseen force. A familiar voice calls out, startling him for a moment. Knowing his mother is safe, Jin-woo wonders what he can do now. Mounting his motorcycle, he declares that they need to get rid of the monsters on the surface, and the person he is with agrees, calling him Hyung-nim. Speeding through the devastated city, the motorcycle leaves a trail of energy in its wake. Dozing off for a second, Arin sees a vision of the Sky Castle, Ant Hill, and their world. Monsters are now on the surface, wreaking havoc. A new era of Earth begins, marked by chaos and destruction. A news report reveals that Sky Castle players have been unable to respond effectively, and that monsters have distinct appearance patterns compared to those in dungeons. Since the Sanhedong incident, the government has been pushing for player management policies. As part of the anti-monster plan, the Ministry of National Defense has pushed for the development of new weapons, as well as a technology alliance with the United States. Looking at his phone, he mutters, "What a mess." That is how humans are. There's no way a sense of crisis or righteousness can appear out of nowhere just because some monsters have appeared. It would be much better if all of us could work together to save humanity. The government's promotions are seen as an obscuring situation. He sighs, "Well, the government is the government, and I'll do what I have to do. It's unfortunate that the Earth turned out like this, but as a result, it's easier to obtain mana stones. Let's go catch some monsters." A scream pierces the air. Surrounded by monstrous figures, a man cries out, "Save me." A figure clad in black descends, striking with incredible force. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of the battle, as the people express their gratitude, thanking the armored figure for saving them from the monsters. The armored figure responds, telling them to pay up if they're going to be thankful, and scolding someone lying on the ground. He continues, telling the person on the ground that he knows they can get up on their own. Meanwhile, someone else is searching, muttering that it's not here either. The cloaked figure continues their search through the ruined city, their purpose still unknown. Back with the armored figure, he reflects, observing that these monsters appeared naturally on Earth, as expected. Suarin, with her butterfly wings, expresses relief, glad they didn't come across a monster as powerful as the troll they first encountered. She notices something online, reading that there are comments on the internet praising someone, referring to them as Appa. The armored figure seems to be aware of the online attention, noting that it's also their favorite way to make one's good deeds appear one-sided, and as if it's a natural obligation to others. He seems surprised, asking what? Me. The phone screen shows a figure standing over defeated monsters, confirming the online praise. The armored figure looks at the phone, thinking that it's him, his god, and that his mind was there. Looking at his phone, the armored figure wonders how he managed to come off so cool. Reading the comments, he sees that he'll be unlucky if he gets too conceited. Fortunately, his face was hidden by the helmet, but they gave him a new nickname, Ghost Rider. The winged figure warns, "Don't read it." Suarin smiles. He asks, "Are you laughing at me?" It's just that she's relieved that her appa is now being properly. Suarin says, I'm more proud of my Hyungnim than anyone else. I was not pleased with the way you had to hide. He says, you guys? The armored figure thinks about his abilities, how he doesn't have wings like other players, and enters and exits dungeons other than Sky Castle. He can even open passages to other worlds. He reflects, if this fact was discovered, in the worst-case scenario, he could have been treated alongside the monsters from another world. But it doesn't matter now. He declares, right now, I'm strong enough to beat everyone up. Suarin agrees. That's right, Hyungnim. You don't have to be careful anymore. Even so, he wouldn't take his helmet off on purpose. As a figure speeds by on a motorcycle, they declare they'll hunt them all down, even if it's a lot. Watching the motorcycle speed away, one of the winged figures exclaims about that person. The armored figure wonders, are they players? It looks like they've been assigned here now. Another winged figure questions, what the hell is that artifact? One of the winged figures admits, he has no idea what level of the dungeon he got that from. He doesn't think the 33rd stage dungeon has been cleared yet. The armored figure considers, could this be a big deal? A winged figure with a suit observes the armored figure, his expression unreadable. The motorcycle rider thinks, they'll pick a fight with him sooner or later. Has he mastered the foresight skill? The armored figure thinks, isn't his internet presence a hot topic these days? That's why the Tornado Guild is getting more active. The armored figure points a finger, seemingly making a point. The winged figure in the suit states, they're going to be offended by this trend, he means. He sees now. The armored figure glances up at a distant figure in the sky, thinking it's better if the Tornado Guild doesn't pick a fight with him, because he'll be less bothered. He states, he's only going to pay the price for bothering him. Unlike what Young Saiwoo expected, things were about to get complicated. For 3 days, there were no encounters with the Tornado Guild. Instead, an unexpected encounter occurred. An angelic figure declares, found you. A familiar voice rings out, filled with warmth, as the winged figure approaches. Soaring through the sky, she spots him below, the helmeted figure speeding along on his motorcycle. Closing in, she explains, she's been searching for him, his travel route being utterly insane. With a cheerful tone, the winged figure asks how he's been. A gruff voice responds, insisting she's got the wrong person. Confused by his words, the winged figure questions what he's talking about, calling him a formidable foe. Her expression shifts to one of concern, something is clearly amiss. Pressing the issue, she demands to know what he's been doing, asking if he's been in some kind of hyperbolic time room. Staring intently, the winged figure declares that he's become a completely different person. The armored figure notes that Marina has gotten pretty strong, too. With a sparkling aura around her, Marina seems pleased by the compliment. He asks Marina. Her face lights up as she exclaims that he remembers her name, then demands that he tell her his name now. Growing impatient, the armored figure wonders if this is going to be long, then suggests that they change places. Relieved, Marina expresses that she is glad he is willing to listen. With a determined look, she tells him to come with her, as she has a place ready. Observing her, the armored figure notes that she is following more smoothly than he expected. He continues, stating that he has something important to discuss with Marina. From the shadows, the character with black hair asks what they are talking about. Looking down at him, Marina asks if she gave him the Thunder God's rifle. With a surge of power, the armored figure destroys the Thunder God's descending body, musing that he must have felt betrayed by Marina. It seems Marina inadvertently imposed the Thunder God's wrath. The armored figure thinks to himself, it's embarrassing if he doesn't tell her. He wonders, is that really all? Do you have any other thoughts? The thought of doing something about Marina Bissett crosses Arin's mind. Why would he do that to someone who is talented? The armored figure asks, and has a strong character? He thinks, I'm not that much of a fighter either. Here it is. A winged figure stands ready. This is the Bay Company. Looking up at the building, it's the Korean branch building. The armored figure thinks, if it's the Bay Company, it's a famous IT company in Silicon Valley. Following the armored figure, Arin finds herself on a rooftop overlooking what he calls Silicon Valley, too. Turning to the armored figure, Arin asks if he works here. He responds, it's his brother's. Arin chimes in, it's her brother's as well, so all the facilities in this building are free to use. As they walk, Arin wonders if the B in Bay stands for Bissett. The armored figure thinks to himself that she is a natural beauty, a player aiming for the best in the world, and from a wealthy family, concluding that the world is really unfair. He tells her, she has both of them, too. They head down the stairs towards an elevator, accompanied by a small, winged creature. Arriving at the elevator, Arin presses the button. The armored figure remarks that it's a weird way to push buttons. Inside the elevator, the armored figure asks if it contains a special device. They stand inside the elevator, ready to descend. So, first of all, she explains why she sought him out. Looking up at him, Arin asks a favor. Her expression earnest, she wants him to go to Arizona with her. He wonders, what's in there? Having already discussed this topic once, Arin asks if they can consider it a united front for the gods over there. Confused, the armored figure asks what she means by a united front. As the earth changes strangely, at the heart of the terrain change, Arin felt an unusual mana wave there. She's felt the energy of the thunder god Rhea before, but this time it's more than that. Looking determined, Arin thinks it will probably be the worst battle ever. He states that it's bigger than the thunder god. grave, he thinks this is the worst. His expression unreadable behind the helmet. The armored figure seems to be in disagreement with the situation. Even in the United States, the Arizona case is very unusual. Turning to the armored figure, Arin explains that it's one of the biggest cases. She continues, stating, "Fortunately, she was the first person to understand the importance of this situation, and unfortunately, she doesn't have anyone she can rely on to have her back." Arin recalls, that's when a strong player she can rely on appeared on the screen, and at that moment, she was sure the time has come for them to rejoin. Looking up at the armored figure, Arin asks if it was an illusion. She tells him, don't be too rigid, she's not trying to get him for free, and she's going to pay a reasonable price because she's in a position to do so. The armored figure asks, what? With a wink, Arin proposes a one-day date. She accuses him, you're just interested in my appa. The armored figure asks, what? A girl with black hair and wings says, Looking at Arin, the armored figure asks if she is Aaron. The blonde angel, holding a miniature version of herself, declares that the person has the wrong target. The miniature angel is caught, exclaiming in surprise. Looking down at the tiny angel in her hand, Arin is relieved that she's alive, but the miniature angel demands to be released. A mechanical butterfly flutters around the armored figure, who finds it cute. The angel questions if she's the one being addressed, suggesting that the armored figure has a crush on her. The armored figure wonders where they are going, noting that they seem to have come up a lot. Arin admits she doesn't know, but assures him that he can look forward to it. The elevator dings, and Arin announces that they've arrived. The pair stands in the elevator, ready to exit. Looking towards a swirling portal, Arin and the armored figure prepare to step through. The armored figure begins to speak, but is cut off mid-sentence. Considering the swirling blue portal before them, the armored figure wonders if it's a time and space storm, but Arin corrects him, identifying it as a teleportation gate. Observing the gate, the armored figure muses that human civilization has progressed significantly without his knowledge, exclaiming, "This is the future." Arin explains, it's the result of B and Y's thorough research on magic stones. She continues, the technology already exists, it only needed to be reproduced on Earth. The armored figure admits, he barely managed to craft it, but since it consumes too much mana, he wasn't able to use it. He continues, he doesn't know if it's for better or worse, but the recent change on Earth has caused the air to overflow in mana. Arin realizes, he naturally used this mana to activate the gate. Arin concludes, it only exists at the headquarters and the Korean branch buildings for now. The armored figure questions, why Korea? He explains that there should have been other candidates besides Korean grounds to be connected to the gate. Arin responds with a wink, because I'm in Korea. It must be because they missed me. The armored figure retorts, don't make that blatant expression. I was joking. Arin explains that they were already on their way to Korea. They just linked the headquarters to the Korean gate as a starting point, that's all. It was also one of the strongest candidates. She adds that it was as well as the first country that monsters showed up in. Right now Korea is the center of the whole world's attention. The scene shifts to an outdoor view of Sanadong, Korea, where the armored figure is on the phone, confirming that it's true. He wonders what on earth happened to Arin, and why she is with him. Wouldn't it have been okay to show him to the yard that shows you the gate? A new voice chimes in, stating you're the one who dragged us on your own accord to show us the gate. The new character asks, does it look like we'll simply share our circumstances with you? Arin, now thinking about it, says it looks like you saved Arin. I heard Arin has retired. Did you put yourself on the line to do it? Is that even possible? The armored figure responds, it was, for me. But you can't just do as I did. Considering the situation, Arin figures that shrinking down like this must be some kind of penalty. Responding to her observation, Siwoo confirms that it's more or less the case. He explains that they're currently going through the dungeon with these two. Arin asks if that is his name, wondering if it's still a secret. Removing the mask, Siwoo declares that he doesn't really need to keep on hiding anymore. Raising the mask above his head, he prepares to reveal his true identity. With a confident expression, Young Siwoo announces his name. Holding the mask in his hands, he seems ready to move on. Arin questions that she has no problems with the mask, but wonders why he was using it. He explains that it's been hard moving around showing his face, because he looks suspicious in many ways. Dismissing the matter, Arin says it doesn't matter. Getting back on track, Siwoo suggests they get to the main subject. Looking down at the mask in his hands, he thinks about the payment for this work. Stepping out of the elevator, Young Siwoo states he honestly doesn't need it. He continues, he doesn't really know about it, but truthfully, he owes her, so let's just say that he's paying her back. Tilting her head, Arin asks, so you? Gesturing with his hand, Siwoo continues to explain, while Arin looks on with a questioning expression, if she really wants to give him something in return, just lend him a helping hand when he needs it. Clenching her fist, Arin thinks to herself, she must be really strong. She continues, noting that he even used his powers to strengthen the rifle, and that Thunder God has finally met his match. Because of that, it looks like he's holding a grudge against her. Arin responds, that's all right. She's been wanting to beat him up for a while now, so let's just say that he did it in her stead. Looking down at her, Siwoo says, so let's forget about this debt. Are you sure you don't need any compensation? Arin asks, you're going to follow me, right? Looking concerned, Siwoo asks, what's the probability that it fails? Arin confidently states, it's 100% successful, although I have only tried it once. With a determined look, Arin declares she'll go first, stepping towards the swirling blue portal. From behind, Siwoo's expression is grim as he mutters that they'll probably die. His face etched with concern, Siwoo chews on his thumbnail. Steel in his gaze, Siwoo follows her into the unknown. Plunging headfirst, he plummets through the swirling vortex. The descent intensifies, joining Arin and two winged figures in a chaotic freefall. Drawn towards an intense light, the group hurtles through the dimensional rift. Gasping for air, Arin struggles to her feet, while Siwoo stands behind her, seemingly unfazed by the rough landing. He remarks that it feels like he rode a roller coaster 100 times in a row. A winged figure with long black hair looks on, questioning why she's okay. With a confident smirk, Siwoo explains that he's usually good with all physical activities. A winged figure with blonde pigtails observes, thinking that he's annoying but envies him. Arin insists she's good now and suggests they go. Grimacing, Arin warns that if they stay here, someone weird would needlessly stick to them. The scene opens on a modern building, a large G emblazoned near the entrance. Startled, Arin lets out a small cry as they enter the building, young Siwoo following close behind. Clearly unnerved, Arin mutters a name under her breath, Ethan. Her voice laced with concern, she wonders if it's safe to be around this guy. A man's voice cuts through the tension, expressing relief at their arrival. Defensively, Arin retorts that she was busy blocking others from sniffing around. The man cautions them, suggesting there might have been a crash at the site and urging them to be careful. Extending a hand, Ethan Bissett thanks them for cooperating, but he feels like Arin is troubled by him. Siwoo chimes in, stating that they are already partners. Young Siwoo introduces himself, stating that he's helping Marina temporarily. As they shake hands, Arin tells him that he didn't need to emphasize it like that. Ethan chuckles, explaining that his sister has always been like this. Continuing, he adds that she tends to behave more annoyingly towards those she likes. Ethan thinks that she's going to get more annoyingly tangled with Siwoo in the future as well, adding that she never means malice, so he asks him to please be generous and let it go. If he's going to keep spouting nonsense, he tells her to just go away. Since a brat who was already violent became a player, Ethan reflects that he thought there was no man in this world that could handle her, but after meeting Siwoo, Ethan feels at ease, saying that he leaves his bratty sister in his care, asking if he knows what he means. Visibly annoyed, Arin calls out to Ethan, adding that her ears will be pierced by a drill if she continues, so let's leave it here. She doesn't want to know, though. A voice notes that there might be those who want to interfere in this ordeal. As the elevator doors begin to open, Ethan says that he'll take care of the cleaning up, hoping it goes well. Relieved that he finally went away, Arin tells Siwoo not to get along too well with that person, adding that he really doesn't like him. Does he? Arin urges Siwoo to get going too. Arin announces their next destination, to the Grand Canyon. The Grand Canyon stretches out before them, a testament to nature's power. As they speed through the canyon, Arin marvels at their pace. The motorcycle roars, a blue streak against the red rock. He thinks to himself, he never imagined his first tour of the Grand Canyon would be like this. Clinging to his back, Arin thanks him, noting they're arriving earlier than expected. Smiling, Siwoo confirms that their nil is fast indeed, which is why he even gave it a nickname. He explains, it's short for Sleipnir, but Arin insists he doesn't need to explain that far. Looking at the bike, Arin wonders if he's not going to tell her how it was made, noting that he even built the gate, so he can make this at BY as well. She muses, activating magic from this world on Earth and combining magic engineering from this world with Earth's technology are two different concepts. Looking down at the pair, the angel wonders if Siwoo's strength is some sort of godly power, and if he was hostile to the thunder god while acquiring the power of another. Riding his motorcycle, Siwoo replies, there's no way he'd do such a thing, it's just that he's in the midst of fighting. He thinks to himself, A dark, swirling energy emanates, pulsing with an ominous presence. The angel observes the energy, its form shifting and writhing. Siwoo thinks to himself, it's an energy that he has felt before. The angel's eye narrows, recognizing the energy as belonging to the god that dominates monsters, who all players avoid. The dark energy coalesces, taking on a more defined shape. Siwoo continues to ride his motorcycle, unaware of the angel's growing concern. The energy takes the form of a skeletal face, a chilling reminder of its power. The angel declares, Setnark. The angel prepares for battle, eyes fixed on the source of the ominous energy. A concentrated blast of energy erupts from Siwoo's hand. The force of the blast tears through the air. As the dust settles, he launches himself off a cliff on his motorcycle, leaving a dark, ethereal figure plummeting behind him. That's the critical bullet, he thinks to himself. The skill is more than just a simple attack, it's his own personal skill mixed with other battle techniques. A confident smirk plays on Arin's lips as she brandishes a pistol, declaring, have time left later. Her expression turns serious as she continues, it's something he would never have thought of if it weren't for her. Her voice softens, just to let him know, there is nothing left for her to teach him now, he may descend now. A flicker of annoyance crosses her face as she questions, shouldn't you try repeating this skill? If you try it, you'd probably do it better. He turns his head slightly, a dismissive look in his eyes. That's not his specialty, he retorts. Arin's expression hardens, her voice laced with sarcasm. Are you declaring defeat already? He simply replies, Sure, sure. His grip tightens on the motorcycle's handlebars, a dark intensity in his gaze. That attitude kind of pisses him off. Continuing their escape, the motorcycle tears through the desert landscape, kicking up dust as it flies. Behind them, a blinding flash erupts as their pursuers gain ground. Eyes narrowed, Siwoo grips the handlebars, pushing the machine to its limit. The air crackles as the enemy's attack narrowly misses its mark. Dodging the incoming barrage, they weave through the skeletal figures. The motorcycle roars as they navigate the treacherous terrain, the skeletal figures hot on their trail. Ready to fight back, Arin raises her weapon, taking aim at the relentless pursuers. Finger on the trigger, she unleashes a volley of shots. The energy blasts tear through the air, striking the skeletal figures with deadly force. Each shot finds its mark, shattering bone and disrupting their advance. The skeletal figures falter as Arin continues her relentless assault, buying them precious time. But even as some fall, more emerge from the shadows, their skeletal faces a chilling reminder of the danger they face. As the skeletal figures close in, the motorcycle continues to speed through the monster-infested landscape. His voice strained, Siwoo wonders just how many monsters are lurking in this place. Remaining focused, Arin explains that they're likely expanding their territory as they speak, adding that she's considering getting rid of all of them. Her tone resolute, she suggests they aim for the main core, but then admits she doesn't know where that is either, calling it reliable. His expression hardening, Siwoo remains determined. In the distance, a horde of skeletal figures continues to amass. A chorus of bone-chilling laughter echoes, signaling the approach of something sinister. The skeletons chant, Setnark. A flicker of recognition crosses his face as he mutters, "Oh, here we go again." The name hangs in the air, accompanied by a surge of dark energy. The realization dawns on him. Now that he hears that name, he remembers. Startled, Arin calls out, "Hey, what is it? Did you lose your lover to the undead?" If he had to put it into words, he'd say he lost an undead. Turning to him, she asks, "What about his lover?" He replies, he doesn't have one. A chaotic scene unfolds. Undead creatures swarm, their skeletal forms animated with dark energy. An angelic figure descends, a blade of pure light cutting through the darkness. A figure plummets downwards, caught in the midst of the undead onslaught. A swift counterattack, a blade flashes, repelling the encroaching horde. He muses that since they are undead, there's nothing to collect from the corpses, and he'd rather if a lot of elites would appear. She wonders if a boss-level monster appears, then something would definitely be happening, like that bell from that time. The spirit's bell, a faint memory stirs. She asks, "What was it after all, Siwoo?" He explains that it broke. That's why he doesn't remember what it was exactly, as he looks at how cunning he's being. The world narrows to a single point, focusing on a single, determined eye. Suddenly, the scene explodes into action, with gunfire erupting from a sleek, blue motorcycle. A voice calls out, "If such artifacts were to show up this time, you'll concede them to me, right? I'm being this productive." A grim expression settles on his face, knowing he needs to step up his game to avoid losing them. A confident voice declares, "Then I will fairly overwhelm you with my skills." He smirks, thinking this is what he hoped for, but then reminds himself that their opponents are the undead. The ground trembles as a massive, armored foot crashes down, shattering the earth. A horde of monstrous deer emerges, their skeletal forms a chilling sight. A voice questions, "Deer monsters?" But even at that form, they're still undead. A realization dawns, that this form must give them more strength. His gaze hardens, ready to face the challenge. Together, they unleash a powerful blast of energy, striking at the heart of the undead horde. Elsewhere, one of the armored figures stands tall, its single red eye glowing menacingly. Nearby, the armored deer monsters remain. One of them collapsed on the ground. Looking at the monsters, Arin remarks that they look like they'd be good armor material. He replies, "It looks like they could make a new vessel for Kaina." Siwoo continues, "If possible, it would be all the better if these monsters had a leader." Arin interrupts, telling him to wait a second, as it looks like they're going to meet the Emperor soon. A flag bearing the word Emperor waves, silhouetted winged figures standing below. A voice declares, "They're the rulers of the West." Arin stands tall, a determined look on her face. Her expression shifts, a hint of worry creeping in as she relays that the Emperor's forces are close. The armored figure's brow furrows, questioning if these new threats are players like them. Tilting her head, Arin asks why he's so concerned. His hand tightens around a pistol, explaining that while they're different from the undead, their mana feels different. Grasping the throttle of a sleek motorcycle, he declares that they'll know more once they arrive. With a roar, the motorcycle tears through the canyon, leaving a trail of dust and echoes behind, the pair speeding towards their destination. The wind whips past them as they navigate the winding paths. The motorcycle continues its breakneck pace, the landscape blurring into streaks of brown and blue. Soaring above, birds circle in the clear sky, seemingly guiding their path through the rugged terrain. Looking up at the winged figure, Arin wonders if she's looking at one of their leaders. The armored figure remains silent, his attention fixed on the horizon. Elsewhere, a young woman with blonde twin tails looks up at Soraya Wilson, observing that after the twin tails comes the one-tailed. Soraya retorts, "Look here, you. This is our zone, so piss off. Back with Arin, she questions zone. The blonde girl asks Soraya, since when did monster hunting have such rules? Hey, isn't there such a thing? Soraya replies, I'm on bad terms with that woman. He adds, it's been a while, Soraya Wilson. The winged woman declares, as expected, it was you all along, Marina Bissett. The blonde girl asks, I heard that there's something big happening in Utah. Why didn't you go there? Marina Bissett states, I decided where to go. She concludes, this place just looked more urgent than Salt Lake. In Salt Lake City, Utah, the undead priestess questions Arin's intentions. Considering her words, the blonde-haired angel admits that she does have a point, but whose side is she really on? Pointing a finger, Marina wonders who this new guy is. The angel responds, this is my partner. Marina seems surprised, partner. Considering the situation, Marina hums. Meanwhile, at the edge of a canyon, a group of figures stands, surprisingly, for someone who always stays in the dungeon. He notes that it looks like no one else has noticed, but since he uses a visual skill, he can see it crystal clear. The undead are surrounding them, and if they're at this distance, raising his weapon, he prepares to fight. Readying himself, he takes aim. With a determined look, he stands ready to face the undead horde. Marina declares that it's the Thunder God's rifle. The angelic figure looks on, wondering if Marina is deeply involved enough to give him that. The armored figure is called out too. Marina warns that if her subordinates don't step back right now, they'll be in danger, questioning what is being talked about out of nowhere. The armored figure announces an electric shot. The armored figure fires the rifle, unleashing a powerful beam of energy. Propelling forward, the beam streaks through the air. Marina shouts for everyone to evade. Continuing its path, the beam hurtles onward. Finally, the energy slams into a cliff face, detonating in a cataclysmic explosion. The blast rips through the area, sending chunks of rock and debris flying in all directions. As the dust settles, the sheer force of the explosion becomes clear. Even the undead are caught in the destructive radius, their skeletal forms tossed about like ragdolls. From a safe distance, the armored figure surveys the devastation. Arin seems concerned about the location, noting that this place belongs to UNESCO. The armored figure doesn't seem to care, stating that it's none of his business, and that the fatal blow was created after much research to obliterate. Arin retorts that he didn't do any kind of research and asks if he has anything left to discuss, before suggesting they start hunting. The armored figure readies his weapon. Arin questions if he wasn't about to use the rifle, but he explains that it ran out of mana. With a roar, the motorcycle speeds off, kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the angelic figure stands ready, her gun drawn. Considering the sheer destructive power, Marina can't believe that a single-handed rifle could produce such an effect. Her eyes narrow, wondering just who this man is. Meanwhile, in a desolate canyon, the armored figure continues his grim work. His sword flashes, cleaving through the air with deadly precision. A skeletal warrior charges forward, axe raised high, ready to strike. Another skeleton joins the fray, their combined assault relentless. But the armored figure is unyielding, his blade meeting their attacks head-on, sparks flying with each clash. Elsewhere, Arin stands alongside Jinwoo, both armed and ready for what's to come. Back in the canyon, a skeleton is bisected, falling lifelessly to the ground. A shadowy figure unleashes a barrage, projectiles tearing through the air. Explosions erupt, illuminating the battlefield with violent bursts of light. The shadowy figure is caught in the blast, engulfed in a maelstrom of fire and debris. With a determined look, Marina unleashes a blast of energy. The attack explodes with devastating force. Amidst the chaos, a figure plummets downwards. From the shadows, a horde of skeletons advances, their bony hands reaching out. Seeing the overwhelming number of enemies, Arin exclaims, "Whoa, that's way too many." Without hesitation, Jinwoo declares, "Jump off." As they leap into action, Jinwoo moves with incredible speed. His eyes focused, he prepares for the coming battle. Landing firmly, he braces himself. Ready to face whatever comes next, Arin and Jinwoo stand side by side. A weapon glows with ominous energy. Raising his weapon high above his head, a blinding beam of light erupts, engulfing the monstrous dungeon boss. A grunt escapes him as the attack connects. The light intensifies, consuming everything in its path. The force of the blast is immense, ripping apart the very ground beneath them. The explosion continues to spread, a cataclysmic wave of destruction. Caught in the blast radius, the lesser monsters are obliterated. Screams of terror fill the air, as the remaining foes are sent flying. Even Arin isn't spared, the force of the explosion sending her hurtling backwards. Amidst the chaos of falling debris, Siwoo remains suspended in midair, his expression unreadable as he surveys the scene. Landing firmly on the ground, he grips his weapon, ready for whatever comes next. A voice wonders if this makes it the 101st level. Observing the aftermath, the man notes that the weaker enemies have been dealt with, which means only the strong ones are left. Facing the remaining skeletal horde, Arin prepares for the next wave of attacks. Surrounded by angelic figures, one of them declares that they can't stay behind, urging everyone to attack. This last attack must have drained all of his mana. The woman notes he couldn't capture any elite monsters, so it's still good news for us. Gripping his weapon tightly, he prepares for the next encounter. The battle rages on, a chaotic clash of steel and magic echoing across the desolate landscape. Cloaked in shadows, Siwoo cleaves through the enemy ranks with brutal efficiency, his polearm a whirlwind of death. Struck from the sky, Arin plummets towards the earth. But the Angel of Death is far from defeated, landing amidst the fallen, her gun spitting lead into the remaining foes. Turning his head, Siwoo wonders what news awaits him. Her wings spread wide. Arin notes that he didn't even use any mana. Focusing his gaze, his eyes narrow. With a burst of speed, he strikes. The hunter faces a hulking warrior, trading blows with the armored behemoth. Towering over him, the skeletal knight prepares its attack. His weapon shattered, the battle takes a turn. The skull-faced monstrosity unleashes a torrent of energy, a searing beam of pure destruction. With his weapon still glowing, young Siwoo continues his assault against the skeletal knight. Meanwhile, high above the battlefield, Su Arin seems surprised by something. A sledgehammer in each hand, she wonders. Unfazed, Arin continues her aerial assault, guns blazing against the armored enemies. Determined to contribute, she thinks, I can't let him have the spotlight. With angelic wings spread wide, Arin continues to rain down bullets on the battlefield. Diving and weaving, she unleashes a hail of gunfire. The armored enemies, caught in her sights, struggle to defend themselves against the relentless barrage. Each shot finds its mark, chipping away at their defenses. Below, Marina Bissett's voice echoes. Watching Arin's display, Marina wonders, did she get stronger in such a short span? A flicker of realization crosses her face, as she mutters, Hitch, the power of love you mean. With a dismissive scoff, Marina retorts, I pity you for not knowing how great love can be. Hey, if you have time to spout nonsense, at least catch another one instead. High above the battlefield, angelic figures clash against the armored soldiers, their wings catching the light as they maneuver through the chaos. Observing the unfolding conflict, Siwoo watches the aerial battle with a calculating gaze. The angelic figures continue their assault, their movements swift and precise. He muses to himself, understanding why they're called the rulers of the West, realizing they're on a completely different level compared to Co, his guild members. He notes, they're holding on well since they have the god's power. Meanwhile, ominous figures lurk in the shadows, their presence adding to the unsettling atmosphere. The text reveals, they're probably thinking that the power they consumed is their own, however that power is controlled by the god's body. Deciding to intervene, Siwoo unleashes a barrage of blue energy, striking the armored figures with precision. His attacks intensify, the blue energy blades cutting through the air as he continues his assault. His expression hardening, he thinks to himself that they need to end this before they turn into monsters, in case something were to happen. Suddenly, the angelic figure calls out his name, Siwoo. The angelic figure's words echo in his mind, as he realizes they need to keep them from coming into contact with Setnark's fragments. The implications of the Emperor Guild's actions become clear. They're one of the radical groups seeking to wield the power of the gods. But there are dangers, even in godly powers. Far too late, they already have the powers of another god, likely blessed. The revelation hits hard, and they're getting... Suddenly, the angelic figure stands ready. A surge of power, skill activation. The angelic figure unleashes a torrent of energy, a blinding display of divine might. From the shadows, a legion of skeletal figures emerges. Their declaration rings out, our enemy, power of light, let's kill it. They can never be on our side. Their loyalty sworn in blood, they vow to kill them all. A voice declares that they are the enemy. With a sinister smile, Soraya Wilson vows to eliminate everyone. The angelic figure appears surprised. Someone recognizes the power as Luios's. The speaker identifies the power as belonging to the god of light, Luios. A character is shown, but no dialogue is present. She says she's heard of him before. Confused, Young Siwoo asks how she knows that. She explains that she felt his powers when she received the message recommending a job change, and that it's the same kind of mana she felt back then. Luios and Setnark are mentioned. Siwoo wonders if they don't oppose each other. From all the other states where the monsters are rioting, they chose to come here. Is all of this just to satisfy Bae? Siwoo says they'll need to stop them. He warns her, talking to them won't get them anywhere. Everything they say will be considered hostile. Responding to his warning, she says, well, probably. With a determined look, he states they'll just have to finish things before they do. Suddenly, something shows up. Looking ahead, he wonders if that's the leader of these armored monsters. A woman leans against a doorway. The mechanical bear-like monster roars. A heavy thud echoes. Sent flying backwards, the dungeon boss struggles to regain its footing. Continuing its descent, the mechanical beast plummets further down the cliff face. Gripping his weapon tightly, Siwoo prepares to strike. With a mighty swing, he connects with the dungeon boss. The force of the blow shatters its defenses, sending fragments of metal flying. Looking down at the falling beast, Siwoo asks if it's done. Crashing downwards, the dungeon boss continues its uncontrolled fall. Preparing for another strike, Siwoo swings his weapon with deadly intent. Looking up in disbelief, the winged figure can only utter a desperate prayer. Her armored companion confirms her worst fears. This isn't a player, it's a monster. With a final, devastating blow, the dungeon boss is sent hurtling downwards. The ground rushes up to meet him, his fate sealed. He can't believe it, it's impossible. As he plummets, Setnark's name escapes his lips. Tears streaming from his eyes, he cries out that he's on his way to join them. The wind screams past him, his descent accelerating. The end is near, the impact unavoidable. The ground cracks and splinters, his doom approaching. The world explodes in a blinding flash, his final moment. Unmoved by the spectacle, Young Siwoo prepares to strike again. An angelic figure with blonde pigtails and white wings hovers, guns drawn. A mass of monsters lies defeated, their leader having been taken care of. He states that they should have done this sooner, ordering his men to retrieve the spoils. Looking up at Marina and her winged companions, Siwoo warns them. I'm warning you in advance. He explains that the god's power she has isn't compatible with the power here. He continues, saying this for her sake, and that she should leave now while he's still being nice. Marina retorts that they can't just sit by and watch as he takes in all of that power. Siwoo states that Luo's and Setnark are archenemies, and that she can't possibly contain both of their powers at the same time. Her eyes widening, Marina questions how he knows Luo's name. He repeats himself, saying he'll repeat it once more, and that she should go back now. She warns him to do so while she can still maintain her human form. Dismissing any further discussion, Marina declares that she decides what they'll do, and that they will decline any unnecessary lectures. Responding to her declaration, Siwoo simply tells her to do as she likes. He reflects on the situation, thinking that he did what he had to, even if these guys were to turn into monsters, knowing that something like that was going to happen, but they wouldn't listen to him. He continues to think that if he gives that excuse, he won't feel guilty, but needing to give himself excuses is weird to begin with. Calling out to him, Marina tells him to let's go. With Suarin in tow, Siwoo joins Marina on a motorcycle. Noticing the lack of resistance, Marina wonders if they are giving up that easily. As they ride, Suarin wishes them good luck, hoping they won't die, while Marina thinks that she now feels bad for no reason. Flying above, an armored figure asks what they should do now, master. Reaffirming her resolve, Marina thinks that no matter what anyone says, their goal is still the same. The scene shifts to a ruined city, where the text says that right now, Earth is in a state of chaos, however in the midst of danger. Determined to succeed, Marina thinks that there's always a chance, and to be the one on top, she needs a lot of strength, resolving to have Setnark's powers to herself. The ground crumbles as the motorcycle speeds away. With the undead horde hot on their heels, Young Siwoo navigates the rough terrain. The Reapers unleash a barrage of magical attacks, attempting to halt their escape. Unfazed by the incoming fire, Marina returns fire with a volley of her own. Dodging the magical projectiles, Siwoo keeps the motorcycle at full throttle. Concentrating her power, Marina unleashes a searing beam of energy. The blast rips through the undead ranks, obliterating them in a fiery explosion. The explosions continue, clearing a path through the relentless pursuers. The motorcycle speeds on, with Marina continuing her assault. Confident in her abilities, Marina remarks that she's blasting them just like that. Appearing in a thought bubble, Arin assures Siwoo that the magic of such weak undead creatures can't damage him, and if it did, she can just protect him. Looking ahead, Marina tells Siwoo not to think of doing anything and conserve his mana, as she will need his powers when they discover Setnark's fragments. He knows it, the journey ahead won't be easy. Looking back at him, Arin assures him that happiness isn't too far off. Marina retorts, suggesting that Arin should be a little more honest, since her misfortune isn't that far off either, and then agrees to stay quiet. The group approaches a horde of monsters, including a towering, grotesque beast. Arin warns, Siwoo, look ahead. With a determined shout, young Siwoo prepares for battle. The motorcycle speeds forward, hurtling towards the enemy. A chime rings out, signaling that young Siwoo has leveled up. Turning to him, Arin's expression is unreadable. She states that he leveled up, didn't he? Looking down at him, Arin's expression is still unreadable. Young Siwoo declares that this is why he doesn't like those who can catch up quickly. How did he level up without any help in the dungeon? Her expression hardening, Arin demands he tell her he didn't absorb the monster's magic and livability just now. A voice muses that it looks like he's the only one capable of doing that, and that it's the same as absorbing God's power. If her purity is polluted, her growth will be ruined. They continue their journey on the motorcycle, Arin looking concerned. She insists that she doesn't get contaminated, asking if he wants to check. Offering his hand, Siwoo allows her to test her theory. As she touches his hand, Arin notes that his hand is big, feeling a mana that's pure yet violent. She wonders how it's possible that he's so full of mysteries. He explains that thanks to this, he figured something out, noting that players had a stereotype that they could only grow in the dungeon. Her eyes closed and hands clasped, Arin seems to be concentrating. Opening her eyes, Arin seems relieved. Arin stands before Siwoo, the tension palpable between them. Elsewhere, a figure with fiery orange hair declares, with the purity I gained on Earth, the calamity that hit the Earth isn't just a normal disaster. Far above the clouds, a floating city gleams, its towers piercing the heavens. But on Earth, the skies are filled with winged warriors locked in a desperate struggle. Even those who aren't players now find themselves growing stronger. Amidst the ruins, the hunter stands tall, a silent guardian. A surge of power courses through him. Bathed in golden light, he stands ready. As he focuses, a voice echoes, wondering if this is how it's done, while Arin admits that watching him made her want to try it too. The angelic figure is surprised by his speed, confessing she didn't know he'd be able to do it this quickly, and a strange sense of defeat washes over her. The hunter realizes, now that he's absorbing the scattered mana, Setnark's powers are being absorbed too. Gathering the energy, he prepares for the next step. Riding a futuristic vehicle, he declares he's found the place that has the bastard's fragments, prompting a whoa from Arin. With a determined grin, he says it's time to go. Having absorbed Setnark's power, Siwoo speeds along on his motorcycle, Arin riding behind him. The bike tears through the landscape, leaving a trail of dust and wind in its wake. From behind, Arin calls out, directing him, "Master, this way." Meanwhile, in the skies above, a winged figure remarks, "I feel a strong energy coming from there." Below, Jinwoo clicks his tongue, realizing they're being followed. Tisk, these emperor bastards. He grits his teeth, thinking, if it's going to be like this, then let's make it a joint battle. It'd be better to take care of the situation before these bastards turn into monsters. He sighs, muttering to himself, and if it doesn't work out, we're all gonna die. He quickly adds, "Siwoo, you just said something that a main character should never say." Arin chimes in, "Don't you know that it's popular for main characters to have a sense of acknowledgement nowadays?" Jinwoo retorts, "What in the world are you two talking about?" Ahead, the path stretches onward. The pair approaches a massive chasm, a purple glow emanating from its depths. Looking at the chasm, Arin exclaims, "How gigantic." Below, a massive spear awaits. The ominous spear stands tall, a silent sentinel in this desolate landscape. Enraged by the intrusion, the skeletons voice their displeasure. "How dare you break into our base?" Their anger escalating, the skeletons demand the intruder's demise. "Kill them. Let's tear them apart till there's no traces left." Driven by a higher power, the skeletons reveal their master's desire. Setnark Nim wants their heads. Let's make them a tribute. As the powers of the god of death manifest, Siwoo stands firm, ready to face the approaching threat. Arin speaks, "Ma, master. Ever since earlier, I've been hearing some weird noises in my ear." Sweeping her up into his arms, Siwoo dismisses her concerns. "Just ignore it." A woman with burgundy hair urges haste. "We need to get the power fragments before them. Hurry up." Frowning at his companion, Siwoo retorts, "If you're hearing something in your own ear, shouldn't you stop and listen? If you act that reckless, you'll definitely get harmed." His expression hardening, Siwoo declares, "How annoying. Let's end this first." A girl with short black hair sighs, "It's always that." The woman with burgundy hair orders Marina, "I'll let you take care of the small fry." Under orders, the armored figure acknowledges the command to protect Marina. The protectors descend, ready to engage. Facing the unknown, he declares. The figure stands ready. The armored figure, bathed in a blue glow. Its blade crackles with energy. Arin exclaims. Floating behind him, Arin offers. He responds. As the blessing takes effect, a voice echoes. With a concentrated expression, Arin focuses her energy, preparing to imbue Siwoo's weapon with divine power. Her eyes shining brightly, she chants the words of power, divine enchant. As the incantation takes hold, the weapon glows with a radiant, golden light. Meanwhile, in a desolate landscape, the ghost knight descends upon his domain, readying himself for the coming battle. His red eyes gleaming menacingly, he wonders if Siwoo is rushing towards him. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he muses on how courageous the human is. Gathering power, the ghost knight prepares to unleash his dark magic. Raising his spectral blade high above his head, he declares that this will be a tribute to Siwoo's delusional courage. His voice echoing with dark energy, the ghost knight prepares to summon his forces. With a surge of power, the ghost knight stands ready to command his undead army. From the depths of the underworld, a legion of skeletons rises to heed his call. His eyes blazing with determination, Siwoo shouts a defiant command, "Kneel." With Arin's enchantment empowering his blade, Siwoo prepares to unleash a devastating attack. Riding a motorcycle of pure energy, he charges forward, a blazing inferno of righteous fury. The ghost knight can only scream, his undead heart pounding in terror. The undead army crumbles, their skeletal forms collapsing like dust. The force of the blow sends the ghost knight flying, his spectral armor shattered. The battlefield is littered with the remains of the undead, their reign of terror brought to an abrupt end. The surviving skeletons whisper in disbelief, questioning the source of such overwhelming power. Dragon, this can't be happening, no way. But even as the dust settles, a new presence descends upon the battlefield, a winged figure bathed in ethereal light. Continuing its descent, the winged figure plummets from the sky, surrounded by a vortex of fire. Engulfed in the inferno, the figure hurtles downward with increasing speed. Landing amidst the flames, the angelic figure stands tall, a massive, glowing sword held firmly in hand. Watching the scene unfold, Siwoo realizes the gravity of the situation. This scourge has some big repercussions, and one can't use it unprepared. Grasping the hilt of his weapon, young Siwoo prepares for what's to come. Moreover, to the undead, Confident in his abilities, he thinks he doesn't even need to use his strength. A smirk plays across his face as he anticipates the coming battle. Meanwhile, the armored knight declares, "I'll kill you and let you be reborn." Charging forward, the ghost knight spins his shield, preparing to unleash its power. That ability will be useful to our god. Unleashing a torrent of energy, the knight sends a devastating attack towards his opponent. Dismissing the attack, the knight scoffs, deeming it an insignificant effort. As the attack connects, the knight exclaims, "Entertain me a bit. Huh?" The air crackles with anticipation, a silent prelude to the storm about to break. With a furious swing, the ghost knight unleashes a torrent of wind, the very air itself screaming in protest. But before the gale can truly take hold, Jinwoo stands defiant, pointing a finger as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" His expression hardens, a silent promise of retribution etched on his face. All talk. A surge of golden energy erupts around him, and with a flick of his wrist, a cube of pure force slams into the ghost knight, sending him reeling. The impact echoes, a thunderclap in the making. The ghost knight is thrown from his spectral motorcycle, a helpless projectile against the unforgiving sky. His form a blur of motion, the knight plummets. A smirk plays on Jinwoo's lips as he prepares for the final act. His feet pound the earth, closing the distance. The ghost knight crashes into the ground, a cloud of dust marking his ignominious descent. Raising a massive blade crackling with blue energy, Jinwoo prepares to deliver the final blow. Holding a small cube in his hand, Siwoo finds the current arena lacking the grandeur befitting a boss battle. Readying himself, he prepares to draw his massive, glowing blue sword. He summons his weapon, ready for whatever lies ahead. As he descends further into the dungeon, Siwoo can't help but feel a sense of unease. Before him stands a massive, glowing crystal, radiating an otherworldly energy. Approaching the crystal, he remains cautious, his senses on high alert. A voice echoes in his mind, beckoning him to the comfortable side. The voice continues, promising a place that knows no suffering, where he can rest for all eternity. He scoffs, thinking, and yet, here I am seeing an undead roam around in front of me. Good luck trying to convince people. The crystal looms, its allure both tempting and suspicious. He eyes the crystal warily, thinking, it'll take about a year to break this. Siwoo instructs Marina to handle the others, while he focuses on breaking through the crystal. As the battle intensifies, an explosion rocks the dungeon. The armored figures, relentless in their assault, continue their attack on Marina. With a fierce glare, the blonde-haired woman questions if they are picking a fight with her. The auburn-haired woman exclaims, demanding to know why they are attacking Marina Bissett, stating that she never gave them such an order, and that their top priority is Setnark's fragments. One of the armored figures mutters, "Setnark." Another armored figure declares, they must kill Setnark. The blonde-haired woman shouts, telling Marina to go easy on them. Back near the crystal, Siwoo orders that if they turn into monsters, they should be shot straight dead. The armored figures continue their relentless assault, closing in on Marina. Swords clash, the battle reaching a fever pitch. Marina is caught in a whirlwind of attacks, the armored figures showing no mercy. The armored figure continues its relentless assault, aiming its weapon directly at Marina. Without hesitation, the figure unleashes a barrage of shots. A flicker of doubt crosses her face, as she realizes these armored figures were once human. Closing in, another armored figure brings its blade down upon her. Staggering backwards from the onslaught, Marina finds herself overwhelmed by the relentless attacks. The armored figure presses its advantage, slashing at her with unwavering precision. Surrounded on all sides, the armored figures continue their coordinated assault. Her name is Marina Bissett. With unwavering resolve, the armored figure declares its loyalty. It's a promise, made to Hyungnim. Gazing at the distant battle, Siwoo wonders if this is how it all turns out. Entering Setnark's territory, everyone is losing their faces, likely due to the conflict between Setnark and Luios. Considering the situation, he knows this problem would be dealt with as soon as Setnark's traces are destroyed. Arms crossed, a voice declares, "Good, perfect." Far below, the armored figure stands before a massive, purple-glowing rock, ready to carry out his mission. Before him, the undead army roars. This lowly human BSDARRDED. The skeletal soldiers chant, in Setnar Eric's name. The armored figure, unfazed, thinks. Then, while Marina and Vyong Sua take care of the other guys. Back with Siwoo, he continues his train of thought. If they all attack at the same time, I won't be able to break the fragments. Arin, do you perhaps have something similar to a shield? With a gentle smile, Arin responds, of course, Appa. A surge of energy, and Siwoo exclaims in surprise. Her wings spread wide. Arin prepares to unleash her power. Golden energy coalesces, forming a protective barrier. Her eyes focused, she's ready to defend. With a serene expression, Arin stands ready, her angelic wings spread wide. Before them, a horde of undead soldiers advances relentlessly. Each step brings them closer, their skeletal forms a chilling sight. Her eyes widening, Arin declares a holy shield. A radiant barrier of golden energy erupts, ready to meet the oncoming onslaught. The undead surge forward, their weapons poised to strike. But the shield holds firm, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. Her gaze unwavering, Arin focuses her power, especially because of the fragments. Watching her work, Siwoo exclaims, "Nice, Su Arin. I can do about this much." A priest indeed. He thinks to himself, although he can't help but feel like this is the first time he's seeing such a capable side to her. Anyway, they're saved now, thanks to her. A slight smirk plays on his lips, as he anticipates her reaction. Elsewhere, it's been decided that Marina has been left with the Emperor Guild members and Yangxia. The undead are closing in on Arin. He knows what he has to do, focusing all of his energy on the task at hand. With purpose in his stride, Siwoo approaches the massive crystal. Readying his staff, he prepares to strike. The staff glows with power, energy coursing through it. Standing firm, he grips the staff tightly, ready to unleash its force. How naive, the crystal seems to taunt. Is a mere humble existence trying to defy me? With a mighty yell, Siwoo swings the staff with all his might. The staff connects, sending a shockwave through the crystal. Again and again, he strikes, determined to shatter it. Each blow, cracks begin to form, the crystal's integrity failing. He clicks his tongue, acknowledging the crystal's resilience, even as he continues his assault. A disembodied voice echoes, "Do you understand now?" The voice continues, boasting that his abilities are different from those of low-level gods like Leia. The voice confidently asserts that Siwoo won't even be able to leave a scratch on his fragment, but he came prepared to some extent too. Meanwhile, Arin cries out, warning that these guys are getting weirder by the minute. She is surrounded by winged creatures, as someone shouts for Hyungnim. Arin calls out, "Appa shield, goal." Siwoo grits his teeth, clearly frustrated. A dark circle appears, asking, "Do you want power?" The voice continues, revealing that he has always wanted power, but power isn't something one gets from others. He declares that it's something that he has always gained on his own. A sinister grin spreads across his face, as he seems to accept the challenge. Channeling every ounce of his strength, he continues his assault, bringing the spear down with earth-shattering force. The crystal groans under the relentless barrage. Each strike echoes with the promise of its imminent destruction. The crystal is taking a beating. Spotting a small imperfection, Siwoo wonders if it's actually there. He stares at the crystal, a low "oh" escaping his lips. Having finally broken the crystal, a system message appears, informing him that his strength, superpower, skill has leveled up to level 3, and the skill duration has increased. Grateful for the skill level increase at this time, he knows the aftereffects will come when the skill duration is over. Knowing what's coming, he resolves to smash it before then. Gripping the weapon tightly, he swings it at the crystal, purple energy crackling around the point of impact. With a final, mighty blow, the crystal shatters into a million pieces, orange energy erupting outwards. He realizes he didn't know the giant scream could hide the maximization option, thinking to himself that it's just great timing. Using his superpower skill, Siwoo declares he can now wave 2 giant hammers at the same time. With a mighty roar, the stone monument is struck with immense force. Realizing the monument contains his power, the structure begins to crack. The monument responds, insisting it doesn't need to give him any extra strength. With a fierce expression, Siwoo demands acknowledgement of his power. Acknowledging his power is amazing. The monument insists that breaking it won't solve anything, leaving Siwoo confused. The monument declares that it will strengthen his power and stimulate the servants of Lewis, who struggled over there. Gazing upwards, Siwoo seems to be feeling the effects of the broken monument. Below, the servants of Lewis are affected by the breaking of the monument. The winged servants are surrounded by energy, as the monument's power surges through them. The power continues to surge, transforming the servants. The servants of Lewis are now empowered, their forms altered by the monument's energy. From above, descending like winged nightmares, a trio of demonic figures looms. Her expression tight with urgency, Marina calls out, "Lewis." An unseen figure declares, "You deceived us. No matter how powerful you are, you're still a human being." His gaze hardened, Siwoo retorts, "You can't change anything." His eyes narrowed, a flicker of defiance in them. Siwoo prepares for what's to come. With a swift, brutal motion, the unseen figure brings their weapon crashing down. The impact shatters the crystal into 1,000 pieces, sending shards flying in all directions. Continuing their destructive spree, the figure obliterates another crystal with ease. Standing amidst the wreckage, the figure erupts in maniacal laughter. A dark purple aura flares around them, as the figure revels in the destruction. The figure scoffs, "Interesting. You know nothing will change, but you're only stuck with the obstacles in front of you. It's no different from a toddler who's stuck with his game." His expression a mix of anger and determination, Siwoo grits his teeth, responding, "You can't even show up in person, but you have a long tongue." The air crackles with ominous energy, as skeletal figures, empowered by an unseen force, stand ready for battle. Their cries echo through the chamber, a chorus of devotion to Setnark, from whom they draw their strength. A figure with large wings struggles, his pained grunts betraying the effort it takes to maintain his presence. Arin, witnessing the scene, expresses her concern, noting the undead's excitement over the power they're receiving, and fearing they won't last long. The winged figure, now revealed to be Lewis, is surrounded by the empowered undead, a stark contrast to his weakened state. One of the creatures questions whether they must eliminate all the undead, only to be reminded that it's what Lewis ordered. Another undead soldier voices his dissent, insisting that Lewis isn't their master and that the Sun Master is the one who needs to awaken. Despite the growing unrest, the order rings out. They must obey their orders. With a ferocious roar, the Ghost Knight launches himself into the fray. The undead forces clash with armored figures, a brutal melee erupting amidst the chaos. The Ghost Knight slams against a wall, the impact shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. Continuing his assault, the Ghost Knight unleashes a devastating attack on the armored figures, the sounds of battle echoing through the chamber. That man was right, she thinks, damn. A gun materializes, floating in the air. Her eyes narrow with determination. An angel descends. Me, too, she thinks. Am I mutating like them? Stop his power from spreading on Earth. I can hear God's voice, I can't refuse it. I brought this up by myself. I ignored the man's advice because my head was full of his words, just because I was Marina's partner. As a result, the guild members turned into monsters. And now me too. How pathetic that is, Soraya Wilson. Her expression tight with worry, Soraya Wilson's eyes dart around, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. Standing tall, wings spread wide, Marina levels two pistols directly at her. Floating above the jagged rocks, she wonders, after all, it's someone else's power, right? Her voice echoing with a chilling certainty, she warns, if you eat something like that, you'll become like them. Throw that away and come at me. Her eyes narrowed, a fierce determination etched on her face, she continues. No matter how weak you are, you're not stupid enough to be manipulated by a guy like that, are you? A clenched fist, radiating dark energy, is all that's shown. The two figures face each other, suspended in the air, a monstrous, insectal creature looming in the foreground. Tears welling in her eyes, Soraya's face is a mask of anguish. A look of disbelief crossing her face, she can only manage a single, bewildered word. What? Her voice strained, barely a whisper, Soraya struggles. I can't. Tears streaming down her face, Soraya's expression is a portrait of utter despair. Her voice dripping with disdain, Marina declares, Marina Bissett, I hate you for being so condescending. I want to knock you down right now. The more she lets the hostility fester, the more Soraya Wilson grows in power, that hostility directed squarely at the undead. Meanwhile, Marina assures someone, they are holding up well, and that her partner will help them sort things out. Scoffing, the winged woman finds this behavior typical. The narration box reminds us that Marina Bissett is the first and only woman to achieve the class of Martin's shooter. Soraya reflects, she was always hidden by someone's shadow, and the only thing she's ahead of Marina in is that she built a guild. She continues, she was going to turn the Empire Guild into the strongest guild ever to overtake Marina. The narration box explains that a man named Partner, brought in by Marina, wiped out countless monsters in the canyon by himself. Soraya thinks back, she lost her guild members and fell because of the desire to gain the power of God. She continues, disappointed, but rather than the fear of losing the power of God, it's something more than the enemy. Tears streaming down her face, Soraya can't stand the fact. From the shadows, someone says, they'll hang in there, my servant. Soraya shouts, you shut up, Lewis. No matter how much he tries to endure now, this body that already has the power of God will one day be encroached upon by Lewis. But the sound of shifting armor echoes as Soraya stands firm, her expression unreadable. Tears stream down her face. Marina grits her teeth, knowing she can't fall in front of her. But Aaron questions why he would reject God's power. Surrounded by a dark aura, Siwoo remains silent. Clenching his fist, the man declares he's free to do whatever he wants with it. Absorbing Setnark's mana from the atmosphere in order to locate the source, young Siwoo finds that it's only a small amount. Though nobody thought he'd be able to absorb God's massive mana, it actually happened. Turning to Aaron, he hears her say, you like such things as well. His brow furrows as he thinks, this doesn't make sense. The dragon's power I felt earlier. He recalls her words, don't say it so briefly and explain it properly. A bead of silence hangs in the air as Siwoo's expression hardens. He wonders, if I ask him directly, he shuts his mouth. Isn't this a psychological attack designed to make the enemy die of frustration? A realization dawns on him. Well, I got the rough idea of it now. The lizard's tail I obtained as a result of becoming an underground player. Images flashed through his mind, a dragon I saw in my dream. The power I gained after dreaming that dream. He concludes, obviously, I'm related to a dragon or a creature that resembles a dragon. Then it makes sense that I can freely absorb the mana of other beings. A surge of power erupts from him, his body crackling with energy. He grits his teeth, feeling the strain as he takes God's mana directly into his body. Through successive level-ups, he was able to overcome the aftereffects of his super strength skills, but absorbing God's mana is proving to be a different story, a fatigue that can't be overcome even with leveling up. Seeing his struggle, Aaron exclaims that it's too much, even for him. Thinking aloud, Siwoo reveals that's why he thought of something. With her eyes closed, Marina remains still. Startled, Aaron questions why he brought her here. He explains that among the resources needed to rebirth Kaina, there was a phrase that said, the power of a stronger god. A thought bubble appears, declaring that it would be great if the undead god had stronger power, but it's impossible. Despite the impossibility, Siwoo declares that it's possible. Focusing his energy, he unleashes a surge of power. Overcome with fear, Arin cries out that she's scared and afraid Marina will open her eyes. Reassuring her, Siwoo states that this is not enough. As the ritual continues, he realizes that he's actually doing it. Surrounded by a horde of undead, the air crackles with raw, untamed energy. Her voice strained, Arin admits she can't take it anymore. His brow furrowed in determination, Siwoo grits his teeth, knowing what he must do. With no other choice, he prepares to overdo it, unleashing a primal scream. As the power surges around them, the process continues. Adding mana to Durahan, he's also absorbing mana into his own body, multitasking to the extreme. A human with the power of a dragon, he pushes himself to the limit. A voice echoes, "I will remember you." At the same time, the ritual intensifies, bathing them in an eerie glow. A manic grin spreads across his face. Siwoo declares that he'll get sick of it anyway. A chilling laugh pierces the air, a sound of pure, unadulterated madness. As the transformation reaches its peak, Durahan Kaina's essence evolves into the core of death, Night Kaina. Having completed the task at hand, Siwoo stands triumphant, a faint glow emanating from his body. Across the battlefield, Arin watches him, her expression a mix of awe and concern. Breathing heavily, he declares that he did it. The angel replies, affirming that he really did it, absorbing all of Setnark's mana using only his own body and Kaina. But a shadow crosses his face, as Siwoo warns not to congratulate him just yet. He states, there's still work to do. With a determined glint in his eyes, he summons his futuristic motorcycle. Mounting the vehicle, he prepares for the next challenge. Revving the engine, he speeds off through a portal, leaving a trail of energy in his wake. Seeing him go, Arin is shocked. Her voice filled with concern, she calls out to Siwoo. From the distance, he is heard saying that he managed to hold on. Looking down at the scene below, he considers the possibilities. Elsewhere, a figure grits their teeth in frustration. She wonders if there's no other way, considering she's only been able to maintain her current state. He thinks to himself, he'll have to see if he can do it or not. He has a rough idea, possibly because he kept taking Setnark's mana a while ago. He continues, if he changes Lewis's mana, which has devoured Soraya Wilson, into hers. Growing impatient, Marina says she's given up on understanding, so he should just do something. Turning to her, he prepares to speak. Marina calls out his name, Siwoo. She recalls, Soraya Wilson has been at odds with her since the inception of Sky Castle. Looking at Marina, he states he has no intention of accepting Soraya Wilson as a rival. She thinks, but she doesn't want her to fall apart like this, so, looking determined, Marina declares she wants her to live if possible. The words echo in his mind, a firm declaration. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he stands before her, ready to act. The scene shifts, showcasing the scale of the challenge ahead. With a determined grip, he prepares to manipulate the flow of mana. Marina, however, remains unconvinced, her expression a mix of doubt and frustration as she hears him say, "Pay close attention. Analyze your mana from now on. I'm going to change Lewis's mana to yours." Her face contorted in anger, she retorts that she can't hear him. A renewed resolve hardens his features as he declares, "Let's get started." Focusing his energy, he begins the delicate process. A surge of power courses between them, their hands clasped together as a blinding light erupts. The connection strains, Marina cries out as the force becomes unbearable. Focusing his mind, Siwoo realizes it isn't difficult to analyze Soraya Wilson's mana. But there's a catch, the problem is God's mana. His eyes burning with determination, he commands her to follow him as he leads, intending to transform God's mana into hers. The process is excruciating, and Marina's agony intensifies. Even as he pushes forward, he can feel Soraya Wilson's will resisting Lewis. Unwavering, he vows to subdue Lewis's power. Suddenly, a new figure appears, an armored warrior who scoffs at Marina, dismissing her as just a human being. Facing off against an unknown opponent, Siwoo smirks, acknowledging their strength. A confident grin spreads across his face. Lewis responds with a simple, "Of course." As Lewis's mana begins to shift, he acknowledges that something is still missing. But before he can react, the armored figure strikes at Siwoo. His eyes blazing with determination, Siwoo commands someone to refuse following him. A guttural yell tears through the air, expressing pure defiance. His face contorted in a mask of desperation, Lewis's resolve begins to waver. Amidst the chaos of battle, Lewis continues his assault against the armored figure. Surrounded by demonic entities, Lewis's name echoes in the void. His features twisted in anguish, the weight of the situation bears down on him. With a final, desperate cry, he declares that he needs no one anymore. Unleashing a blinding surge of power, the battlefield erupts in light. With a burst of speed, the motorcycle soars through the air. Her hands outstretched, Marina seems to be in disbelief. A wide grin spreads across his face. Siwoo seems pleased with the outcome. From the depths, a voice booms, "Foolish mortals, you will definitely pay the price." Turning away, Marina vows, "I won't forget you." Her expression twisted with rage, she mutters, "It's me who is. I'll kill you for sure, Siwoo." Turning to face her, Siwoo states, "I no longer sense Lewis's mana from Syria Wilson." Looking down, he observes, "Looks like it left. We won." Clenching his fist, Siwoo's smile widens. A supporter exclaims, "You did it, Siwoo," as expected of Hyungnim. High above, the group flies away, leaving the battlefield behind. The scene shifts to a desolate graveyard, filled with skeletal remains and ominous purple energy. The defeated enemies lie scattered on the ground, one lamenting his decision to abandon Lewis-sama and follow a human. He admits he was a fool to look up to his former master. A hulking, purple-skinned monster snarls, promising that after they finish dealing with the heinous seeds of Setnark, it will be someone else's turn. A winged woman with auburn hair looks on with concern, murmuring to herself, "About you guys." Holding a glowing spearhead, Siwoo reflects that they were there, too. Gripping the spear tightly, he acknowledges that they were a special case, but these new foes are not. Mounting a sleek, blue motorcycle, Siwoo prepares to move out. The winged woman reaches out, questioning if he intends to kill them. Her expression softens, as she recalls how he saved her. He explains that they have intelligence, but lack ego, and are simply following God's will blindly. A figure bathed in light stands above the purple monsters, the text stating that they're already monsters. The winged woman nods, acknowledging his words. As Siwoo rides off, the winged woman resolves that it's now up to her to accept responsibility for them, and to make an effort to take responsibility in a new way. The battle may be over, but the echoes of the conflict still linger in the air. A voice declares that they will do what needs to be done, but there's a hint of uncertainty. Siwoo's expression is unreadable as he considers the situation. A figure with long red hair looks down, offering an apology. Looking up at the winged figure above him, Siwoo hears her gratitude. Turning his gaze to Marina, he asks if she still has energy. She explains that the Emperor Guild's targets changed to the undead in the middle of the fight, adding that she hasn't even fought properly yet. The armored figure reassures them that he is fine, addressing Siwoo as Hyungnim. Arin calls out to Siwoo, using the term Appa. The winged figure states that she's disarmed the holy shield, and that there are no more fragments of Setnark. He asks if Arin is okay. She thinks to herself that every time her Appa levels up, she also grows as a supporter, adding that thanks to him, she's somehow alive, and that she still has enough power to make a blessing. The group stands together, ready for what comes next. The battle concluded, Siwoo suggests they clean up quickly and get some rest, admitting he's tired. Arin is told that she doesn't look tired at all. Elsewhere, a figure remarks on feeling the battle's energy even from MT Sirak, marveling at its intensity. Back with the group, Arin admits she can't even be jealous of Siwoo doing things that she wouldn't dare to do. Siwoo responds that it's not jealousy. Arin seems to be thinking something. She snaps out of it, reminding herself that they must concentrate on the battle ahead. Arin is told that they will send them to heaven quickly to relieve their pain. She wonders how they can say such things. With a determined look, Arin prepares for battle. Meanwhile, a portal opens, revealing the monstrous opposition, eager for their turn. The monsters declare that those who defy gods shall face them, offering to let someone go first if they want it so badly. Without hesitation, Arin flies forward, unleashing a barrage of energy beams. The attack connects, sending one of the monsters flying backward from the force of the impact. Bringing his weapon down with incredible force, Siwoo strikes the hulking monster. A grotesque grin stretches across its face. The dungeon boss seems unfazed. As the battle rages on, Arin and Siwoo continue their assault. Firing a volley of shots, Arin peppers the monster with bullets. Following up with a devastating punch, Siwoo sends the monster reeling. The duo unleashes a flurry of attacks, their combined might overwhelming the beast. Watching from afar, a woman in winged armor realizes she doesn't have a chance to intervene. Her expression is one of concern, as she witnesses the battle's intensity. With the dungeon boss defeated, Arin observes that only monsters leave magical stones behind when they die. The winged woman reflects, as expected, they became monsters. Examining the mana stone, Siwoo wonders if these are the souls of the Emperor guys. He considers that soul collection is a skill that absorbs the player's soul, and wonders if this is evidence that only the soul has not changed completely. What remains is, facing down an army of foes, the thought crosses his mind, we can't win. Remembering a brief moment, he recalls the man who overcame his mana. Even if Setnark's power has disappeared, these guys transmit death, but he can't let it go. Let's begin. For a brief moment, that man had attained God's mana. A new voice rings out, okay. Another joins the fray, I'm coming too. With a surge of power, he plummets from above, a dark figure descending upon the battlefield. Crashing into the midst of the horde, he lands with earth-shattering force, scattering the enemy ranks. Unleashing a furious assault, he becomes a whirlwind of motion, each strike carrying the weight of his resolve. A blinding beam of energy erupts from his hands, vaporizing everything in its path, leaving nothing but scorched earth in its wake. His staff crackles with raw power, a conduit for the storm he's about to unleash, promising devastation with every swing. From above, the scene unfolds, a symphony of destruction orchestrated by his hand, a dance of death among the fallen. The ground trembles as an explosion rips through the ranks, a testament to his overwhelming power, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a new player enters the fray, a winged figure raining down bullets upon the unsuspecting foes, adding to the chaos. With unwavering resolve, the winged warrior continues their assault, a guardian angel delivering swift justice to the encroaching shadows. Amidst the chaos of battle, a winged figure descends, diving headfirst into the thick of the enemy ranks. Eyes glowing with power, the winged figure activates a skill, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. With a surge of energy, the winged figure unleashes a barrage of projectiles, tearing through the enemy lines. Swords clash and metal screams, as the onslaught continues, ripping through armor and flesh. Not relenting, the winged figure fires a gun, adding to the destruction. A knight watches the scene unfold, seemingly caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. A sword stands ready, prepared to strike down any who dare approach. But from the shadows, a new threat emerges, a cloaked figure raising a dark magic orb, its power palpable. The knight, witnessing this ominous display, can only wonder if it is magic. The cloaked figure is now completely consumed, surrounded by the swirling darkness of their craft. The orb pulses with malevolent energy, a harbinger of destruction. And with a deafening roar, the dark magic explodes, engulfing everything in its path. Bolts of energy fly through the air, striking the armored figure. The skeletal knight pauses, preparing another attack. Another blast of energy hurtles forward, slamming into the armored figure. The impact sends the armored figure reeling, as the skeletal knight's attack finds its mark. The armored figure stands firm, ready to face the onslaught. One of the armored figures is heard saying, "Going to take a break." Another responds, "Oh, don't recite your magic word, just die. Stop reciting." The skeletal knights advance, surrounding the armored figures. Suarin observes the battle, noting, "Yuk, armored monsters are appearing. They aren't decreasing, but they're increasing." The winged figure watches as the skeletal knights continue their assault, overwhelming the armored figures. The armored figures struggle, but the skeletal knights are relentless. The skeletal knights unleash a barrage of attacks, further weakening the armored figures. Debris falls, a testament to the intensity of the battle. Seeing the sheer number of armored monsters, Arin realizes they can't possibly fit them all in the inventory. With a determined look, she prepares for the next wave of attacks. Suddenly, a new figure appears, introducing herself as Syria Wilson. Her presence radiates power, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. Feeling a surge of renewed strength, Syria declares she's a little better now. Arin nods, suggesting they wrap things up quickly, as Syria agrees to join the fight. The armored figures advance, their skeletal faces a grim reminder of the ongoing battle. Focusing her energy, Syria prepares to unleash a powerful attack. With a burst of radiant light, she strikes the armored figures, sending them reeling. The force of the blow sends the monsters flying. Her attack continues, striking multiple armored figures with beams of pure energy. The onslaught of light decimates the remaining armored figures. With a powerful presence, Syria Wilson stands before the armored figures. The armored figures recognize the power, identifying it as cursed and similar, yet different, from their enemies. Looking on, Young Siwoo hears Syria Wilson's name spoken. A voice wonders if the power was mixed with Lewis's mana during the conversion process, noting that despite absorbing much of Setnark's mana, nothing has changed. Observing the scene, Young Siwoo remarks that there's nothing like that. One of the armored figures thinks it's good that it's the same, believing his Hyungnim's mana is good as it is. The armored figure notes that it's strong and straight as a notification appears, indicating that the Soul Collect skill evolves into Soul Force skills, allowing the user to summon and use the soul. The system explains that when a certain amount of damage is dealt to the soul, it is cancelled and cannot be summoned for a while, and as you progress through the levels, you will be able to use more diverse abilities. A display shows the number of souls possessed is 106. Young Siwoo thinks that the Soul Force is now a completely different skill than before, wondering if the power of the absorbed Setnark had any effect on it. With a determined expression, Young Siwoo prepares for what's to come. Ready to fight, Young Siwoo unleashes his power. As the battle intensifies, energy blasts tear through the air. Amidst the chaos, a figure with a sword stands ready to face a looming threat. Facing insurmountable odds, a lone warrior prepares to confront a wall of enemies. The sheer number of foes is staggering, a seemingly endless horde. Determined to protect those around him, Young Siwoo steels his resolve. Her voice filled with worry, Arin expresses her concern, saying, "Appa, these people." Ready to defend her allies, she aims her weapon with unwavering focus. With a surge of adrenaline, Young Siwoo shouts, "Rush! Defeat my enemies!" Unleashing his power, he charges into the fray. The onslaught begins, as the enemies are met with a fierce assault. The battle rages on, a chaotic scene of clashing forces. In a decisive blow, an enemy falls, succumbing to the overwhelming power. With a surge of power, souls begin to materialize, glowing with an eerie blue light. Though, they are certainly weaker than they were in life. However, each time they defeat an opponent, they drain mana, healing their wounds and growing stronger, making them an army that can be raised. Looking up, Arin thinks it's more terrifying than any of her Appa's abilities. Furthermore, summoning souls doesn't cost mana, a skill he's never heard of and was only embarrassed about transforms so magnificently. Clenching his fist, he now has a reason to investigate the anthill further. Alright then, Young Siwoo prepares for an all-out attack. Below, the souls stand ready. Did they all fall for it? Someone thinks they are pathetic guys. Ready to strike, Young Siwoo's eyes glow with determination. The armored figure stands firm, unable to believe that this body has come out. His glowing red eyes piercing the darkness, Setnark declares that it's all over for his opponent. Confronting the armored figure, Judge asks if he is the last one. A blinding flash erupts as the two titans collide. The force of the impact sends the armored figure reeling, leaving him vulnerable. Arriving just in time, Young Siwoo, with Arin and a winged companion, witnesses the scene. Finally, they're here. The battle concluded, Siwoo is congratulated by Arin, who tells him he did a great job. He returns the compliment. Beaming with pride, Arin declares their teamwork is perfect. Ready to celebrate their victory, Arin offers Siwoo a high five. As they celebrate, Arin asks Siwoo to let go of her. The celebration is cut short as Siwoo senses a new presence. Standing before him is a woman with burgundy hair and large white wings. Her gaze intense. She wonders if she can speak to the souls before them, some of whom were her guild members. Siwoo responds, telling her she can if she wants. The woman is told, however, that she can't reach them. The winged woman stands before several armored figures. Her expression contorted in a grimace. The winged woman appears to be in distress. Turning to Young Siwoo, she declares, I am done. Before her, the armored figures stand ready, glowing with an ethereal blue light. His hand crackling with energy, Young Siwoo prepares for what's to come. Standing on the desolate landscape, Syria Wilson, Young Siwoo, and Arin face their uncertain future. Looking back at Young Siwoo, Syria Wilson says, thank you for everything. His brow furrowed, he replies, all you need to do is recall what I said earlier. A determined glint in her eyes, Syria Wilson declares, yes, I will take responsibility. She thinks to herself, I'll remember what I saw today. No matter how much I think about you, you're not an ordinary player, because I was saved thanks to you. Her voice ringing with resolve, Syria Wilson proclaims, I don't care what you say. If you want to get rid of Siwoo, you must first destroy me and Bae. Surrounded by two other women, Young Siwoo is asked, since when have we become destined to be together? Extending her hand, Syria Wilson states, I will greet you formally. I'm Syria Wilson, the guild master of the Empire Guild. Siwoo's name is spoken aloud. Hearing his name, Soraya wonders if it's Korean, recalling that Marina Bissett has been active in Korea recently. With a warm smile, Soraya thanks Siwoo. Introducing herself, Marina Bissett apologizes, stating she'll head back first. Soraya reflects, hoping they can talk about the dangers of God's power soon, wanting to warn the rest of the world. With a determined look, Marina states she can have as much as she wants. Soraya replies that if they're contacting her about that, they're always welcome. With a smile, Soraya says she'll see Siwoo again soon. With a flap of her wings, Marina flies away. Watching her leave, Su Arin thinks to herself that Marina's not going to. Turning to Siwoo, Su Arin asks if it isn't easy to fall in love with someone who has once saved your life, wondering if he thinks the same. Looking away, a bit flustered, Siwoo thinks it doesn't matter, so he's going home to rest. Before they can head back, they need to gather the remaining loot, but their inventory is already full. With no other choice, he decides to call Ethan. In his office, Ethan is greeted by a subordinate. Back in the desert, they receive confirmation that they're both safe. Siwoo sighs. He had intended to return to Korea as soon as possible, but he ended up running into him again. Meanwhile, in Ethan's office, the scene is set for a conversation. Ethan remarks, he knows the story after receiving a report and didn't realize he'd take care of it so perfectly. Siwoo wonders, Mr. Bissett? Ethan smiles, telling him to feel free to call him Ethan. Ethan asks if he can call him by his name, since they might have the same last name soon. Ethan continues, actually having something to apologize for. As Ethan's reflection stares back from a cup of coffee, he reveals that this time, he has his men watching the Grand Canyon incident. The man acknowledges that he saw the people with Siwoo, a small R invisible in the folds of his jacket. A blonde man muses, he had a feeling it would be like this, because they were all having so much fun running around, wondering if it's a coincidence that they saw them. The blonde man gestures, asking someone to come out. He introduces them. This is Young Siha and Su Arin, asking if they know them. The blonde man continues, he doesn't know Young Siha, but he knows about Su Arin. He states, you can't forget a healer that nobody can beat. The blonde man sits on a couch, saying he won't ask in detail, and that he will never disclose this if they want. Siwoo thinks to himself, it will be for a while, and that he has no intention of hiding it forever. The blonde man smiles, telling Siwoo that he doesn't have to worry about anything, that their bae is already on his side, and to please not forget that fact. A girl with butterfly wings shouts, she said that before you, Ethan, and not to score for her. A voice narrates, after that, he was able to get rid of Ethan, who constantly praised him. Young Siwoo and his crew return to Seoul through the gate. The Seoul skyline rises before them. Saiwoo is asked why he's being followed, but Arin seems to have other things on her mind. Having resolved the Grand Canyon crisis in a single day, she admits she doesn't have anything to do for a while. Mentioning something about a dungeon, Arin notes it'll be a long time before the 33rd stage dungeon attack team is summoned. With a bright smile, she asks if he'd like to have dinner with her instead. She insists that he needs to refuel his energy with steak, especially since he's exhausted. Adding that there's also wine, Arin doesn't seem to notice Saiwoo's discomfort, as he thinks to himself that he'll just go home and eat with his own companions. She doesn't want to reveal them in front of people yet, but if that's the case, it's fine. Since there's a restaurant that her appa owns, Arin, or rather, Marie, confirms that it's her, hoping Saiwoo remembers. It's time for a break, and they decided not to open for dinner for others, so they can go now. All the staff there are her appas, so he doesn't have to worry about displaying Su Arin and Yongxia, she explains. With a determined look, she declares that the whole restaurant is available, urging Saiwoo to come on and let's go. Grasping his arm, Saiwoo relents, agreeing to go. He states simply, let's go. Her eyes widening in alarm, Arin cries out, realizing her appa is being targeted. Flustered, and with a red mark appearing on her head, she quickly apologizes. Above them, the sky stretches out, a vast expanse of blue and white. Together, they stand ready, the city looming behind them.